Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Apocalypse? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully checked in. You have checked in for 1,000 consecutive days. Rewards: Awakening Essence Divine Level X 1000, Plasma Cannon Portable X 1000, Integrated Land, Sea, and Air Warship X 1000. As for the subsequent mention of food and the like, he could hardly muster the energy to listen. Where is this so-called apocalypse? When he first acquired the system, he felt an exhilarating thrill, but soon realized that there was no apocalypse on the horizon. The system had been operational for 10 years. It was only due to a break in his check-ins that this was his first 1,000th. His system warehouse brimmed with resources, surpassing the entirety of the planet's technological advancements, yet the apocalypse had not arrived. Thus, he could not put them to use. After completing his check-in, he reclined on his sunlit chair, his mood decidedly bleak. Just a couple of days prior, his girlfriend had betrayed him, and to make matters worse, she had turned against him. Filing a lawsuit in a twist of irony, she accused him of being a victim of female aggression. Years of hard work and dedication to build his family business had all gone to waste in a desperate attempt to persuade her to withdraw the lawsuit. Knock, knock, knock. Is Mr. Su in? Lost in thought, he was jolted by the sound of knocking at the door. With an unperturbed expression, he approached to open it. Standing there were a bank representative and a man and woman. The man was grotesquely overweight, clad in oversized shorts, while the woman, with an exquisite figure reminiscent of a model, stood in the center of the gathering. He merely glanced up at the two. Xiao Yi, what do you expect from this worthless thing? If you like it, Tiger can buy you 10 sets in the city center. His ex-girlfriend, Xiao Yi, flashed a flirtatious smile as she sidled up to the man, saying, "Oh Tiger, I just want to make Su Zhiyong miserable." Watching their antics, he silently accepted the agreement handed to him by the bank employee and calmly signed his name. "Mr. Su, do you see anything else inside that you wish to take with you?" "Nothing else?" Xiao Yi sneered at him. "Hurry up and get lost. The fact that I haven't made you strip down to your underwear is already a mercy." Huh. He let out a faint, sorrowful laugh, gazing at her delicate features, which now seemed utterly foreign. Xiao Yi regarded him coldly, remarking, "It's simply the law of the jungle. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a failure." With a resigned chuckle, he turned and descended the stairs, never looking back. This outcome had utterly blindsided him. Having lost both parents at a young age, he had fought tirelessly to build his own life, relying solely on his mindset to endure. Therefore, despite the profound anguish within, he never displayed it outwardly. What did it matter if he had nothing? In the vast sea of people in IC City, today marked yet another day without a home. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he felt a fleeting moment of disorientation, yet still answered. Hong Jiao Jiao. "Su Zhiyong, I heard you broke up with your girlfriend?" "Su Zhiyong, I said I would wait for you for 10 years. This year is the last. As long as you give me the nod, I will have someone come to IC City to fetch you." "Huang Jiao Jiao, I am not worthy of you." Su Zhiyong chuckled lightly. "Please refrain from calling me in the future. If the commander finds out his granddaughter is calling a drifter, it would not reflect well. Go ahead and busy yourself." Su Zhiyong hung up, his expression tranquil. He was acutely aware of his own worth and would not jeopardize another's future. This world had never been fair. As for revenge on Xiao Yi, he currently lacked the strength. A flicker of determination ignited in his eyes as he lit a cigarette, and at that moment, a notification echoed in his mind, causing him to look up again at the sky, which had changed color. Crimson, casting a ghastly glow. Ding! The host's world has been detected as entering the apocalypse. The host's apocalypse resource vault has been activated. System switch. Warlord of the Apocalypse. Mission issued. Kill the first zombie. A surge of astonishment briefly flickered through his mind. This was a park, and numerous people were leisurely strolling nearby. Yet in this fleeting moment, he observed several individuals suddenly convulsing and rolling on the ground. The once attractive men and women now emitted a foul stench, their bodies sprouting fangs and claws, their gazes transforming into a vacant, bloodshot stare. The apocalypse had truly arrived? He was uncertain of his thoughts, yet the unfolding reality was undeniable. Extract super divine awakening essence. Consume. This notion had played out countless times in his mind. A bottle of shimmering liquid, resembling clear water, materialized in his hand. He hesitated for only a moment before downing it in one gulp. Consumption of Super Divine Awakening Essence successful due to the host's innate frailty. Matching value increased by 50. Innate frailty? He was taken aback but quickly extracted another bottle and consumed it. Consumption successful matching value at 100%. Acquired Super Divine Awakening skill. Body enhancement. Roar! The howls of zombies echoed as they began their chaotic slaughter. Before him lay a scene of hell. Approaching him was a zombie, lumbering forward with a grotesque grin. A miasma of decay surrounding it. He felt a surge of excitement. Super Divine Body Enhancement. Host, Su Jiong. Physical strength, 12-100 average person, 10. Speed, 12-100 average person, 10. Attack, 12-100 average person, 10. Skill, Body Enhancement Super Divine, 3-dimensional, 100. Overall evaluation, 3rd stage awakening. His heart trembled. As the zombie drew closer, he felt no fear typical of an ordinary person with the system in place. He had envisioned the scenario of the apocalypse countless times. Extract a handgun. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? The handgun appeared, and he raised it, firing with a resounding bang. Zombies were notoriously difficult to kill, but a shot to the head would certainly do the trick. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the mission. Kill 1 zombie. Reward received. Overall attributes 10. System mission. Kill 10 zombies. Feeling the formidable strength coursing through his body, he felt he could now punch a hole through an elephant despite the cacophony of screams and chaos erupting in the park, with individuals succumbing to infection and transforming into zombies. He remained utterly unperturbed. Did he even know what resources awaited him in the apocalypse? He grabbed yet another bottle of Super Divine Awakening Essence and drank it. Awakening Essences came in 3 grades. Ordinary, Divine, and Super Divine each could facilitate awakening, but the latter offered a higher probability and superior abilities. He had only a few thousand bottles of Super Divine Awakening Essence in stock. His constitution was indeed somewhat lacking. After consuming 3 bottles, the system finally notified him. Matching value at 100%, acquired divine skill. Insight level 1 can evolve. Ability to assess the 3-dimensional attributes of other beings. Somewhat disappointing. Was he truly that weak? The Super Divine Essence only granted him a single divine skill. However, feeling the newfound ability, he turned his gaze toward another direction. Not far away, information about a zombie materialized before him. Zombie level 1. Physical strength, 12. Speed, 8. Attack, 12. Skill, Pain Ignorance. So weak? Chapter 2. Let us play Do Di Ju. As he pondered, a sudden cry pierced the air. Help! Help! He glanced over from a distance. In the park, there stood a prominent stone tower. That moment. 3 girls were calling for help from the top of the tower. Though the zombies swarmed around, they were unable to ascend due to the cables, leaving them to cry out in desperation. Assessing his own strength and surveying the horde of similar undead surrounding him, he brandished an AK. He cast aside his handgun carelessly as several zombies began to close in on him. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted, akin to fireworks, as zombie bodies erupted in a gruesome shower of flesh. The scene was brutal, yet he found himself surrounded by an overwhelming number of zombies. The park below was teeming with them, especially on this bustling weekend. After emptying a magazine, he received a notification indicating the completion of his second task. Ding! Task completed. All attributes 10. The noise attracted a multitude of zombies that began to converge around him, forming multiple layers of encirclement that felt quite menacing. Despite his formidable prowess, a flicker of unease crept into his heart. Moreover, the stench was overwhelming. Hey, over here! Please save us, the 3 girls continued to shout. Having noticed him, he discarded the AK, gathering all his strength to leap, propelling himself to a height surpassing that of the park tower. Ecstatic, upon landing, he swiftly dispatched a zombie with a kick to its head. Seizing the moment, he nimbly grasped the rope and ascended to the top in no time. Wow, you're amazing. Are you a superhero sent to rescue us? One girl exclaimed. No, I am Su Jiong. The last girl accurately identified him. He recognized the trio. They were his neighbors from the same building, likely out for a stroll. He nodded in acknowledgement. The girls immediately surrounded him, chattering excitedly, "Oh my god, what on earth happened? Is this the apocalypse we see on television? What's going on outside? Sugu, can you take us home?" Su Zhiyong silenced them with a firm voice. "Quiet." They promptly fell silent. He sighed internally, realizing that the system prompt signified the onset of a full-blown apocalypse. Engaging in conversation with Hong Jiaojiao had led him to suspect that there might already be a degree of understanding about the situation above. Home. Perhaps it was now overrun by a few zombies. After a moment's contemplation, he looked at the three girls, whose appearances were not lacking, and produced 3 bottles of ordinary awakening elixir. "Drink this." He had no time to ponder earlier, but now it struck him that with the world descending into chaos, self-preservation was paramount. However, with his abundant resources, should he contemplate saving all of humanity? The thought prompted a sigh. Human relationships were fickle. Even Xiaoyi had proven that, so how much could he truly save? Moreover, the system transformation was geared towards a competitive mode. "What is this, Su Gu?" The girl's wariness only confirmed his thoughts. Trust between people was never absolute. Yet he patiently explained, "This is awakening elixir. After consuming it, you have a chance to become stronger." Yes, a chance. The 3 girls remained skeptical, but under his gaze, they each took a sip. Moments later, one girl exclaimed, "I'm a first-tier awakener now. I've awakened ice abilities." "Me too. I've awakened plant abilities." "Me too. I've awakened dark abilities." Su Zhiyong scratched his head in contemplation. What had gone awry? If the ordinary elixir was this potent, what did that say about his own potential? By this time, roughly 2 hours had passed since the apocalypse began. Someone, the first to act, had taken a loudspeaker to call for help from the upper floors of the complex. Soon after, bass speakers and connected sound systems echoed throughout the neighborhood, with cries for help resounding everywhere. The entire city, in that moment, transformed into a hellish landscape. Looking down at his predicament, he found himself on a small viewing tower with 3 reasonably attractive college students. A tiny sheltered area of 10 square meters and thousands of zombies surrounding them if one looked closely. His task had now progressed to the 3rd phase. Kill 100 zombies, completion 98. Yet, he felt no panic. In the apocalypse resource pool, one could arm the entire globe. The 3 girls had awakened their abilities, and they appeared quite pleased after a few minutes. Everything seemed manageable. After some thought, he sat down on the ground and pulled out a deck of cards, saying, "How about we play do Diju for a while?" He was already shuffling the cards. How can 4 people play? There are ways. As he sat down, shuffling and dealing the cards, he learned the names of the 3 girls. They were not locals. All were students from IC University. Each a socialite. One was named Luo Xiaoya, another Zhang Kai, and the last Han Yinyin. Below, the zombies groaned and moaned, while the sun began to set in the west. Su Zhiyong, however, felt as if he had been living in the apocalypse every day. But when a phone call connected, the adorable girl Zhang Kai burst into tears. "Mommy, what's happening? Why can't I reach you?" Zhang Kai sobbed, her voice trembling. "It seems my mom has turned into a zombie." "All right, stop crying," he replied calmly, then smiled wryly. "When everything becomes reality, all we can do is face it with a smile. Death is simple. One could just jump down from here. But living is a challenge." Luo Xiaoya, the center of attention among the 3, leaned closer to Su Zhiyong, saying, "Su Gu, at this rate, we won't survive much longer. We've awakened our abilities. Why don't we fight our way out?" "Where to?" He felt a bit dazed. Just recently cast out from home, he was now a wanderer. The girls had heard of his situation. And Han Yinyin, cradling Zhang Kai, suggested, "How about we fight our way to our home? Otherwise, it feels eerie staying here at night." Just then, his phone rang again. There was still a signal. Seeing the name Hong Jiaojiao flash on the screen, he furrowed his brow and answered, his emotions complicated. "How are you, Su Zhiyong? Are you all right? What on earth has happened?" Her voice was filled with unrestrained urgency. "Su Zhiyong, the apocalypse has arrived. You must stay safe over there." A strange feeling flickered within him as he responded, "What about you?" Chapter 3, Farewell. "Xiaoyi, don't worry. I'm already relocating with the military. A strategic base has been established at Jingpa Lake in Kyoto. I just received the news. Had I known, I would have come to get you." Hong Jiaojiao expressed her regret. A flash of pain crossed his eyes, but after a moment's pause, he replied, "Thank you. Hong Jiaojiao, live well and don't worry about my safety. If fate permits us to meet again in the future, I will marry you. As he spoke, a bottle of super-grade awakening elixir appeared in his hand. The call ended. Ding. Match value 100. Awakening super skill. Concealment, effective against zombies below level 9. The host has reached the daily consumption limit. Please take it tomorrow. There's a limit? He paused, slightly surprised, and tucked the bottle away. Glancing at the three girls beside him, Luo Xiaoya awaited his response. He mused. Our fates have reached their conclusion here. I must return to take revenge on my ex-girlfriend. If you wish to return, you will have to fight your way back. Luo Xiaoya was taken aback, her face paling at the sight of the numerous zombies. Yet, he was no savior. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to offer them a chance at awakening. Just as he turned to leave, he was suddenly grasped by a tender hand. Luo Xiaoya gazed at him with fervent hope, and after a brief struggle, she embraced his waist, pleading, Su Gu, please take us with you. We will do anything. Her large, glistening eyes made him waver. Of course, it was easy to be swayed by a woman. He didn't mind it, but as survivors, he felt a pang of compassion. After some deliberation, he said, if possible, wait for me here. Let me finish my business. With that, he waved his hand, conjuring a mountain of vacuum-sealed food and water, occupying all the space except for the girls. He then plunged into the horde of zombies. Su Gu? Luo Xiaoya gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. The two other girls were equally taken aback, and after a moment of silence, Luo Xiaoya contemplated, let us master our awakening powers and wait for Su Gu to return. The world had indeed changed. Surrounded by zombies, he faced no attacks. These zombies, oblivious to him, continued to swarm around others, showing no inclination to assault him due to his activated skills. He made his way back to the residential complex. His emotions in turmoil. The elevator was still operational, and the few zombies inside were devoid of reason. He drew his handgun and swiftly dealt with them before reaching his floor. Had she also transformed into a zombie? He is not indecisive. Rather, love, in its essence, has always been a fickle thing. Tio claimed that he has completely let go would be a fallacy. Regarding Xiao Yi, he continues to harbor both love and resentment. As he steps onto the floor once more, a flicker of fear grips him. Two zombies are battering the door, and he vaguely recognizes them as former bank employees. He dispatches them swiftly and finds his own door tightly shut. With a resounding crash, he slams his palm against it, shattering the entrance. Help! Help! The scream is all too familiar, reminiscent of how she cries out upon sighting a cockroach. Peering inside, he sees three individuals huddled together, Xiao Yi, Hu Gu, and another female bank employee. Upon recognizing him, all three momentarily freeze. Xiao Yi, upon catching sight of the gun in his hand, appears to see a lifeline and urgently exclaims, Su Zhiyong, please, rescue us. What on earth is happening outside? Hu Gu shouts as well. He finds the situation somewhat amusing. Oh, nothing much. Society seems to be transforming once again. Everyone outside has turned into zombies. It seems your wealth, Hu Gu, may no longer hold as much value as my firearm. If given the choice again, who would you prefer? Xiao Yi undoubtedly notices the hint of mockery at the corner of Su Zhiyong's mouth. She is a perceptive and formidable woman, exhibiting a rapid capability to sever ties when necessary. Help! Help! I am the president of the IC Baisher Group. If someone saves me now, I am willing to offer 10 billion. Coincidentally, at that moment, a loudspeaker from the opposite building crackles to life, only to be followed by blood-curdling screams. Foolishness. Zombies are drawn to noise and will come to kill. The door is compromised, yet his abode remains meticulously clean. Observing him calmly seated on the sofa, the three exchange glances, gradually regaining their composure. He casually retrieves some alcohol and glasses from his resource stash, placing them on the table. Xiao Yi bites her lip, taking a seat after 2 hours of awkwardness. Hu Gu also settles down and Su Zhiyong smiles. Did I invite you to sit? Hu Ji's expression flickers as he retorts, Su Zhiyong, do not push your luck. The next moment, faced with the dark barrel of a gun, Hu Gu grits his teeth and stands up. He flashes a faint smile at the beautiful Xiao Yi and says, let us share a drink and discuss our current sentiments. Xiao Yi clenches her delicate fists. Relaxing slightly, and with a resigned chuckle replies, Su Zhiyong, there is nothing to regret or discuss. You were a soldier. We cannot match you in a fight. However, I do not regret leaving you. You place too much importance on emotions. Those with such sentiments can never rise to greatness in this world. You cannot provide the life I desire. Hu Gu falls silent upon hearing this, then chuckles, so you possess a gun now? Bang! Before he finishes speaking, Su Zhiyong raises his gun and pierces Hu Ji's forehead. Ah! The two women immediately scream. The noise attracts the attention of several zombies on the opposite side, who begin to push through the door. Su Gu, this has nothing to do with me. Please, save me. The female employee is reduced to tears, staring at Hu Ji's lifeless body for a long while. Xiaoyi rushes to grasp his arm, her eyes brimming with tears. Zhiyong, I was wrong. Please forgive me. He fires several rounds, taking down the approaching zombies, leaving them silent. Xiaoyi seems to collapse beside him, suddenly striking his leg in a frenzy. Shouting, Su Zhiyong, you are not human. You are a devil. The female employee trembles nearby. He shakes off the two of them and returns to the sofa, though the stench of the zombies is indeed unbearable. Xiao Yi's reaction takes him by surprise in an instant. She seems to have transformed into several different personas, leaving him momentarily unrecognizable. He feels an inexplicable solitude. The higher one rises, the colder it becomes. He picks up his phone to dial Hong Jiao, but only receives a prompt indicating no signal. Outside, the night has fallen, a blood moon slowly ascends into the sky. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieves 2 bottles of awakening elixir, one ordinary, which he tosses to the female employee, and the other divine, which he hands to Xiao Yi, gently saying, drink this. What is this? Xiao Yi dares to inquire, her large eyes wide and innocent. Chapter 4. The Empty City. Su Zhiyong patiently explains. This is the foundation for your survival in this apocalypse. The two, unable to dismiss his words, drink the elixirs. Before long, the female bank employee gasps, her eyes wide with astonishment, and cautiously states, Mr. Su, I feel powerful. She then notices Su Zhiyong's gaze fixed on Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi awakens a bit later, but when her eyes finally open, a radiant light flashes through them. Suddenly, she feels her grip on the gun slip. Despite her attempts to hold on, she ultimately releases it. Xiao Yi instinctively catches it, the dark barrel now pointed at his head. Su Zhiyong, I possess a special ability now. You had best behave, she declares coldly. Su Zhiyong cannot help but chuckle softly at her words, gazing deeply into her eyes as he responds, Xiao Yi, how did I not realize before that you are such an extraordinary person? I offer you the elixir to awaken your powers, and you turn the gun on me. This has happened before. It seems I have a poor memory. He shakes his head in resignation, and only then does Xiao Yi realize her oversight. However, it is too late. Su Zhiyong casually places the gun on the coffee table, alongside several more firearms and a pile of ammunition, causing Xiao Yi to tremble with fear. Once he finishes, he coldly states, Su Xiao Yi, I hope you remember that I have once shown kindness to this world, and not just once. With that, he turns to leave. Where are you going? You cannot leave. What will I do if you go? Xiao Yi shouts after him as he leaps from the 8th floor window. Xiao Yi, astonished, quickly rushes over, but below lies only darkness. The female employee, witnessing this scene, feels dizzy and, now filled with newfound strength, exclaims, Su Xiao Yi, I cannot even begin to express my disappointment in you. You were working in an office before, and now look at this moment. This man returned to find you, and you do not appreciate him at all. Su Xiao Yi feels a chill run down her spine and retorts, what makes him a good person? He is killed. Did you not see? If he jumps to his death, it has nothing to do with me. Observing the fallen zombies at the entrance, the female employee sighs heavily. We are doomed. Do you not understand that we are also going to die? He lands steadily on the ground below, walking with measured steps. Yet, on this night, Ice Sea City is devoid of revelry. The park is filled with chilling howls. Glancing back at the observation tower, he snaps his fingers, and a small voice drone appears. This marks the end. These 3 bottles of elixir and weapons are my final assistance to you. The road ahead is long, and perhaps we shall meet again. He does not wish to carry any burdens. Fate decides life and death. The drone releases a weapon and 3 bottles of divine elixir, delivering them to the 3 women. He strolls through the eerie streets, blending in with the zombies. He is quite familiar with Icy City. Not wanting to incite any commotion, he moves swiftly in the night, becoming a mere shadow as he gradually distances himself from the urban sprawl. Along the way, Brutality unfolds at every turn. In a supermarket, still illuminated. Several employees succumb to the inability of the locks, transforming into zombies. A group of panicked individuals is pulled down from the walls, mingling with the mindless horde. Cries for help echo past his ears. Yet, he remains calm. Perhaps he could save one or two people, but what would that change? Even if he were to rescue the entire IC city, he would still face the city he is reluctant to see today. Forget it. As long as I find peace. For 10 years, he has plotted how to utilize his resources to dominate. Now that the moment has arrived, it feels rather hollowed. At midnight, he has yet to exit the city limits of IC City. But he feels a bit weary. Nearby is a hotel, a 5-star establishment he has never visited before. After a moment's thought, he pushes the door open. Zombies roam aimlessly, with no survivors in sight. The drooping floral arrangements hang in the air as the zombies wander about. Yet a particular door is surrounded by many of them. However, the security of a 5-star establishment holds true. That door remains intact despite the zombie horde's efforts. He senses a shift and briefly conceals himself, causing all the zombies to converge towards him. Once they disperse a bit, he reactivates his presence, allowing those further away to continue their aimless wandering. He sidesteps one and approaches the door, knocking gently. Is anyone there? With a creak, the door opens a crack, revealing a pale, frightened girl holding a vase. Upon closer inspection, he realizes she is a well-known actress, one he rather admires. Is this his lucky day? Come in. The girl, realizing he is not a zombie, opens the door wider, speaking in a hushed tone. She carefully resecures the lock. Inside the suite, it is warm and elegant, fully equipped. Wearing slippers, Guan Kaiwei excitedly asks, "What is happening outside?" IC City has completely fallen. Now, apart from zombies, it is almost an empty city. Guan Kaiwei appears dazed, then asks, "How did you get in here with so many zombies outside?" "I am an awakener. Zombies will not attack me." She was momentarily taken aback, but soon her expression brightened with excitement as she said, "Could you assist me with a small favor?" "No," he replied immediately, shaking his head. Guan Kaiwei was taken aback. It should have been a certainty, so why was it not possible? Though she was eloquent, she found herself at a loss for words, ultimately saying, "It's just a tiny favor." "Isn't it about saving me?" In that moment, Su Zhiyong found it rather perplexing. Who wouldn't be seeking help at such a time? Guan Kaiwei chuckled softly and said, "I have a package at the hotel front desk. Package number 17. Inside is a pair of high heels that I adore immensely. Could you please fetch it for me?" Observing his astonishment, Guan Kaiwei couldn't help but offer a wry smile. "You must think I'm asking for rescue, right? It has already been 3 hours and 45 minutes since I began trying to contact the outside world, and all communication methods were severed an hour and a half ago. I even reached out to my friends abroad. This matter seems to be global in nature. If the country does not provide aid, where else can I run to?" Her words made him regard the stunningly beautiful Guan Kaiwei, who boasted long legs, with newfound respect. And he nodded, saying, "All right, I'll help you retrieve it." He made his way to the front desk without a hitch and collected the package, which was intact. Guan Kaiwei revealed a stunning smile and said, "Please have a seat, sir. Allow me to try them on." To complement the high heels, she specifically went to the fitting room to change into a dark blue gown that exposed a generous expanse of her back. And she even styled her hair herself. Chapter 5. The second quadrant of life. One couldn't help but admire her. Her beauty was not without reason. At such a critical moment, the sense of ceremony remained remarkably strong. Ultimately, she emerged, her cheeks slightly flushed, standing before him to showcase, "Do you think it looks good, sir?" He was nearly drooling. Suppressing the fire within him, he said lightly, "Ms. Guan, this is a bit excessive. How can I resist when a popular idol is dressing so alluringly in front of me?" Guan Kaiwei's face turned red, and with a flirtatious gaze, she replied, "Then why resist?" Guan Kaiwei pressed a button, and the lights dimmed to a sultry glow. She extended her arms, elegant as an angel, and began to dance gracefully before him. No matter how hard he tried, he could not have anticipated witnessing such a scene. Su Xiaoyi was also quite beautiful, being a model, but there was simply no comparison to Guan Kaiwei. After a while, gauging that the moment was right, Guan Kaiwei sauntered over, perched herself on his lap, wrapped her arms around him, and gently leaned in to whisper, "What shall I call you, sir?" "Su Zhiyong," a fleeting moment of passion is worth a fortune. So let us not waste it. The king of unspoken rules, he instinctively felt some resistance. However, at this moment, what was there to resist? He was a man. Who could withstand this? Yet, he was mistaken. After lighting a post-coital cigarette, Guan Kaiwei nestled against his chest, and he finally said, "You are still pure." "How could you?" Guan Saiwei's head rested against his chest like a cat. She remained silent. Guan Saiwei's backup phone miraculously rang, and she handed him the pink old phone, saying softly, "You answer." He answered, puzzled, and a male voice on the other end immediately asked, "Kaiwei, are you all right? Who are you?" After a moment of silence, the voice continued, "Introduce yourself. I am Major General Fu Yunqing of the 7th Army, Saiwei's fiancé." Military satellites were still operational, allowing communication. His expression darkened as he glanced at Guan Kaiwei. Leaning closer, she whispered into the phone, "He is my man. Do not contact me again. You little brat, what kind of enchantment have you cast on Kaiwei? I swear, no matter where you are, I, Fu Yunqing, will make you pay." He hung up the phone. Turning to Guan Saiwei's stunning face, unable to contain his curiosity. "What is going on? Do not be afraid." Guan Kaiwei caressed his face and said, "The outside world is in chaos. Why fear him? I am not afraid." He looked earnestly at Guan Kaiwei and said, "However, I must clarify what this night of passion means. If you are not a virgin, I will have no lingering attachments, but now, I must consider your feelings." He needed to be a gentleman. Guan Kaiwei was somewhat surprised and asked, "You really are not afraid?" He did not respond. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "What do you wish to eat?" Guan Kaiwei was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "If there is no trouble outside, I would love to go out for ice cream with you." As soon as she finished speaking, a chill swept over her. He presented her with an ice cream cone. Smiling wryly, "Let us finish this and then sleep." Her lips parted in astonishment, but she did not question further, a night devoid of conversation. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, tinged with a hint of crimson, yet overall quite warm. Due to the noise they made the previous night, several zombies were scratching at the door. He first retrieved a gun but, after some thought, set it down and began taking drugs. By the time he reached his 3rd skill, it took 5 bottles to gain 1 skill. Today, after consuming the 5th bottle, his progress was only 60%. Finally, with the 8th bottle, he achieved 100%. With a matching value of 100%, he acquired the Super Divine skill, Tai True Fire, consuming all things, upgradable. He could consume only 10 bottles a day, finishing the remaining 2 bottles, bringing his progress to 20%. Unless unexpected circumstances arose, tomorrow each bottle would yield only 10% progress, which was indeed slow. Moreover, considering he only had a few thousand bottles of Super Divine Elixir left, he had to sign in. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in for 1001 consecutive days. The rewards are mostly similar, but the latter yields Super Divine Awakening Elixir X 100. Delighted, Guan Kaiwei had a tiring night and was still not fully awake. Upon opening the door, she unleashed the Tai True Fire. Currently, he could only release 3 points, but even releasing just 1 point caused the zombies in front to disintegrate like smoke, unable to scream as they were consumed in the void. Of course, there were still many zombies moving above and below. There were too many to clear them all. After clearing this floor and the entrance, he returned to the room, where Guan Kaiwei finally stirred awake, murmuring, "Mr. Su, what were you doing outside?" "Nothing much. Just took care of a few zombies." On the table lay a bottle of awakening elixir, and upon waking, he drank it, curious to see if he might awaken some skills. "Oh, I see." Guan Kaiwei did not inquire further. At that moment, he was checking his information page. Host, Su Zhiyong Physique, 12130, ordinary person 10 points, speed, 12130, ordinary person 10 points, attack, 12130, ordinary person 10 points, skills, body enhancement, Super Divine, all attributes 100. Insight, Divine, upgradable, Tai True Fire, Super Divine, upgradable, overall evaluation, 3rd tier awakening. He had long studied these details. A score of 20 indicated 1st tier awakening, while 50 in all attributes roughly equated to 2nd tier awakening. 100 signified 3rd tier, and 150 indicated 4th tier. Once all attributes exceeded 500, it was considered full level 10th tier, at which point skills became crucial. A total of 1000 would elevate one to demigod level. The apocalypse felt familiar. As if it were home, it was the city that felt foreign. Guan Kaiwei glanced at the bottle Su Zhiyong had given her, unsure of its contents. However, recalling the ice cream he had produced in an instant, she took a deep breath, opened the bottle, and drank it in one go. Su Zhiyong withdrew his information page and, seeing Guan Kaiwei obediently drink the elixir, nodded in satisfaction. What do you feel? Guan Kaiwei was still savoring the oddly pleasant taste of the liquid when she was caught off guard by his question. Instinctively replying, what? Then she looked at the empty bottle in her hand and realized what Su Zhiyong was asking. After reflecting for a moment, she said, it's a bit sweet. Su Zhiyong's expression darkened, and he grimaced, is there no other sensation? Guan Kaiwei, now sensing something was amiss from Su Zhiyong's demeanor, narrowed her eyes and whispered, what should I be feeling? Seeing the perplexed look on her exquisite face, Su Zhiyong couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed he had encountered someone as inept as himself. Chapter 6. The same ineptitude. Since the apocalypse began, anyone who had consumed the elixir he provided had essentially awakened their abilities. Considering Guan Kaiwei had given him her first elixir and was now a woman under his protection, he had given her the super divine elixir. To his surprise, she showed no reaction after consuming it. Su Zhiyong gazed intently at Guan Kaiwei, who looked utterly bewildered. He then calmly said, drink another bottle. With a hint of curiosity, Guan Kaiwei accepted the bottle from Su Zhiyong, asked no questions, and drank it down again. Then, she felt a change within her body. Upon meeting Guan Kaiwei's delighted gaze, Su Zhiyong knew she had successfully awakened. I have awakened the angelic physique. Guan Kaiwei's beautiful face radiated joy. Mr. Su, thank you. Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, non-committal in his response. What abilities could one possess? The powers associated with an angelic physique are rather limited. It remains uncertain which particular ability the smiling woman before him has acquired. I have attained the first ability of purification. Purification is classified as a super divine skill. Should someone fall victim to a zombie's attack, this skill can cleanse the virus from the wound in a post-apocalyptic world. Such an ability is invaluable in the medical field and is highly sought after. The higher the level of the zombie, the more potent the virus, necessitating an even greater level of purification ability to be effective. Currently, with only a level 1 purification ability, it is effective solely against level 1 zombies. Noticing Guan Kaiwei's evident delight, Su Zhiyong could not help but tease her, slowly uttering these words. Guan Kaiwei was taken aback and exclaimed, zombies can level up? She blinked, wondering if there was any hope left for this world. Su Zhiyong remained silent as he retrieved a gun, a knife, and some ammunition, tossing them onto the table. Since one has awakened their abilities, it is time to put them into practice. Let us take these weapons and venture forth to slay zombies. Guan Kaiwei glanced down at her long dress and the high heels beside her, resolutely declaring, wait for me to change my clothes. She swiftly donned a pair of long pants, a long-sleeved casual outfit, and comfortable shoes before picking up the weapons, suppressing her inner panic, and following the man outside. Click! A crisp sound startled Shintong, who shuddered at the frightened gazes of the children behind her, feeling a pang of regret. As the only adult present and their sole teacher, how could she show fear? Yet, the mere thought of the 2 iron gates being breached by monstrous entities, allowing countless horrors to pour in, made her apprehensive with every sound. Shintong peered through the crack in the door. Through the iron gates, she saw a horde of zombies clawing at a couple. The couple seemed utterly exhausted and were quickly overwhelmed and engulfed by the swarm. Shortly thereafter, terrified screams echoed from a window across the street, causing the zombies to lift their heads and stagger towards the source of the noise. Shintong tightened her grip and whispered urgently, children, remember what your teacher said. No matter what happens, do not make a sound. We shall wait here for your parents to come and take us away. The frightened children covered their mouths with their small hands. Nodding in terror. 2 streets away from the kindergarten, Su Zhiyong and Guan Kaiwei appeared outside a hotel. Guan Kaiwei understood that in this apocalyptic world, one could only rely on oneself. She silently encouraged herself, gripping her handgun tightly, and declared to the man beside her, I can do this. Su Zhiyong glanced at her, his beautiful eyes reflecting both determination and fear. He paused momentarily, offering what could be interpreted as a comforting remark. It's only natural to feel fear the first time. After a few more kills, it will become easier. Just like the first time is painful, but with repetition, it becomes exhilarating. Guan Kaiwei's eyes widened in surprise. her face flushing with a mix of emotions. Although she had felt on the verge of a breakdown alone in her hotel room the previous night, contemplating the imminent doom surrounding her, she had not anticipated that the man would make such a brazen remark. Angered and embarrassed, Guan Kaiwei directed her frustration towards the grotesque zombies. She aimed at the nearest one and fired. To her dismay, the bullet missed the zombie's head, and the sound of the gunshot attracted even more zombies to the area that Su Zhiyong had cleared with his divine fire. As the horde drew closer, Guan Kaiwei's expression paled. She gritted her teeth and aimed again. Su Zhiyong stood still, arms crossed. Bang! The bullet struck the zombie's head, delivering a fatal blow. The zombie collapsed, lifeless. After successfully dispatching one, Guan Kaiwei breathed a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, she shifted her aim to another zombie and focused intently on her shooting. However, in her concentration on the zombies within her line of sight, she overlooked the danger lurking behind her. The moment a gust of wind swept past, her heart sank. Just as she turned to evade, a loud thud echoed. Glancing sideways, she saw the man beside her holstering his AK, casting a fleeting glance in her direction. IVE only cleared the first floor. Just because we are within a hotel does not mean we are free from zombies. In this apocalypse, there is no truly safe place, no. At his words, Guan Kaiwei silently refuted in her mind. She firmly believed there must be a safe haven in this world, and that was beside him. This man was enigmatic and formidable, observing the apocalypse with an unsettling calmness. While Su Zhiyong spoke, he casually dispatched another approaching zombie. Ding, congratulations, host, mission completed. Eliminate 100 zombies. Reward. All attributes 10. System mission. Eliminate 1,000 zombies. 1,000 zombies. A smile curved Su Zhiyong's lips as he loaded his AK, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the approaching horde. The gunfire drew even more zombies, surrounding them in a terrifying mass. Despite the gruesome sight, Su Zhiyong's expression remained unperturbed. Countless bullets found their marks. However, aside from those that fell lifelessly upon being shot in the head, more zombies staggered forward, their tattered bodies closing in on Su Zhiyong and Guan Kaiwei. Guan Kaiwei's lips turned pale as she stammered. Mr. Su, there are too many zombies. Shouldn't we find a way to evade? No, just keep watching. Watching? Watching what? Guan Kaiwei felt her scalp tighten at the sight of the densely packed zombies ahead. Had it not been for the man's calm demeanor beside her, she would have fled long ago. Indeed, while she yearned to slay zombies, she had envisioned starting with a manageable number, not facing hundreds, if not thousands. Right out of the gate. Chapter 7. Just keep watching. As this thought flickered through her mind, Guan Kaiwei's confusion lingered when she witnessed the bullets fired by Su Zhiyong seemingly ignited with a fiery glow. Upon contact with the zombies, a noxious odor permeated the air. Chunks of putrid flesh fell from the zombies' bodies. Ugh! Unable to contain herself, Guan Kaiwei retched at the revolting sight. Su Zhiyong, taken aback by the grotesque effect of his divine fire infused in the bullets, was no stranger to the horrors of the world, yet found this scene particularly nauseating. With a firm set of his lips, he pulled out a fire gun, sweeping it across the entire street. Observing Su Zhiyong's striking silhouette, Guan Kaiwei belatedly grasped the true meaning behind his words to simply keep watching. Supporting herself on her knees, she couldn't suppress a silent smile. She had initially perceived this man as mature and composed, but discovered a more playful side to him. Unaware of her thoughts, Su Zhiyong continued to clear the area for 2 hours. Noticing Guan Kaiwei's fatigue, he decided to escort her back to the hotel for rest, closing the door behind her as he stepped out. Meanwhile, in a building a street away, a young man clutched his stomach, the sound of gurgling echoing in his ears, his belly protesting in rebellion. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had consumed nothing. He could only wonder who had received the last meal delivered by the now zombified delivery man. Standing on his balcony, he watched helplessly as the food he so desperately craved was taken away by the staggering zombie. Finally, driven by insatiable hunger, he could no longer resist the urge to peer outside. Living on the second floor, he considered his options: either exit through the door or slide down the external pipes. Thankfully, the zombie's stiff limbs rendered them incapable of climbing, or else he feared he wouldn't perish from hunger, but be devoured first. He observed the dwindling number of zombies on the street for reasons unknown. He felt the wind blade in his palm and decisively strapped a kitchen knife to his waist. He opened the window and climbed down the pipe to the street. His movements caught the attention of several wandering zombies in the vicinity. As soon as he landed, he activated his awakened wind-based ability. Striking a person wouldn't kill them. It would merely provide a breeze on a hot day. He could only enhance his legs with the wind ability, enabling him to move as light as a swallow and run faster. Aiming for an area with fewer zombies, he made a break for it, fortuitously heading toward a nearby convenience store. Though it primarily sold cigarettes, some essential food items were also available. However, just a few steps in, two staggering zombies emerged beside him. Retreating would only lead to facing even more zombies behind him. The young man forcefully rubbed his face, suppressing the fear gnawing at him. Unsheathing his kitchen knife and choosing to forge ahead, he was determined. He would rather die fighting than succumb to starvation. The kitchen knife swung towards the neck of the zombie. A hush fell over the scene. The young man gazed at the knife poised at the zombie's throat, yet the anticipated sight of its head being severed did not materialize. Seizing the moment while the zombie was momentarily halted by the force of the blow, the youth harnessed his wind-based abilities and took off running, pressing onward. Behind him, the zombies, sensing their imminent meal fleeing, began to pursue him with fervor. When he cast a glance over his shoulder, a chill coursed through him. Yet he did not falter in his pace, sprinting ahead with urgency. The youth felt a wave of despair wash over him, realizing how rapidly his wind abilities were depleting, and silently cursed this wretched apocalypse. As he drew closer to the convenience store, he spotted a man leaning against a car, smoking, with not a single zombie in sight, the street devoid of life save for a layer of dark dust. In that instant, the young man acted without hesitation, calling out to the man, "Quick, hide! Zombies are coming!" The man merely lifted his gaze for a fleeting moment, his expression languid, before returning to his cigarette. The youth was taken aback by the man's indifference. With no time to waste, he dashed towards the convenience store. By the time he emerged, flustered and clutching a bag of food, 6 or 7 zombies had already encircled the entrance. He stumbled back a few steps, his legs feeling weak, and despair engulfed him. Just as he resolved to savor the scant morsels he had fought so hard to acquire, shoving a corn dog into his mouth and chewing in trepidation while waiting for the zombies to breach the store, he heard a series of thuds from outside. 6 or 7 zombies collapsed to the ground. The young man, overwhelmed with relief, cautiously peeked out from the store. There stood the man he had just warned. One hand wielding a gun, the other holding a cigarette, his eyes narrowed, exuding an air of nonchalance. The youth felt as though the man was emblazoned with the gleaming words, "Big shot," in a state of concealment. Su Zhiyong had noted the young man's warning and, with a casual flick, dispatched a few zombies, intending to finish his cigarette. This was no apocalypse. It resembled a leisurely spring outing, paying little heed to the young man he had inadvertently saved. Su Zhiyong turned away after finishing his smoke, setting out to eradicate the zombies on the streets surrounding the hotel within the day. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Kill 1,000 zombies. Reward. Overall attributes 10. System task. Kill 10,000 zombies. 10,000 zombies. Su Zhiyong mused if his next task would be to slay 100,000. He found the notion of this conquest system rather absurd. Surely, conquering didn't entail wiping out every zombie in the world? Of course, such thoughts lingered in his mind only for a fleeting second, as he anticipated further tasks ahead. If that were the case, with so many people turned into zombies globally, he could kill until exhaustion and still not finish. Upon returning to the hotel, Su Zhiyong took a shower before accessing the information panel. Host. Su Zhiyong. Physique. 12,150, normal person 10 points. Speed. 12,150, normal person 10 points. Attack. 12,150, normal person 10 points. Skills. Body enhancement, super god, all attributes 100. Insight, god level, upgrades accompany. Tai True Fire, super god level accompanies. Overall evaluation, tier 3 awakening. With no fewer than 1,000 zombies lurking just a few streets away. Once he had cleared the vicinity of the hotel, he estimated he would be close to the 10,000 mark. If the task reward were merely an overall attribute increase of 10, Su Zhiyong feared he might lose his temper and dismantle the system. Chapter 8. What on earth? After spending a tender moment in the hotel room, Su Zhiyong embraced the soft skin of the woman beside him and inquired, "What are your plans for the future?" Since acquiring the system, He had envisioned a world dominated by his prowess during the apocalypse for a decade. Perhaps due to contemplating too many possibilities, now that the moment had arrived, he found himself devoid of ambition, merely wishing to curl up in a corner and live quietly. Yet the woman in his arms was different. She was his, and if Guan Kaiwei had any desires, he would not mind assisting her in realizing them. Guan Kaiwei propped herself up, tracing her fingers along the sharp contours of the man's face, and smiled. "I want to follow you." Su Zhiyong cast her a sidelong glance, indifferent to whether her words held truth. If there was nowhere in particular they wished to go, they might as well stay at the hotel for a while. For him, without a home, perhaps the hotel was a better option. "All right," Guan Kaiwei nodded. Asking nothing further, "Tomorrow, I will clear the upper floors of the hotel and the surrounding area." Having made up his mind, Su Zhiyong devoted the following day entirely to his cleaning efforts. Since becoming a Tier 4 awakened, his ability value had increased, allowing him to amass more energy and significantly accelerate his zombie slaying speed. Thus, he rose early that day and eliminated a staggering 10,000 zombies. The system's voice chimed once more. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Kill 10,000 zombies. Reward. Overall attributes 50. System main task. Establish a safe base. System side task 1. Kill a Tier 2 zombie. System side task 2. Acquire 10 residents." Su Zhiyong had barely relished the joy of becoming a Tier 5 awakened when he was taken aback by the system's announcement of Side Task 2. However, considering that the system had morphed into a conquest system, he thought, whoever embarked on a conquest without needing soldiers? In that light, establishing a base and gathering people would pave the way for his path to domination. Initially intending to lounge about, he hadn't anticipated the system's tasks would hasten his progress. Yet, a safe base. Su Zhiyong furrowed his brow, uncertain how the system determined task completion. How was he to establish a safe base? The very thought gave him a headache. After a long day of toil, he simply craved sleep. Since he had no immediate ideas on how to proceed with establishing the safe base, he decided that a good night's rest might yield clarity upon waking. Returning to the hotel, Su Zhiyong felt a sense of satisfaction, contemplating that if he were to build a safe base, the hotel would suffice. And no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a mechanical voice resonated. "Ding! System inquiry. Does the host confirm the hotel as the safe base?" Su Zhiyong's mind flickered, and he silently affirmed, "Yes." In the next instant, the system's congratulatory tone rang out. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Establish a safe base. Reward materials: flour, 1,000 pounds, rice, 1,000 pounds, pork, 100 pounds, drinking water, 1,000 pounds. Is that all?" Su Zhiyong scrutinized the rewards for completing the main task, discovering that aside from food, there was nothing else of interest. Leading him to lose enthusiasm for the system's main task, he felt that whether or not he completed this trivial task was inconsequential, especially since it offered no attribute rewards. "Ding! Please name the safe base." Su Zhiyong's expression darkened. "What nonsense is this? Name it." He had no desire to even glance at it. "Congratulations, host, for successfully naming the safe base." "What on earth safe base?" Before Su Zhiyong could voice his grievances, a burst of red light flashed, followed by a thunderous sound, revealing the hotel seemingly adorned with a row of words, glaringly bright in crimson. Any elementary school graduate could discern the glaring inscription. "What on earth safe base?" He nearly choked on his breath. Inside the hotel room, Guan Kaiwei was startled by the commotion outside and quickly armed herself before rushing out. Upon exiting, she encountered the man standing at the doorway, his expression difficult to describe as he stared fixedly at the hotel. Guan Kaiwei found it peculiar. Stepping out, she followed his gaze upward. There, a row of flashing red characters blared for all to see. The absurdity of the phrase was not lost on her, as she recognized the words individually but found their combination utterly ludicrous. Observing the man's expression once more, she began to form a suspicion. Few women attain fame in the entertainment industry without a modicum of intelligence. Although Guan Kaiwei did not consider herself particularly clever, she certainly did not think of herself as hopelessly dim. Therefore, she chose to ignore the glaring phrase "what on earth," instead pointing to the other 4 words. "You intend for this to be our safe base?" Guan Kaiwei surmised that this was likely one of his newly awakened abilities. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to accept it as their safe base. "Let us go. We should head inside." Su Zhiyong noticed someone peering down from the upper floors of the hotel and led Guan Kaiwei back to their room. There were still a few scattered individuals on the upper floors, remnants of guests and staff who had been at the hotel before the apocalypse. However, due to the cataclysm and the several who had perished at the hands of zombies over the past few days, very few of the five-star hotel's occupants remained alive. While Su Zhiyong cleared the upper levels, those individuals stayed hidden in their rooms, choosing not to intervene. The world was vast. He had no reason to meddle in matters that were not his concern. Yet, since the hotel had been designated his safe base, the people within were not counted among its residents. Seizing the opportunity during a trip to the restroom, Su Zhiyong opened the information page for the safe base. Name: What on Earth safe base? Level 0. Rules: Within the protective barrier of the safe base, malicious killing and attacks on others are prohibited. Violations will trigger a penalty mechanism. The host possesses absolute control over the secure base. Unlocked: Mission Hall, Warehouse. Level 1 upgrade requirement: Resident count reaches 10. Unlock the Mission Hall. Would you like to activate the protective shield of the secure base? Su Zhiyong squinted at the final prompt and chose yes. Please select the placement point for the protective shield. After this system notification appeared, a map of the base, visible only to the host, materialized before Su Zhiyong. He clicked on the information regarding the protective shield and discovered that it could only cover an area of 500 square meters with a height of 10 meters. The hotel has several floors, with the first floor towering nearly 3 meters, while the third floor reaches roughly 10 meters, suggesting that the protective shield could not encompass the entire hotel. Nevertheless, having a secure location was more than sufficient for him. With Guan Kaiwei as his partner, she would be absolutely safe within the shield's perimeter. The two were currently residing in room 201, so Su Zhiyong decided to place the protective shield around their current room. Once the shield was activated, it manifested as a translucent blue dome. Guan Kaiwei, who was standing by the window observing the desolate street below, was startled to see an additional layer of blue barrier before her. Chapter 9. New residents arrive. Guan Kaiwei gasped. What is this? It's the protective shield, Su Zhiyong explained, emerging from the bathroom. It's quite literal. So, does this mean we can stay inside without worrying about a zombie attack? Guan Kaiwei swallowed hard, realizing that this might turn their location into a coveted sanctuary. In a world plunged into chaos, if there existed a place where one could sleep soundly without fearing the apocalypse, how many would covet it? Hearing her words, Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow and replied, no malicious intent or killing is permitted inside. Even if others come, it won't be an issue. In fact, more people might assist in upgrading the base. However, to cultivate a positive atmosphere within the secure base, Su Zhiyong prioritized character when considering the first batch of residents. Damn this stingy system, he thought, and no wonder it only accepts 10 residents at a time. With such a minuscule protective shield, it's barely enough for 10 people to move around. A few more steps, and one would be outside the shield. Even turning around feels cramped, and they expect to dominate? With a disdainful thought, Su Zhiyong prepared a delightful dinner with the supplies he had gathered, sharing it with Guan Kaiwei. Meanwhile, a young man who had rushed to the convenience store in search of food, noticing the abundance of supplies, decided to close the door behind him and settle in after the boss had left. Since the store was in close proximity to the hotel, he could hear the commotion outside. He pondered the peculiar cleanliness of the street and, after a moment of hesitation, his curiosity overtook his fears of zombies, prompting him to quietly open the door and glance toward the hotel. Under the dimming sky, he immediately spotted a bizarre ring of blue and a row of flashing red characters. His attention was instantly captivated by the words he saw. What on earth is this? The young man scrutinized the 5 characters multiple times, feeling a sense of awe. The boss is truly impressive. The entire base's sign exudes a sense of irreverence. Just look at those words. They are undeniably audacious. A clear dismissal of the apocalypse. This is the realm of the strong, a weakling. The young man quietly secured the door behind him, retreating to his world surrounded by snacks, lighting a cigarette, feeling the solitude of the weak akin to snow. Meanwhile, the survivors in the hotel above observed the unfolding events. Those unaware of their awakening abilities were filled with confusion, while those who had already awakened gazed towards Su Zhiyong's direction with trepidation. Although the few with abilities were unsure of the nature of the blue barrier, they recognized it as likely a form of special power. As night fully descended, the world grew increasingly daunting. As if a lurking monster waited to devour human hearts. Hold on, the zombies seem sparse in that direction. Let us run that way, Ichi urged his wife, when Shan, as they mechanically sprinted forward. not daring to relax even for a moment. When the apocalypse struck, they had been dining in a restaurant, only to be plunged into chaos after just a few bites. Some individuals inexplicably transformed into monstrous beings with long teeth and claws. Moving mechanically, with their bodies tinged blue and blood-red eyes, resembling the zombies from apocalyptic films. These zombies lunged at any living person, and many who were caught off guard fell prey to them. Ichi decisively pulled his bewildered wife into a safe passage and into an unoccupied small warehouse within the mall. Fortunately, it was a small stockroom filled with provisions and drinking water. As more courageous individuals emerged in search of food and water, they stumbled upon this place. A group of over 20 people had initially guarded the supplies, expecting to hold out for at least a month. However, the onset of the apocalypse magnified the darkest inclinations within humanity. As they witnessed 4 or 5 men in security uniforms begin to target a couple of single women. One brave young man was killed while attempting to intervene. Leaving the remainder of the group huddled together, Ichi sensed the impending danger. Seizing the opportunity while he and his wife stood guard at the entrance, he decisively led her out. The pursuers trailed them for a while, but upon encountering the roaming zombies, they reluctantly abandoned the chase. As Ichi and his wife fled from the imminent malice, they were forced to confront the ravenous monsters behind them. Having cleared out the wandering zombies before, they now felt their legs weaken in the face of the large horde pursuing them. They knew they had to run for their lives without stopping, yet they had no idea where safety lay. Suddenly, when Shanshan exclaimed, "Look!" Ichi was startled by the hope in his wife's voice as he glanced in the direction she pointed. "What is this?" "The secure base." Despite the confusion surrounding the name, they understood the significance behind it. Sharing a determined glance, they sprinted toward the mysterious secure base. Upon reaching the entrance, a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. "You have discovered the secure base. Would you like to become official residents of the secure base? Official residents will receive the protection of the secure base." With zombies closing in, they had no time to ponder the peculiar scene and simultaneously responded, "Yes, congratulations on becoming residents of the secure base. The secure base is offering a promotional event, 10 days of free lodging." Ignoring the voice, Ichi and Wen Shanshan hurried through the hotel's entrance, stepping into the blue barrier. As they prepared to shut the door against the approaching zombies, they noticed the undead faltering as they approached the blue shield, swaying and dispersing, with none daring to cross the threshold. Shocked by this spectacle, Ichi and Wen Shanshan recalled the strange voice they had just heard. In fact, when they chose to become official residents at the entrance of the secure base, a prompt had appeared before Su Zhiyong. Should human Ichi be made an official resident of the secure base? Should human Wen Shanshan be made a resident of the secure base? After Su Zhiyong confirmed their status, the congratulatory message echoed to Ichi and Wen Shanshan. Guan Kaiwei remained unaware of all these developments until the sound of footsteps and voices in the corridor alerted her to the arrival of others in the hotel. Ichi's expression brightened as he asked, "Wife, what was that sound? Could it be a sanctuary for humanity that has emerged amidst this chaos?" When Shanshan, unable to suppress a smile, replied, "Husband, I'm starting to think that Earth is like a farm for otherworldly beings. Much like we humans tend to cattle and sheep. This sanctuary might just be a high-tech haven from an alien world." Inside the room, Su Zhiyong found himself both amused and exasperated by their musings. Though he chose not to step out to clarify, with his fifth-tier strength, he had sensed their approach long before they reached the hotel entrance. Had they not shown unwavering support for one another throughout their ordeal, he would not have considered accepting them as official residents. Chapter 10. Absolute Safety. Su Zhiyong opened the door, and the discussing couple fell silent as if turned to stone. Ichi instinctively shielded his wife behind him. Wariness evident in his eyes. Then, Guan Kaiwei stepped out from behind Su Zhiyong. The couple felt relieved upon witnessing this scene. They were not afraid of encountering a man and a woman, but rather concerned about the potential threat posed by a lone male. In this apocalypse, a man was perceived as more dangerous than a woman. Suddenly, when Shanshan's eyes widened, and her lips parted in astonishment, You're the famous star Guan Kaiwei?" Guan Kaiwei instinctively smiled warmly. Reminiscent of countless times she had been recognized by passers-by in that moment, she realized the world had changed, so she merely nodded slightly at Wen Shanshan. Ichi's gaze flickered over Guan Kaiwei's face. Astonished that they could encounter such a celebrity here, she looked even more radiant than on television. However, This revelation also eased the couple's apprehensions toward the unfamiliar man standing before Guan Kaiwei. Su Zhiyong remained silent, waiting for the starstruck moment to pass before finally speaking. "Welcome to the secure base. I am the Base S administrator." The couple remained fixated on the notion that extraterrestrials were responsible for the incident. Upon hearing this, Yi Qi's first reaction was to ponder whether the first person to arrive at the base would indeed become its leader. Su Zhiyong remained noncommittal, showing little interest in addressing such queries, and instead continued to express his own thoughts. The secure base, any malicious intent to harm or kill was strictly prohibited. However, he candidly admitted that he was uncertain about the repercussions of such actions. Su Zhiyong's silence on the matter led the couple to interpret it as an implicit agreement, fueling their belief that his ignorance regarding potential penalties stemmed from a lack of understanding about how extraterrestrials would behave. When Shanshan, recalling the mention of aliens, cautiously inquired whether adhering to the rules within the shelter would guarantee their safety from other dangers, she hesitated to voice her concern that the aliens might whimsically select individuals for their amusement, opting instead for a more tactful approach. As long as you abide by the base's regulations, you are absolutely safe within the protective shield. Su Zhiyong, still patient in his explanations, aimed to attract more residents in the future. And these two individuals served as readily available free labor, tasked specifically with clarification. Upon hearing the term protective shield, Yi Qi and his partner exchanged puzzled glances. Standing nearby, Guan Kaiwei pointed toward the blue screen with her delicate fingers. The couple soon realized that this was indeed the protective shield, which even zombies could not breach. "Aside from room 201, you are free to roam the other rooms within the shield," Su Zhiyong declared. Tossing some survival supplies to the couple before closing the door behind him, he had already contemplated how to access the task hall and the storage room, but that would have to wait until the base upgraded and the shield's area expanded, allowing the zombie crystal cores to serve as energy sources for the task hall and storage operations. These matters could be addressed later. Su Zhiyong intended to rest before proceeding on the 5th floor of the hotel. A middle-aged woman cautiously opened the door just a crack. Seeing that there were indeed no signs of zombies outside, she took her 3-year-old daughter by the hand and stepped out of the room. The little girl, evidently schooled by her mother, spoke in a whisper, asking, "Mommy, where are we going?" She held her slight arms against her growling stomach, displaying her understanding by refraining from demanding food. "Sweetheart, we are going to the 2nd floor. Please be quiet so we aren't discovered," her mother replied. Having witnessed the commotion on the 2nd floor from her hiding place, and after enduring 2 days of hunger with only water to stave off her appetite, the middle-aged woman could no longer tolerate her gnawing stomach. Fearing for her daughter's safety among other unfamiliar survivors, she resolved to bring her child along to the 2nd floor. Suppressing her trepidation, the middle-aged woman led her daughter upward. The dimly lit, desolate safety zone sent chills down her spine. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the 2nd floor, where the light ahead allowed both mother and daughter to exhale. Releasing the tension in their tightly clenched lips, Yi Qi and Wen Shanshan had just moved their supplies into the room and were preparing to close the door when they heard a noise and peeked outside. The middle-aged woman, upon spotting them, felt a surge of energy despite her earlier weakness and hurriedly approached, cradling her daughter. Without hesitation, she fell to her knees before the couple, pleading softly, "Please, I beg you, save me and my daughter. She is still so young." Although Yi Qi and Wen Shanshan were acutely aware that the apocalypse had rendered food exceedingly precious, they had been living in the warehouse, lacking for nothing. Having just escaped the warehouse and received a bounty of supplies from Su Zhiyong that very evening, Wen Shanshan's heart softened upon hearing the little girl's stomach rumble and meeting her innocent, clear-eyed gaze, she turned to her husband and suggested, "Shall we share some of our provisions with them?" Yi Qi was not one to be callous. His previous reluctance to help had stemmed from the responsibility of caring for his wife and recognizing that standing up would only result in one more person, which would be of little use. Now, confronted with the famished mother and daughter, and influenced by his wife's words, he retreated into the room, returned with a plastic bag filled with food, and offered it to the middle-aged woman. "We don't have much to spare, and while we can assist you this time, you will need to fend for yourselves in the future," he said, pursing his lips. Given the current circumstances, it was unrealistic for him and his wife to continuously provide for this pair, especially since they themselves were uncertain how long their supplies would last. It had only been a few days since the apocalypse began, and there were still plenty of resources in nearby supermarkets or stores. If nothing else, The hotel should have some reserves. A thought struck Yi Chi. If you're willing, we can search for supplies in the hotel together tomorrow at dawn. I've already noticed that there are no zombies inside, so it should be relatively safe for now. By the way, did you encounter any issues when you came in? Before Yi Chi could finish his question, his wife discreetly pulled him back. The middle-aged woman, filled with gratitude, responded to Yi Chi's offer. Did you encounter any issues? Encounter any issues regarding the hotel's storage? She asked. No, we just came down in the dark and have been too afraid to leave our room until now. Then I will join you in searching for supplies tomorrow, she affirmed. After expressing her thanks to Yi Chi and Wen Shanshan, the middle-aged woman hurriedly departed, eager to return to her room and share the food with her daughter. Once the door was shut, Yi Chi turned to his wife, puzzled. Why did you stop me from asking her earlier? Was there something amiss? Wen Shanshan cautiously surveyed their surroundings before lowering her voice. You were about to inquire whether she had heard the same mysterious voice we did before entering the protective shield. What if the owner of that voice wishes to remain undisclosed? Wouldn't he that expose us if you were to speak of it? Yi Chi immediately grasped that his wife's hesitance pertained to the aliens. Thank you for the timely reminder. I didn't understand why you interrupted me, but I ceased my inquiries nonetheless. You are right. If those beings truly hold grievances against us, what would become of our refuge here? It is always wise to exercise caution. The first individual who entered was that prominent star, Guan Kaiwei's companion. The supplies he provided included vegetables, pork, and a bag of rice. Wen Shanshan lowered her voice instinctively, even though they were alone in the room. Let us hope this isn't already the stash from the hotel's storage. I just inspected the area. The water flowing from the pipes has turned murky, and we can't use the gas. While these items are indeed valuable, figuring out how to consume them poses a challenge, especially since they won't last long. Having gone without proper meals for days, when Shanshan was already craving real food, I suspect that the base's master possesses spatial abilities, allowing him to carry supplies effortlessly. How convenient. As the couple conversed, Su Zhiyong in room 201 murmured quietly to himself, at least there are some intelligent individuals here. What? Guan Kaiwei, not having caught his words, inquired. Nothing, Su Zhiyong replied, shaking his head and closing his eyes to maintain his focus on the mother and daughter. Since he ascended to level 5, he could perceive the entire hotel's situation, even the tiniest ant. Through his consciousness, he had known when the mother and daughter descended from the 5th floor and had intentionally prevented the system from asking them if they wished to join the secure base. Ignoring the very name of the secure base as though it did not exist, he observed the events unfolding above with clarity. When the mother and daughter left the 5th floor, the other two residents there immediately took notice. These individuals lurked in the shadows, waiting to see whether the mother and daughter would return or remain downstairs. Fortunately, within half an hour, the pair saw the mother and daughter return to the 5th floor. And to their astonishment, they noticed that the two were carrying a bag of food. Once the mother and daughter quickly entered their room, the two men turned and hurried to the 7th floor. The middle-aged woman and her 3-year-old daughter were among the vulnerable in this post-apocalyptic world, having hidden in their room and refrained from interacting with others. However, the two men from the 5th floor were different. They swiftly established connections with other survivors. The 7th floor housed the presidential suite, where a particularly wealthy businessman named Li Yongkong resided. In his 40s, Li had been involved in real estate but had recently begun diversifying into other industries. Upon the onset of the apocalypse, he quickly organized the other survivors on the 7th floor along with the hotel staff still present. Over the past few days, he had received reports from other floors regarding the situation affecting room 201. Li Yongkong held considerable influence among the hotel's survivors. After the two men informed him about the mother and daughter, they continued, Mr. Li, we suspect that the individual with abilities in room 201 possesses multiple powers and has already gained prior knowledge of the hotel's supplies. Given that everyone has noticed the absence of zombies in the hotel, even if there are some lurking in the shadows, we can face them with our collective strength. Therefore, I propose that we send a group to search the hotel for supplies at dawn tomorrow, avoiding any encounters with the person on the 2nd floor. If we can't find anything, we can reconvene and strategize on how to handle the situation. Understood, we have no objections. We shall all heed Mr. Li's words. We also harbor no dissent on our end. A group of individuals expressed their sentiments one after another before departing from Li Yongkong's residence. In truth, with the apocalypse upon us, how could they still hold such reverence for Li Yongkong merely due to his wealth? It was not simply about his riches, but rather the firearms he had procured from some unknown source. As two individuals stealthily descended from the 5th floor, one of them let out a quiet scoff. I perceive that this Lee fellow was not a clean businessman even before the end times. It is highly likely that the gun in his possession was acquired prior to the cataclysm. Damn it, what can we do? We cannot afford to defy him. After all that I in this damned world, survival necessitates forming alliances with others. Fortunately, the hotel room was stocked with some bottled water and provisions. Although we only searched the rooms on the 5th floor, we can endure a while longer. Tomorrow we shall act according to the situation. The fellow on the 2nd floor seems rather unsettling. Unbeknownst to these two, every move they made was being keenly observed by Su Zhiyong. Upon hearing their words, he revealed a smile imbued with profound meaning. Guan Kaiwei, who inadvertently caught sight of this smile, felt a chill run down her spine. What are you laughing at? Su Zhiyong, reclining with his arms behind his head, replied lazily, just watching the show. What show? A series of large question marks appeared on Guan Kaiwei's forehead. She completely failed to grasp the man's meaning. Just wait for tomorrow's spectacle. Su Zhiyong closed his eyes, choosing not to elaborate further. Such an air of mystery. Guan Kaiwei felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the so-called spectacle of tomorrow. The next day, just as the survivors were rising and making their way to the 7th floor, Su Zhiyong had already awakened. However, he kept his eyes shut, lying in bed while monitoring the actions of these individuals with his consciousness. On the 7th floor, Li Yongkang noticed that apart from the mother and daughter who never ventured out to interact with them, everyone else had gathered. Let us form groups of 5 and search separately. This will expedite our efforts. With just a few words, Li Yongkang dispersed the small groups that had formed privately, ensuring that no one was paired with someone from their own clique. This way, even if they discovered supplies, mutual vigilance would prevent anyone from concealing or hoarding resources. After assigning teams, Li Yongkang led everyone downstairs to search. The group scoured the 1st floor and other levels, even exploring the underground parking lot, yet they found nothing. Li Yongkang pondered briefly before stating, did the two brothers from the 5th floor mention that the mother and daughter obtained provisions from downstairs? The two from the 2nd floor nodded immediately. Let us head to the 5th floor. Li Yongkang promptly led the group back up. He gestured to the two from the 5th floor, instructing them, go knock on the door. The two could only muster the courage to knock on the door of the mother and daughter. The middle-aged woman was feeding her daughter bottled water when the knock startled her, nearly causing her to spill it. She quickly covered her daughter's mouth to stifle any curious sounds, trembling in fear, too afraid to make a sound. It was still before the time she had agreed to meet with the couple from room 203. Why would anyone be knocking? Remembering the commotion from a few days prior, the middle-aged woman speculated whether it was other survivors from the 5th floor. Chapter 12. Have they gone to the 2nd floor? The 3-year-old girl seemed to sense something, shrinking into her mother's embrace, tears welling up as she gazed towards the door. The two on the 5th floor knocked repeatedly, but the woman inside offered no response. One of them called out, don't hide. We know someone is inside. If you want your daughter to live, you'd best face reality and open the door. Li Yongkang stood behind them, exchanging a knowing glance with his trusted aide. Before the apocalypse, Xiaobo had been Li Yongkang's secretary and now understood the meaning behind his gaze perfectly. He followed up on the 5th floor man's words, saying, we are from the 7th floor. Please do not be afraid. Mississippi Mr. Lee merely wishes to have a word with you. In these dire times, as survivors, we must unite our strength. Rest assured, as long as you answer Mr. Lee's questions honestly, everything will proceed smoothly. The middle-aged woman trembled, clutching her daughter tightly without uttering a sound, as if silence would render her invisible to the outside world. Seeing that they still could not persuade the occupants to open the door, Xiaobo's tone turned icy. I advise you not to refuse kindness. Mr. Lee possesses extraordinary abilities, and breaking down this door would merely take a moment. If you come out now, Mr. Lee may pardon your rudeness. Think not only of yourself but also of your 3-year-old daughter. Upon hearing the ominous mention of daughter, the middle-aged woman's expression began to crack. Suddenly, she stood up, cradling her daughter and moving about the room, ultimately setting her down beside the toilet. Sweetheart, wait here for mommy. If you don't hear me, don't come out, okay? The 3-year-old girl, her eyes brimming with anxiety, grasped her mother's clothing with a tiny hand. Her face filled with fear as she timidly said, I'm scared. Baby, listen to mommy. Just wait here obediently for me to come back. The middle-aged woman was a single mother who had previously run a clothing business, owning 2 apartments in IC City. While not affluent, she managed to get by. After sending her parents away a few days ago, she was left to fend for herself and her child. Now, she found solace in the thought that her parents had departed early, escaping the darkness of this world. Regrettably, her young daughter had not yet had the chance to appreciate the light of this world before being plunged into eternal darkness. The middle-aged woman kissed her daughter on the forehead, tears streaming down her face as she tried to steady her trembling voice. "Sweetheart, you are the smartest little one in the world. Remember the uncle and aunt we met last night? If Mommy doesn't return, it's because I lost my way downstairs. Once it's dark and then light again, you can come down and find me." The knocking at the door abruptly ceased. But the middle-aged woman felt no relief. She released her daughter and quickly closed the bathroom door before rushing to the entrance. She feared that if she hesitated, they would use their mysterious powers to force their way in. This group targeted her, not her daughter. She could not allow anything to happen inside. The impending confrontation must be taken outside. Thankfully, there was a stool in the room. Her daughter was clever enough to stand on it to reach the door. The middle-aged woman, filled with despair, opened the door only to swiftly close it again. She anxiously surveyed the group before her, cautiously attempting to placate them. "What does Mrtl wish to inquire?" "I will answer truthfully to the best of my knowledge." Though she had never met this Mr. Lee, years of experience in business had taught her to recognize that he dominated this small group. After speaking, she anxiously glanced at Li Yongkong, hoping he would finish his questioning and let her go. At that moment, she couldn't help but think, fortunately, it was still the apocalypse. These people likely hadn't descended into cannibalism yet, and there was still food available in the hotel. Otherwise, her 3-year-old daughter would be in grave danger. "I hear you went to the second floor yesterday?" Li Yongkong began, but it was Xiaobo standing beside him who continued the inquiry. The middle-aged woman nodded eagerly. "I went to the second floor last night. Everyone has noticed the unusual happenings there over the past few days, and I couldn't resist going to see if I might seek shelter from them." An aging woman. "I am no match for the strength of you gentlemen." After saying this, her heart raced. One person from the 5th floor stepped forward. "You are full of it. My brother and I saw you carrying something up." The middle-aged woman's heart sank, and she pleaded. "Mr. Lee, I've been hiding in my room for the past few days, and haven't dared to go out. I had nothing to eat. The person downstairs kindly shared some food with me when I was on the brink of starvation. If I hadn't eaten it last night, I would have starved to death in my room by now." Li Yongkong narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, aiming his gun at the middle-aged woman's forehead. "I have navigated this society for many years, encountered all manner of individuals, and I advise you to be straightforward. Do not attempt any tricks before me. Speak honestly about what you encountered downstairs, or you will witness your daughter meet her maker." Li Yongkong's words shattered the middle-aged woman's resolve, and she trembled as she stared at the gun pointed at her forehead. The cold, metallic presence seemed to exude the scent of death. She harbored no doubts about the authenticity of the weapon. After all, this group of extraordinary individuals had countless ways to kill her without needing a fake gun for intimidation. Moreover, those who had previously surrounded her had now dispersed. Standing aside to observe her fate, "Think carefully before you speak. I lack the patience for a second inquiry. Answer well, and your daughter may remain safely inside. Fail to satisfy me, and you know the consequences." Li Yongkong lowered his firearm, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the woman before him. In the days preceding the apocalypse, he was indeed a prosperous businessman, albeit one with dubious dealings. His possession of certain items set him apart from the ordinary populace. Moreover, in any circumstance, those with connections could devise ways to acquire what they desired. The middle-aged woman, unable to withstand the oppressive threat of death, particularly fearing for her daughter's safety at the hands of this group, promptly divulged the details of her encounter from the previous night. "Is it true that a couple resides below?" Li Yongkong arched an eyebrow, letting out a cold chuckle. That lady's actions on the street, gunning down zombies, were witnessed by all. The individuals on the hotel's upper floors, unlike Su Zhiyong, who has reached level 5 and received system notifications, have no knowledge of the couple's stealthy entry into the hotel. Chapter 13. Not so foolish after all. Realizing the skepticism in the eyes of those around her, the middle-aged woman implored. "If I were to lie, may lightning strike me dead. Beyond that, I truly know nothing. Mr. Lee, I beg you, spare me. I beseech you." Li Yongkong, with his discerning gaze, could easily perceive that she spoke the truth. A thought began to form in his mind. Could it be that more than two individuals were present below? Perhaps an entire team? After all, prior to the end of the world, such individuals would hardly concern themselves with the identities or numbers of the occupants downstairs. Post-apocalypse, their movements were confined to a few floors of the hotel. They had not ventured downwards. When the couple provided you with supplies last night, did you observe how much they had left? The middle-aged woman wept. Mr. Lee, I truly do not know. They were highly cautious and did not allow me to enter their room. I suspect they merely intended to offer me a meal, which could not have been substantial. A genuinely kind-hearted person would have shared more if they had an abundance. Yet, what I received were merely some snacks, barely enough to stave off hunger. In truth, she was aware that the couple must have possessed more supplies, but she dared not disclose this, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards them. Brother, does the supply in the hotel's warehouse lie in their possession? We searched high and low, yet found nothing. I suspect it is most likely in their hands. Indeed, we woke up early today and practically stripped the hotel bare, except for the second floor. There was not even a bottle of seasoning in the kitchen. Right? The second floor occupants are excessively greedy, leaving not a single thing behind. Li Yongkong raised a hand, commanding silence. The middle-aged woman sensed that these individuals were increasingly determined to trouble the couple and felt a pang of anxiety. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she exclaimed, Mr. Lee, in my fright, I nearly forgot something crucial. The couple arranged to meet me today to scavenge for supplies in the hotel. I believe they may also be unaware of where the supplies are located. If they had already found the warehouse's contents, they would not have invited me to join them. Upon uttering these words, she wiped the sweat from her brow and held her breath. Awaiting the group's reaction, is this true? Li Yongkong's pupils constricted. Absolutely. If I speak a word of deceit, may I meet a wretched end. The middle-aged woman swore, her voice unwavering, for the couple truly had invited her to search for supplies together. Li Yongkong struck her cheek gently with his handgun, saying, For now, I shall grant you a reprieve. Remain in your room. Should you make any suspicious movements, do not blame my men for their harshness. If you have lied, I shall personally send your daughter to the heavens. With that, Li Yongkong led his group to the 7th floor. They needed to deliberate on this matter thoroughly. Once back in the room on the 7th floor, Xiaobo recalled something and leaned in to whisper to Li Yongkong. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Li Yongkong gestured for everyone to take a seat. The situation on the 2nd floor has exceeded our expectations. I propose we discuss and deliberate before proceeding further. We all heard the woman's words. Does anyone have thoughts regarding the warehouse issue? One individual promptly affirmed, if the woman from the 5th floor was not lying, she must have been deceived by the couple on the 2nd floor. I believe it was they who took the supplies. None of us have touched them. Who else could it be besides them? It cannot be that there are others in this hotel. Indeed, it cannot be those zombies who feast only on human flesh. Even if these monsters had an interest in supplies, it would likely be for meat rather than vegetables. In such a vast hotel, there must be vegetables, rice, oil, and the like. After all, the hotel provides for its staff. Isn't it true that we have hotel staff present here? A collective gaze turned towards the gentle woman seated beside Li Yongkong. She appeared to be in her mid-20s and, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, her heart raced as she looked helplessly at Li Yongkong. Mr. Li, my area of responsibility encompasses only the quarters of VIP guests. Even during meal service, I am confined to the staff dining area. I have never noticed where supplies might be stored. I already took everyone to the kitchen, and there was nothing there. I have no knowledge of any other storerooms. The woman was visibly anxious and frightened. She spoke truthfully, for she was not a kitchen staff member and could not possibly know where those items were kept. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she addressed Li Yongkong. Wait, the kitchen staff must know. Xiaobo interjected. My dear, have you ever seen the kitchen staff? Aside from you few who serve on the upper floors, those downstairs have likely all become food for the zombies. The young woman trembled, replying, I cannot say for certain, Mr. Xia. My fate is tied to yours. If I knew the location of the warehouse, I would have disclosed it already. It is undoubtedly the couple on the 2nd floor who have emptied the supplies. Li Yongkong had been listening intently to the discussion when he suddenly posed a question. What if there is a third party besides the 2nd floor and us? Upon this inquiry, the room fell into an eerie silence. One individual from the 5th floor chuckled. How could that be? Everyone knows how many zombies are lurking downstairs. If those in the lobby were still alive, they would not remain silent. Su Zhiyong, hearing their words, wore a bemused smile, silently contemplating. Not entirely foolish, it seems he had cleared nearly all the rooms in the hotel, save for those occupied by the living. He had been aware of the peculiarities in the underground parking area since his cleaning efforts. However, as long as they did not provoke him, he, with the advantage of the system, had no interest in those scant supplies. While the group on the 7th floor deliberated, Su Zhiyong saw the couple from room 203 exiting their quarters and approaching him. Su Zhiyong turned to Guan Kaiwei, who was practicing her abilities beside him, and said, "We have guests. Open the door." Though the man had remained indoors all day, Guan Kaiwei harbored no doubts about his words and walked directly to the entrance. Yi Qi raised his hand, intending to knock, but was caught off guard when the door swung open. He was met with the visage of a celebrity and quickly greeted, "What a coincidence. Are you also planning to head out? Shall we join forces?" Guan Kaiwei raised an eyebrow, replying, "Come in. I have no intention of going out for now." Yi Qi was puzzled. If she had no plans to leave, why open the door? It was unlikely she could see the couple approaching through the door. Was it? Casting aside this amusing thought, Yi Qi entered the room with his wife, Wen Shanshan. "This room is remarkably spacious, a family suite with a kitchen. I thought we had a similar arrangement to room 203. Chapter 14. A mysterious presence. Yi Qi felt a twinge of jealousy. They were both on the 2nd floor, yet look at the well-appointed accommodations of this room compared to their own, which had merely a restroom. The disparity was striking. Upon hearing about the kitchen, when Shanshan glanced inside and her eyes widened in shock, and "My goodness, is that a gas cylinder?" In the next moment, she noticed the neatly arranged ingredients and large bottles of mineral water. Her eyes nearly popping out of her head. How long had it been since the apocalypse began, and she had not eaten a hot meal? Even instant noodles had to be eaten dry. These large bottles of water and the gas cylinder represented life. A glimmer of hope. In the early days of the apocalypse, the couple had huddled in the warehouse, with no access to gas or cooking facilities. The water from the taps was deemed too risky to drink or cook with. Even brushing their teeth had become a cautious endeavor. As the water became increasingly murky, they had hesitated to use it even for washing. These thoughts lingered in Wen Shanshan's mind for only a few seconds before she decisively turned around and cheerfully exclaimed, "Your hands are truly beautiful. Such lovely hands deserve proper care." Yi Qi was baffled. While he understood every word she uttered separately, he could not grasp the meaning when they were strung together. Hadn't they come to express their gratitude and invite the couple to join them in the search for supplies? Why, all of a sudden, are we discussing hands? In this apocalyptic world, who still concerns themselves with the maintenance of such trivialities unrelated to survival? Su Zhiyong cast a puzzled glance at Wen Shanshan. Even though this couple had been under his very nose, he found himself unable to decipher the woman's intentions at this moment. Under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, Wen Shanshan patted her chest. "As for someone as rough as me, it's a different story. Cooking is merely a basic skill, and I excel particularly at making soup. Would you two care to give it a try? I noticed that your home could use a cook, and I am quite grateful for the supplies you provided yesterday. I wish to repay your kindness, but my only redeeming skill lies in the culinary arts." After saying this, when Shanshan gazed eagerly at the two in this apocalypse, she had no lofty aspirations. She simply wished to enjoy a few hearty meals before her demise. At tea, the very least, she wanted to savor a couple of warm dishes. "Cooking?" Su Zhiyong squinted. "Are you saying your cooking is good?" When Shanshan hastily nodded, "You may not be aware, sir, but before my marriage, I cooked for my family, and after marrying, I prepared meals for my husband's family. Since I became aware of my surroundings, I have been cooking for over a decade. Moreover, my husband is quite particular about his meals. If I fail to impress him, he scolds me. Thus, after our marriage, I dedicated myself to mastering my culinary skills, and now I am better than most around me." The reluctant and discerning Yi Qi felt a wave of frustration. He suddenly sensed that he had been usurped by his wife in the role of the family cook. It was true that his wife was an excellent cook, but she had never shown enthusiasm for cooking once she moved in with him, often criticizing his culinary attempts. So, was it his memory that was faulty? Or was it his wife's recollection that was amiss? Very well then, bring the kitchen gas tank and ingredients over to your side. From now on, you shall take charge of the 3 daily meals. In return, we will provide your meals here, and my surname is Su. You may address me as you see fit. If Su Zhiyong remained oblivious to Wen Shanshan's intentions, he might as well consider himself a fool. "Thank you, Brother Su. I will certainly do my best." when Shanshan eagerly began to busy herself. While Su Zhiyong conversed with the couple, he did not forget to keep an eye on the people on the 7th floor. He observed a group on the 7th floor meticulously scouring every corner except the 2nd floor, searching for any overlooked items before his gaze drifted away, allowing them to carry on with their endeavors. Due to the limited space in the 203 room where Yi Qi and Wen Shanshan resided, they decided to clear out the bed in room 202, clean it up, and convert it into a kitchen and dining area. Yi Qi found himself at his wife's beck and call, moving everything into 202, still feeling somewhat dazed. Wen Shanshan could hardly bear to watch her husband be so inept. When Yi Qi finally managed to catch a moment with Wen Shanshan, he leaned in and quietly asked, "Wife, didn't we agree to gather supplies to return to Brother Su? Why have we suddenly taken on the role of cooks?" Even though Yi Qi believed Su Zhiyong was merely in his 20s, out of respect, he followed his wife's lead in addressing him as Brother Su. "Are you a fool? What day is it today?" Yi Qi instinctively tried to recall. What date was it again? Just as he was about to answer, his wife lightly punched him. When Shanshan sighed, "It's the apocalypse, and it has been several days since it began. Mr. Su and the celebrity are staying in this hotel, lacking for nothing, and there are no zombies in the vicinity. They living quite comfortably. Dio, you think I would sell my culinary skills just for a meal?" She silently added in her mind, before continuing earnestly, "I am doing this to secure a better chance at survival in this apocalypse. It is clear that Mr. Su and Guan Kaiwei are extraordinary. They are undoubtedly powerful, perhaps even awakened to special abilities. By cooking for them, we not only get to enjoy delicious meals, but we also ensure our safety and a place to stay in this alien-designed refuge." Yi Qi quickly placed a hand over his wife's mouth. "Keep your voice down. We mustn't speak of those 3 words here. Be cautious not to offend these mysterious beings. Dio, the Earthlings, they referred to them as aliens. But what if these so-called aliens took offense to such titles? Who would choose death when life is an option?" Nonetheless, his wife had indeed thought this through. They were both ordinary people without any special abilities. Without the strong, they had no idea how they would survive in the future. When Shanshan pushed Yi Qi's arm away and began preparing the ingredients for lunch, "I am determined to showcase my culinary prowess at noon today, allowing Brother Su and the celebrity to savor delicious food, ensuring they cannot bear to part from us afterward." Yi Qi felt compelled to assist her. The two of them were busy preparing ingredients in room 202, entirely unaware of the commotion among the survivors upstairs. Meanwhile, Li Yongkong and his group had thoroughly scoured the hotel once more, failing to uncover any hidden supply caches. It seemed they were not dealing with a third-party presence. Li Yongkong frowned. Although he felt something was off, the evidence was undeniable. It was impossible for those individuals to have vanished into thin air. After a discussion among the group, they decided to observe the situation on the 2nd floor for another couple of days. Elsewhere, in a kindergarten, a woman was cautiously leading a group of small children. Their destination was the kindergarten's cafeteria. After dealing with a zombie that had been a cafeteria worker, she tidied the space up before guiding her students inside. Chapter 15. No one dares to raise so many children. Xian Tong could not comprehend why the number of zombies outside the school had inexplicably decreased. Now, she barely spotted any at all. This was precisely why she had gathered the courage to deal with the zombie in the cafeteria. Since the apocalypse began, Xian Tong felt her strength had significantly increased. This newfound power was what emboldened her to face the cafeteria zombie alone. For the sake of the small group of kindergarten students behind her, the cafeteria had temporary resting beds, as well as grains and other food supplies, making it a suitable living space. Xian Tong led the children to the cafeteria, found them some food that could be eaten immediately, and then sat on a stool, lost in thought. In this apocalypse, she, a lone woman, found it impossible to survive, especially with so many children to care for. She had no idea how long they could last once the supplies from the school ran out, or how many would still be alive. Perhaps in the end, not a single one of them would remain. With such complex emotions swirling in her mind, Xian Tong steeled herself and addressed the children. "It's very dangerous outside. We don't have much water left. I'll go out to find some. And I'll lock the door from the outside. You must not go out or make a fuss. You can only speak softly." The children curled up into small balls, and one little girl with pigtails stepped forward to tug at Xian Tong's pants. "Teacher, I'm scared. Please come back soon." The soft, delicate voice of the little girl melted Xian Tong's heart. She looked around at the innocent, untainted eyes of the children. they had matured significantly in just a few days, especially understanding that shouting could attract monsters, for they had not raised their voices since. Xian Tong felt her eyes moisten for a moment. I promise, I'll be back quickly. With the streets outside now relatively free of zombies, it was crucial to gather supplies before it was too late. Xian Tong mustered her courage and had initially intended to find a better weapon, only to discover a wrench in the cafeteria. She was pleasantly surprised and quickly grabbed it, along with a heavy bone-cutting knife. This knife was specifically purchased for making bone broth for the children to supplement their calcium intake, so it was thicker than an ordinary kitchen knife. After comparing the two weapons, she decided to take both. The iron pipe she had previously used to fend off the cafeteria zombie had long been discarded. Xian Tong carefully stepped outside with one weapon in hand. She knew there were two large supermarkets nearby, but they were 2 streets away. Given the chaos at the onset of the apocalypse, she resolutely chose to forego the supermarkets. Instead, she noticed a small convenience store closer to the hotel. Examining the area, she found no signs of zombies and decided to head there, and no matter how small, the store must have some bottled water. Moreover, being a small shop, it was less likely to attract the attention of other survivors. Avoiding potential conflicts over supplies, Xian Tong approached the convenience store. She spotted 4 or 5 zombies staggering ahead. Before she could turn to flee, something inexplicable fell from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, those zombies turned to ash. Xian Tong was horrified to see that some strange, dark ash had indeed appeared on the street. She quickly looked up and saw a figure by a window on the 2nd floor, which vanished from her sight almost immediately. Yet, from the silhouette, she discerned that it was a man. Her mind raced, overwhelmed by the revelation that the sudden disappearance of zombies in the area was due to him. Xian Tong whispered to herself, her thoughts consumed by the dozens of hungry little mouths waiting for her back at school, leaving her no room to ponder further. Seizing the opportunity while the area remained clear of zombies, Xian Tong approached the roll-up door of the convenience store. Inside the store, a young man, hiding from view, heard the sound of the door. Initially planning to pretend no one was inside, he was startled to feel the door being forcefully lifted. He quickly called out, "If someone is out there, please don't block the door." If the door were to break, it would allow the zombies to come and go at will. The young man shuddered at the thought of such a scene and hurriedly stepped forward to open the door. Shintong was just about to use her newfound strength, which had dramatically increased in the apocalypse, to force the door open when she heard a voice from within that startled her into releasing the handle. The shop door swung open, revealing a man and a woman whose gazes collided. Shintong's face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "I apologize, sir. I would like to take some bottled water." She was uncertain whether this shop belonged to the young man before her. Yet she ventured to speak that it would be ideal if she could obtain the water. If not, she planned to scour the nearby eateries. She recalled that some small restaurants sold water, cigarettes, and alcohol. If she explored a few more, it would surely suffice, especially since there were no zombies in the vicinity. Alternatively, she considered finding a place to stay nearby, bringing the children along. With that strong individual around, the children would be safer. The young man thought of the ample bottled water within, and seeing this girl venture out alone in search of food, he said nothing but turned and handed her a large bottle of water. In this world, this is all I can offer. He was unaware of how long the supplies in the shop would last, but the girl's presence reminded him that to prevent others from coming directly to claim resources, he needed to relocate the shop's goods. Previously, he would have found such an idea impossible, but now, zombies rarely emerged from the shadows. He believed this plan was feasible. "Thank you." Shintong bit her lip, feeling grateful towards the young man for his willingness to share water with her. After a moment's contemplation, she asked, "Since you've been here, is there a place nearby that is relatively safe? Are you planning to move here?" The young man instantly grasped the young girl's intention. "Yes, I plan to move here." He gestured with his hand, speaking softly, "For your safety, the closer you are to the hotel, the better. There is a powerful individual on the 2nd floor. With him around, we will be safe." Shintong's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Thank you." She handed the water back to the young man, saying, "I will move now and return shortly for the water." With nothing else to occupy him, the young man pulled the door to a third of its width, leaving it ajar so he could swiftly close it if danger approached, then crouched down to watch the direction in which the young girl departed. Approximately 10 minutes later, the young girl reappeared within his line of sight. When he discerned what was following her, his mouth fell agape in shock, nearly wide enough to accommodate an EGG. As the young girl drew nearer, he couldn't help but pull her inside, whispering, "Are you out of your mind?" No one would dare to care for so many children even in peacetime, let alone in the apocalypse. Shintong hesitated but replied, "They are my students from before the end of the world. I cannot abandon them while I still have the means to find supplies. They are all precious lives." Chapter 16. One must do something. Can you simply watch as those you have shared your days with starve? Especially when those individuals are innocent children. Shintong averted her gaze. Moreover, isn't it possible for them to survive? I cannot extinguish their hope from the very beginning. We stayed at the school for several days, waiting for the children's parents to come for them. Now only these 13 students remain. If they were not victims of family tragedies, they were abandoned by their families. If I do not look after them, they are too young to survive on their own. Shintong was aware that some might criticize her for being overly compassionate. She too wished she had not encountered such circumstances. However, having faced them, she could not abandon them unless there was no other option. At least the current situation still allows for some struggle, does it not? Shintong offered a bittersweet smile. The young man pressed his lips together and said, "My name is Li Yi. I'll help you move. I am Shintong, 23 years old, and these children are my first batch of students." Li smiled but said nothing more, striding towards the bags on the ground. He hadn't anticipated that this young girl possessed such strength, carrying 2 large bags that he had assumed contained lighter items like bedding. Upon offering assistance, he quickly realized his initial assumption had been erroneous. Embarrassed under Shintong's gaze, he awkwardly set down what he was holding and suggested, "Why don't you all move into the shop first? I was planning to check out that hotel. If it works out, we can move in there, providing the children with a safer environment. That hotel seems to have a protective barrier. Did you notice the blue shield? It can prevent zombies from entering, probably thanks to that powerful individual on the second floor." Li Yi shared the information he had gathered over the past 2 days with Shintong. Her choices astonished him. He was not as selfless as Shintong, but he was willing to lend a hand as long as it did not compromise his own interests. The group quickly entered the shop, and Li Yi made his way toward the hotel. Upon reaching the hotel entrance, he was met with a pungent aroma that nearly made his mouth water. He quickened his pace, and when he arrived at the blue screen at the hotel's entrance, a mechanical voice echoed, "Do you wish to become an official resident of the safety base?" Li Yi's heart raced. What kind of trick is this? It felt akin to asking if he wanted to cling to someone's coattails. Without hesitation, he replied, "Yes." Li Yi awaited a response from the voice in his mind. But nothing came. Just as he began to think it was a figment of his imagination, the electronic voice returned. "Congratulations, Li Yi. You have become an official resident of the safety base. Malicious harm and murder are prohibited within the base." Li Yi, feeling dazed, ascended to the second floor of the hotel. Meanwhile, in Su Zhiyong's mind, the system's voice resonated. "Congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting 3 official residents. Please continue your efforts." The system's tone, which was typically indifferent, now delivered this enthusiastic message, causing the corners of Su Zhiyong's mouth to twitch. However, he was particularly surprised by the recent arrival of a young woman named Shintong, a kindergarten teacher. Li Yi's ability to hear the system's voice was granted by Su Zhiyong. After observing, he found that both Li Yi and the girl named Shintong appeared to have decent character. His base needed law-abiding residents like them. However, he was taken aback by the number of children trailing behind Shintong. Especially with one more on the 5th floor, if they all gathered, he could potentially have the highest number of children in a safety base from the outset. Yet if he ignored them, none of those children would likely survive. One must do something for this world, Su Zhiyong sighed. Being a systems host, he could watch a group of adults fend for themselves in the apocalypse, but could not remain indifferent to the plight of the young. At that moment, on the 5th floor, a middle-aged woman was gently advising her daughter, "Sweetheart, wait until those people return to their rooms before you quietly go to the 2nd floor to find the uncles and aunts." "All right." The 3-year-old shook her head stubbornly. "I want to go with Mommy." The pang of sorrow gripped the mother's heart. "Mommy has things to do. You go downstairs first, and I will come find you in a few days." If she left, Li Yongkong and his group would undoubtedly pursue her. If she insisted on staying, it would bring disaster to the people on the 2nd floor. The middle-aged woman blinked, fighting back tears. Whether for her daughter's future or to repay the kindness shown to her by that couple, she could not accompany her to the 2nd floor. "Sweetheart, you must listen to Mommy. Otherwise, Mommy won't want you anymore." The mother had never before uttered such words to her child. as children from single-parent families were often sensitive in this regard. Yet now, for her daughter's safety, she had no choice but to say it. The 3-year-old immediately panicked, grasping her mother's collar tightly. "Mommy, I'm good. Don't leave me." "Then promise Mommy you'll sneak to the second floor to find the uncles and aunts." "I'll go find the uncles and aunts," the little girl insisted in a soft, sticky voice. "But Mommy must come find me." "All right." The mother quickly turned her head away, tears streaming down her cheeks. On the second floor, Su Zhiyong couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth as he observed Guan Kaiwei practicing her abilities. Lighting a cigarette, he spoke in a calm tone. "Do you like children?" If it weren't for the composure she had developed during her time in the entertainment industry before the apocalypse, Guan Kaiwei would have been caught off guard. Her mind was filled with questions. Was this man hinting at wanting her to bear him children? Setting aside the apocalypse, wasn't it a bit too hasty to talk about children after only a few days of knowing each other? That thought circled in her mind, but her face maintained a slight smile as she replied in a calm tone, "It's all right." "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Su Zhiyong, contemplating the imminent arrival of numerous children, cast a significant glance at Guan Kaiwei. "Life is full of surprises. It's nothing to worry about. Just prepare yourself mentally." Guan Kaiwei's heart skipped a beat, and her eyelids twitched in a gentle voice. She replied, "No matter how much you like children, these matters require a certain fate." She hadn't expected that the man truly wanted a child, and her mind began to wander. I might still have some affinity for children. Otherwise, why would so many little ones come to his base? Just as their conversation concluded, a voice echoed in the corridor. "Is anyone there?" "Boss, are you there?" "Greetings, I am Li. On this day, we happened to cross paths near the convenience store." Li hesitated for a moment before slowly ascending to the second floor of the hotel. He repeatedly engaged in self-hypnosis, convincing himself that he was not drawn by the aroma of the food above, but merely coincidentally arrived at this hour. Truly, a great figure is deserving of admiration. Even amidst the apocalypse, such punctuality in dining is commendable. Shintong led 13 children anxiously waiting at the convenience store. She was acutely aware that, had the other party not cleared the nearby zombies, both she and the children behind her would eventually meet their demise in the kindergarten. Chapter 17. A series for the living as Shintong anxiously awaited. Li Yi had already encountered the esteemed figure who had left a profound impression on him. Entering the room with a sense of trepidation, he averted his gaze, his heart racing, a true luminary. Even someone as celebrated as Guan Kaiwei was effortlessly within reach. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Su Zhiyong looked up and was met with a pair of starry eyes. With a slight twitch of his lips, he languidly remarked, "Speak. What brings you to me?" "I am merely an ardent admirer of your greatness. Ever since that day I encountered you, you have left an indelible mark on my heart," Li Yi thought to himself. Pondering the relevance of face, having the opportunity to cling to a powerful figure was far more beneficial. Guan Kaiwei could not suppress a laugh. Observing the youth's excited demeanor, she teasingly remarked, "Who would have thought that besides us in the entertainment industry, Mr. Datsu also has fervent fans?" Su Zhiyong felt a touch of embarrassment. Had Li Yi's gender been reversed, he might have found it more acceptable, as it would still carry a similar sentiment. However, the difference between a male and female admirer was indeed substantial. "I purely admire your strength, and I wish to reside closer to you, so I may behold your grandeur at any moment," Li Yi uttered, feeling utterly shameless as the words escaped him. What dignity is there that one cannot forfeit? Su Zhiyong's expression stiffened. This lad was truly a representative of the series for the living. He had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Given this boldness, Su Zhiyong was inclined to fulfill the young man's wishes. "In that case, bring along those behind you and move in. For now, only the first and second floors are a secure operational base. Beyond the hotel, the base bears no responsibility for your safety. Only those who can save themselves may be saved." Regardless of how shameless Li Yi's words were, his ability to swiftly adapt his mindset in the aftermath of the apocalypse and seize the opportunity to survive was commendable. Su Zhiyong deemed him a person of discernment and principle worthy of assistance. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted the conversation among the three. Yi Chi stood at the door, retracting his hand and announced, "Brother Su, Sister Kaiwei, the meal is ready." "All right, we will be there shortly. Thank you for your hospitality." Guan Kaiwei rose and headed towards room 202, intending to leave the space for the other two. After all, A meeting between fans and their idols requires a degree of privacy. Su Zhiyong noticed the subtle smile on Guan Caiwei's lips and felt a pang of discomfort. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to treat you to lunch? Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow and spoke to Li Yi without pretense. Li quickly retreated, waving his hands. No, I shall leave immediately, die in the next instant. He darted out of the room like a rabbit, vanishing at the doorway. Guan Caiwei stifled a laugh for the sake of the man's dignity, suppressing her amusement as she softly remarked, "Today marks the first meal for the Shanshan couple. It is indeed something to look forward to." Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyong coughed awkwardly, nodded slightly, and followed Guan Caiwei to room 202. Lie clutched his wildly beating heart, fearing Su Zhiyong might change his mind, and hurried back to the convenience store to gather Xintong and prepare for their relocation. Seeing him return, Xintong eagerly inquired, "How did it go? What did the esteemed figure say?" She assumed that the figure Li spoke of might have awakened abilities similar to her own. "Only more formidable. I met the esteemed figure and expressed my profound admiration. Then, he invited me to bring those behind me to move over." Li reveled in the joy of having secured a powerful ally. Yet Xintong felt a flicker of doubt. "How did the esteemed figure know you had others with you? Did you mention us?" Li paused, snapping out of his elation, and exclaimed in surprise, "Right? How did he know?" He shook his head. "I never mentioned you all, but this only proves how formidable he truly is. To possess such knowledge is incredible. I have a feeling that I am not merely clinging to a powerful figure, but rather seizing the opportunity to secure my survival in this apocalypse. It feels as though my fate has been transformed." Xintong's lips twitched. She realized that Li might have been deeply entrenched in the world of fantasy before the apocalypse. She silently sighed and called the children to help with the move. The sooner they arrived, the sooner they could find peace of mind. Meanwhile, as Su Zhiyong dined in room 202, the sound of system notifications echoed in his ears. When Li Yi and Xintong's group officially agreed to become residents of the safety base, Su Zhiyong's mind resonated with the system's congratulatory message. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system side mission 2, acquiring 10 residents. The task hall is now unlocked. Would you like to unlock the task hall?" Without hesitation, Su Zhiyong selected yes. The system confirmed that the host had successfully unlocked the task hall, granting him 100 control over it. "Please select a location for the task hall." Su Zhiyong was presented with a display of the entire area protected by the safety shield, causing him to furrow his brow. At present, the task hall was not yet established, and he was uncertain of its dimensions. If it were too large, would it even fit within the confines of his modest safety base? Regret washed over him. Had he known the so-called supremacy system would manifest in such a manner, he would not have hastily chosen to establish the base in a hotel. At the very least, a school would have provided a playground for operations. Now, the largest independent area within the hotel was the lobby. Reluctantly, Su Zhiyong had no choice but to place the task hall in the lobby. He continued to eat while executing these operations in his mind, completely oblivious to the 3 women in the room. Task hall successfully established. Would you like to follow the system's suggestion to uniformly list the products for sale? List? Su Zhiyong pondered where these products had come from, instinctively selecting yes. He then felt as if his system's storage space had connected to something, and a new area linked to the task hall appeared on his system interface. The task hall now displayed all items in his storage space with clear pricing. Simultaneously, Su Zhiyong learned from the explanation that once someone paid the corresponding price, they could retrieve items from his storage space through the task hall. This was outrageous. Su Zhiyong tossed down his chopsticks and hurriedly made his way toward the hotel lobby. The lobby's wall transformed into a massive operating screen, displaying countless products, each accompanied by a price. On the left side of the screen, classification options divided the goods into categories: living area, snack area, fruit and vegetable area, weapon area, and more. Essentially, everything except for the spiritual liquid had been listed. Su Zhiyong's expression darkened. It dawned on him that this was his own stock for sale. The resources he had painstakingly accumulated through hard work were now up for public purchase. Chapter 18. Do not litter internally. Su Zhiyong roared, "Dog system, you have gone too far." Without hesitation, he utilized his system panel to remove all large weapons from the task hall's offerings. If these were left unchecked, not only zombies but even humans could extinguish themselves in no time. After executing his operations, he intended to return upstairs to enjoy a few more bites of delicious food to calm his nerves when he noticed Guan Caiwei and the others rushing down behind him. "Wait, He paused, and in his mind, he queried the system. What do these prices of 1, 10, 15, 200, 30,000 mean? Are they in gold or RMB? The system clarified, the only exchangeable value in the host's current realm is crystal cores. To purchase items, please provide crystal cores. Su Zhiyong waved his hand at the three women, saying, it's nothing. Everyone return to your own homes and find your own mothers. With that, he brushed past them and ascended the stairs to enjoy his meal. Unbeknownst to him, the three women exchanged glances in the hotel lobby, their expressions a mix of astonishment. What is this? When Shanshan murmured, her throat DRY.IT seems to be an interface for buying goods. Guan Kaiwei hesitated at a bit sci-fi. Ichi replied, still dazed. Look, it even lists flour, rice, and oil. My heavens, there are even weapons, when Shanshan exclaimed, pointing at the scrolling display on the screen, which continuously refreshed product names every second or two. Is there really a gun? Should we buy one to try? Ichi found himself shamefully moved, pondering how these extraterrestrials truly regarded Earth as their amusement park. He couldn't help but chuckle bitterly, questioning whether this counted as good fortune, at least having entered the sanctuary, where a sign reading Mission Hall suggested the possibility of procuring supplies. Does anyone have money? Guan Kaiwei thought the situation had deviated from her expectations. Su Zhiyong could produce ice cream, weapons, and an abundance of resources, along with that miraculous potion capable of awakening superhuman abilities. All of this indicated that this man was both mysterious and powerful. However, she doubted that this mission hall could be something Su Zhiyong could manipulate. Moreover, she recalled the astonishment and anger that had crossed his face when he had stepped out during their meal. The mission hall likely did not belong to him, yet he was the first to be aware of its existence. She mused that even if this mission hall was not under Su Zhiyong's control, it certainly contained some information about the puppet masters orchestrating everything behind the scenes. Money? Ichi and Wen Shanshan instinctively rummaged through their bags. Ichi pulled out a 5 yuan note, while Wen Shanshan produced 2 coins. The couple awkwardly displayed their meager offerings. Can this be used? Guan Kaiwei calmly took the items from their hands and remarked, we won't know until we try. She approached the screen of the mission hall, which had only a dark, metallic-looking opening beside it. Without hesitation, Guan Kaiwei tossed the 5 yuan inside and observed any changes on the screen. There was no alteration, but an electronic voice echoed in their ears. Warning, warning, do not throw garbage into the mission hall. Warning, warning, do not throw garbage into the mission hall. The message repeated 3 times, leaving Ichi and his wife feeling guilty as they stood behind Guan Kaiwei. However, she remained unfazed. Not having faced any punishment, she threw in the 2 coins. In the next moment, the electronic voice grew increasingly shrill. Warning, warning, do not throw garbage into the mission hall. Warning, warning, do not throw garbage into the mission hall. Guan Kaiwei's expression froze. Ichi and his wife exchanged glances, speechless. When Shanshan forced a smile and said, this mission hall can't possibly discriminate against yuan, can it? It surely only accepts dollars, right? Dollars? Li Yi, standing at the hotel entrance with Xian Tong and others, exclaimed in surprise. He rummaged through his somewhat tattered bag and produced a crumpled dollar bill. Hey, do you want to give it a try? In truth, Li Yi and his group had been at the hotel entrance for some time. After assisting Xian Tong and the others in officially becoming residents of the safe base, he intended to lead them upstairs through the lobby when he witnessed the wall at the front of the lobby transform into the mission hall before his eyes. The group had been left utterly stunned. Before they could process what was happening, they saw the big shot descend the stairs, followed by the actions of Guan Kaiwei and her companions. Who are you? When Shanshan questioned, Ichi instinctively shielded his wife and Guan Kaiwei from behind. However, when Ichi and Guan Kaiwei saw Li Yi's face, their defenses lowered. Ichi leaned in to whisper to Wen Shanshan. She nodded in understanding and then apologized to Li Yi's group. I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. It turns out you know Su Gu. With their guard down, her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the dozen well-behaved children behind them. If they encountered this scene in a different context, Wen Shanshan and her companions would have found the children merely adorable. However, given the apocalyptic backdrop, it felt utterly absurd. Nevertheless, all 3 remained polite and refrained from uttering anything peculiar. Li Yi chuckled, taking a couple of steps forward to hand the dollar to Guan Kaiwei. Goddess, why not give it a try? This is the first dollar I've ever earned, albeit just 1, but it is still money. Something with a price tag of 1 is for sale. Guan Kaiwei was indeed more focused on the matter of the mission panel. Her gaze lingered on the children for a moment before she accepted the dollar from Li Yi and tossed it into the opening. Warning, warning, do not throw garbage into the mission hall. Warning, warning, do not throw garbage into the mission hall. Warning, warning, do not throw garbage into the mission hall. This time, the electronic voice seemed to carry a sense of urgency. Becoming even more grating, Su Zhiyong, who had intended to enjoy a meal, could no longer tolerate the noise and descended to clarify matters for everyone. Stop messing around. It doesn't discriminate against Yuan. It discriminates against everything, except for crystal cores. Crystal cores? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with curiosity as they looked at the man standing beneath the mission hall. Su Zhiyong sighed and explained. Soon, all creatures on Earth will possess crystal cores, including you. He paused, pointing at Li Yi and the 13 children. They are the exceptions. Chapter 19. If you have questions, ask Baidu. Li Yi was astonished. Why? Does it have to do with appearances? Even if I'm not handsome, these kids behind me are still quite decent looking, right? Su Zhiyong, disinterested in further explanation, surveyed the group lazily. If you have questions, Baidu it. Dante asked me. He walked past them and exited the hotel. Once Su Zhiyong left, the group fell into contemplation. Oh, Li suddenly recalled a novel he had read before the apocalypse and began to explain its contents to Guan Kaiwei and the others. So, you mean that in the future, mutated creatures will all have those crystal cores? Even zombies? Won't be an exception? Li nodded. Yes, that's what the book says. Xian Tong and Guan Kaiwei instinctively touched the back of their heads. Guan Kaiwei regained her composure and identified a flaw in Li Yi's understanding. However, Yi Qi and Wen Shanshan were without superpowers. Su Zhiyong had just mentioned that only he and the children behind him would not possess them. Li Yi felt as though he had received a sharp blow to the chest. Right? We don't have any. Yi Qi and his wife nodded. Let us just wait for the big shot to return. The goddess can inquire and find out. Li chuckled and beckoned to Xian Tong. Let us hurry up and move our things upstairs. We still have some left to carry. If those zombies wander over here, we won't be able to transport the supplies. Then let us hurry. Xian Tong bore the responsibility for the survival of 13 children. She had no time to ponder further. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, she quickly led the group of children upstairs to find rooms to stay in. Upon reaching the second floor, they discovered that only rooms 204 and 205 were unoccupied within the protective shield. Thus, Li Yi shared a room with a few boys, while Xian Tong took a few girls into another room. Before entering, he glanced at the hotel corridor and, for reasons unknown, uttered, "Thank goodness we were lucky enough to secure 2 rooms. Otherwise, we would have had to squeeze in the corridor with others, which would have been terrifying." Just then, those who heard him muttered, "The apocalypse has driven him mad." On the 5th day after the onset of the apocalypse, chaos ensued as a group of students hiding in a school faced perilous moments. What should we do? Those zombies seem to have gone mad. Previously, as long as we stayed quiet, they didn't react. But now they keep banging on our door. I can't take it anymore. Let us confront those monsters. With shouts of curses from several boys and the muffled screams of others, the atmosphere in the cafeteria grew increasingly oppressive. I can't stand this. How long must we hide here? If we go out earlier, we might still survive. If we stay here, we'll either die or go insane. One boy stood up, pushing through the crowd toward the window, where shattered glass lay strewn across the floor, and countless zombies reached in from outside, trying to grab something. The sight of their bruised arms sent chills down everyone's spine. Among the crowd were elderly, middle-aged individuals, and teenagers, all looking at the boy. Let us make a break for it. There's no water in this cafeteria anyway, and 3 of us have already contracted a virus from drinking tap water. Staying here means death. At least if we fight our way out, we might have a chance. Another boy, around 17 or 18, also couldn't bear the oppressive weight and rose to his feet. Before the others could hesitate, suddenly, one of the doors on the side of the cafeteria began to tremble violently, as if a powerful zombie was trying to force it open. Everyone's faces turned tense as they watched the door, unsure whether to flee towards the opposite door. Soon, a chain reaction ensued, with everyone rushing toward the other exit. With a loud bang, the door behind them burst open, and a zombie charged in, tearing apart an older teacher. The sight sent shivers down the spines of those who turned to look, prompting them to run even faster. Don't look back. Just run. One of the teachers noticed a student turning back upon hearing some noise and, in a hoarse voice, shouted loudly to halt their actions. I in such a dire situation. Perhaps if one did not look, they might still have the strength to run. But once they did, fear would seize them, paralyzing their ability to flee swiftly. The remaining individuals dared not even glance back, their hearts racing in a frantic rhythm, instinctively unwilling to dwell on their thoughts as they joined the throng, desperately rushing towards the exit. The school bus parked outside might be their only chance of survival at this moment. Among them, 2 girls, around 18 years of age, despite their vigorous sprinting, found their movements hindered by the crush of the crowd. This group consisted of over 100 people, all simultaneously rushing toward the door, the congestion preventing many from making any headway. Yet, in the face of life and death, no one dared to feel sympathy, and no man would show tenderness towards the women. In the face of mortality, no one wished to yield to another. IE is here. The zombies are coming. One girl could not help but glance back. Her heart filled with horror, her lips paling. Her heart began to race uncontrollably. Don't be afraid. The girl beside her, named IE, said in a deep voice, her calm tone betraying the fear she was trying to suppress. IE tightened the scarf wrapped around her head, gripping the dagger hidden in her sleeve with determination. Don't be afraid, she repeated, uncertain if she was offering courage to her friend or herself. IE licked her dry lips, forcing herself to remain composed as she pressed onward, urging her friend to follow. Help me! Suddenly, another person behind them fell into the clutches of a zombie, barely managing to utter a cry for help before being torn apart. The stench of death from behind weighed heavily on their minds, and the crowd grew increasingly agitated. IE gazed ahead at the entrance, which now appeared particularly narrow, as the frenzied crowd had completely blocked it. Everyone was fixated on escaping, making the path out even more congested. In such moments, no one would take the time to consider how to restore order. All were desperate to save their own lives. This thought flickered through IE's mind, and in the face of extreme danger, she became even more composed. Let us go through that window, not the front door. IE decisively abandoned the idea of exiting through the entrance. Given their current pace, they were likely to fall prey to zombies before they could escape. The instinct to survive set IE's mind racing as she pulled her friend towards the side. IE, what are you doing? No, I'm scared. IE. The other girl looked at her friend in panic, her eyes filled with despair. She feared IE was giving up, but she herself did not want to die. She was still so young. IE had no time to explain. She rushed to the tightly shut window, took a deep breath, released her friend's hand, and grabbed a nearby stool, smashing it against the glass. Chapter 20. Worthy of occasional tenderness. As she sat on the ground, IE had been observing all the exits. The spacing of the protective bars on this window was relatively wide. Most people would struggle to escape. But she and her friend, with their slender figures and weights under 90 pounds, could manage to slip through. She worried that the glass was locked tight against smaller zombies trying to squeeze in, but fortunately, this side faced a remote ditch behind the building, and due to its isolation, there were hardly any zombies around. Little did she know, it had now become their lifeline. Quick, throw away the food. We can't get through with it, IE exclaimed, discarding the precious supplies she had clutched. Her friend, startled by IE's swift actions, quickly grasped her friend's intention. She hurriedly discarded her backpack, climbing onto the stool to escape. Although the sound of shattering glass was loud, in that moment, no one had the mind to look their way. Look, we can escape through that window. Someone in the crowd noticed IE and her friend's movements and shouted. Just as they were about to rush towards the window, however, upon seeing the protective bars outside, they gave up. Yet, a small framed boy turned and ran towards them. IE glanced at the zombies pouring into the cafeteria and pushed her friend through the window. Following closely behind. IE, there are monsters outside, zombies. As soon as her friend squeezed through the bars, she spotted a figure approaching from 10 meters away, moving awkwardly like a marionette, its skin a sickly shade of purple. Unmistakably a zombie. IE squeezed out and pulled her friend back a few steps. Stay calm. We have to go this way. The vehicle is in that direction. If we don't go this way, we won't make it to the bus. And if we move too slowly, the bus will leave us behind, leaving only countless zombies. We must kill that zombie. IE tightened her cloak and scarf, gripping the dagger firmly. Su Zhiyong, hearing the commotion, hesitated in his steps toward the research institute. Changing direction as he observed the approaching monster, IE felt less fear. The creature appeared unusually clean, with only traces of blood at its neck, and compared to the disfigured zombies, it seemed considerably less terrifying. Ai swallowed hard. She had killed chickens and ducks but had never taken a human life. Even in the apocalypse, she had merely fled with the crowd, ultimately hiding in the school's cafeteria. "Help me." The screams from behind reminded Ai that there was no turning back. "Ai." Another girl stammered, her heart unable to find peace, as she crouched down to pick up a stick, no thicker than her thumb and as long as her arm. It seemed to offer her a semblance of security. "Ah, a monster. Help." A boy attempting to escape through the window like Ai was caught by the pursuing zombies. He could only reach out towards Ai before being overwhelmed and devoured. Ai shuddered, pulling her friend aside. "Don't be afraid. Just don't look." Despite her words, Ai couldn't help but think that if either of them had a machete, at least they would feel more confident in facing the zombies. "Can you kill?" Su Zhiyong crossed his arms, watching the two trembling girls point. One of them appeared calm, but the hand gripping the knife hidden in her sleeve betrayed her inner turmoil. Before Ai and her friend could say anything, a furious roar echoed nearby. "Hiss!" The ravenous zombie, having caught the scent of blood, lunged toward the two girls. Su Zhiyong watched the girl freeze, helplessly staring at the oncoming zombie. He remained indifferent, quietly observing the impending tragedy. Ai's eyelids flickered, and her hand gripping the knife trembled slightly. Yet, in this critical moment, there was no time for hesitation. She raised the knife, her eyes fixed on the zombie. A non-mutated zombie could be incapacitated with a blow to the head. Taking a deep breath, she dashed toward the zombie when it was just 2 meters away, swinging her knife. With a thud, the zombie's blood splattered onto her skin. Ai froze in place, lowering the knife she had raised. Dazedly touching the blood on her face, the other girl cautiously slipped past the motionless monster, running towards Su Zhiyong. "Brother, please help me and Ai. Save us," she pleaded urgently. Ai pressed her lips together, murmuring, "Thank you." When she met the indifferent gaze of the man, she realized he would not intervene. Ai had no idea why this man would choose to save anyone. However, she felt that a man capable of wielding a gun would not extend his help. Ai called out to her friend and said, "We must leave here quickly and head to the bus. The gunfire will surely attract the monsters nearby." The other girl, seeing Su Zhiyong's impassive expression, stomped her foot in frustration and followed Ai outside. Ai's rationality urged her to leave immediately, yet her body felt weak, her limbs unresponsive. She had just brushed against death. Confronting mortality had instilled fear in her. It turned out she was not as strong as she had imagined. After a few seconds, Ai finally reacted, forcing herself to take a step toward the exit. As she brushed past the man, he suddenly handed her a small bottle. "Perhaps this will bring you some luck." Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, casually shaking the ordinary potion in his hand. Ai exchanged a glance with this suddenly appearing stranger, silently accepting the bottle that resembled a potion and stowing it in her pocket. "What a thing! The safe zone welcomes your arrival." Su Zhiyong paused, looking earnestly at Ai. "Of course, if you can survive long enough to get there." He then glanced at Ai's pants pocket and added, "You'd better drink it quickly." Su Zhiyong handed his gun to the girl before him and said, "A brave girl like you deserves to be treated with kindness by the world, if only occasionally." Ai tightly gripped the vial of medicine in her pocket with one hand while wielding a handgun in the other. She gazed at the retreating figure of the man. Her mind clouded with confusion. It wasn't until she heard her best friend's anxious voice calling from ahead that Ai snapped back to reality. Perhaps this person wouldn't harm her. She was uncertain of her own emotions. Maybe her mind had become unhinged, or perhaps she had gone mad. How could she trust someone in such apocalyptic times? In a sudden burst of resolve, Ai raised the vial and downed its contents in one swift motion. Chapter 21. Self-sufficiency and abundance, but what kind of absurdity is this so-called safe base? Ai felt that the man who had appeared so unexpectedly was joking, even though he casually mentioned the name of a hotel she had seen before. The notion of a safe base seemed ludicrous. After all, the apocalypse had only begun a few days prior. Anyone capable of establishing a safe haven would surely be backed by governmental forces. The government had always been serious. Such a name was nothing more than a farce. Moreover, would the government really set up a safe base within a hotel? It was almost a national joke. Ai dismissed these thoughts and hurried to catch up with her friend after finishing the medicine. Suddenly, a rush of warmth enveloped her, and in the next instant, an inexplicable sensation surged through her. As a thin stream of liquid flowed from her index finger, water. Ai's hand trembled, causing her to stumble precariously. It was him. That vial of medicine was definitely responsible. Ai halted abruptly and turned to where the man had just stood, only to find it empty. There was not a trace of him. Ai, hurry up. Her friend's urgent voice called from ahead. With a tumult of emotions swirling in her heart, she concealed her handgun and pressed on. The weapon might be her only means of survival, and she couldn't afford to let anyone know about it unless absolutely necessary. Su Zhiyong continued his sprint towards the research center in IC City. He needed to rescue some talents in this field to contribute to the future development of his own safe base. A dark base would undoubtedly require illumination. While the system contained numerous lighting devices, none could compare to the convenience of having electricity. However, upon arriving at the nearest research institute, he found it deserted, leaving behind only a few staggering zombies. This was not good news. Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow and violently broke through some security doors, hastily collecting all the instruments into the system's storage. Since the place was uninhabited, he would take these valuable precision instruments with him. Having thoroughly looted the research center, Su Zhiyong glanced at a map of IC City before turning towards the nearby agricultural seed center. There, he could gather various seeds. With fewer people around, the system rewards would suffice for now. Once the crowd grew, relying solely on the system's food rewards to sustain the entire base would become an overwhelming burden. Self-sufficiency and abundance, he thought. This is not due to laziness, but rather a steadfast commitment to upholding the admirable virtues passed down by our ancestors. Su Zhiyong was almost moved to tears by the retention of such noble ideals. Ai struggled to maintain her pace, never anticipating that just as she was about to catch up to the car, those terrified individuals would abandon her and flee in their vehicle to escape the pursuing zombies. She couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, surprised that her closest friend, whom she had always protected during the apocalypse, was now screaming, "Drive! Hurry up and drive!" The familiar face, filled with fear and a frantic desire to escape, showed no concern or compassion for Ai and the others left behind. If it weren't for that mysterious man awakening her abilities, endowing her with greater strength than before, she feared she would have already been devoured by a zombie. "I can't hold on any longer. You should go. Don't worry about us," Ai gasped, breathless. I am also. Ai, you escape." Only 5 or 6 people had made it out of dozens. All were among the physically fit. Ai panted heavily, her eyes clouded with confusion. To be honest, she too was on the verge of collapse. Yet, she continued to encourage everyone, uttering words she wasn't even sure were true, afraid to mention the name of the safe base during such despair. She could only vaguely suggest, "Everyone, don't give up. I swear there's a safe base ahead. If we reach it, we will be saved." In that moment, she desperately hoped the man hadn't spoken in jest. However, the ridiculous name left her feeling cold inside. The few people following Ai wore expressions of bitter mirth, their legs moving mechanically. If they continued like this, they would inevitably fall prey to the zombies. They had tried seeking refuge in various houses along the way. But in such a populous city as IC, entering any residential area meant first navigating through the staggering hordes of zombies. Just imagining how many people lived in a neighborhood and what proportion had become zombies made entering one feel akin to stepping into a coffin early. The storefronts along the street, with glass windows that seemed destined to shatter under the onslaught of zombies, offered no sanctuary whatsoever. Zombies never tire, while human stamina wanes. Even if the majority of zombies couldn't outrun humans, fatigue would ultimately lead to humanity's defeat. In such a vast world, there appeared to be no place for them to hide. The once thriving metropolis they had once taken pride in had transformed into a paradise for the undead. Suddenly, the group exchanged bewildered glances, hesitant to halt their steps, their minds clouded with uncertainty. What was happening? Why had the area in front of them become so open? Indeed, it was vast and devoid of the familiar throngs of zombies. What was going on? Some were anxious, while others felt a glimmer of hope. Ai herself was puzzled as to why there were so few zombies in this vicinity. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and urged, "It's just ahead. I assure you, the safe base is nearby. We should be almost there. If the address left by that man was accurate, it should be right here." "What is that?" someone exclaimed in astonishment. Following the gaze of their companion, Ai and the others beheld a faint blue screen enveloping the first and second floors of the hotel, A row of glaring red characters hung above the hotel. What kind of absurdity is this safe base? One voice murmured in disbelief. They found themselves almost mechanically running towards the blue protective barrier. Almost simultaneously, an electronic voice resonated in their ears. Welcome to What Kind of Absurdity Is This Safe Base? Do you choose to become a formal resident of the base? The expressions of IE and her companions varied greatly, astonished that the mechanical voice could accurately pronounce their names. One person, looking bewildered, asked, when did our country acquire such advanced technology without the knowledge of the people? Indeed, they instinctively perceive these phenomena as high-tech. Whether it was the electronic voice or the enigmatic blue barrier, it all seemed beyond their comprehension. How do we even make a choice? There isn't even a keyboard, and the zombies are closing in. Just as IE and the others felt a surge of desperation, a voice called from the second floor, prompting them to silently wish for the best. Without time for gratitude, they quickly thought yes and hurried into the hotel lobby. As they prepared to dash upstairs, they turned back to see the zombies approaching the blue screen, only to appear dazed and begin staggering away in other directions. Chapter 22. Advanced Technology? IE and her companions were utterly stunned, even too preoccupied to pay attention to the electronic voice that resumed its chatter in their ears. What kind of advanced technology could disperse zombies? One person blurted out in disbelief, could it be that this safe base is indeed established by the government? Just then, when Shanshan, who had just come down from the second floor after urging them, overheard this remark and rolled her eyes dramatically. Impossible. We're all Earthlings. How could we not guess the current technological level of our planet? When Shanshan pointed towards the task hall and said, look, you can buy everything inside with crystal cores. Dio, you really think our planet possesses such black technology? Gulp. Someone, staring at the displayed resources on the task hall panel, swallowed hard. Everyone was astonished, gazing at the task hall panel. IE snapped back to reality, her first reaction being to inquire, what are crystal cores? When Shanshan cleared her throat, casually strolling around the crowd with an air of nonchalance. This, of course, is something that evolved from the brains of zombies. This will be our currency in the base. The group fell into a daze. There are crystal cores in the brains of zombies? Who established this base? Someone suddenly asked. When Shanshan recalled how she and her husband had occasionally mentioned extraterrestrials without any notable reaction, it seemed the aliens wouldn't mind being nicknamed so. However, she couldn't help but lower her voice conspiratorially. Let me tell you this, but don't tell anyone else. When we arrived, this place was already a sanctuary. Those zombies you just saw won't enter inside at all. What did this imply? It meant that as long as they were within, they wouldn't have to worry about zombie attacks. Earth lacked such technological prowess. Who could possibly have it? When Shanshan extended her finger, pointing skyward. Gods? The heavens? The answers can only be described as flowery and extravagant, as no one has articulated what when Shanshan truly thinks. She shot a disdainful glance at these individuals, lamenting their lack of imagination. They ought to watch fewer fantastical dramas, particularly those involving extraterrestrials. What? Several were taken aback. They felt that since arriving at this peculiar base, their worldviews had been thoroughly shattered. At that moment, a passionate youth, filled with indignation, exclaimed, how could we, dignified inhabitants of Earth, be toyed with by these extraterrestrial beings? As he spoke, his voice gradually dwindled. He suddenly realized that if there were aliens, there must be more than one kind. So, were all extraterrestrials responsible for this apocalyptic disaster, or just a single faction? He scratched his ear, his anger deflating like a punctured balloon, muttering, the crux of the matter is that we cannot even see these aliens. We don't even know how to seek vengeance. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a wave of discontent wash over them. They were reluctant to accept the harsh reality. Countless fellow Earthlings had perished in this calamity, and their once peaceful lives had been irrevocably shattered. If it were indeed the work of extraterrestrials, what could they possibly do? At this stage, all they could do was cling to survival, utterly powerless. Perhaps in the next moment, they themselves would fall victim to this disaster. The more they pondered, the colder their hearts felt. Meanwhile, Su Zhiyong arrived at the seed center and immediately sensed something amiss. A horde of zombies had encircled a large warehouse, whose iron doors were firmly shut. Aside from a few small windows at the top, it resembled an impregnable fortress. Even those small windows were sealed with mesh, allowing for ventilation but preventing any rodents or cockroaches from entering. If there were indeed people inside, they would presumably be safe. However, if there were occupants, the zombies would surely be incessantly battering the doors or walls. The eerie stillness of the zombies lingering outside the warehouse suggested they were wary of something, yet they seemed unwilling to leave, which piqued Su Zhiyong's curiosity immensely. He pushed aside the zombies blocking his path and leaned against the warehouse's closed iron door. Peering through the crack, the few zombies he had shoved aside swayed but steadied themselves, their blood-red, lifeless eyes staring blankly at Su Zhiyong. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a semblance of confusion in their expressions. Their limited intellect seemed to struggle with understanding why this fellow kindred spirit had pushed them and performed such peculiar movements. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and Su Zhiyong could see nothing. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided to circle around the warehouse to discern any abnormalities. With his stealth skill still active, the surrounding zombies regarded him as if he were invisible. As Su Zhiyong reached the back of the warehouse, he finally noticed something unusual. While the other three sides of the warehouse were teeming with zombies, this particular wall had only one solitary zombie. This zombie moved with greater agility than the others, emitting low hissing sounds toward the interior of the warehouse. Saliva dripped from its mouth, resembling that of a typical zombie. Most notably, this zombie possessed a hairless, purplish-blue tail. Simultaneously, the information about this zombie appeared before his eyes. Zombie, level 2, stamina, 12 speed, 15 attack, 12 skill. Faster than ordinary zombies, yet still unable to escape your keen observation. Su Zhiyong was taken aback. He suspected that his system had been compromised. Reading the last line of the zombie's profile, he had reason to believe the system was subtly flattering him. After coexisting with the system for nearly a decade, Su Zhiyong felt that since the apocalypse, it had gradually changed. IT was no longer the silent entity it once was. It had begun to subtly assert its presence. Today's display was particularly audacious, as it seemed to understand the art of flattery. While Su Zhiyong's mind wandered through these chaotic thoughts, it did not hinder him from drawing his weapon. The level 2 zombie appeared to sense the commotion behind it, turning to Su Zhiyong and hissing twice. Although the sound was indistinguishable from that of a level 1 zombie, Su Zhiyong felt a greater sense of intimidation emanating from this creature. However, while he could sense this intimidation, it did not affect him in the slightest. Bang! He decisively fired a shot at the level 2 zombie. The creature's tail whipped behind it, evading the bullet aimed at its head with a speed imperceptible to the naked EY.IT, seemed enraged by this thoughtless fellow. Emitting 2 menacing hisses and lashed its tail in retaliation. Quite impressive. Su Zhiyong smirked, easily dodging the attack and continuing to observe the level 2 zombie for data collection. He was curious to see the extent of the differences between this level 2 zombie and its level 1 counterparts. Inside the vast warehouse, a group of individuals resting on the ground with shovels, wooden sticks, and iron rods paused in surprise. Suddenly, one person whispered, "Did you hear that noise outside?" Another shivered. "Could it be that ghastly creature?" "No, it sounds more like gunfire." "Who among you has ever heard real gunfire?" Everyone fell silent once more. As the apocalypse unfolded, the Seed Center had responded swiftly. Being familiar colleagues, the survivors quickly banded together. During the first 3 days, they managed to engage in skirmishes with the zombies outside, creating some noise to lure them in for elimination. However, starting the 3rd night, their isolated fellow survivors began to suffer unexplainable attacks. From the 3rd night until the afternoon of the 4th day, they lost 9 familiar comrades. Some were in pairs, others in threes. Following this, they dared not split up again. The remaining 20 or so individuals gathered closely. On the 4th night, they lost 2 more companions. As the screams echoed, they realized that a comrade had been assaulted. This monstrous entity had never allowed them to see its true form. Ultimately, they could only retreat to the large warehouse with their supplies. This was a dead-end strategy. Although they had not lost any more companions up to that point, they were equally unable to venture out. One individual, with a self-deprecating tone, remarked, "This wretched place, who would come here? It's not a supermarket or a slaughterhouse. Why would anyone come here for seeds? Not that remote. What if someone happens to pass by? But even if someone does, they wouldn't venture inside," as they whispered among themselves. Su Zhiyong completed his assessment of the level 2 zombie's data and incinerated the creature using his Tai True Fire. Even as a level 2 zombie, It was reduced to ashes within seconds after Su Zhiyong had become a level 5 awakened. Ding! A small, blue-green crystal core, roughly the size of a peanut, dropped where the zombie had vanished. Simultaneously, a voice from the system echoed in Su Zhiyong's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the system task. Subtask 1. Eliminate a level 2 zombie. The secure base has leveled up by 1 rank. After a 3-day protection period for new residents, the host will possess tax collection rights, rewarded resources, flour, 2,000 jin, rice, 1,000 jin, pork, 200 jin, drinking water, 500 tons. Su Zhiyong let water drip from his fingers, cleaning the wind attribute crystal core that had fallen to the ground before stowing it in the system space. Special reward, 1 intelligent NPC for the task hall. Initially indifferent, Su Zhiyong paused, a series of question marks emerging in his mind. What use is an NPC without any attribute rewards? The system remained unresponsive. As Su Zhiyong completed the final subtask, the previously quiet task list began to refresh. Main system task, expand the secure base's notoriety and influence, 1,000 inhabitants. Subtask 1. Eliminate 10 level 2 zombies. Subtask 2. Acquire 100 residents. Su Zhiyong glanced at the updated task list, realizing that only by completing the subtasks would the main task refresh. He opened the secure bases panel. The panel's information had changed. Name. What on earth is this secure base level? Level 1 current resident count. 24 rules. No malicious killing or attacking others within the secure base's protective shield. Otherwise, a punishment mechanism will be triggered. The host has absolute control over the secure base. Safety shield. 1030M unlocked. Task hall to be unlocked. Warehouse, farm, livestock farm. Level 2 upgrade conditions. Resident count reaches 100. Upgrade task hall. Su Zhiyong discovered that the safety shield had expanded from its original dimensions of 510 to a planar area of 1,000 square meters, with a height of 30 meters. The safety shield had significantly increased in size. Suddenly, his gaze lingered on the final piece of information on the panel, the upgrade conditions for the level 2 safe base. Promote the base to level 2. 2 prerequisites must be met. The population must reach 100 residents, and the mission hall must be upgraded. A sense of confusion washed over him as he inwardly inquired, System, how does one upgrade the mission hall? The system replied, accumulate transaction volume for automatic upgrading. Did this infuriating system fear losing a life by uttering a few more words? Nevertheless, he grasped the essence of the system's message. Hastily exchange the crystal cores from your Earth for supplies at the mission hall. Thus, after trading the crystal cores for resources, he pondered, were the crystal cores his to keep, or did they belong to the system? Su Zhiyong deemed this a grave matter, necessitating further contemplation. His attention was drawn to the special reward obtained during his first endeavor. Even if one were not physically present at the base, remote control was still feasible. Su Zhiyong summoned the base panel, intending to place this intelligent NPC into the safe base. After executing the operation, he proceeded to the warehouse door to collect seeds when the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Operation failed. The intelligent NPC Tom refused to inhabit the dilapidated mission hall. Su Zhiyong perceived a faint mockery in the system's unyielding electronic tone. Very well. These words nearly escaped through clenched teeth. He was eager to uncover the true nature of this intelligent NPC. Tom, Su Zhiyong rapped on the iron door, his knocking drawing the attention of other ordinary zombies loitering nearby. The zombies quickly converged upon him. In a fit of frustration, Su Zhiyong pivoted and delivered a sidekick, sending the foremost row of zombies sprawling backward. His pent-up anger seemed to dissipate considerably. Su Zhiyong, feeling emboldened, glanced at the remaining zombies and mercilessly dealt them a few kicks. Once the bewildered zombies had vanished from sight, he finally called out, "Open the door." Inside, a group of individuals had been straining their ears to listen to the commotion outside the warehouse. Upon hearing someone demand the door be opened, they all promptly stood up. "I'll go take a look." Zhang Jianya approached the iron door, peering through the crack. He could just barely discern a figure standing outside. With no zombies in sight, Zhang Jianya signaled to the others behind him, who readied their weapons in a defensive posture. Only then did he open the warehouse's iron door. Upon seeing Su Zhiyong standing outside, he instinctively glanced around. "Brother, where are your companions?" In his view, clearing the surrounding zombies could not possibly be accomplished by a single person. At least a team of 3-digit numbers would be required. "It's just me." Su Zhiyong gestured towards the interior of the warehouse and stated, "As a reward for rescuing you, I will be taking those seeds." Chapter 24. Spatial Abilities. Had there been no other individuals present, Su Zhiyong would have simply taken the seeds. In this apocalyptic world, such items had become ownerless. However, the work uniforms donned by the people inside clearly indicated they were employees from before the end times. Su Zhiyong felt compelled to at least greet them before taking anything. Zhang Jianya was momentarily stunned, glancing back at the pile of various vegetable and fruit seeds accumulated within the warehouse. Just moments ago, they had been discussing the impending apocalypse and how everyone would scramble for food and water resources, with no one considering these seeds. Now, someone stood at the entrance declaring their intent to take them. Is that not permissible? Su Zhiyong noticed their silence and, raising his tone slightly, his gaze sharpened as he observed the survivors in the warehouse. Zhang Jianya quickly regained his composure and said, "Brother, please do not misunderstand. We simply did not anticipate anyone would have their eyes on these seeds. If you want them, feel free to take as many as you like. After all, without you and your companions, we would likely find ourselves in a dire situation." Indeed, little brother, take whatever you need. These seeds hold no value for us now. If you require them, you may take as many as you wished. Do not hesitate. However, there are quite a few, and even a truck may not suffice to transport them all. A chorus of voices chimed in. Who still cared about these seeds? Perhaps in the future, once a stable environment was established, some factions might send people to seek out seeds. But for now, they did not perceive any worth in them. After all, they lacked personal storage space to carry them away, right? Just as this group entertained such thoughts, they witnessed this young man nodding in satisfaction upon hearing their words, before striding directly into the warehouse. With a sweep of his hand, all the seeds vanished from sight. The crowd was left utterly astonished, unable to control their facial expressions. What had they just witnessed? Following the loss of their possessions, they had now glimpsed what could only be described as mystical abilities akin to those found in cultivation stories. Suddenly, in unison, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhang Jianya. Zhang Jianya retained his voice within their group due to his newfound ability to conjure fire. He had awakened fire-based abilities. Thus, could it be that this young man had awakened spatial abilities? However, despite the stirrings of curiosity within them, they were not familiar enough to inquire directly, opting instead to watch this young man with keen interest. After collecting the seeds, Su Zhiyong turned to leave. Wait, little brother. Zhang Jianya sensed something amiss. While the young man had entered the warehouse to gather seeds, he had scanned the surroundings and found no other figures. Only a few zombies wobbling in the distance. There's something you need? Su Zhiyong paused, turning to regard him. If I may be so bold, are you truly alone? Su Zhiyong retorted. Can you see anyone else? Zhang Jianya, maintaining a polite demeanor, replied, I apologize. May I ask where you are headed, young brother? If you do not mind, perhaps we could travel together for convenience. To be frank, our food supply is dwindling, and we need to find another location. If we band together, we can ensure each other's survival in this apocalypse. Indeed, upon learning that the young man had arrived alone, Zhang Jianya recognized his strength, capable of facing 100 foes single-handedly. He speculated that the awakening of abilities likely varied in strength. Individuals like himself, who had merely experienced a stroke of luck yet possessed insufficient talent, awakened weaker powers, lacking other ability users for comparison. Zhang Jianya could only glean insights from this young man before him. Very well, Su Zhiyong nodded in response to their eager and tense gazes. I happen to have a safe base. If you have nowhere else to go, you are welcome to accompany me. Su Zhiyong's proposal stirred the hearts of those aimlessly wandering in the apocalypse. Zhang Jianya, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Are you perhaps someone from the military? How could you establish a safe base so swiftly? In the face of the apocalypse, survivors ought to support one another. I am willing to follow you, little brother, to see your base. We are all brothers and sisters. We must unite in times like these. Another added, I want to return and check on my family. Being trapped here, I wish to find my loved ones. I have no idea how they're faring. Just a few days ago, I could still call to inquire about their status. But the signal inexplicably vanished, and I've been unable to reach them. I wonder if it is just us without a signal, or if it is a widespread issue. As the group emerged from their near-death experiences, a sense of concern for their respective families began to resurface. In this world, aside from a few individuals, the vast majority had someone they cared about and worried for. Hearing this, Su Zhiyong generously suggested, I recommend that you all first visit the base to assess the situation. If you find it suitable, you can then search for your families. At least you'll have a place to go once you locate them. Would he forego the chance to play the benevolent savior? Su Zhiyong smiled slightly. How could a kind-hearted base leader like him bear to watch his future citizens venture out unarmed into danger? Indeed, given their current circumstances, wandering aimlessly in the icy city was akin to courting death. The area surrounding the seed center was relatively isolated, with few zombies, making it manageable. However, in the city center, the overwhelming horde of zombies would be insurmountable for ordinary individuals. I believe this young brother makes a valid point, Zhang Jianya remarked. Brother, my name is Zhang Jianya. May I ask for your name? Su Zhiyong, he responded. Zhang Jianya quickly signaled to his colleagues behind him, saying it is safer to go together. Given the current situation outside, whether we can find our families remains uncertain. Instead, let us visit the base together and then plan our rescue efforts for our loved ones. Contemplating the zombies and the colleagues who had perished before them in recent days, the crowd nodded in unison. A group swiftly followed Su Zhiyong to the base. However, as they traversed this path, Zhang Jianya and his companions were filled with immense admiration for the leading Su Zhiyong. They were bewildered by his uncanny ability to select routes that were remarkably devoid of zombies. Whenever zombies appeared, Su Zhiyong would promptly dispatch them before his companions could even react. The group increasingly felt that aligning themselves with Su Zhiyong was indeed a prudent decision. Upon arriving before a five-star hotel, they beheld the glaring red letters announcing, "What a safety base!" In an instant, they were left speechless. Chapter 25. Becoming official residents again in the next moment, their attention was captivated by a blue screen. What is that? Zhang Jianya and the others exclaimed in astonishment. Su Zhiyong continued walking, casually remarking, "You'll find out once we enter." He felt the necessity to appoint a guide at his base to elucidate its circumstances. The commotion downstairs drew the attention of Li Yi and his group on the second floor, prompting them to rush to the lobby. As Zhang Jianya's group stepped through the blue screen, a mechanical electronic voice suddenly resonated in their ears. "Welcome to What a Safety Base. Would you like to become official residents of this base? Do not panic. Just mentally affirm your choice," Su Zhiyong advised. Hearing his reminder, the group, dazed and confused, opted for yes. The electronic voice chimed in again. "Congratulations, Zhang Jianya. You have become an official resident of What a Safety Base. Malicious harm within the base is prohibited." Although they were oblivious to the nature of this system, upon hearing the content articulated by the electronic voice, Zhang Jianya felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. System. As an official resident, Zhang Jianya will enjoy a 3-day tax exemption period at the base system. Due to resident Zhang Jianya's enjoyment of the base's protection, after the tax exemption period, he must pay a monthly fee of 1 secondary crystal core to the base. Zhang Jianya? The group, bewildered by the subsequent electronic notifications, found themselves in a state of existential doubt. In stark contrast, Su Zhiyong, who had patiently escorted Zhang Jianya and his group back, displayed a contented smile upon hearing the system's announcement regarding his new subjects. As Zhang Jianya approached, seemingly with countless questions, Su Zhiyong scanned the crowd and spotted Li Yi, who had eagerly leaned in to observe. He beckoned Li over and Li Yi's eyes lit up as he sprinted forward. "Hey there, boss." Su Zhiyong gestured towards the perplexed group of Zhang Jianya, saying, "Please introduce them to the situation of our base." "Rest assured, I will thoroughly explain our base's circumstances," Li Yi declared with fervor. Thumping his chest, Li Yi enthusiastically began to explain the existence of the mission hall to the newcomers, and then, in a hushed tone, he shared with them the details regarding the extraterrestrial incident. As Li Yi led the group upstairs, Zhang Jianya's party encountered a group of children from Shintong Kindergarten. Hiss! They collectively gasped at the sight of these toddlers. This base even recruited defenseless children? What a remarkable display of strength! What an emblem of confidence! Suddenly, a flicker of faith ignited within Zhang Jianya and his companions. After all, what force would dare to take in such helpless children without the means to fend for themselves? "You are incredibly fortunate," Li Yi's excited voice echoed in their ears. "Do you know? Just before your return, our base's protective perimeter expanded significantly. Otherwise, you would have been relegated to sleeping in the corridors." "What remarkable luck!" Zhang Jianya and the others nodded in agreement, thoroughly convinced. Once the group ascended to the 3rd floor of the hotel to find accommodations, Shintong and Li exchanged knowing glances. Silently acknowledging, "Thank goodness we arrived first," Li responded cheerfully, "Of course. Knowing how powerful our boss is, living on the same floor as him within the base must be incredibly safe. I just heard Brother Jianya and the others discussing settling in before going to fetch their families." What about you? Are your family members in IC City? Although Li had maintained an optimistic demeanor, his spirits suddenly plummeted. Shaking his head, he replied, I am not a local of IC City. My home is over 6 hours away by car. In this apocalyptic era, transportation is paralyzed, and I have no idea how long it would take to return. More critically, even if I wish to go back, I wonder if I could survive the journey. And do you still have family? Shintong inquired cautiously, realizing that every aspect of this world possessed a duality. Perhaps in times of peace, being the sole survivor in her family would be unfortunate. However, in the wake of the apocalypse, she observed her colleagues frantically rushing home, while some retreated in fear of their lives, using various excuses to numb themselves and avoid appearing cowardly for abandoning their choices. As for her, the reason she remained behind with the unaccompanied students was likely due to the shared experience of being left alone, regardless of whether faced with a landslide or the end of days. Consequently, she felt an inclination to take things one step at a time. Alone, she might lack the courage to confront this cruel world. Yet, with the presence of 13 little ones from the school, she discovered that apart from the heightened hardships and terrifying zombies, her emotions remained largely unchanged. These children were not merely her burden. They instilled in her the fortitude to face all adversities. In the darkness, their existence illuminated her path. Li lowered his head. I still have my grandparents I wish to return, but I cannot find anyone to accompany me. Am I too cowardly to traverse this apocalyptic road alone? The remoteness of his grandparents' home meant that it would take a long time to encounter another household. He could not even find a neighbor to call and inquire about their situation. He had attempted to contact a household relatively close to his home, but they scolded him for being selfish, considering it too dangerous to assist anyone in such perilous times. Soon after, his phone lost signal, rendering it impossible to make any calls. My family may be distant, but the terrain is relatively flat. If I can find a reliable group later, I can drive back to find my grandparents. What about you? Li diverted the topic away from himself, looking at Shintong. Beyond knowing that she had a dozen children with her, he was unaware of anything else. Me? Shintong recalled the disparaging remarks made about her family and chuckled. If I die, my family will become extinct. Stop laughing if you don't want to. Your smile looks quite unappealing, Li grimaced, pouting. Is your family far from IC City? Not far, just on the outskirts of the city. Very close to the sea. Although I am the only one left in my family, I have inherited a residence. My old home has 5 large houses, considered luxurious estates in the city. The two exchanged smiles, suddenly feeling a sense of camaraderie in their shared plight. In the next moment, Li took a step back, startled. As he shivered, he pointed a trembling finger ahead. B-boss, why do you appear without making a sound? Originally, he had merely glanced up casually, only to be startled by the sudden appearance of a figure in his line of sight. Su Zhiyong ignored him, lazily addressing Shintong. Your home is on the outskirts of the city? Chapter 26. Do not venture out after 10 o'clock. To be honest, when he had casually designated this hotel as a safety base, he now realized that the space was entirely inadequate for expansion. Without even considering the tasks that would need to be upgraded in the future, the thought of accommodating 100 people here seemed overwhelmingly cramped. Fortunately, upon consulting the system regarding the possibility of relocating the base, he felt a slight relief. Shintong nodded, casting a glance at the formidable figure Li described as boss, and quietly remarked, Yes, boss, my home is on the outskirts of the city. Although it appears remote, it is actually quite close to the city, making everything convenient. One side of it even borders the sea, where there are plenty of fish and shrimp to catch. However, due to overfishing in recent years, we have only been able to catch small fish. Su Zhiyong nodded slightly, instructing, inform everyone to pack up. Those who need to fetch their families should do so in 5 days. We will relocate to your hometown. It is close to the city, spacious, and allows for proper planning. Understood, boss. I will ensure everyone is informed, Li promised, thumping his chest. Uncle, uncle. A soft and delicate voice echoed from the direction of the safety staircase on the 2nd floor. Li whipped around, astonished to see 3 tiny figures standing at the entrance of the safety passage. Wow, does this hotel even have toddlers younger than kindergartners? Shintong followed suit, equally surprised. Throughout the scene, only Su Zhiyong's expression remained unchanged. As though he had anticipated such an occurrence, he turned to Shintong and stated, Whether it's 1 or 2, taking care of them is the same. This little one will be entrusted to you tonight. In room 202, Guan Kaiwei handed a piece of cauliflower to Wen Shanshan, saying, "Forget it. I'm not cut out for cooking. You all continue. I'll go see what Su Zhiyong is doing outside." Wen Shanshan and her husband quickly waved their hands, insisting, "No, no. The kitchen is fine with us. Sister Kaiwei, please go about your business." Guan Kaiwei let out a soft hum as she opened the door to room 202. Casting her gaze into the corridor, her eyes fell upon three silent figures standing there, and with a puzzled blink, she followed their line of sight. What little child is this? Is it possible that this man possesses an inexplicable allure for children? The 3-year-old, rooted in place and hesitant to approach, had already begun to pout, on the verge of tears. Upon noticing Guan Kaiwei standing motionless at the door, Ichi approached her. "Oh, little one, why are you here all alone? Where is your mother?" The little girl, recognizing the uncle who had given her food just days prior, mustered her courage and took tentative steps towards the group. "Uncle, my mommy. My mommy told me to find you for protection. There are bad guys scaring her." Hearing the mention of her mother, the little girl could no longer contain her emotions, bursting into sobs as she relayed her plight to Ichi. Instinctively, Ichi glanced at Su Zhiyong, inquiring, "Brother Su?" He has no idea what is happening upstairs in this hotel. All he knew was that there was a mother and daughter pair. The middle-aged woman had even arranged to gather supplies but failed to show up the following morning. Fortunately, his wife had been tempted by the kitchen supplies from Su Zhiyong's side, so they hadn't sought out additional provisions. Observing the little one's tearful eyes, he decided that everything else could wait. "By the way, after 10 o'clock tonight, if you hear any noise, do not leave your room. Just stay inside and wait for me to call you for dinner." Su Zhiyong offered a few words of caution before returning to his room, intending to study the Level 2 Wind-type zombie crystal core in his system space. Once Su Zhiyong had retreated, Li Yi, scratching his head in confusion, asked, "Sister Kaiwei, why did the boss remind us not to go out after 10? This manner of speaking always reminded him of things laced with suspense, which were highly detrimental to the mental and emotional development of adolescence. Guan Kaiwei shrugged her shoulders, a smile curving her lips, illuminating her features with an almost ethereal glow. "I do not know the reason either. However, in such moments, I usually choose to heed his advice. I have a premonition that something will occur tonight." Li clenched his left fist and patted it with his palm, turning to Shintong. "Tonight, we must keep a close eye on the children around us and ensure none of them accidentally wander off." "Indeed." Shintong nodded solemnly, then returned to gather the children, instructing them to play in the room while they awaited the teacher to prepare their meal. The individuals in the corridor gradually dispersed. As time passed, a tantalizing aroma of cooked food wafted from room 202, enticing Li Yi and Shintong, who were in rooms 204 and 205, rendering their bread tasteless in comparison. Lie, chewing on a piece of bread, made his way to Shintong's room, sitting beside two of the children and sighing. What could Yi Chi and the others be cooking in 202? They're indulging in luxury with fried dishes. Just smelling it makes it hard to resist drooling. Yi Bao could not help but feel the urge to salivate. 1 5-year-old girl, with a small slurp, had a glimmering liquid at the corner of her mouth, but unfortunately, within moments, it dribbled down onto her chubby hand. Shintong couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Everyone, hurry and finish the bread in your hands. Many of these are on the brink of expiration. We may have to rely on them for sustenance in the near future since their shelf life is too short. And we cannot afford to waste food in this apocalypse." On the third floor, the newly settled Zhang Jianya and his companions had just finished organizing their rooms and distributing supplies. They had barely managed to sit down for a meal when the enticing scent of fried dishes wafted into their noses. One short young man, barely reaching 1.7 meters, sniffed the air and muttered, "This is ridiculous. I'm starving. The smell of braised pork is wafting up, but I can't even reach it." Zhang Jianya and the others gazed blankly at the speaker. As it seemed he could go on indefinitely, Zhang Jianya, feeling helpless, interjected, "Li Bingbing, please speak in standard Mandarin. We can't understand your dialect." The diminutive Li Bingbing, with earnest eyes, replied, "Boss, we must adapt to our surroundings now that we are in a safe place. Every day counts. We need to improve our meals." This jumble of words left Zhang Jianya perplexed, yet he understood the sentiment and retorted, "Speak plainly." "Yes." Li Bingbing straightened his small frame. "Boss, look at the splendid meals downstairs. We shouldn't fall behind too much. At the very least, we should enhance our own dining experience. You want to enhance your meals? Why not just go sing love songs to magpies?" Their banter echoed in the air. creating an awkward atmosphere. Another member took a deep breath, stepping in to break the tension. Haha, I actually think little Bing Bing has a point. We're now in a secure base, and Boss Zhang doesn't need to exhaust his abilities. Roasted sweet potatoes are quite tasty. After a moment of silence, the sweet aroma of roasted sweet potatoes drifted from the third floor, Iron Room 205. Li erupted into exaggerated complaints. This is utterly intolerable. It's just roasted sweet potatoes. Are we no longer allowed to live? Having finished his outburst, Li swiftly stood up. Xintong inquired, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to trade some bread for a roasted sweet potato. After all, the bread will spoil if left too long." They had nearly cleared out a nearby bakery, so one could imagine how much bread they had on hand. Perhaps soon, when everyone finished their home supplies, they would be forced out of their houses, and the opportunity to gather provisions so easily would vanish. Xintong intercepted him. "If they are willing to trade, let us exchange a few for our side as well. So the children can have some hot food." Lie dashed up to the third floor with a bag of bread, drawn by the enticing aroma of roasted sweet potatoes, arriving at Zhang Jianya's door. "Hey there, are you selling roasted sweet potatoes?" The occupants inside all looked up in unison, intrigued by Li's lively inquiry. How long had it been since they had heard such a lively phrase? It felt like the shouts of street vendors and the haggling of people had become relics of a bygone era. Yet, in reality, this was merely the fifth day of the apocalypse. Zhang Jianya, coming to his senses, hesitated and replied, how does that work?" Others chimed in with curiosity. "Money is worthless now, isn't it? Let alone money, even gold and jewels would likely be less valuable than a bite of food." Who would have thought that the few baskets of sweet potatoes and potatoes left in the cafeteria could still be used for trade in this apocalypse? They had consumed quite a bit of sweet potatoes raw in the past few days. But there were still 2 baskets of potatoes untouched. Li stepped into the room, quietly pulling out some bread. "Our ancestors relied on barter during the earliest times, and I believe that in this situation, trading goods is the most suitable approach. Brother Jianya, how does this deal sound?" Zhang Jianya chuckled. "I never imagined that some potatoes and bread could be traded with the same vigor as a business worth hundreds of thousands in the past. But alas, reality dictates that nothing is more important than food and drink. I'll trade you a sweet potato for 1 bread, and if it's potatoes, then 2. What do you think?" The remaining food in their cafeteria consisted mostly of vegetables and grains, with no bread-like items, so he found the offer acceptable. After consulting with his companions and receiving unanimous nods, Zhang Jianya agreed to trade half of what Li brought for sweet potatoes and the other half for potatoes. Li grinned, saying, "Brother, I don't need to trade so much. Here, let me give you 3 extra breads as a service fee. We can't just eat raw food. Besides, we can't use gas now, and many pipelines are damaged. All right, we're all part of the same base, and as long as we're alive, we'll see each other often." Zhang Jianya readily accepted. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of the hotel, Li Yongkong and his group, entangled in the aroma of cooked dishes and sweet potatoes, were left with the frustration of gnawing on dry instant noodles. Here, only Li Yongkong possessed abilities, and he wasn't a fire element adept. In the absence of electricity and gas, how could they boil water with just a lighter? Instant noodles could only be consumed dry. Initially, they had planned to observe for a few more days. Believing that caution was better than losing their lives, however, witnessing the culinary delights below was undoubtedly nudging them toward a decision to take action against the base downstairs that very night. Among them, a lanky young man nicknamed Skinny Monkey bit into a piece of bread angrily, exclaiming, "Boss, once we take down that pitiful base downstairs tonight and seize their supplies, we can feast on fish and meat." These past few days had been nothing but instant noodles or biscuits, leaving their stomachs yearning for something substantial. Those people downstairs are truly something else. How dare they call their little patch of land a base? Just because they set up a blue barrier with some technological means, they begun to deceive those who lack experience. Li Yongkong listened to the murmurs of those around him, remaining silent. The hotel kitchen had managed to procure some usable ingredients, but they were raw, and without the means to cook, they could only make do with instant noodles or biscuits scavenged from various rooms. Yet, for reasons unknown, ever since the decision was made to launch an assault on the floor below, his eyelids had been twitching incessantly. "Shoho, do you have any cigarettes left? Share a pack with me." "I've run out." At that moment, everyone had divided everything equally. With no cigarettes to spare, one's life was at stake. Li Yongkong frowned and said, "Everyone, Be quiet for a moment. Shoho, you two go check the 5th floor and bring that woman up. Yes, boss. Shoho and his companion quickly fetched the person. Brotherly, the middle-aged woman said, her expression haggard, dark circles under her eyes, and her eyelids swollen. Li Yongkong gestured towards a chair opposite him. Sit and speak. Thank you, brotherly. The middle-aged woman feigned gratitude as she sat down, but anxiety churned within her. I know you sent your daughter to the 2nd floor. I'm fully aware of your intentions. Li Yongkong stated with a cold demeanor. We found some gasoline. You mentioned if we could arrange this hotel properly, could the 2nd floor be avoided? The middle-aged woman trembled, collapsing to her knees with a thud. Please, brotherly, no. I was wrong. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my dog. The scene sent shivers down Li's spine. Although he had slain zombies before, the apocalypse had only begun a few days prior, and the thought of prying open someone's skull was still difficult for him to accept. Moreover, while these individuals had been cleaved, they were still breathing, not entirely dead. Zhang Jianye shook his head at the eager gazes of the others. It would be better to find something to bind these people first. They had triggered the base's punishment mechanism. Although gravely injured and unconscious, they were not yet beyond saving. Once they regained consciousness, they could be questioned. All right, let us follow Brother Zhang's lead. Just as the group fervently began to restrain the individuals, a wailing voice pierced the air. Chapter 29. Searching for someone upstairs, a 3-year-old girl, sobbing inconsolably, crawled down the stairs from the 2nd floor. Upon spotting Wen Shanshan, she extended her chubby little arms. Hug, hug. I want mama, mama. Wen Shanshan quickly scooped her up, soothingly saying, Oh dear, weren't you sleeping? Why are you awake? Mama isn't here. Mama, mama. The little girl cried while calling for her mother, her heart-wrenching distress tugging at the hearts of Zhang Jianye and the other men nearby. I saw this child during the day and thought she belonged to you too. Isn't her mother in the base? Yichi scratched his head and replied, We don't know where her mother is. She came here on her own, and when we asked about her mother, she remained silent. Shanshan and I think she must have been abandoned by her. Zhang Jianye sighed. Indeed, in this cannibalistic world, even adults struggle to survive, let alone a child incapable of taking care of herself. It is not surprising that someone would abandon a child to increase their own chances of survival. When Shanshan pondered, however, we did meet her mother once. When Yichi and I arrived at the base, her mother came to ask for food. She must live nearby, either above in the hotel or from the basement, as we haven't seen her enter or exit the hotel. Zhang Jianye and the others exchanged glances. Pointing to the dark corridor, could they be from upstairs in the hotel? It was also possible they had sneaked in from outside to the basement. The group was suddenly taken aback. Damn it. I thought it was just you few in the hotel, but there are others. Let us go upstairs and search one room at a time. Yichi suggested. I heard from Sister Kaiwei that Brother Su cleared the entire hotel. If there are people upstairs, he should know best. Why not ask him? The bosses must be sleeping, right? Li hesitated. With such a commotion earlier, they didn't come up. Perhaps they're aware of what is happening upstairs. If they chose not to come, it might mean they don't want to get involved. Disturbing them could disrupt their important tasks. As he spoke, Li exchanged knowing glances with the others. They pondered and found it quite possible. Given the large disturbance without any response, and at this ambiguous hour, Zhang Jianye made a decisive statement. With so many of us, it's better to search ourselves and not disturb Brother Su. That would be unethical. He believed that disturbing them might lead to serious consequences. On the 2nd floor, Su Zhiyong, who had been observing everything clearly, couldn't help but admire these individuals' thought processes. However, he was relieved they hadn't come to disturb him. Reflecting on this, Su Zhiyong regarded Li Yi and Zhang Jianye with a somewhat favorable gaze. What surprised him was that Aie and her group of 5 or 6 did not venture upstairs to see the commotion. After being awakened by the sounds from the 3rd floor, they simply remained quietly in their rooms, listening to the noises. Aie was an ability user, and she could discern whether the voices above were intentionally lowered. Thus, even on the 2nd floor, she clearly understood what was happening upstairs. Shintong, another power user, was not surprised either. Upon hearing that someone had snuck into the base intending to do harm, triggering the base's punishment mechanism, she comforted the awakened children, coaxing them back to sleep. Aie explained the situation to her companions and said, Sleep now, it's all fine. With such a powerful punishment mechanism, we can finally rest easy. They had all fled from a school, and with so many teachers and students, along with others who had sought refuge there, they had been living in a state of half-wakefulness amidst the roars of zombies every night. Suddenly finding a peaceful place to sleep was unsettling for them. Neither the aroma of food from next door nor the smell of baked sweet potatoes from upstairs could entice AIE and her group to leave their room. They needed rest more than delicious food, a secure place to sleep. Now that they learned there was indeed a punishment mechanism in this place, AIE and her companions finally set aside their fears and anxieties about zombies and strangers, drifting off to a peaceful slumber. Meanwhile, on the third floor, Zhang Jianye and his group headed upstairs. Yi Qi and Wen Shanshan had initially intended to stay out of this matter and return to the second floor. However, the little girl in Wen Shanshan's arms continued to cry and fuss, insisting on going upstairs to find her mother. Previously, no matter how they inquired, the child merely gazed timidly at them, never mentioning where her mother was. Now, suddenly, she was adamant about going upstairs to find her mother. After a discussion, Wen Shanshan and her husband decided to take the child with them to look for Zhang Jianye and the others upstairs. After all, the upper floors had been cleared by Su Zhiyong, so there were likely no zombies. They merely needed to see if there were any other survivors. Having been there for several days, they had not seen anyone come down from upstairs and had naturally assumed the upper floors were uninhabited. Little did they know, it seemed increasingly likely that there were indeed people above. The group searched from the third to the sixth floor without encountering a single soul. It was not until they reached the seventh floor, in a bathroom of one of the rooms, that they discovered a middle-aged woman bound inside. The little girl immediately wriggled out of Wen Shanshan's arms and ran toward the woman, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Mama! Mama!" Li hurried forward to help remove the foul sock from the middle-aged woman's mouth before unbinding her. Upon regaining her freedom and seeing familiar faces like Yi Qi and his wife among the group, the woman was overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling and expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for saving my daughter. Thank you. I'm so sorry to everyone. I'm truly sorry, as long as you're all right. That's what matters." Then, she embraced her daughter tightly, weeping uncontrollably. The incoherent words left the group bewildered. Yet, it was evident that the woman was in a state of emotional collapse, extremely agitated. They could only wait for her to calm down before gently inquiring about what had transpired. Upon hearing about the actions of Li Yongkong and his group, everyone felt a surge of anger. The apocalypse had only begun 5 days prior, and everyone still held strong moral values. They condemned Li Yongkong and his associates fiercely. How shameless, to prey upon a struggling mother with a child. They deserve to be punished. It's a pity they didn't die. We cannot allow these people to live. Otherwise, who knows how they might retaliate against us. The group discovered that the only person upstairs was the middle-aged woman, so they took her back to the base. As she approached the blue screen, a voice suddenly echoed in her ears. "Welcome to the safety base, Li Runin. Do you wish to become a formal resident?" Li Yi and the others observed the middle-aged woman suddenly halt, her expression dazed. They recognized this look well, having seen many newcomers display the same expression. Without hesitation, they immediately explained to her how to join the base, familiarizing her with the task hall, and recounted the incident involving Li Yongkong and the others, who had seemingly triggered the safety base's punishment mechanism. The middle-aged woman, Li Runin, appeared bewildered. Chapter 30. Is it really this amazing? Li Runin exclaimed in disbelief. Is this base really this miraculous? Is there any doubt? Come, let us show you the misfortunes of those unfortunate souls. The group enthusiastically led Li Runin to witness the disgraceful state of Li Yongkong and his companions. After 2 or 3 hours of commotion, they finally returned to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Li Yi and Zhang Jianye's group rushed to the room at the far end of the third floor. Upon entering, they discovered a group of individuals bound on the floor, all with their eyes open but appearing to be barely alive. Li rubbed his chin and remarked, "Teske, look at these pathetic souls. Just a few days into the apocalypse, and they already wish to forego their humanity, eager to become beasts. But let us be clear, beasts are not as insane as they are. Indeed, witnessing a mother and daughter struggling for survival in this apocalypse, you would think that if they didn't want to help, they could simply refrain from interfering. After all, human nature is inherently selfish. They didn't demand help, but to not only refuse assistance but also to conspire against them. This is where they went wrong. If they had listened, they wouldn't have wasted their moral education from childhood." Li Yongkong and his group, sprawled in a heap, seethed with rage as they listened to the accusations of being referred to as beasts. Li Yongkong had never endured such humiliation. Growing up in favorable conditions, he had secured his position within his family through sheer will. Even in his most destitute times, no one had dared to insult him in such a manner. "What do you mean by you? If you can't articulate your thoughts, what use is your mouth?" Li Yi responded with a smile directed at the one who spoke up, but suddenly a strange look crossed his face as he scrutinized Li Yongkong closely. "Speaking of which, I find this old man to be rather peculiar. Look at the others. Although they stare at us with rage, they appear half dead, lacking the strength to even speak. The old man surprisingly still responds to us. Could he possibly be that gold-affiliated Esper with a crystal core? It's quite amusing indeed." While the other hapless individuals remain silent, this elderly gentleman dares to speak. "I see no issue. He must be that Esper. Meng Gu, I told you to refrain from speaking in your local dialect. Who could possibly comprehend it? Ah, I once had a colleague from Province C, and I could still understand ABIT. Lai chuckled, pointing at Li Yongkong. "Shall we see if he is indeed the one? But isn't it a bit cruel to kill? Some feel a pang of conscience. Perhaps we should just drive them away. Allowing him to slay zombies is one thing, but taking a human life truly requires a different kind of courage. After all, we were raised in peaceful times. Even in the apocalypse, killing zombies for survival is one thing. But taking a human life is an entirely different matter." Opinions were divided, and Zhang Jianye found it quite normal. Just as he was about to speak, someone interrupted. "What nonsense! Can this even be allowed? This is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leading to endless trouble." Meng Gu rolled up his sleeves and said, "You all wait here. I will go find a hammer to give this fool a couple of whacks on the back of his head. I guarantee it will make his brain explode." Li gave a thumbs up and remarked, "You people from Province C are truly impressive." The others looked on, bewildered. As Meng Gu and Li exchanged ban, "There is also this grass carp. Available for 3 points each." The crowd eagerly scrutinized the information displayed on the task hall panel, their hands continuously swiping downwards. This was a discovery made out of boredom. The task hall panel could be navigated like a smartphone screen. Yi Qi remarked, "In this apocalypse, food is paramount. We might as well exchange these points for rice." Li rolled his eyes in response, saying, "Brother Yi, I think you must be joking. This place is nothing like yours with Sister Shan Shan, where we still have a gas canister to rely on." They all chuckled at the jest. Meng Gu nodded vigorously. Zhang Jianye decisively stated, "Let us spend 1 point to try it out. Let us exchange it for 2 buns or steamed buns. Indeed, our primary goal now is to see if anything materializes." Everyone nodded in agreement, even a group of children circled around the adults in excitement. "All right, I'll make the exchange." Meng Gu clicked on the bun option, then entered the quantity. Immediately, his points balance changed to 4, and a window suddenly opened at the bottom of the task hall panel, revealing 2 steaming buns, nearly the size of a plate. 2 plump, fragrant buns tumbled into the recess outside the window. "It really fell," Li exclaimed in astonishment. "These buns are enormous," Exine Tong muttered to herself, taken aback by their size. "I wonder if they are meat buns." Yi Qi wiped the corner of his mouth, nearly drooling. "Let us give it a try," Zhang Jianye signaled to Meng Gu. Meng Gu gleefully picked up one of the large buns, broke it open, and gasped in a "It was indeed a giant meat bun, and the aroma was irresistible." Li's small eyes sparkled like gold as he gazed at the task hall, his expression more fervent than when he spotted a seductive beauty. "Let us just buy more buns with the remaining points. We can divide 1 bun into 4 portions for everyone to taste." This time, the crystal core was considered a collective possession, while in the future, each would keep their own crystal cores obtained from defeating zombies. Zhang Jianye felt a wave of relief as he realized that they could truly procure items from this mysterious task hall. The once bleak outlook of the apocalypse now seemed to shimmer with a hint of color. At the very least, it was better than they had imagined, wasn't it? Without this so-called task hall to exchange for necessary supplies, one could only imagine how soon the resources in this world would dwindle, making human survival an arduous endeavor. While Zhang Jianye and his companions eagerly shared buns, Su Zhiyong gazed darkly at his information panel. As Zhang Jianye's group descended the stairs, he pulled out his information panel. Despite Wang Meng purchasing items with crystal cores, his own panel remained unresponsive. Su Zhiyong called out ominously in his mind. System, Chapter 32. Exorcising dark matter. The summoned system remained silent. Su Zhiyong let out a cold laugh and said, Where did the crystal cores that Wang Meng tossed into the task hall go? This wretched system has the audacity to provide so many items for exchange in the task hall, yet it designates the currency as crystal cores. Now, there is no indication of any crystal cores here, nor in my system warehouse. Clearly, this dog of a system has embezzled the crystal cores. It was one thing to conduct business with the supplies he had painstakingly accumulated over more than 3,000 days of signing in, but to dare to steal his crystal cores was intolerable. These crystal cores must hold significant value. Otherwise, why would the system act in such a manner? So you choose silence, do you? It seems the task hall is no longer necessary. I might as well remove all items from it, and in the future, residents of the base can come directly to me for exchanges. Su Zhiyong stroked his chin and mused. This is akin to opening a supermarket in the apocalypse. Stepping into a life of leisure ahead of time? The system hesitated before responding. Crystal cores are a form of absorbable ability. The system absorbs this ability, accumulating over time until it reaches a certain threshold to upgrade. Perhaps sensing Su Zhiyong's intrigue at this absurd explanation, the system finally spoke up. Su Zhiyong scoffed, finally willing to speak. Just because you need the ability to upgrade, does that justify stealing my belongings? The system's voice carried a tinge of grievance yet was laced with temptation. Upgrading the system makes the host stronger. Nonsense. When you found me 10 years ago, by your logic, I should have been stronger back then. What use have you been besides reminding me to sign in? Su Zhiyong was not new to the system's shamelessness, but he realized he had underestimated its audacity. Previously, it had deceived him into signing in with promises of valuable rewards. Yet, after 10 years of signing in, with several interruptions, the food he received simply languished in the warehouse, entirely inaccessible. It was only after accumulating 1,000 consecutive days without interruption that the apocalypse arrived. Allowing him to utilize the items in the warehouse, as he vented his frustrations, the system remained silent, feigning ignorance. Su Zhiyong expressed with irritation, I'm not heartless. Without your existence, I know I wouldn't be as composed in the face of the apocalypse. How about this? Let us split the crystal cores 50-50. The system mechanically responded, ding. The division system for Task Point Hall has been successfully established. This system will strictly adhere to the regulations. Su Zhiyong thought, it seems this dog of a system has agreed. He couldn't help but feel impressed. If he hadn't sought out this system, would it have hoarded all the crystal cores? What a schemer! However, 50% is still decent. Su Zhiyong rubbed his hands together, feeling a twinge of excitement. Apart from being absorbable by you, how can we humans utilize these crystal cores? A sudden thought struck Su Zhiyong. The system continued to explain, crystal cores contain dark matter, which in Earth terms, can also be referred to as impurities that contaminate the biological spiritual entity. Once the biological spiritual entity is severely compromised, rendering the physical body unable to withstand it, it will lead to explosive death. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiyong smirked and inquired, so, what method can eliminate the dark matter within? If we could remove the dark matter from the crystal cores, humanity could directly absorb them. Given time, humanity could establish a foothold during the apocalypse and reclaim dominance on this planet. Medicine name. Neutralizing agent price. 20 points per vial efficacy. Eliminates dark matter. Su Zhiyong was presented with a screen visible only to him. He clicked his tongue, realizing the system was indeed all-encompassing. However, he also recognized it as something beneficial for humanity, so he refrained from haggling with the system. After all, without the system, humanity would face even greater challenges in the apocalypse. While AIE and her companions enjoyed their stay at Su Zhiyong's base, on the other side, her friend, abandoned in a desperate flight, continued her frantic escape. It should be safer now, Wang Qin said, wiping the sweat streaming down her delicate face with her slender hand, intending to loosen the scarf wrapped around her head and neck. She was just about to push open the window for some fresh air when a sharp voice rang out. What are you doing? Zhang Yan, sitting on the school bus, instinctively shouted to halt her actions. I just wanted some fresh air, Wang Qin explained helplessly, casting a pitiful glance at the surrounding people before lowering her head to conceal the jealousy lurking in her eyes. A few men, seeing Wang Qin's frail demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy and spoke up, Zhang Yan, let it go. She didn't mean any harm. Didn't mean any harm? We've been on this school bus for 2 days. And you tell me she didn't mean it? Even teenagers understand that when on a bus, one should refrain from opening windows to avoid attracting zombies with their hands reaching in to grab us. Do you really want to witness yesterday's events unfold again? Well, that's not entirely true, the man hesitated, awkwardly avoiding Zhang Yan's piercing gaze. If someone else had accused him like that, he would have shouted back. But Zhang Yan's beauty was unparalleled. With a slender waist and long legs, she was simply exquisite. While he felt pity for Wang Qin, his words were also meant to garner Zhang Yan's attention, showcasing his good-naturedness. Unfortunately, he was met with a sharp retort, leaving him feeling somewhat disgruntled. Observing the expressions of the two, Zhang Yan realized they had failed to take the situation seriously. Her temples throbbed with tension, and she felt an inexplicable irritation towards Wang Qian. Go be honest, she loathed Wang Qin at this moment. That day, as she witnessed Aie protecting Wang Qin while escaping from school, it was shocking to see Wang Qin abandon Aie without a second thought. If it were due to cowardice and fear of death, Zhang Yan would not have expected her to be brave. But at the very least, one ought to care about the well-being of their good friend afterward. Unlike Wang Qin, who was simply bizarre. Perhaps having lost Aie as a support, Wang Qin had spent the past 2 days on the bus trying to please several burly men for protection. Completely disregarding her friend's fate, Zhang Yan suppressed the restlessness bubbling within her and spoke up, "Until we reach the safe base, do not open the windows. The noise from our vehicle has already attracted many zombies. We must rely on the speed of the bus to shake them off. If we can't, we'll just have to ram through." At any moment, a zombie's hand could reach in. As her words hung in the air, those who shared Zhang Yan's sentiments echoed their agreement. Exactly. During our 2 days in Ice Sea City, searching for a suitable place to settle, if it weren't for the bus's size, how could we have so easily rammed through zombies and navigated the streets safely? The city of Binghai has now heard of the emergence of 3 factions, since we have chosen a safety base slightly farther away. Near that 5-star hotel, we must endure a bit longer on the road. Chapter 33. Rain with a tinge of red. Oh, very well. Wang Qin glanced pitifully at the crowd, aware that if she did not comply with their expectations, their discontent towards her would only deepen. The driver, his face etched with urgency, turned to shout at the passengers inside the vehicle. Our vehicle has encountered too many collisions these past few days. It seems there's an issue with the fuel tank, and we may not be able to continue. I will find a suitable spot ahead to stop the vehicle. Everyone, please remain vigilant. If anything seems amiss, disembark immediately. The driver's words startled the group. They had grown accustomed to the sense of security within the vehicle over these days. If the school bus were to fail, would they truly have to rely on their own 2 legs to reach the safety base at the 5-star hotel? Zhang Yan observed the growing despair on everyone's faces, her expression darkening. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to abandon the vehicle, knowing that if it malfunctioned and ignited, the lives of those inside would be at stake. With that thought, she raised her voice. Since the school bus can no longer be driven, once we exit, take something as a weapon, and let us proceed towards the base. Everyone must remain silent. We all understand the dire consequences of making too much noise. At that moment, a cool yet irritable voice interrupted. Those who cannot comprehend human words should swiftly leave the ranks. No one should be responsible for the lives of those fools. The young man cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yan, clad in a beige long-sleeved sweater, before shifting his gaze away, his eyes calm yet concealing an abyss of depth, scrutinizing the crowd. Upon hearing this, someone in the throng retorted, "What manner of speech is this? Do foolish individuals choose to be foolish? What harm is there in offering a few reminders? Haven't we all needed help at some point?" The young man regarded the speaker with a sardonic smile, responding with a cold laugh. "You even know to ask for help." The driver soon brought the vehicle to a halt in an area with few zombies, and a throng of people rushed towards the doors. Each individual harbored fears that if they lagged, the zombies drawn by the sound of the vehicle would catch up, forcing them into a confrontation. As these individuals desperately sprinted towards Su Zhiyong's base, Li Yi, Xian Tong, Yi Qi, and Wang Meng followed Guan Kaiwei out of the base. "Sister Wei, which direction shall we head?" Wang Meng scratched his head, speaking in a somewhat awkward Mandarin. "There shouldn't be many mutated zombies now. Fortunately, we still have firearms to deal with them, and we can earn some points." Xian Tong flexed her fists jokingly. "As she had a dozen infants to care for, if we don't strive, will we let the children eat dirt? Why does this guy seem as if he has been pumped with adrenaline?" Yi Qi remarked, his lips twitching. "Though we are well equipped, we must still exercise caution. Those creatures remain perilous, and one misstep could threaten our lives. Then, where should we search for mutated zombies? Wang Meng inquired, perplexed. It's been 6 days since the apocalypse struck, and I haven't even seen what a zombie looks like, Lie sighed. Shaking his head, lamenting, what do zombies rely on to evolve? If they upgrade faster than us humans, how will we survive? It's raining. Guan Kaiwei, who had been walking ahead and not participating in the conversation, furrowed her brows and gently brushed away the raindrops that had fallen on her pristine forehead. Will this rain intensify? Are we still going to fight zombies? Xian Tong frowned. Although they had a task hall where they could exchange for any necessary supplies, none of them currently possessed any crystal cores. If we're not careful and catch a cold from the rain, it would be troublesome. This is an apocalypse, not a time of peace. There are no provisions for medical care. Clearly, Xian Tong was not the only one harboring such thoughts. The others also shared her concerns as they watched the light drizzle gradually intensify. Wait, something's off. Guan Kaiwei observed the faint hue on her fingertips, her heart tightening. For safety's sake, let us turn back quickly. What's going on? Wang Meng, who had been in a daze, looked bewildered. We were walking just fine, and now everyone's faces have turned solemn. It's just a little drizzle. What's the big deal? The others were startled by Guan Kaiwei's reaction, but they chose to heed her advice. Su Zhiyong extended his hand out of the window, catching some raindrops, and upon inspecting them closely, an odd feeling arose within him. Residents who had ventured outside the base returned in droves within half an hour, gathering in the hall to discuss matters. This rain seems peculiar, Wang Meng said, eyeing the downpour with trepidation. If it keeps pouring like this, could it lead to a flood? When Shanshan shot Wang Meng an exasperated glance. What are you talking about? Can't you speak properly? I'm not good at Mandarin, Wang Meng sighed, feeling frustrated. He had emerged from the mountains, and his Mandarin skills were lacking. As when Shanshan and Wang Meng engaged in light conversation, others who had gotten wet from the rain felt a surge of unease. Is this rain going to cause any problems? Someone voiced anxiously. Who knows? It looks so strange. Sigh. Another person couldn't help but lament. Why can't the heavens let us have a moment of peace? As the atmosphere grew heavy, Su Zhiyong stepped forward. You all see the situation outside, don't you? The crowd turned their attention to Su Zhiyong. Momentarily unsure of his intentions, however, upon hearing his inquiry, they nodded in cooperation. Su Zhiyong pointed outside, stating, this rain bears a faint red hue. It's so subtle that one might not notice it when it first begins as a light drizzle. Now that it has intensified, I believe there are hardly any who remain unaware that this rain is problematic. Does the base leader seem to have some understanding of this situation? Zhang Jianya's eyes brightened as he looked expectantly at Su Zhiyong. Given the circumstances, his words suggested that he likely had insights about the rain. I do indeed know the situation. Su Zhiyong narrowed his eyes. While collecting rainwater from above, the system had analyzed its composition. Thus Zhang Jianya's comment struck a chord. Base leader, please share with us. We all need to be prepared, the others chimed in, referring to Su Zhiyong as the base leader. Tio Su Zhiyong, being called base leader was inconsequential. When he was capable of performing such tasks, he had long since lost the desire for recognition of his prowess. Sometimes he had to believe in a saying, lacking something often leads to an obsession with it. Of course, this sentiment did not apply to every situation, but it held true for most. If all proceeded as expected, his current strength surpassed that of anyone on Earth. Perhaps it was this very power that rendered him indifferent to whether others acknowledged his capabilities. The apocalypse may not solely target humanity. Chapter 34. The threat is not just zombies. Su Zhiyong's statement left everyone present in stunned silence. They exchanged incredulous glances, the seed of improbable speculation taking root in their minds. If the apocalypse is not merely targeting humanity, then who or what else could it be directed at? Due to changes in the Earth's magnetic field, many technological products or methods have become unusable. In such circumstances, someone informing them that the apocalypse transcends humanity raises questions about what else is included. Animals. Plants. The mere thought of plants being everywhere, even adorning the city streets, is unsettling. And what of the animals? The mere presence of cockroaches and rats is a nightmare for many. Imagining that the dominant species, humanity, could swiftly become the prey sends shivers down one's spine. Su Zhiyong surveyed the crowd. Noting their expressions and understanding their current concerns, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, just as you are speculating now, following this red rain, our Earth will undergo even greater transformations. The threats we must prepare for extend beyond just zombies. Upon hearing Su Zhiyong's words, the initial speculations in their hearts were validated, leaving them with a complex mix of emotions. Su Zhiyong offered a cautionary reminder before turning to ascend the stairs. They were all adults in this apocalyptic world. A reminder sufficed. Should they neglect to exercise due caution, there was little he could do. After all, he was not a parent responsible for every detail. That night, nearly everyone except Su Zhiyong found it difficult to sleep. Initially believing it was merely a disaster for humanity, requiring vigilance only against zombies, they were now faced with the daunting prospect of preparing against rats and even cockroaches. They pondered whether they could ever find rest again in a room occupied by Yi Qi and Wen Shanshan. A few individuals huddled together. Suddenly, Li Yi, who had been deep in thought, raised his head and asked, "Do you think these rats, being natural burrowers, would find it easy to tunnel after mutating, potentially undermining the very foundations of our homes? What if we're asleep and the house suddenly collapses?" When Shanshan gasped, glancing at her dwelling, fearing it might crumble at any moment, AIE, still unfamiliar with the group, piped up, recalling the miraculous protective barrier. "Doesn't our base have a protective shield? Will that shield guard against rats or cockroaches causing destruction? After all, their destruction of the house equates to jeopardizing our safety." A group of people. Eavesdropper Su Zhiyong. Su Zhiyong found the girl visually appealing, yet her thought process seemed rather peculiar. While contemplating this, Su Zhiyong silently inquired of the system. "System, regarding what AIE mentioned, is our safety shield reliable?" The system replied, "A product of the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality." Su Zhiyong retorted, "Then why not just answer with a simple yes or no? Why complicate matters?" Nevertheless, he gleaned the answer he sought from the system's response. Naturally, Su Zhiyong was not the only one curious about this issue. Yi Qi, Li Yi, and the others shared the same intrigue. Lying in bed, Su Zhiyong continued to observe the movements of these individuals through the system panel. As long as he remained within the confines of the safety base, he could effortlessly discern who was doing what with just a thought. Moreover, given the current limited range of the safety base, even without the system, his mental acuity would suffice to comprehend their conversations. Li rubbed his hands together and shook his arms, saying, "I can't shake the feeling that it's a bit chilly. Could it be due to the rain?" Exine Tong glanced at Li Yi's short sleeves and remarked, "Considering the state of the world has turned into chaos, could it affect the climate? I don't feel much, but I wonder how the weather will change this winter." When Shanshan furrowed her brow. "Who knows? It might just end up freezing someone to death," Li muttered, then added, "Who knows how long this rain will last? Let's all head home and check on our families." Exine Tong, also anxious, said, "I should return as well. What if the children wake up and look for us?" The occupants of Yi Qi's couple's room quickly dispersed. Wang Mang, sipping the milk he received from Yi Qi, made his way to the third floor. As he passed Zhang Jianya's door, a hand reached out and pulled him inside. "What did you all discuss down there?" Zhang Jianya and his group surrounded Wang Mang, their faces filled with curiosity. Startled, Wang Mang rolled his eyes at Zhang Jianya and the others. "You lot are a bunch of nosy gossips. If it weren't for my audacity, you'd have driven me mad." The others scowled and chimed in unison, "Speak plainly." Wang Mang drew a breath and, struggling with his poor Mandarin, said, "Why did you drag me in here? Hurry up and tell me what you talked about. If there's intel, we should share it. After all these years as brothers, if you keep stalling, our bond will be severed." One of Wang Mang's colleagues, who had been close to him before the apocalypse, exclaimed in frustration, "What is it now? This guy still dares to joke around." Wang Mang sighed. "What could we possibly discuss? Just the cursed weather, and maybe a few tall tales." The group suppressed their irritation and shot Wang Mang a glare before returning to their rooms. They couldn't help but feel relieved that this guy had managed to get along with them for over half a year. Otherwise, with Wang Mang's incessant chatter, they would have struggled to comprehend anything. Even now, piecing together hints and guesses allowed them to grasp some information. The rain continued to fall, growing increasingly crimson. A group of people found themselves trapped in the safety base, reluctant to venture outside. Fortunately, because Su Zhiyong had cleared the vicinity of the hotel in advance, those who came here had managed to scavenge for supplies in the surrounding streets, ensuring that even if they were confined for a few days, hunger would not be an issue. In contrast, areas without protective shields faced not only the bizarre crimson rain but also the sporadic appearance of zombies. Many who had been caught in the rain developed high fevers. After a few days, Numerous individuals vanished amidst the onslaught of the red rain. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, the weather finally cleared. The sky, which had been perpetually gray or drizzly since the end of the world, now bore a blazing red sun. The residents of the safety base, filled with excitement, emerged from the hotel doors. The five-star hotel towered over the street, resembling a colossal structure. In comparison, humans appeared as mere ants before it. At that moment, a crowd of people stood at the hotel entrance. Upon witnessing the cessation of rain and the emergence of a warm sun, families eagerly ventured into the streets to bask in the sunlight. Even Su Zhiyong appeared on the street in front of the hotel, hand in hand with Guan Kaiwei. Lie, trailing behind Yi Qi, wandered around before approaching Su Zhiyong and speaking up. "Boss, have you noticed anything amiss?" Su Zhiyong squinted, fixing his gaze on Li Yi for a few seconds before chuckling softly. "What do you think is strange?" "It's just that the street seems a bit odd," Li Yi replied. In Chapter 35, Under the Sun, feeling weak, Li Yi was unnerved by Su Zhiyong's almost mocking expression, prompting him to voice his thoughts. When the boss focused on him, he felt as if he were under the gaze of a primordial beast. Strange? When Shanshan scanned the area, what strange? She saw nothing out of the ordinary. Conversely, Aie pursed her lips and quietly interjected, "Is there really anything peculiar about our base vicinity?" She believed that those who survived in this base should acknowledge that nothing about it adhered to logic. It was eerily bizarre. What puzzled her was the level of acceptance exhibited by these individuals. Even if this were an alien-established sanctuary, it shouldn't be so readily accepted. Seeing everyone direct their curious eyes toward him, Li hastily pointed at the clean, sunlit street. Although the boss cleared the area beforehand, there are still a few wandering zombies that might be attracted by the commotion in our hotel. But look around now. There's not a single shadow on the street, let alone a zombie. Upon hearing this, the group quickly realized the implications. The area had been cleaned, but surely, in the span of a few days, there shouldn't be a complete absence of zombies. Even Su Zhiyong, upon hearing Li Yi's words, recognized the oddity. "I'll go a bit farther to check the situation," Su Zhiyong whispered to Guan Kaiwei, then added, "Stay close to the base. Return if anything happens." Guan Kaiwei nodded, while Li Yi quickly interjected, "Boss, I'll go with you." Yi Qi chimed in, "We will too." Wang Meng, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly, and Zhang Jianye and Ai's group joined them. Su Zhiyong, exasperated, said, "Why don't you all just spread out and take a look yourselves?" One after another, they insisted on following him, as if he were some sort of beacon. Su Zhiyong ignored the crowd eager to tag along and left solo. Li Yi turned to Wang Meng's group, rolling his eyes. "Look at you all, you're grown men, not infants. Why are you clustering together?" He thought that had it not been for this crowd, he might have been accompanying the boss right now. During their stay, Li Yi had gleaned insights from the occasional snippets of conversation between Su Zhiyong and Guan Kaiwei, leading him to an intriguing suspicion that, of course, this was merely his own speculation and not necessarily a fact. He harbored a suspicion that Guan Kaiwei's abilities were somehow connected to Su Zhiyong. This suspicion arose from a conversation he overheard between Guan Kaiwei and Li Yi, where she had said, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to use this ability now." Though seemingly innocuous, her demeanor and gaze at that moment sparked Li Yi's curiosity. Now, within the safety base, he had heard Xian Tong mention that her strength had not been this formidable before the apocalypse. It had inexplicably increased after the world changed. Beyond that, only Zhang Jianye and his group possessed abilities, which they had inexplicably acquired post-apocalypse. If Guan Kaiwei's statement held any truth, it would imply that Su Zhiyong had a means of granting people abilities. Xian Tong, keep an eye on the children at the base while I check the situation nearby with Yi Qi and the others. Xian Tong, mindful of Li Yi's pride, suggested softly, "How about I go instead? And you take care of other matters at home?" Li Yi's lips twitched. He instantly understood Xian Tong's concerns. He shook his head, saying, "No worries, I won't stray far. If there's any danger, I'll return to the base immediately. Besides, this is already the apocalypse. I can't remain holed up in the base just because I lack abilities. If I continue like this, one day when food runs out, I'll surely be eliminated in this harsh world. The base serves as our sanctuary, a place where we can find a moment of peace after our struggles. It should not become a gentle grave where we lay down our arms." Li Yi's words resonated with everyone, including Xian Tong and the others who heard him. Since arriving at the base, they had become increasingly dependent on its wonders, reluctant to confront the cruel outside world. Even Zhang Jianye and his group chose to stay close, not venturing far, However, Li Yi's statement awakened them from their escapist mindset. Let's go. The couple, Yi Qi and his wife, exchanged a glance before setting off alongside Li Yi. AI took 2 individuals from her team to survey the surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianye chose to split his group, with half continuing the search for food nearby while the other half ventured out to explore the external environment. As Su Zhiyong stepped out of the safety base, he immediately discerned the signs of zombies. These undead creatures huddled in the shadows, avoiding the searing rays of the sun. This peculiar sight piqued Su Zhiyong's curiosity. Could it be that zombies feared the sun? He raised his gaze to the blazing orb above, which, to his surprise, appeared rather immense. Before the apocalypse, he had perceived the sun as roughly the size of a basketball. However, now it seemed to loom over him like a basin. Utilizing his stealth ability, Su Zhiyong passed right by the zombies, who seemed entirely oblivious to his presence, ignoring him completely. As he continued, he suddenly halted, his eyes drawn to a flower shop. Presumably, it had once been a quaint floral establishment before the end of the world. However, the shop now exhibited an extraordinary transformation. It was a verdant expanse, with leaves crowded together, reminiscent of the bustling subways of northern cities. Yet, the size of the leaves was alarmingly disproportionate, comparable to that of a small child. Su Zhiyong's gaze darkened. Indeed, the recent crimson rain had induced mutations in these plants. Furthermore, the flowers within the shop had grown astonishingly large, particularly a striking red rose, the largest bloom in the establishment, standing out amidst the greenery. At least the size of an adult human, It was remarkably conspicuous. "What on earth is this?" exclaimed Li Yi and his companions, who had followed Su Zhiyong. Astonished by the scene inside the flower shop, a dozen sluggish zombies trailed behind them at a snail's pace. Upon hearing Li Yi's exclamation, Su Zhiyong turned to look. Li Yi scratched the back of his head sheepishly and remarked, "These zombies appear quite feeble under the sun." So after conferring with Yi Qi and the others, we thought it prudent to investigate further. To our surprise, even at a normal pace, they couldn't keep up with us. Li Yi felt confident that, at his current speed, he could easily outpace the zombies. However, boss, doesn't this flower shop seem a bit off? The greenery we observed in the city was lush, but nothing like this. Su Zhiyong nodded in agreement with Li Yi's assessment and cautioned, "Do not approach too closely." Suddenly, his expression shifted as he noticed the flower shop beginning to grow uncontrollably before their eyes. Vines, lush and green, surged towards them. Have we been discovered? Is it abandoning its facade of harmlessness? Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow. Unfazed that he had anticipated significant changes in plant life following the rainfall. Clearly, something within the flower shop had undergone a transformation. "Everyone, retreat," Su Zhiyong commanded, snapping Li Yi and the others out of their stupor. They hastily stepped back, eager to distance themselves from the bizarre vines. "Be careful, boss. Watch out," they called out, noticing that Su Zhiyong remained rooted in place. In that instant, a flash of white light erupted before their eyes. They beheld Su Zhiyong conjuring delicate white blossoms that resembled flames. These enchanting flower-like flames landed on the rapidly growing vines, emitting a faint hissing sound. In the next moment, the vine transformed into a dark, ominous tendril. If not for the circumstances, one might mistake it for a fiery poker. "Hiss!" Yi Qi inhaled sharply. "What kind of ability is this?" Li Yi, envious, remarked, "It must be a fire-based power. So, our boss is a fire element wielder." "That's impressive. Fire abilities are known for their formidable offensive capabilities." Yi Qi paused before adding, "Zhang Jianye is also a fire element wielder." Li dismissed the comparison, saying, "But can he compete with our boss? Just look at those flames he conjured. Merely a few blossoms, and the vines have retreated. I wish I could awaken an ability. In times like this, I could assist our boss instead of merely observing." He lamented. Su Zhiyong employed his Tai True Fire to contain the advancing vines threatening them, manipulating the flames with his mental prowess to draw them closer to the flower shop. Fire is known to counter wood, and considering Su Zhiyong was already a 5th-tier awakener, while the mutated plant was merely 1st-tier, the outcome was swift. Within mere seconds, the once menacing vines were reduced to ashes by the delicate flames, which then surged towards the flower shop. In the blink of an eye, the flames exploded with a resounding pop, engulfing the entire shop in a cloud of ash. Li and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle. They were well aware of Su Zhiyong's strength, But this level of power exceeded their expectations. How could one individual possess such a vast disparity in ability compared to other Awakeners they had encountered? As they recalled the other Awakeners within their base, the image of the flower shop consumed by flames illustrated the sheer magnitude of Su Zhiyong's prowess. Their base leader truly seemed formidable. Approaching the remnants of the flower shop, Su Zhiyong noticed a solitary greenwood crystal nestled amidst the fine ash. Shimmering like a gem, he bent down to collect it, examining it briefly before depositing it into his system's repository. If the crystals I collect vanish, I might as well gift the items in the task hall to the inhabitants of my base. Sensing the wood crystal he had stored being pilfered, Su Zhiyong smirked subtly, silently notifying the system. The previously vanished wood crystal reappeared within the system's confines. How amusing, indeed. While he indulged the system's mechanism of exchanging crystals for tasks, he would not tolerate having his hard-earned crystals snatched away. "Let us depart," Su Zhiyong declared as he exited the flower shop, first unleashing a blossom of Tai Tru fire to incinerate the zombies inching closer to Li Yi and his companions. Before summoning them to follow, Lie and the others obediently complied, resembling well-behaved children in a classroom, eager to heed their leader's call. Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, intrigued by their demeanor. He felt no need to conceal his strength in front of them. Firstly, he believed there was nothing to hide. Residing in the same safety base, they would eventually discover the truth. Secondly, he perceived no immediate threat to himself, knowing wouldn't he change much. Lastly, displaying his formidable power served as a deterrent against potential troublemakers. A display of strength could discourage those with ulterior motives. Upon returning to the base, Su Zhiyong found many engaged in discussions about the recent changes in plant life. Just as they arrived, Zhang Jianya posed a question. Aside from observing the zombies' tendency to hide in the shadows and the unusual exuberance of the plants, did anyone encounter any animals? This inquiry prompted everyone present to reflect on their recent encounters. Su Zhiyong spoke up, "The mice and cockroaches we used to see occasionally have vanished since the rain." His statement elicited astonishment among the crowd. Indeed, they had not encountered a single mouse during their outing. Previously, they had occasionally witnessed zombies capturing live mice. Furthermore, none of the pets that had roamed the streets before the apocalypse were anywhere to be found. AI frowned, remarking, "Neither cats nor dogs are present." Logically, in such a vast city as IC City, one would expect to see at least some pets, even if many perish due to the apocalypse. Especially cats, Li Yi chimed in. They are quick and agile. Even if they encountered a zombie, their reflexes would likely outpace the undead. Suddenly, Li Yi recalled, "I used to live nearby and know of a pet store approximately half an hour's walk from here. And there's a zoo about 6 or 7 subway stations away. Should we consider investigating those locations?" Upon hearing Li Yi's suggestion, the group contemplated the risk of venturing out. They glanced at Su Zhiyong. Seeking his opinion, Zhang Jianya and AI were momentarily taken aback, but given their limited understanding of Su Zhiyong's strength, they were not entirely surprised. Zhang Jianya directly inquired, "Do you think we should explore those places?" Su Zhiyong felt a slight discomfort at the title of base leader but concealed his feelings, replying solemnly, "We shall discuss that later. Have you all gathered your belongings? Prepare yourselves, now that the rain has ceased. We shall relocate this afternoon." Although everyone was reluctant to leave this place, upon hearing Su Zhiyong's words and considering his formidable strength, it became evident that the choice of Su Zhiyong as the leader of the base implied that should he decide to relocate, he would likely take with him everything that provided them shelter. Thus, a profound silence ensued, and no dissenting voices emerged. Chapter 37. The safety base cannot be relocated. Su Zhiyong offered a few words of caution to the group before retreating to his room. Guan Kaiwei chose not to follow him back, instead sitting in the hotel lobby with Wen Shanshan and others. Su Zhiyong suddenly recalled something and spoke up, "By the way, system, when we leave this afternoon, make sure to retract the safety shield in the task hall." However, the system responded rather curtly. "The safety base has been established and cannot be moved." Su Zhiyong retorted, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? If the safety shield cannot be relocated, you should have stopped me when I mentioned moving a few days ago." His frustration with the malfunctioning system was palpable. What kind of nonsense was this? Only now, as they were about to relocate, did he learn that the base could not be moved. Was he to forego his dignity after having made such declarations? Had the system possessed a physical form? Su Zhiyong would have had no doubt about dismantling it in his fury. Is it truly immovable? Su Zhiyong furrowed his brow, seeking confirmation. The system remained unresponsive, as though its previous reply had merely been a fleeting flicker of light. The inability to relocate posed a significant dilemma in a five-star hotel. Despite having a standalone building, it was not particularly convenient to use it as a base. Moreover, even if newcomers were to stay in the hotel, with its many floors, the issue remained that a base must have space for cultivating crops. Situated in the city center, a five-star hotel lacked the necessary space for agriculture. Wait, there seemed to be a place after all. Su Zhiyong ascended the stairs, heading towards the top floor. Upon reaching the rooftop, he encountered a large, expansive terrace adorned with numerous sunshades, tables, and chairs, along with some greenery. Were it not for the fact that it was on the rooftop, one might easily mistake it for a park. Expanding his fifth-tier mental strength, he detected no mutated plants or zombies, allowing him to survey the terrace. Gazing upward, he observed a solitary sun blazing in the sky. Devoid of any flying creatures, the mutation of plants and the bizarre disappearance of animals might pose future threats. Since the safety base could not be relocated, he needed to make some preparations in advance, ideally enhancing its security. With this thought in mind, Su Zhiyong returned to the hotel lobby and announced to everyone, "I have just discovered that the hotel has a rooftop terrace where we can cultivate some crops. And given the unusual activity of animals, after careful consideration, we will be settling here and will no longer consider relocating." Zhang Jianya and the others watched Su Zhiyong seriously relay this information to the group before calmly exiting. Leaving a trail of question marks in their minds, they were puzzled by Su Zhiyong's seemingly contradictory stance, gathering to discuss. What gives? Just moments ago he was speaking of moving to the suburbs. And now, in less than 10 minutes, he declares we are not moving after all. Does he think we are so easily deceived? Well, not relocating is for the best. It is more convenient here. The suburbs are sparsely populated and lack resources. There are still so many supplies left in the city that we have yet to scavenge. Moving now would indeed be unwise. Some agreed, while others voiced their dissent. With so many zombies in the city, does the base leader truly intend to stay here? What if we find ourselves besieged one day? And once the supplies in the city run out, what will we do? These resources have a shelf life. We need to plant food and vegetables as soon as possible. As the discussion unfolded, an unusual sound pierced the air. Why do I feel like the weather has turned hotter? Is it just because the sun is more intense at noon? Indeed, I think the weather has become sweltering. With this reminder, everyone realized that beads of sweat had begun to form on their foreheads in such a short span. Logically, the heat of summer should have passed, yet it seemed to be intensifying. Judging by the current trend, it appeared the heat would persist for a while. Never mind that, the weather is beyond our control. Since we are not moving, I shall begin organizing our living quarters. Indeed, we must prepare for a long stay and perhaps look for bedding in nearby shops. They agreed, departing in groups. Guan Kaiwei bid farewell to Wen Shanshan and returned to her room. Upon entering, she found Su Zhiyong preparing to head out again. Momentarily taken aback, "Aren't you just back? Why are you planning to go out again?" Although they had a flashlight, the lack of electricity rendered their fan and air conditioner useless, making things somewhat inconvenient. Guan Kaiwei couldn't help but chuckle. "Are you planning to find a generator?" Su Zhiyong wrapped his arm around Guan Kaiwei's slender waist, chuckling softly while tapping her petite nose. "So clever." Guan Kaiwei rolled her eyes playfully. "I may not be extremely intelligent, but I was once a popular star. How many foolish individuals can achieve that? Would you care to join me?" Su Zhiyong shifted the topic, recalling the advice he once heard, never argue with a woman, for winning a debate could mean losing a girlfriend. Ahem, such foolishness was beneath a man of his intellect. After Su Zhiyong left to search for a generator, the others at the base hastily grabbed a bite to eat before commencing their resource collection nearby. Previously, they had refrained from taking supplies, intending to relocate and carry more food and essentials. Now that they were settling in the hotel, there was no reason to deprive themselves in this apocalyptic world. Everyone quickly entered hoarding mode. Zhang Jianya even allied with AIE and Li Yi. Brothers and sisters, whether it's food or daily necessities, these can all be found in the nearby mall. However, the nearest mall is several streets away, and our base leader has not explored that far. Therefore, I have gathered everyone to discuss whether we should embark on a significant endeavor together. Keep in mind, only 10 days have passed since the apocalypse began, and supplies are still relatively abundant. As time progresses, we will not only have to contend with zombies for resources, but also with fellow survivors. Wang Mang raised his fist, exclaiming, "Let's do it." I refused to back down. The others exchanged glances. Speechless, Yi Chi stepped forward, stating, I believe what Brother Zhang says is quite reasonable. Due to our base leader's influence, we are already in a far better position than many survivors. We cannot shy away from competing for food. Indeed, Li Yi nodded in agreement. I support this endeavor. After all, they are merely zombies. With enough effort, they won't seem so terrifying. Chapter 38. Everyone aspires to be a local tyrant precisely. Let's make a plan. After all, a mall is vast, and it is certain to be crawling with zombies. While when Shanshan agreed, she reminded everyone to prioritize safety. As these few spoke up, others began to join in. After all, considering the size of a mall, it was easy to surmise just how large it really was. I just heard that the base leader has gone out searching for a generator. What does this signify? My friends, it means we can have fire. With fire, we can cook, and just think of the white rice in the supermarket. How long could it sustain us? Upon hearing this, everyone's eagerness to seize the mall intensified. They hurried back to their rooms to gather weapons and regroup in the lobby. Seeing that nearly everyone had agreed, Zhang Jianya took the opportunity to rally everyone to prepare their gear for departure. Others swiftly returned to their rooms to retrieve firearms, supplied by Guan Kaiwei earlier that morning. When she noticed everyone preparing to venture out, a group of them set off towards the mall, expressing their gratitude to Guan Kaiwei along the way. Before the apocalypse, they had thought the entertainment industry was rife with disreputable characters, but now, amidst the scarcity of weapons and resources, they realized how precious Guan Jia's gift of a gun for self-defense truly was. One middle-aged man from Zhang Jianya's group remarked, I never expected such generosity from Guan Jia. Given the grime of the entertainment world, Li's expression stiffened as he cautioned, Brother, take a look at those wrinkles on your face. And then at Guan Jia's youthful beauty. The middle-aged man straightened his back, asserting, though I am older, I refer to her as Guan Jia out of respect. The others, grasping their weapons at their waists, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Guan Jia was indeed deserving of their respect. They felt remorse for having previously viewed her circle through biased lenses. Indeed, every circle has its share of unsavory characters, and it is not exclusive to the one that Guan Jia belonged to. Rather, the issues within her circle tend to be more exposed. Not long after Zhang Jianya departed the base with a group of individuals, a gathering of people approached the vicinity of a peculiar safe haven. Boss, something feels off around here. Why are there so few zombies? Remarked a man adorned with tattoos on his arm. Indeed, this situation bears a resemblance to the second-tier zombies we encountered a few days ago in the northern part of the city. Though that particular zombie's territory was not as expansive as this, added another man after surveying the surroundings, arriving at a conclusion that even he found hard to believe. Could it be that a higher-tier zombie lurks nearby? The youth, referred to as the boss, shook his head solemnly and replied, It is only the 10th day of the apocalypse. Zombies require time to evolve. Even if their evolution occurs rapidly, reaching the second tier is already considered the pinnacle, and the likelihood of encountering a third-tier zombie is minimal. Another man interjected, I believe the boss is right. The second-tier zombies we faced were already quite unfortunate. What kind of luck would it take to stumble upon a zombie of an even higher tier? Indeed, if that were the case, it is likely that our group would meet their demise here, he added. The youth cautioned, that building over there seems suspicious. Let us investigate quietly to avoid attracting those zombies. If we are surrounded, we would suffer greatly. Understood, boss. The others replied solemnly, quickly moving towards the 5-star hotel with newfound urgency. As they neared the hotel, they noticed signs of activity in the vicinity. Are there people nearby? They whispered among themselves, taking cover not far from the hotel. It appears there is a private faction here as well, remarked the tattooed man. Since the onset of the apocalypse, many have aspired to become warlords. Perhaps this is one of them. It is possible, but in such a small area, it will inevitably be overrun by zombies, the second man concurred. These ordinary folks out there know little. We have a biological research facility that affords us greater insight into this apocalypse. Those scattered factions outside likely have no clue how to upgrade their abilities. Their limited strength means that establishing a faction here would only delay their inevitable defeat by the zombies. Suddenly, the youth, known as the boss, narrowed his gaze, his typically expressionless face now displaying a hint of astonishment. The group of men noticed their leader's unusual demeanor and turned to look. They froze in unison. It seems I must retract my earlier statement. This newly established base is rather peculiar, the tattooed man remarked. Is it the name that seems odd? Inquired another. After all, naming a base something like, "What on earth safe base requires a certain audacity." If they make their sign so conspicuous, they must be akin to those who relish watching underdog stories in pre-apocalyptic dramas, the third man quipped. The first two turned to him, intrigued. "Brother, perhaps you should consider why you are so familiar with this trope?" The third man fell silent, his face stiffening as he ignored the playful banter of his companions. He then addressed the youth seriously. "Boss, for safety's sake, I propose that I go ahead to scout the area." Upon hearing this, the other two men chimed in. "Yes, boss, with so many strange occurrences converging, we must exercise caution. After all, our leader is at a disadvantage in terms of physical enhancement. In dangerous situations, we must prioritize his safety." A flicker of intrigue passed through the youth's eyes as he said, "Do you not find anything intriguing about this base?" The tattooed man furrowed his brow, aware that the boss would not speak lightly. He scrutinized the hotel before them. "Why do I feel like this hotel seems to reflect light oddly in the sunlight?" he pondered aloud. The youth shook his head, focusing intently on the enigmatic base ahead. "My instincts suggest there is no immediate danger. Let us proceed cautiously and observe." As the four approached the base, Su Zhiyong, situated on the opposite side of the city, paused momentarily, causing Guan Kaiwei, beside him, to grip her gun tightly. "What is it?" she inquired. Su Zhiyong shook his head with a light chuckle. "Nothing. I just recalled some intriguing thoughts. I did not expect such an establishment to exist in Binhai City. It seems we cannot underestimate the reactions of people in perilous situations, even in an apocalypse." As the youth and his three companions drew closer to the safe base, the mechanical electronic voice that all visitors typically heard did not sound. Upon their approach, they noticed that the lower floors of the hotel were shrouded in a faint blue screen. They stood at the edge of the blue barrier, cautious not to step inside it recklessly. The tattooed man stroked his chin, observing the scene before him. "This looks remarkably like a barrier from a fantasy drama." The second man replied earnestly, "We currently resemble the survivors in those Western zombie films." Just as they were exchanging lighthearted remarks, a child of around 3 years old appeared at the hotel entrance. The youth and his companions stared in shock, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. "Why is there a child in this dreadful place? And a child at that age?" the tattooed man murmured to his companions, seeking answers. The third man swallowed hard, exclaiming, "We are in the apocalypse. This is no laughing matter." Baby, come back," cried Li Runin, her daughter having dashed away. She hurried downstairs, relieved to find her daughter still within the protective barrier. In the next moment, she encountered 4 unfamiliar faces. Rushing forward, she scooped up her daughter, casting a wary glance at the strangers outside the barrier before quickly retreating upstairs, saying nothing. Given the base's ample safety, they had spent several days there, having come to trust its security. Thus, when the base's personnel ventured out to explore the surroundings and gather supplies, she remained behind to care for the 13 kindergarten children brought in by Shinto. Even upon seeing the strangers, Li Runin did not approach them with the same eagerness as Li Yi and the others had. She recalled the rainy days when Li Yi had mentioned that he heard from the base leader that entry into the base required permission, and only those granted approval could become official residents. Observing the bewildered expressions of the 4 newcomers, Li Runin realized that, despite having encountered the base, they had yet to uncover its deeper intricacies. This place was their bulwark for survival in the apocalypse, and she would not allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise. "Hey, miss, please don't rush away. We mean you no harm," the tattooed man called out, feeling embarrassed as the middle-aged woman ignored them and hurried off. He scratched his nose, attempting to salvage his dignity. "Perhaps I appear a bit intimidating, and most women tend to be frightened. It was certainly not because they thought he resembled a criminal that they fled." The tattooed man couldn't help but reminisce about the sorrowful past when he had frightened children and was mistaken for a villain. The second man approached him, sighing wistfully. "Looks can be quite deceptive. Boss, should we venture inside?" the third man quietly asked the youth, ignoring the banter of his 2 companions. The youth squinted slightly, assessing the 5-star hotel before him. "It's fine. I sense no immediate danger within. Compared to other abilities of the same tier, my physical strength is significantly lower. This is due to my status as a special type ability user, which allows me to sense certain enigmatic elements. Thus, I can discern whether there is a threat inside before entering." The tattooed man rubbed the back of his head and said nonchalantly, "Then let us go take a look." The youth did not object, and the 4 of them entered the hotel, stepping into the lobby where they encountered a wall adorned with a mission board. "What is this?" the tattooed man wondered aloud, leaning in to scrutinize the mission board. Some areas appeared aged, while others exuded a sense of technological advancement, though it still paled in comparison to their own base's sophistication. "This little base is quite intriguing," the second man remarked. The Group S base was distinctly different from ordinary factions outside. When the apocalypse struck, the military stationed in Bin Hai City first sought to protect the research facility hidden beneath the city. This facility was one of the nation's leading biological research institutes. But aside from the highest-ranking officials, no one knew the complete locations of all research bases. They had not developed their abilities after the apocalypse. Rather, they possessed them prior to it. However, extraordinary ability users were exceedingly rare, with only one emerging among a million, and their awakening was entirely unpredictable. Once discovered, they were covertly conscripted by the state. Before the apocalypse, they had always believed that an ability user's strength was fixed from the moment of awakening. It was only after the first-tier zombie was eliminated and the crystal core retrieved for research that they discovered the potential for ability users to evolve. "Do not touch anything here. Let us head upstairs and inquire with that middle-aged woman we saw earlier." The youth raised his voice to prevent the eager man, referred to as Hanzi E, from further investigating the task hall. Upon hearing this, Hanzi E exhibited no signs of defiance and promptly retracted his curious hand, trailing behind the youth. Naturally, this sincere gesture drew silent mockery from the other two men. The quartet ascended to the second floor, only to find several children seemingly engaged in a game of pretend play. Were this before the apocalypse, they would merely perceive the children's innocence and the joys of childhood. However, the reality was that this was the end of the world. Hanzi Jia could no longer contain himself and, glancing at the children who were softly conversing, remarked in a deep voice, "If I hadn't just been greeting a zombie with that ghastly, mottled face, I would think I had time traveled back to the pre-apocalyptic era." Indeed, Hanzi nodded in agreement, adding, 10 days into the apocalypse, the number of surviving children is pitifully low. This small base is impressive. I haven't seen a single adult, just a bunch of little ones." The youth was equally perplexed, stating, "Even if this base is dedicated to rescuing children, they shouldn't be so carefree about leaving them here unattended. At the very least, some adults should be assigned to keep watch." Yet, despite standing in the corridor for quite some time, the only adult who emerged was a middle-aged woman, who regarded them with a wary gaze from the doorway of a nearby room. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, such a weak group of fighters should not be met with such a peaceful and stable situation, and even the youth's group dared not act recklessly. They were no inexperienced novices. Exchanging glances discreetly, the youth stepped forward and inquired, "Excuse me, ma'am, is the person in charge here?" Noting the heightened wariness in the middle-aged woman's eyes, the youth's tone softened further. "Please don't worry, we harbor no ill intentions. We simply passed by and noticed this small survivor base, so we came in to take a look. I don't care what your intentions are. But I ask you to leave here as soon as possible." Li Runen's eyes remained guarded, showing no signs of easing even in the face of their words. The aura emanating from these individuals was such that, even before the apocalypse, she would not have easily trusted them. Moreover, in a world where laws and morals had crumbled, if it weren't for the current sanctuary, this place would likely not be as tranquil as it was now. "Auntie, I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Look at the current situation. You are just a middle-aged woman with a group of children. Shouldn't you be more pragmatic?" Hanzi Jia clenched his fists, pointing at Li Runen. "You carry no aura at all, just an ordinary person, right?" With Hanzi Jia's words, Hanzi advanced threateningly towards Li Runen. Chapter 40. Welcoming guest Li Runen noticed Hanzi's movements and let out a cold laugh. "If you believe I am just an ordinary person, then so be it." The middle-aged woman's demeanor took Hanzi Jia by surprise. The youth, observing the woman's confident stance, narrowed his eyes and smiled. "We are all survivors. It's fate that we have crossed paths. Why not coexist peacefully?" As Hanzi approached the middle-aged woman, his previously stern expression transformed into a foolish grin. "Hey, Auntie, you don't need to look at me so suspiciously. I just wanted to come up and say hello." As he spoke, Hanzi reached out and shook the middle-aged woman's hand. "I'm just excited to see a fellow survivor. Please forgive my enthusiasm." Li Runen expressionlessly withdrew her hand from Hanzi's grasp and called to the few children playing in the corridor, "Kids, hurry back to your rooms. It's time for our afternoon nap." The children, casting curious glances at the four youths, obediently retreated into the room at Li Runan's urging. The youth observed this scene thoughtfully, assessing the middle-aged woman at the door. How about we sit down and have a proper conversation? We mean no harm. Li Runan regarded the youth's sincere face with a deep gaze. Meanwhile, Su Zhiyong had gathered all the supplies he had set out to find and turned to Guan Kaiwei, saying, "Let us head back. We have guests at the base. According to our customs, the host should be present to entertain." Guests? What guests? Guan Kaiwei was taken aback by Su Zhiyong's words, though her expression remained composed as she casually inquired. She had always felt something was amiss with Yi Qi and his spouse's claims about extraterrestrial forces establishing shelters. However, Su Zhiyong had remained silent on the matter. When Yi Qi and Li Yi repeatedly probed indirectly, he did not refute their statements. Guan Kaiwei realized she hadn't spoken up, but her tacit acceptance had led the base to trust the narrative surrounding the extraterrestrial shelter even more. Yet, even with the mysterious protective shield surrounding the base, Guan Kaiwei had never imagined that Su Zhiyong could know what was happening at the base from half a city away. What a terrifying ability. Of course, useful guests, Su Zhiyong thought of his task to attract residents, clearly needing assistance in bringing in new populations. Initially, Su Zhiyong had planned for AI and Zhang Jianye to promote the base when encountering survivors, but he expected these individuals to treat this place as an oasis in the desert, keeping their lips sealed, as so far, the base's inhabitants were primarily those he had brought back in several waves. Su Zhiyong felt a bit of a headache. He wasn't afraid of exposing the base but feared the opposite. "Then let us return," Guan Kaiwei said, nodding without further questions. Meanwhile, Li Yi and his group had cleared the zombies from the first floor of the mall. Wiping the blood from his face, Li Yi quietly asked, "How many bullets do you all have left?" They had each been provided with 200 rounds by Guan Kaiwei when they set out. "I have about 100 left," when Shanshan replied, wielding her knife. She often opted for direct confrontations with zombies, as bullets were limited and she preferred to save them for emergencies. "I have around 40 rounds," Yi Qi said, scratching his forehead. He preferred the sensation of using a gun. After all, a man with a gun should not rely on cold weapons. Moreover, using a knife to dispatch zombies only served to splatter him with filth. The thought of it made Yi Qi admire his wife's formidable endurance. "I only have about 20 rounds left," Li Yi lamented. "I need to conserve these for self-defense. I'll have to rely on my knife for now. It seems the little ones at home won't be too keen on getting close to me tonight." He was covered in blood and stench, and only a true lover would dare approach him. When Shanshan thought of the children at the base, and a hint of tenderness crept onto her previously tense face. "Here they come." The three stood guard at the safe stairway, watching as several zombies staggered down the stairs. They quickly armed themselves and moved forward in unison, wielding their knives against the approaching undead. When Shanshan swung her blade horizontally, severing a zombie's neck, with a forceful push, its head rolled away. Simultaneously, greenish-red liquid splattered onto her clothes, the putrid stench nearly making her gag. The trio worked together to eliminate 4 zombies, and when Shanshan rubbed her sore shoulders, "I can't believe how quickly I've transformed from a delicate housewife into a zombie-slaying expert." She had never imagined she could kill a zombie without batting an eyelash. Aside from feeling a bit nauseous, she had no other thoughts. Habits can be a terrifying thing. The main reason was that his wife had always been a strong woman, both before and after the apocalypse. These slow, stiff zombies were certainly no match for her. Yi Qi immediately showered her with compliments. Li kicked over a zombie clinging to his knife, shaking himself and exclaiming, "Now I understand why, at our age, Brother Yi is already a married man while I remain a single dog. Brother, you are indeed impressive." He admired Yi Qi, giving him a thumbs up. Leaning closer, Yi Qi whispered boastfully, "Of course, if I weren't strong, how could I have won the heart of such a beautiful and exceptional wife?" He patted Li Yi on the shoulder with his filthy hand, imparting some of his wisdom. "Since you call me brother, I'll share some ancestral secrets with you. If you want to marry a wife, you must be willing to forsake your principles and learn over 1,000 golden phrases. You 2 grown men should focus on guarding the stairway instead of muttering about something." When Shanshan frowned, her large eyes fixed intently on the two. "Ahaha, I was just saying we should find Jianye. The first floor is nearly cleared. We should close the iron door to the safe stairway, lest we return tomorrow to find zombies from the second floor have come down." Yi Qi turned around. Speaking earnestly, "Wife, what do you think? Isn't it about time?" Li Yi cracked a smile, gaining a deeper understanding of Yi Qi's shamelessness. Then, his expression turned serious. I think Brother Yi is right. We've been fighting here for 2 to 3 hours. Our stamina is nearing its limit. Let us head back to the base to rest and come back tomorrow. When Shanshan nodded, saying, then let us go check on whether Jianya and the others have finished. The three walked towards Zhang Jianya and, halfway there, encountered a panic-stricken Wang Mang, who spoke in a peculiar accent. Li Feng got caught by a zombie while fighting. We must hurry to find the base leader. The task hall is so extraordinary. Perhaps there is some miraculous medicine that can save Li Feng. Chapter 41. Li Feng is grasped by a zombie immediately following. Two individuals hurriedly assisted Li Feng. His arms bore gruesome gashes, unmistakably inflicted by the long claws of a zombie. His complexion was ashen, and his eyes brimmed with despair. When Shanshan and the others instinctively halted their steps, creating distance between themselves and Li Feng's party. Those who had been scratched by zombies had a significant chance of contracting the virus. The companions with whom one had just shared camaraderie could, in the blink of an eye, turn and launch an attack. Zhang Jianya pointed at Wang Mang and declared, for the sake of caution, bind Li Feng immediately, and let our group carry him back. As for Wang Mang's mention of the mission hall possibly possessing items that could eradicate the zombie virus. Neither Zhang Jianya nor the others took it seriously. After all, it was the zombie virus that had ushered in the apocalypse on this planet. While the mission hall might have weapons and supplies, no one had witnessed any medicinal substances therein. Yet, no one dared to voice this concern at such a critical moment. To do so might plunge Li Feng into utter despair, as the only thing keeping him calm was the faint glimmer of hope resting on the mission hall. Wang Mang and his companions secured Li Feng, then carried him toward the base. A group followed behind to provide cover, shooting down some zombies that had drawn near. The four young men sat idly in Li Runen's room, hoping to glean more information about the base. However, they were taken aback by the middle-aged woman, who, despite her appearance as a typical housewife, maintained an air of strict reserve. They had considered resorting to force at times. But whenever the thought crossed their minds, or when a teammate exhibited such inclinations, the young man felt an overwhelming sense of danger, compelling him to restrain his eager comrades. Seizing the moment when Li Runen took one of the children to the restroom, Mana quietly inquired, Boss, do you sense that there is something threatening concealed in this place? Otherwise, why would they repeatedly attempt to act forcefully, only to be subtly thwarted by you? The young man nodded slightly and replied, My intuition warns me that it is best not to act rashly here. Even if this safe base is relatively small, its very existence suggests it possesses some hidden strengths. Manby concurred. Perhaps they are abilities that weren't absorbed by the authorities before the apocalypse. Each province has members from our special organization. If there were truly abilities present, the unique magnetic field generated by their powers would have been detected by the organization. There aren't that many abilities wandering about, unless they emerged from deep within the mountains. Mansi shook his head, believing the situation to be more complex than it appeared, as the group murmured among themselves. A commotion erupted downstairs. In the midst of the apocalypse, how could they be so loud? Were they not concerned about attracting the zombies? The four men were startled but were drawn to the noise below. Hastening down the stairs, upon reaching the hall, they discovered a striking couple standing there. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, which prompted the four to steal glances at them. Mansi scrutinized them further and realized something was amiss. This seems to be a celebrity. Hearing Mansi's remark, the three young men merely raised their eyebrows in surprise, their gaze momentarily lingering on Guan Kaiwei before they proceeded toward the hotel entrance. Zhang Jianya and his group returned with Li Feng, only to find four strangers standing at the entrance. Yet, they had no inclination to engage with them and swiftly brushed past, making their way inside. Upon entering the hall, Zhang Jianya spotted Su Zhiyong. Base leader, please, quickly check on Li Feng. He has been scratched by a zombie. We need to save him. Li Feng, bound and shivering, felt a flicker of hope upon seeing Su Zhiyong. He gazed at him with desperation, stammering, Base leader, doesn't the mission hall have medicine to cure the zombie virus? Su Zhiyong had not anticipated encountering such a situation upon arriving at the base. He glanced at Li Feng and instructed, take him upstairs and isolate him in a room. The heavy weight pressing down on Zhang Jianya, and his group lifted slightly upon hearing Su Zhiyong's orders, filling them with renewed hope. Wait! The young man interjected as he saw the group preparing to escort Li Feng into the base. His sudden outburst caused everyone to instinctively halt their actions. Redirecting their attention toward him, Man A and Man B positioned themselves beside the young man. Man B, with a smile, explained, "Fellow compatriots, please do not be alarmed. Perhaps your understanding of zombies in such a small base is rather superficial, which emboldens you to bring someone scratched by a zombie back here. You must realize that there are women and children in your base. A single misstep could spell disaster for those who lack the capacity to defend themselves." The young man continued, "We are acting in your best interest. It is prudent to resolve such situations before the individual transforms, thus eliminating any potential risks. This is a matter of life and death for everyone involved." Upon hearing this, Li Feng's complexion turned ashen. Enraged, he bellowed at the four, "You self-righteous fools have no understanding of our base. Silence, outsiders." Had he not been bound, he would have charged at them, unfazed by Li Feng's impudent outburst. Mane suggested to Su Zhiyong, as the base leader, "You must possess a broader perspective and consider the well-being of all survivors here." Su Zhiyong was not a man devoid of wisdom. He recognized that the four were issuing a cautionary warning. Aside from the young man, the others appeared increasingly menacing, akin to desperate rogues. Yet, their demeanor was surprisingly composed. The three young men assumed the youthful base leader intended to dispose of Li Feng promptly. However, the next moment, they heard him say, "Wang Mang, what are you all waiting for? Hurry and take him upstairs. I'll join you shortly to assist." Wang Mang and the others snapped back to reality and quickly carried Li Feng to the third floor. The young man frowned, seemingly displeased, and remarked, "You're engaging in futile efforts." Su Zhiyong did not deny this, simply stating, "One must at least try. Who knows, perhaps he possesses a strong enough immune response to survive this virus. That's a gamble with a 1 in 1,000 chance." The young man's words were not alarmist. They had conducted experiments at the onset of the apocalypse. Out of 1,000 individuals scratched by zombies, not a single one had survived. Claiming a 1 in 1,000 chance was already an exaggerated improvement of the odds. Su Zhiyong chuckled at the young man's statement, then turned to Wen Shanshan and Yi Qi. "It seems I will need your assistance in preparing dinner to entertain our 4 guests." "Understood, base leader. We'll take care of that right away." Wen Shanshan promptly grasped Yi Qi's hand and ascended to the second floor. Hoping to find a reason to escape this den of turmoil. Chapter 42. Fearless in revealing your secrets, would you 4 mind joining us for dinner here? Su Zhiyong invited the 4 with a smile. The young man scrutinized Su Zhiyong for a moment before returning a polite smile, responding, "That would be much appreciated. Make yourselves comfortable. I'll attend to some matters within the base first." Seeing that the 4 were willing to stay, Su Zhiyong decided not to linger on that point. He returned to his room, retrieved disposable cups, poured a bottle of ordinary liquid into one, and diluted it with some mineral water. Observing that the liquid in the disposable cup appeared colorless, he carried it upstairs. Base leader, Zhang Jianye, and the others were anxiously waiting by the room when they saw Su Zhiyong enter. They all stood up, tense with anticipation. Su Zhiyong nodded and approached the bed, gesturing for Li Feng to open his mouth. "This medication will enhance your resistance. Whether or not you can emerge from the brink of death ultimately depends on you." A flicker of struggle crossed Li Feng's eyes, soon replaced by a bitter smile as he said, "Brother Zhang, if I, Li Feng, do not survive this, I ask that you visit my hometown when you are able. Please check on my grandmother for me." A tear slipped down Li Feng's cheek. Men seldom shed tears, but in the face of death, my resolve falters. Just mentioning my grandmother brings a lump to my throat. He felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him. Li Feng forced a smile. "I in this world, departing early may not be such a bad release. If I turn into a zombie, base leader, I ask that you be the first to put me down. I do not wish to become a mindless monster that feeds on others." Li Feng did not entrust Zhang Jianye with this task, knowing that having him take action would leave a psychological scar. Zhang Jianye's eyes reddened as he fought back tears, replying, "Brother, rest assured, if I have the ability, I will certainly go to your hometown to see how your grandmother is doing." He did not mention that Li Feng's grandmother, a woman in her 60s or 70s, still resided in such a remote area. The likelihood of survival after the apocalypse was exceedingly low. Su Zhiyong observed the individuals before him with an air of solemnity, as if he were making a final testament. In truth, he yearned to convey that with the presence of spiritual liquid, even if it were merely ordinary, Li Feng should not encounter any mishap after consuming a bottle's worth. At worst, he might possess a subpar physique, making survival improbable. A young man, accompanied by 3 burly figures, stood at the entrance. Upon noticing the substance Su Zhiyong held, he remained unaware of its true nature, surmising it to be some form of detoxifying remedy. Such concoctions bore no efficacy against the zombie virus, as the research facility had long conducted experiments proving as much. Had there been any hope? They would not be so despondent regarding the apocalypse. Nevertheless, witnessing the sorrowful expressions of those inside, the young man felt compelled to offer a glimmer of hope to Li Feng. Infection with the zombie virus did not inevitably lead to death. Studies suggested a certain probability of awakening supernatural abilities. He refrained from mentioning that this was merely speculation from experts, with no documented cases yet. In fact, only one instance had been recorded of someone surviving the zombie virus. Moreover, the awakening of supernatural powers was an even rarer phenomenon. Could it truly be so? The young man's gaze flickered with a hint of optimism as he observed a glimmer of hope cross Li Feng's face. Under Li Feng's watchful eyes, he nodded affirmatively and stated, "Indeed. As long as your will to survive is strong enough." Zhang Jianya quickly interjected, "Yes, brother, you must not give up. Think of your grandmother, who is all alone in the countryside. If you persevere, you may awaken your powers. Hang in there, brother. Once you awaken your abilities, you will protect us." Everyone in the room was rallying around Li Feng, instilling hope within him, regardless of their inner thoughts. They maintained a facade of encouragement. "Base leader, please give it to me." Li Feng inhaled deeply and opened his mouth. Su Zhiyong poured the liquid from the disposable cup into Li Feng's mouth. After he drank, unable to contain himself, he let out a loud belch amidst the collective gaze. He appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was filled with anxious anticipation, even failing to notice the subtly sweet taste of the liquid. Half an hour later, Zhang Jianya broke the silence. "Li Feng, do you feel anything?" All eyes turned toward Li Feng, who, feeling somewhat apprehensive, shook his head and a sigh of relief swept through the crowd as they continued to wait. Su Zhiyong, observing the scene below, found it somewhat amusing. He had not anticipated that the four unfamiliar individuals who had arrived at the base were also waiting for Li Feng's reaction upstairs. In room 202, only Su Zhiyong and Guan Kaiwei were present. Sensing Su Zhiyong's availability, Guan Kaiwei nestled beside him and softly inquired, "Do you think Li Feng will make it through safely?" A flicker of inscrutable emotion crossed her eyes as she awaited his response. Su Zhiyong gently lifted her chin, leaning closer to her lips and asked, "What do you think? A woman as astute as you. Surely you can deduce the answer." Guan Kaiwei felt a weight lift from her heart, realizing that his reaction had already provided the answer she sought. She wrapped her delicate arms around Su Zhiyong's neck, gazing at him with sultry eyes. "Aren't you afraid I might reveal your secret?" Su Zhiyong swiftly turned the tables, pinning her beneath him, and replied in a low voice, "My choice to be overly cautious is not born of fear, but rather a desire to avoid complications." Thus, it is not a secret to an hour later. In the room where Li Feng was situated, Li Yi asked, "Brother Feng, do you feel anything yet?" An hour and a half had passed, and Li Feng felt his nerves taut. Upon hearing Li Yi's question, he took stock of his body. It was as if he felt a bit fatigued, desiring to close his eyes and sleep. The group exchanged glances. Han Ziye, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "What does this mean? Is this how one reacts to being infected with the zombie virus?" The others shook their heads, having never heard of such a response. Zhang Jianya recalled witnessing a colleague infected with the zombie virus. First, there would be trembling and confusion, followed by a rise in body temperature, a darkening of the complexion, and ultimately, the eyes turning red. He turned to the young man and asked, "What has your experience been?" The young man pondered for a moment before responding, "What you described aligns with the transformation into a zombie after infection. However, there is also a scenario where one resists the virus without undergoing a transformation. In such cases, symptoms like trembling and confusion may occur, followed by fever and unconsciousness, but the red eyes do not manifest." Upon hearing this, the group redirected their focus to Li Feng. Zhang Jianya, puzzled, inquired, "So you merely feel a bit tired?" Li Feng nodded eagerly, feeling a measure of fear ebb away, yet a lingering unease remained. Li Yi hesitated. Could it be that Brother Feng has yet to begin the transformation? Han Ziye nodded. That's quite possible. After all, aside from the initial tremors, he exhibits no other symptoms. Perhaps the virus is still latent within him, yet to erupt. We should observe for a few more hours. Zhang Jianya concluded decisively. Chapter 43. Casual home-cooked meal. When Shanshan ascended the stairs to invite the four unfamiliar guests to dinner, she found a room full of people fixated on Li Feng, who was bound to the bed. She turned to the four strangers and said, "Dinner is ready. Please follow me to the second floor." The young man nodded, Thank you for your trouble. The four followed Wen Shanshan downstairs. Han Zia exchanged glances with the young man, falling a few steps behind. Boss, we know nothing about this faction. Are we really going to eat the food they've prepared? It wasn't that he was overly cautious. Even in peacetime, one would hesitate to trust a meal offered by strangers, let alone in an apocalypse. What was most crucial in such times, aside from clean water? It was food. They had no ties to this base, and the mere fact that the base leader had invited them to dinner was surprising, especially since they had just caught a whiff of stir-fried dishes from upstairs. No part of the base seemed normal in this apocalyptic world. They would have to assess the situation and act accordingly. He subtly gestured to Hanzi B and C. As when Shanshan prepared to turn around. The two hastily caught up to her. It was evident that this woman was an ordinary person without any powers. Upon seeing Wen Shanshan lead the four away, Zhang Jianya turned to Li Feng and said, I believe the substance the base leader gave you has some potential. It likely can resist the zombie virus. Otherwise, Li Feng wouldn't be in his current state. Li wholeheartedly agreed. I think Zhang Gu is right. We couldn't voice our thoughts in front of those newcomers. Who knows what impact such words might have on our temporarily peaceful base? Li Feng's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? What else could it be? If what the boss gave you were ineffective, the virus within you would have already taken hold. Li rubbed his hands together, feeling a weight lift from his heart, if that is the case. Then in the future, if we get bitten by zombies, as long as we don't die, there is still a chance for rescue. We can avoid becoming those mindless husks outside. You lot nearly gave me a heart attack? Wang Mang sighed in relief upon hearing this. He never expected that the base would possess such medicine. It seemed he had stumbled upon a remarkable safe haven in the early days of the apocalypse. Are there similar remedies elsewhere that can eliminate the zombie virus? Li Feng curiously asked as he began to assess any changes within his body. Who can say? Anyone with a functioning brain knows what chaos reigns in a world overrun by zombies. Wang Mang shook his head, expressing skepticism about other factions. I agree on that point. Though I've only encountered the faction led by the boss, during the early days of the apocalypse, I witnessed many human encounters. Those who were bitten by zombies saw their comrades perish right before their eyes. Some, in an effort to prevent transformations, would kill their bitten companions on the spot. I feel quite all right. I initially trembled a bit, but after drinking what the base leader gave me, that cold sensation vanished. Li Feng reflected. Moreover, aside from feeling sleepy, I don't exhibit any of the symptoms you mentioned. Zhang Jianya nodded. If that is the case, the detoxifying agent the base leader provided is indeed effective. He surveyed the room. Everyone must keep a tight lid on this matter. We must not let those four outsiders learn about it. If word gets out, our base may never again experience tranquility. Rest assured, we are not fools. I still intend to retrieve my family, came the assurance from one of the men. Indeed, if this were to leak, the base would surely be at risk. We are not so naive. We understand the stakes involved, another added. Zhang Jianya felt a sense of satisfaction as he listened to his companions. Li stroked his chin thoughtfully and suggested, I think we should have Li Feng continue lying in bed for now. After those individuals leave, we can confirm with the boss that everything is all right before untying him. Others nodded in agreement. Yes, Brother Li Yi is right. This way, they won't grasp his situation, and it allows the base leader to check thoroughly, ensuring safety. The events that transpired on the third floor did not escape Su Zhiyong's keen awareness. He neither opposed nor endorsed the actions of Zhang Jianya and his associates. Human nature is inherently selfish. It is entirely natural for these individuals to fear that others might discover the state of their base. As they strive to protect their own interests and the last vestiges of their inner sanctum, Su Zhiyong mused that, were he an ordinary person, he might very well make the same choice as Zhang Jianya, concealing the reality of their base from the outside world. Thank you all for preparing such a sumptuous dinner, he remarked. The four young men followed Wen Shanshan to the second floor, where they were astounded by the spread laid out before them. In the pre-apocalyptic world, they would have considered such hospitality merely generous. However, in the current dire circumstances, the sight of vegetables, fruits, and meats left them utterly astonished. It had been 10 days since the onset of the apocalypse, and given the sweltering heat of the season, the inability to use electricity or gas since the third or fourth day of the catastrophe rendered the meal's rarity all the more apparent. There is no such thing as a free lunch. This realization made the four youths even more hesitant to act recklessly. Even within their base, which boasted formidable organizational capabilities and strength, Such a feast was not something everyone could partake in. Even they lacked the privilege to enjoy such fine fare at their base. Please, don't be shy. Feel free to eat, Su Zhiyong said, feigning ignorance to the hesitation visible on the faces of the four. He smiled lightly, adding, "It's just a simple home-cooked meal, nothing of great significance." "Home-cooked meal, my foot!" exclaimed Han Zijia. Before the apocalypse, it was just a home-cooked meal, but now, given the current state of the world, he thought to himself that had their leader not sensed something amiss about this base, he would have been tempted to raid the kitchen. Guan Saiwei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that Su Zhiyong was playing a prank? She picked up her chopsticks and, in front of the four young men, took a bite of a green pepper. Seeing this, the youths deduced her intentions, and one of them smiled at Su Zhiyong, introducing himself. "I am Yin Yi. May I ask how to address you?" "Su Zhiyong," he replied. Yin Yi gestured to the three others beside him, saying, "We are a small team." He pointed to Han Zijia, Yi, and Bing, stating, "They are Yin Er, Yin San, and Yin Si, respectively. You all share the same surname?" Guan Kaiwei asked, her lips slightly parted in surprise, her expressive eyes reflecting skepticism. "Surely, you cannot be biological brothers, considering the stark differences in your appearances." "No. We are merely members of the same team. It's our custom that those who join our team are named Yin in the order they join." Yin Yi patiently explained. He sensed a unique aura about Guan Kaiwei, affirming her as an ability user. Conversely, the enigmatic leader of this peculiar base, Su Zhiyong, was a person he found difficult to read. Yin Yi felt strongly that Su Zhiyong must be an ability user, yet he also perceived him as an ordinary person, leaving him perplexed. Nevertheless, being the leader of this base, even if it were a private faction, he was more inclined to believe that Su Zhiyong possessed abilities. I see." Guan Kaiwei nodded in understanding. Whether Yin Yi's words were true or not was of little concern to either her or Su Zhiyong. "You need not worry. We typically eat like this, so it is not particularly rare or precious. Please, feel free to enjoy without any burden." Guan Kaiwei reassured the four young men, her empathy shining through. The four exchanged glances, struggling to believe that these individuals were eating so well in the midst of an apocalypse. Guan Saiwei's words effectively conveyed that the seemingly precious meal before them was of little consequence in the base, hinting that no additives had been included. However, even if Yin Yi and his companions wished to trust her, their caution prevented them from touching the food on the table. After all, such an extraordinary situation left them hesitant to act. Raising an eyebrow at their inaction, Su Zhiyong decided to lift his chopsticks and began to eat. Yi Qi and Wen Shanshan, hiding in an adjacent room, were puzzled as to why Su Zhiyong had invited the four to dine. Typically, the two of them shared meals with Su Zhiyong alone. Today, however, due to the presence of outsiders, they had opted to separate their portions and retreat to the inner room to eat. Wen Shanshan, her chopsticks in constant motion, whispered, "Darling, is it really wise to serve these four such a fine meal? Might they uncover something? It should be fine. Had it not been for our excursion to clear the mall of zombies today, we would not have given it much thought. We would have merely assumed that the rarity of such meals in the apocalypse made them taste even better. Indeed, I wonder what is special about these vegetables. They taste incredibly sweet, and my physical condition has improved significantly, especially my strength, which has increased remarkably." When Shanshan was astonished to discover that after several days of dining with Su Zhiyong and the others, her strength had surged so dramatically. During the zombie slaying, she, an office worker lacking in physical training before the apocalypse, had managed to dispatch numerous zombies without fatigue. In the pre-apocalyptic world, she would have struggled to pull a knife from a zombie's neck. Now, though it required some effort, she could sever a zombie's head. This must remain a secret. We have gained so much. If word got out, Su Laoda would certainly not continue to support us discreetly. Yi Qi thought, feeling elated. He had sensed a slight increase in his strength in the preceding days, and today's encounter with the zombies confirmed that not only had his strength grown, but his overall physical condition had improved as well. This newfound strength provided both him and Shanshan with a measure of self-defense, even if they were not ability users. In the living room, Yin Yi and the others watched Su Zhiyong and his companion devour the meal without reservation before finally picking up their chopsticks to savor the delightful lunch. As soon as the food touched their lips, they had to exercise great restraint to suppress their involuntary exclamations of delight. They marveled at how they had missed the taste of a warm, home-cooked meal for so long. "Su brother, your chef skills are truly remarkable. If you opened a restaurant before the apocalypse, it would surely thrive," Yin Yi complimented Su Zhiyong. With a slight smirk, Su Zhiyong replied, "The chef I hired is quite talented, indeed." However, the main reason for the meal's delectable flavor was the addition of spiritual liquid to all the water used. Otherwise, no matter how skilled Wen Shanshan was in the kitchen, the food would not taste this exquisite. Han Zijia, also known as Yin Er, chimed in, "Brother, this food is incredibly fresh. Eating like this every day is simply blissful." Yin San and Yin Si nearly shed tears of envy at Su Zhiyong's good fortune. Minutes later, the table resembled a scene after a tornado had swept through, utterly disheveled. The four young men exchanged awkward yet polite smiles as Su Zhiyong led them to the sofa. With a casual smile, he inquired, "Having spent the afternoon in my base, what do you think of it?" Yin Er, Yin San, and Yin Si all turned their gazes to Yin Yi, under the scrutiny of his teammates. Yin Yi smiled and responded honestly, "To be frank, we have witnessed numerous private forces established outside, and your base stands out among them." Su Zhiyong stroked his chin, observing the four with a light chuckle. "You all possess crystal cores, do you not?" Their expressions shifted immediately, becoming guarded. Yin Yi did not deny it and responded gravely, "How did you come to know we have crystal cores, Su brother?" As fellow ability users, they could not sense whether others possessed crystal cores, yet Su Zhiyong had pinpointed their possession with a single statement, "Do not overthink it." Su Zhiyong reassured them. "Since the apocalypse, I have wandered outside, and I possess a modicum of knowledge about crystal cores. Observing your actions, it seems I am correct in guessing that your base has official backing. I have considerable confidence in our nation's powers, especially regarding the discovery of crystal cores." Yin Yi was uncertain whether to believe Su Zhiyong's words or consider other possibilities. His expression softened as he nodded in agreement. "Indeed, our base has conducted some research on crystal cores. However, our experts are still exploring their uses. From what you say, it seems you have quite a bit of knowledge about them." Su Zhiyong rose and said, "Come with me. Some matters are better demonstrated than explained." He led the four to the task hall in the hotel lobby. "You may wish to try purchasing items from here." Having previously shopped online, Yin Yi and his companions quickly grasped the operational process of the task hall. However, they regarded it with a peculiar expression. Yin Yi's lips twitched as he remarked, "Su brother, this is not even a funny joke." Yin Er added, "Ha, who would believe such a thing?" Before Yin San and Yin Si could voice their critiques, Yi Qi, who had followed behind, interjected, "How can you know it's false if you haven't even tried?" Yin Yi and the others exchanged glances, and were it not for Su Zhiyong and Yi Qi's expressions of unwavering certainty, devoid of any hint of jest, they might have suspected that this small faction was merely toying with them. Chapter 45. Energy Conversion Model. Yin San stepped forward and declared, "Let us give it a try. The boss can test this crystal core I have." As he spoke, he retrieved a crystal core from his bag and tossed it into the payment area of the task panel. This crystal core was slightly smaller than those of other first-tier zombies, giving off an impression of underdevelopment. Hence, Yin San opted to use it for experimentation. Upon its insertion, a digital panel immediately materialized before Yin San. Non-resident. Yin San age, 27 gender, male points balance, 4. The four of them stared in astonishment at this unfolding scene. However, they were not as taken aback as Zhang Jianye and AIE, feeling instead that this space had a certain intrigue. Utilizing technological products for what seemed like sorcery. "What can we purchase?" Yin San gazed at the array of supplies displayed on the task hall panel, his expression conflicted. "This must be a ruse. I am not going to overthink it." With this thought, Yin San wasted no time waiting for the others to respond, directly clicking on the grilled octopus worth 3 points and 2 steamed buns priced at 1 point each. In the next moment, Yin Yi's points balance dropped to 0. A flash of blue light revealed 2 plump, fragrant buns and a steaming portion of grilled octopus at the exit. The four of them stood agape at the sight of the 2 large buns and the grilled octopus. The delightful aroma wafting into their nostrils, along with the steaming food, assured them of its authenticity. "Is this for real?" Yin Er's voice cracked in disbelief as he reached for one of the buns, which was nearly the size of half his face. It is worth noting that Yin Yi was quite tall, with a face significantly larger than that of an average person. "Let me see if there's any hidden food inside." Yin Er, skeptical of the situation, began to rummage through the bun. "This is just a wall. It can't conceal anything. Is this task hall really that extraordinary?" Yin Si followed suit, intrigued. Yin Yi stepped closer, scrutinizing the task hall before turning to Yin Er and Yin San, commanding, Hand over all the crystal cores you have. The three halted momentarily, responding in unison. Boss, Yin Yi, with a serious countenance and a resolute tone, reiterated, give them to me. Faced with the inability to resist, Yin Er and the others reluctantly produced all the crystal cores they had painstakingly gathered throughout IC City. The collection comprised a dozen cores of varying colors, all resting in Yin Yi's hands. Among these was a single core nearly double the size of the others, extracted from a second-tier zombie, the only such creature they had encountered. Yin Yi cast all the cores into the payment slot of the task hall. The digital panel promptly displayed, non-resident, Yin Yi age, 23 gender, male points balance, 95.so many points. This will allow us to eat for a while, Yin Er mused, finishing off a bun before instinctively reaching for the grilled squid. Discovering its flavor to be exceptionally delightful, truly a feast for the senses. Yin Si's lips quivered at the absurdity of the moment. How could Yin Er still be preoccupied with food at such a time? He raised his hand to sample the last bun. Suddenly, Yin Si's eyes widened in realization. No wonder Yin Er had taken advantage of everyone's focus on the boss to sneak a bite. At that moment, Yin Yi was too engrossed in the task panel to pay attention to his teammates' antics, as he browsed the options before ultimately deciding to purchase a handgun. The handgun came with 200 rounds of ammunition, priced at 88 points, with a prominent discount sign displayed nearby. Given the nationwide disruptions, he was curious to see if he could indeed exchange for a firearm here. In truth, Yin Yi had considered acquiring a portable ion cannon or a multi-domain battleship. Eager to ascertain if such wondrous items truly existed, or if they were merely illusions conjured by unknown means in this task hall. However, the exorbitant price tags rendered those options unattainable. So he settled for a handgun and allocated the remaining points to purchase additional buns. Upon confirming his purchase, the selected items materialized before them. Having already savored the buns, Yin Er and Yin Si instinctively fixed their gaze upon the mound of buns. Completely disregarding the handgun nearby, As Yin Yi and Yin San examined the firearm and ammunition. Yin Er and Yin Si simultaneously turned their attention to Su Zhiyong. Yin Er, stepping forward and rubbing his hands together, inquired, Su, do you have any bags? Guan Kaiwei smiled subtly, gesturing towards the upper floor. You can go upstairs and ask Shanshan for a couple of bags. Oh, thank you. Yin Er dashed up the stairs, returning with large bags in mere seconds. Yin Si, observing Yin Er's speed, swore that he had definitely utilized his abilities. Such rapidity was impossible without them. After their examination, Yin Yi and Yin San discovered that the handgun was the most commonly used model among law enforcement personnel. Both were left in disbelief at the existence of the task hall. Just as they were beginning to feel somewhat dazed by the spectacle before them, two very familiar figures came into view. Yin Yi squinted, observing two individuals hurriedly placing items into bags, and asked, "What are they doing?" Yin San, still in a daze, replied, "They're packing buns." Realizing this, they understood that while they were focused on verifying the authenticity of the task hall, Yin Er and Yin Si were inadvertently undermining their team's image. Clearing his throat, Yin Yi coughed heavily to regain their attention, and once he noted that Yin Er and Yin Si had toned down their antics, he steadied his demeanor and turned to Su Zhiyong. "Brother Su, I didn't expect your base to possess such facilities. May I inquire if the items in your task hall are infinite? Can we continue to exchange them as long as we have sufficient crystal cores?" Su Zhiyong hesitated, not responding immediately. In truth, all the items within were the fruits of his decade-long sign-in efforts. Now made available for trade by the system, which aimed to gather energy, he had been diligently signing in every day, receiving various items, some valuable, others less so, though weapons were relatively scarce. Just as he prepared to inform Yin Yi that the items were not infinite, the system's mechanical voice echoed urgently in his mind. Energy conversion mode can be initiated to transform energy into desired supplies. Su Zhiyong contemplated. This meant that as long as they had enough crystal cores, they could request anything, albeit with reduced profitability due to procurement costs. Chapter 46. Are you stealing someone's partner? Su Zhiyong smiled faintly, exuding confidence. Observing the glimmer of hope in Yin Yi's eyes, he quickly added, "It seems feasible. For those of us from outside, do you have any regulations for utilizing the task hall at your base?" "Regulations?" Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Yin Yi elaborated, "What I mean is, since the task hall is within your base, do we outsiders need to pay any fees to conduct transactions?" "Not at all," Su Zhiyong asserted, his tone earnest. As survivors of this apocalyptic disaster, we should support one another. The task hall exists for your convenience. You are welcome to use it anytime, provided you do not harbor ill intentions. He had initially intended to boldly proclaim the name of his base, but quickly corrected himself, realizing that such a name would be rather undignified in this context. Thank you, Brother Su. Yenny expressed his gratitude and bid farewell to Su Zhiyong before leading his group away from the base. Trusting his instincts, Yenny chose a route that largely avoided the hordes of zombies. And after a strenuous 3-hour journey, they arrived at an abandoned farm on the outskirts. After surveying their surroundings and confirming there were no followers, they entered a building. Anyone witnessing this would be astonished to find that the room contained an elevator door. Yin Yi input his fingerprint, allowing access only to the basement level. Upon arrival, they were greeted by 4 armed guards who merely nodded at their entrance. As they descended to the basement, others who saw Yin Yi and his companions returning gathered around. Yin Yi, how was your haul this time? How many zombie crystal cores did you bring back for our base? The doctor mentioned that both plants and animals have undergone significant changes lately. Did you encounter any mutated flora or fauna? Upon returning to the base, the expressions of the 4 individuals were strained, and they all appeared somewhat dazed. Within Su Zhiyong's stronghold, they relied solely on their dwindling rationality to maintain composure. Yin Er, meeting the eager gazes of his companions, instinctively raised the bag containing their provisions. One of the base S members took the bag from Yin Er's hands, chuckling, to think you used such a large bag. It seems your harvest this time is quite substantial. As the bag was grasped, the speaker faintly detected an enticing aroma of food wafting from within. He dismissed the thought, wondering how it could possibly contain the scent of cooked delicacies. The bag was opened, and in the next moment, a savory fragrance of meat mingled with the scent of dough filled the air. The group stared at the bag in astonishment. The one who had opened it exclaimed, "It feels as though I have unlocked a treasure trove akin to Doraemon." Everyone turned to the Yin quartet, faces adorned with a row of question marks. A hint of indescribable turmoil flickered across Yin Yi's typically expressionless visage. Meeting the insatiable curiosity in their eyes, he offered an awkward smile and said, "You may find it hard to believe, but I am equally perplexed." Yin Er sighed deeply, his expression grave. Perhaps this is the allure of life. Always brimming with miracles. The group chorused, "Marvelous miracles." The colleague holding the bag inquired, "I must ask, my friend, what is the secret behind this steaming treasure? You ventured out in search of crystal cores and yet returned with ingredients for a grand feast of buns?" Yin San replied earnestly, "Would you believe me if I said we brought this back from the city center?" The colleague, maintaining a serious demeanor, retorted, "I might as well declare myself a handsome fellow. Would you believe that? Such shamelessness," Yin San lamented. "In any case, I speak the truth. Kindly refrain from crowding around us. We intend to report to Captain Heaton. Why, good fellow, I believe you, but the question remains. Considering your pace from the city center, even without delays, it would take nearly 3 hours to arrive. You think this bag possesses thermos capabilities? The buns are still warm. You must have steamed them nearby. How audacious, even the zombies cannot bear to look." Yin Si, who had remained silent, quietly raised his hand. "I can explain. It is thanks to my ability that they remain warm." The group stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out. What sort of extraordinary person uses their powers for insulation? It was an extravagant display. They glared reproachfully at Yin Si. Yin Si thought to himself that these individuals failed to appreciate the exquisite nature of food, and he could bear their misunderstandings. "Ahem, Captain, let us hasten to report to Captain He," he urged. Only after the report could he continue to savor the delectable treats, for he held a separate box of grilled squid. Had it not been sealed tightly, the tantalizing aroma would have already reached the others. As the Yin quartet entered Captain He's room, whispers erupted among the onlookers. The colleague carrying the bag remarked, "Based on my deductions as a little Sherlock Holmes, these 4 must have established a secret base outside. In the face of calamity, they still think of feasting. They must be reprimanded thoroughly." Sherlock Holmes felt unwavering in his resolve to chastise them unless bribed otherwise. He rubbed his stomach, recalling the delectable tastes from before the apocalypse beckoning him. Little Ghost, a nickname bestowed upon him due to his diminutive stature and unremarkable looks, did not bother him. He relied on the knowledge in his head, not his appearance. Unable to resist the alluring scent, he stealthily reached for the warm, fluffy buns while others were engaged in lively discussions. He could not help but sincerely exclaim, Yan Si is undoubtedly talented. Were it not for his ability to keep the buns warm, I would not be enjoying these steaming delights. Taking a bite, he discovered a thin, soft layer of dough enveloping a rich, juicy filling. Perfectly balanced between fat and lean, complemented by vegetables. With a contented hum, he relished the moment, his eyes half closed in sheer bliss. The previously boisterous atmosphere on the lower level fell silent as all eyes turned toward the little ghost. Devouring the sumptuous meat bun. Just as he was lost in the pleasure of the rare delicacy, he opened his eyes to find everyone staring at him intently. He almost choked on his food. Cough, cough, he spluttered. What are you all staring at? Their expressions were filled with longing. Had he not maintained his integrity, he might have suspected he was secretly stealing their partners. How does it taste? One colleague asked. Swallowing hard, the little ghost smacked his lips and replied, to be honest, after years of eating buns, this is undoubtedly the best I've ever had. Chapter 47. Depths unseen. The little ghost even felt that had it not been for the apocalypse, he would surely frequent their establishment for breakfast daily, never growing weary of it. Shall we have a taste as well? The group seemed to have been activated by some strange switch, directing their gazes toward the bag of large meat buns. The four from the Yin family, unaware of the frenzy their food had incited outside, knocked on Captain He's door. Inside, they found a man seated in a chair. He had a square face radiating righteousness, his gaze imbued with an unusual authority, brows furrowed deeply, portraying the image of a middle-aged man who rarely smiled. Captain He, the Yin quartet greeted respectfully. Captain He nodded slightly. Even inside, I could hear you little rascals trying to fool everyone outside. The seemingly stoic man revealed his straightforward temperament the moment he spoke. Yin Air awkwardly scratched the back of his head and murmured, Well, Captain, we weren't joking. This is genuine. Captain He paused, bewildered by what he had just heard. Had the chaotic magnetic field of the apocalypse caused him to mishear? Although Yin found it hard to look directly at him, he stepped forward to thoroughly describe the events that had transpired at the safety base. Captain He's expression grew increasingly grave. He could hardly believe the authenticity of the matter. What impact would its revelation have? Yin, you must understand the gravity of this situation. It is far-reaching and significant. You need to consider carefully. If I report this and it is not as you claim, you will bear the consequences. Captain He regarded his prize subordinate with a complex expression. Yin nodded. Since you're concerned, we could send other teammates to assess the situation. While the zombies are numerous, they are sluggish and lack intelligence. As long as one is agile, it should be relatively easy to evade them. Perhaps you could dispatch another team to investigate. If it is indeed true, why not clarify the reason behind the appearance of this task hall at their base? Is there a way to seize it? Captain He tapped his fingers thoughtfully on the table, musing, with your four strengths, if indeed this is a privately established force as you suggest, even if there are just four of you, you could manage to take down this force. If such an astonishing entity truly exists, it must be controlled within our grasp to provide greater assurance for the survivors. Captain He's words were not without substance. They had already assisted the survivors in establishing a camp, or rather, a safety base, rapidly set up around a university. Most of the military personnel had been deployed to safeguard the safety base. The reason they remained at the research institute was multifaceted. Firstly, it was sufficiently secluded, conducive to research, with sparse human activity resulting in fewer zombies. Secondly, the underground research site effectively isolated their living activities. Given the current state of the zombie senses, even if one passed above, they would remain oblivious to the multitude living beneath. In terms of sensory isolation, the zombies were utterly incapable. However, Yin shook his head. Captain, this small base does not impede our acquisition of resources. In fact, they appear quite welcoming. Moreover, each time we contemplated taking action within the base, I sensed a distinctly dangerous warning in my heart. It felt more perilous than encountering second-tier zombies. Captain He's pupils narrowed. Does this small base house formidable ability users? Yin pressed his lips together. The reason we returned so late was to observe the personnel within the base. The composition of this base is quite peculiar. There are dozens of young men and women, along with a dozen children. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a small base could contain so many children. The oldest among them no more than 5 or 6 years old. It was astonishing to find that when we first arrived, the base was occupied solely by a middle-aged woman named Li Runin and those children. Captain, he quickly surmised, is this Li Runin a powerful individual? We dared not act rashly. Neither Yin Er nor I sensed the aura of ability users emanating from Li Runin. The entire base only had a few first-tier ability users. Conversely, the base leader, Su Zhiyong, exuded a somewhat different aura, giving us the impression of being both an ordinary person and an ability user, his presence enigmatic, leaving us uncertain. Based on my conjecture, those who can establish their own power in the post-apocalyptic world are certainly not ordinary individuals. Personally, I am inclined to believe that Su Zhiyong is a formidable being, one whose depths we cannot perceive. Upon hearing this, team leader he felt a stirring in his heart and subsequently sighed, lamenting, what a pity. If this were before the apocalypse, we could have relied on the nation's extensive information database to investigate Su Zhiyong's growth profile. Alas, such resources are utterly useless now. Yin E, realizing the implication, thought to himself, does team leader he suspect that Su Zhiyong was an ability user even before the apocalypse, merely undetected by the state? This suspicion coincided with the private doubts held by Yin E and his companions. Observing that team leader he and Yin E had fallen into deep contemplation, Yin Si hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Team leader he, there is something I am uncertain whether to mention. Cut the nonsense and speak plainly, team leader he urged, waving his hand. Yin Si awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times before continuing. Upon our arrival at the base, we noticed several children playing house in the corridor. The others in the room reacted with disbelief. Team leader he suddenly regretted allowing Yin Si to speak. This fellow was notoriously unreliable and had an uncanny knack for the absurd. Perhaps he had not slept well the previous night, leading him to entertain Yin Si's ramblings at such a serious moment. As their superior, it would be detrimental to his authority to contradict himself. So team leader he steeled himself to endure Yin Si's nonsensical chatter. Did you not notice how impressive these children are? When we played house as children, we imitated adult lives. Yet these kids are enacting a story of aliens saving the earth. Yin Si mused, thinking that if they were his children, he would certainly give them a couple of slaps to bring them to their senses. How could such ruthless beings as aliens possibly save the earth? They would undoubtedly exploit it. Team leader he and the other three regarded Yin Si's words as utterly ludicrous. Yet, given Yin Si's history of unreliability, they were somewhat accustomed to his eccentricities. The real concern was that these children, who were supposedly only 5 or 6 years old, could not find better roles to play than this absurdity. Yin Si could see the skepticism etched on their faces and took a deep breath, emphasizing, team leader he, I am not speaking nonsense. I have factual evidence to support my claims. Chapter 48. The Earth-Saving Humans. Hearing Yin Si's earnest tone, team leader he and the others could only feel a cold discomfort. Yin Si, adopting a serious demeanor, continued his analysis. Team leader, think about it. Where do children's playhouse stories typically originate? They must come from the adults around them. In this apocalypse, what nonsense could adults possibly share with children other than tales of aliens saving humanity? Moreover, the task hall is far beyond what we can currently achieve with our technology. Thus, we have reason to suspect that this strange base may indeed be connected to extraterrestrial beings. Team leader he and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Were it not for Yin Si being somewhat of an ability user, they would have considered sending him back to kindergarten for a refresher course. His nonsensical ramblings were far too unreliable. Yet thankfully, he was obedient enough to follow orders, if left unchecked, with Yin Si's peculiar thought process. Who knew what he might do? Team leader he ignored Yin Si's towering presence beside him and instructed Yin E, bring over the weapons and supplies you retrieved from Su Zhiyong's base for me to examine. Yes, team leader, Yin E acknowledged, casting Yin Si a knowing glance to distract him, lest the latter persist in his absurd proclamations. Reluctantly, Yin Si exited the room to fetch the bag of large meat buns. Yin E placed the handgun and ammunition, which he had exchanged for 88 points, before team leader he. I have inspected this handgun. It is a model commonly used by our national police system, though it lacks any production markings, making it impossible to trace its origin. Yin San placed the grilled squid he had snatched from his companion onto the table, relieved that he had been quick enough to seize it. As otherwise, Yin Er and Yin Si might have surreptitiously indulged in it. Good heavens, this grilled squid also came directly from that task hall you mentioned? Yin E nodded, responding to team leader he. It was still steaming when it came out. Given that Binghai City is coastal, it would not be impossible for the other party to possess some miraculous means. Team leader, he pondered various methods that could facilitate such an outcome. However, Yinny interjected, team leader, there were numerous items displayed on the panel at the time. Whether it was the gun, the grilled squid, or the large meat bun, I selected at random. If the other party had prepared in advance, they could not possibly have everything ready to ensure that fresh, steaming food would appear immediately after my exchange. I share your belief. With the thousands of food items on the task panel, the odds of them having prepared so thoroughly beforehand are slim, Yin San asserted, convinced that the freshness of the food alone made such a feat improbable. Team leader, he mulled it over. It seems that I must personally visit this peculiar base when time allows. Once I ascertain the facts, I will formally report it. For now, I will send a message to my superiors in less than a minute. Yin Si knocked and re-entered. Team leader, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the flat bag Yin Si was holding. The bag was so flat that it concealed the fact that it contained numerous large meat buns, each the size of half a basin. Noticing team leader his discontent, Yin I admonished first, where are the items I asked you to bring? Yin Si, at a loss for words, replied, the little devils ate them all. Not a single one was left for us. Those rascals had the audacity to indulge themselves, even though the items were what we had retrieved. Yinny was taken aback. So now the pressing issue is about food? We are discussing serious matters, yet you are preoccupied with food. Observing that the expressions of their leader and team leader were growing increasingly unfavorable, Yin Si shivered, quickly suppressing his earlier complaint, and adopted a more earnest demeanor. Team leader, should we not return to Su Zhiyong's base to exchange for more large meat buns for your investigation? It would be convenient to appease their appetites afterward. Yin Si gazed at team leader He with wide, sincere eyes, hoping fervently for his agreement. Yin San, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, remarked, you should not run unless you have to. Yin Si adamantly declared, I do not fear the toil of making an extra trip. After all, contributing to the organization is a most honorable endeavor. As someone nurtured by the organization, I am willing to repay the kindness of their cultivation at all times. Team leader, he retorted, scram? Yes, team leader. Yin Si immediately shrank back, hastily exiting the room. He was not keen on hearing the others strategize, preferring instead to go outside and deal with the little devils who had left him without a single meat bun. While team leader he and the others discussed their reconnaissance of Su Zhiyong's base, Su Zhiyong himself was fervently transforming the rooftop. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, half of the residents of the safe base set out to continue clearing the shopping mall, while the other half remained to clean the entire hotel and tidy up the rooftop. Xintong turned to Wen Shanshan, asking, Shanshan, do you think the base leader will be able to find professionals for constructing buildings? Wen Shanshan shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. In an apocalyptic environment like this, it is quite challenging to find such individuals. However, I saw the glass that the base leader has stored. I do not know what it is made of, but its quality is exceptional. When I struck it with my fist, it remained completely unscathed. Upon hearing this, Xintong cast a complex glance at Wen Shanshan, remarking, according to our base leader, I am at least a first-level ability user in terms of strength. Yet I did not expect you, as an ordinary person, to possess such strength. Shanshan, if you were not so adamant about denying your innate strength, I would almost believe you were one of those legendary individuals born with extraordinary power. Li Runin glanced at the children running about on the rooftop and interjected into their conversation. I hope the base leader can find someone skilled in construction, especially since he has analyzed that both plants and animals might undergo mutations. These mutations could involve not only the creatures on the ground, but also those that might fly in the sky and attack us. If the rooftop is not secured, and the hotel has so many windows that are not reinforced, wouldn't our base be in danger? Indeed, Xintong agreed, especially since the base leader intends to plant some crops up here. Working in such an area would pose risks for the children. They cannot go outside to play, and running up and down could be perilous. Xintong was particularly mindful of these concerns, as she had 13 children to care for. With the external world resembling a hellscape, it was imperative to keep the children indoors, confining them to the hotel. Although the 5-star hotel was indeed spacious, it was only relatively so. The rooftop would provide the children with a semblance of outdoor play. Everyone must exercise caution. We are not within the protective barrier here, so safety is paramount. Xintong surveyed the area, noting that the surrounding floors were not particularly tall, With their five-star hotel being the tallest building, it was precisely for this reason that they felt secure bringing the children up. No worries, Sister Wei is downstairs. If anyone comes up, she will alert us, when Shanshan waved her hand, saying, "You don't know. Sister Wei's abilities are quite impressive. Our base leader often gives her special training." Chapter 49. How should we exchange? A group of individuals busily toiled on the rooftop, their energy palpable as midday approached. Eli Runin and several women beckoned a dozen children to descend. Being still quite young, the children were prone to hunger, and the women aimed to prepare lunch for them. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the shopping mall, a group of men cautiously eliminated the zombies, hastily shutting the large safety gate leading from the third floor to the second before retreating to the first floor. The zombies that had been slain on the first floor had already been reduced to ashes by the fire abilities of Zhang Jianya, and both the front and back entrances of the mall had been secured and cleared. Unlike the second floor, which still bore the remains of headless corpses, taking refuge on the first floor felt significantly safer. After a morning of exertion, I felt as though my arms could scarcely lift. It was time to quickly bring out the food I had brought that morning. Filling our stomachs was of utmost importance. This cold, uninviting food. When would we be able to exchange it in the mission hall for steaming hot meat buns? Strangely enough, we had yet to encounter a single mutated zombie. If we did, I wonder if you would still be able to utter such words. A group of men sat in a corner of the first floor, casually exchanging banter. Just as their conversation reached a lively crescendo, Zhang Jianya suddenly hushed them. The group turned their gazes outward. A team of approximately 7 or 8 individuals approached the mall, their attire and hair disheveled. Wielding machetes, hammers, and other cold weapons, it was evident that they had experienced their fair share of battles against zombies. Instantly, the group fell silent, hastening to consume their lunch, their eyes quietly observing the approaching team. Clearly, the glass doors could not obscure the outsider's line of sight. Upon noticing the tranquility of the mall, their eyes brightened, and they quickened their pace towards it. Wei Qin, leading his group, drew near to the mall and spoke in a tone of negotiation. "Brothers, may we enter and rest for a while? This mall is quite large. You cannot occupy it all." The abundance of zombies in the surrounding neighborhood had become common knowledge among the survivors. To avoid trouble, it was often wiser to traverse areas with fewer people. Wei Qin's group had not intended to linger in a place swarming with zombies like the mall, yet fortune smiled upon them when they discovered this area, which had been deliberately cleared in a post-apocalyptic scenario. Such a secure location naturally attracted those seeking a moment of respite. Zhang Jianya scrutinized the group outside, noting the speaker's clear eyes and the restraint shown by those behind him. He calculated his response. A disciplined team was evidently more reassuring than one devoid of scruples. Giving a knowing glance to his brothers, one rose to open the door and allow Wei Qin and his companions to enter before shutting it behind them. To avoid misunderstandings, Wei Qin's group carefully selected a distance that was neither too close nor too far to sit and rest. The 7 or 8 individuals, experienced in such matters, formed a circle, with 2 of them appearing utterly exhausted and lying flat on the ground. As the representative of his team, Wei Qin cautiously engaged with those inside the mall. "Brothers, my name is Wei Qin. How shall I address you?" Wei Qin's gaze fell upon the roasted sweet potatoes, baked potatoes, bread, and steamed buns held by the group, providing him with a clearer understanding of their situation. "I am Zhang Jianya," he replied with a polite smile, refraining from elaboration. Wei Qin retrieved a backpack from behind him and said, "I see that Brother Zhang has plenty of hot water. Might I inquire if there is a fire ability user among you who could exchange some hot water with us?" Wei Qin's group lacked both fire and water ability users, and they could only source bottled or barrel water. They had even gone several days without consuming warm food, rationing their water supply. Regardless of what they had to eat or drink, it was evident that this group had fared much better than theirs, evoking a sense of envy among Wei Qin's companions. However, they harbored no ill intentions. Recognizing that surviving 11 days in the apocalypse indicated a certain level of strength, those who remained holed up at home with ample provisions clearly did not belong to Zhang Jianya's group. Zhang Jianya nodded, indicating his willingness to trade. "What are your terms for the exchange?" They had been at the base for several days, and all their water had been sourced from the second floor. I.e., a water ability user could produce numerous barrels of water during her training sessions, which they would then use in return. He would offer fire abilities to assist them or provide some supplies. Upon hearing that an exchange was possible, Wei Qin pulled out a military-style water canteen and a packet of biscuits, inquiring, How many biscuits would I need to trade for a canteen of hot water? The prospect of obtaining water was already a delightful surprise. Let alone hot water. They had not anticipated that so soon into the apocalypse, the mere mention of hot water would stir their appetites. After some contemplation, Zhang Jianye responded, I will exchange 1 canteen of hot water for 3 biscuits. However, we do not have a large quantity of hot water to spare. I can only provide you with 3 canteens. Hearing this limited amount, Wei Qin's group felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, they reminded themselves that in the apocalypse, having access to clean water was a rare privilege. Very well, thank you, Brother Zhang, Wei Qin replied, handing over 3 water canteens and 9 biscuits to Zhang Jianye. In such chaotic times, food and water were the only true currencies. As Wei Qin accepted the 3 canteens of hot water, he licked his parched lips, pouring a small capful to moisten them, sighing in satisfaction before passing the water to his companions. The 7 or 8 individuals cautiously took a few sips of the hot water, feeling a wave of comfort wash over them before securely capping the canteens and stowing them away. Wei Qin's group had ventured into the mall primarily because their water supply had been exhausted, desperately needing to replenish their resources. With 3 canteens now in hand, they could conserve enough to last 2 days, ample time to locate remaining sources of bottled water within the city. Consequently, they relaxed their guard and began to engage in conversation. For encountering others in the apocalypse often sparked a desire to exchange information. Brother Zhang, are you merely passing through, or do you reside nearby? My companions and I have noticed a significant reduction in zombies on the streets, and the gates to the neighborhoods have been closed for some unknown reason. Although Wei Qin's group had thus far presented themselves well, appearing trustworthy, Zhang Jianye merely smiled and replied, We are also passing through. We saw the mall and decided to enter in search of supplies. Li feigned a sigh, lamenting, What a pity! Our luck seems to have turned. This floor is filled with cosmetics, and only on the 2nd and 3rd floors do we find clothing. It is not until the 4th floor that we encounter any food stores. Chapter 50. Delayed itinerary. Ichi chimed in. We've spent so long here, and our supplies are nearly depleted, yet we have not made any progress. Sigh. Wei Qin's eyes flickered as he shifted the topic. My current companions and I hail from the southern regions. We separated from the main group with the intention of reuniting with our families. His statement held truth, as only a handful of them came from the southern city, while the rest were from the northern part, making their journey to find family a challenging endeavor. Moreover, they had chosen not to include minors or the elderly, which had slowed their progress. While gathering their small team took longer, it had also strengthened their overall capabilities. Otherwise, they would not have had the confidence to traverse from the northern city to the center, losing only 1 companion along the way. They were not devoid of compassion, but in this harsh apocalypse, they understood that the value of human life often clashed with the need for survival. To safeguard their own lives and ultimately reach their loved ones, they had no choice but to harden their hearts. Reuniting with family, Zhang Jianye's group maintained their expressions while internally feeling an affinity towards Wei Qin and his companions, as they too had families. Had it not been for the water they had sourced from IE in recent days, bolstering their strength, they would have already set off to find their loved ones. For now, they sought to enhance their capacity, increasing their odds of survival, and gather more supplies to fortify their rear before embarking on the journey to retrieve their families. They were likely in a similar situation to Wei Qin's group. Do you have family in the southern city as well? Wei Qin observed that Zhang Jianye's group consisted mainly of young adults, prompting him to suggest, if Brother Zhang's family is also in the south, perhaps we could travel together to retrieve them. Could I confer with my companions about this? Zhang Jianye turned to his brothers behind him to discuss. They whispered amongst themselves, Brother Zhang, you mentioned that our supplies at the base are insufficient and that we need to seize this mall to stock up for our families. Now that we are halfway through, would it not be a wasted effort to leave now? The speaker gazed longingly towards the upper levels of the shopping mall, filled with a sense of reluctance. If only they could spare another day or two to thoroughly clear the entire establishment. The 4th and 5th floors were teeming with various hot pot restaurants, Japanese cuisine, buffets, dry pot establishments, and more. One could easily surmise the abundance of supplies stocked in the kitchens of these eateries. Moreover, it was quite possible that a supermarket lay hidden above them. They had not spotted any supermarkets on the first 2 floors of the mall. And since the basement was occupied by a parking garage, it was highly likely that the supermarket was situated on the 3rd floor. The resources within reach, once transported back to their base, would rightfully belong to them. When their families joined them, they would not have to worry about a lack of food amidst a larger gathering. In light of this, the brothers with Zhang Jianya hesitated. Li Yi, observing the scene, cast a curious glance at everyone and spoke up, suggesting, "Why not invite them to stay for a couple of days before we set off together?" Li Yi believed that since they could not alter their own plans, they might as well try to modify the plans of others. This line of thinking was not flawed. Why let their own group remain in a state of indecision? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianya clapped Li Yi on the shoulder, exclaiming with delight, "Brother, how did I not think of that? You are absolutely right." However, a moment later, he hesitated, adding, "But if we keep them here, won't that mean we have to take them back to our base? That might not be ideal." Wei Qi interjected confidently, "It's nothing to worry about. They are here to fetch their families, and I doubt they're being dishonest. If they harbor ill intentions, we can treat them just as we did with that group who ambushed us from downstairs." As Yi Qi spoke, his expression took on a fierce demeanor. After deliberating for a while, everyone agreed with Yi Qi's perspective, and they collectively decided to bring that group back to the base. This would also serve as an assessment of the newcomers. With more people at the base, their strength would increase, and should any further threats arise, they would not find themselves as vulnerable as before. The crux of their decision lay in the warning Su Zhiyong had provided in recent days. If plants and animals mutated, they could potentially pose a threat to humanity. Their base needed to bolster its defensive capabilities. This was fundamentally why Zhang Jianya and the others were willing to reconsider their stance. Wei Qin, observing the group huddled together in discussion, and then seeing Zhang Jianya turn to address him, understood that they had reached a conclusion. Indeed, the next moment, Zhang Jianya spoke up, "Wei brother, here's the situation. We decided to set off in 2 days, and our destination may extend beyond just the southern part of the city, including the suburbs and several nearby villages. You think you could postpone your journey?" Wei Qin and his companions were taken aback, exchanging silent glances as they processed Zhang Jianya's words. As Wei Qin pondered how to politely decline the proposition from those who had recently switched allegiances. Zhang Jianya continued, "Of course, our decision is not without reason. Surely everyone desires a safe place to reside in this apocalypse. I need not elaborate. When it comes to safety, we at our base can confidently claim to be second in IC City, with no other faction daring to assert they are first." He further reasoned, "Once you return to fetch your families, you cannot simply remain at home. For now, it may be possible to evade the zombies. But as they evolve, you can sense the impending danger, can't you? Hence, why not stay here and take a look at our base? If it meets your approval, you can bring your families back with you when you return." Although Wei Qin's group believed that there was no such thing as absolute safety in the apocalypse, only relative safety, they contemplated Zhang Jianya's words. Even if the circumstances were precarious, remaining within a powerful faction was preferable to being at the mercy of one that could collapse at any moment. Thus, after some discussion, Wei Qin asked, "Brother Zhang, may I inquire how many individuals your faction currently comprises?" Zhang Jianya, while confident in his base, hesitated to reveal its specifics to outsiders. If he mentioned that there were only a few dozen people, Wei Qin and his companions might assume they were being deceived. Thus, with a friendly smile, he replied, "In a secure base, it's only logical to establish a substantial population, don't you think? However, I haven't precisely counted the number of individuals at our base. Wouldn't it be better for you to come and see for yourselves? Our base is not far from here, merely a few streets away." Wei Qin and the others felt a stir of interest. The distance was manageable for a visit. As for Zhang Jianya's claim that the base was nearby, they graciously overlooked the earlier assertion that they were merely passing through. Chapter 51. The special base when venturing out. It is only natural for everyone to maintain a degree of wariness. Wei Qin and his companions understood this well. "Since Brother Zhang has put it that way, we shall visit your base. If it proves satisfactory, we will have a place to settle." Their acceptance was also motivated by a desire to ascertain what resources Zhang Jianya's base required from them. Although the previous location had been relatively safe due to its larger population, it was also fraught with the risk of being robbed, and they were required to surrender a portion of their daily collected supplies. If Zhang Jianya's base was in better condition, Wei Qin and his group felt that it would indeed be beneficial to join him. "What did you all do before the apocalypse?" Once arrangements were settled, the group began to engage in casual conversation. "I was involved in architectural design. This here is my brother-in-law. He was a contractor. And these three are from the same region, working together. The rest are newer additions to our group, so I am not well acquainted with their backgrounds. And you, brother?" Wei Qin, eager to foster a good rapport with Zhang Jianye, refrained from withholding any details in this context, as there was little to conceal. Zhang Jianye glanced over the individuals who had worked on the construction sites, admiringly stating, "Just by looking at your muscular builds, it's evident that you are quite robust. In this apocalypse, physical strength equates to survival." He gestured towards Wang Mang and the others, adding, "Our group consists of colleagues who worked together prior to the end of the world. Thankfully, they maintained an active lifestyle, so they are in good shape. Of course, there were also a few from our workplace who were less inclined to exercise, as well as those who were somewhat overweight. Tragically, they fell victim to zombies just 2 days before the apocalypse struck. Excess weight made them less agile, and they could not evade the undead's attacks. Conversely, those who were too frail quickly succumbed to exhaustion when pursued, ultimately caught by the relentless zombies. Thus, it is fair to say that only a few with poor physical condition survived the zombie onslaught. Naturally, those who had holed up at home, relying on their stored supplies, or those who were exceptionally fortunate, did not fall into this category. Alas, this apocalypse arrived abruptly, and I find myself wondering how my family is faring. I can only hope they are managing well enough. With so much rice and grain at home, if they ration it, they could potentially hold out for a month or two. Wei Qin's companion expressed his turmoil. Zhang Jianye and his group had been actively avoiding deep contemplation of such matters, focusing instead on preparing for their safety. However, upon hearing Wei Qin's words, their mood soured, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically, akin to a sudden change in weather. They quickly suggested, "Since you're here, why not join us in clearing them all? If we act swiftly, we might be able to bring back some supplies today." The thought of ensuring their families were fed spurred Li Yi into action, his mind racing with calculations, eager to transport a bounty of resources back home. Wei Qin and his companions hesitated, uncertain how Zhang Jianye intended to allocate the resources. With their larger numbers, they worried they might end up working for nothing. Sensing their reluctance, Zhang Jianye reassured them with a smile. "We are all honest folk here. We do not engage in any underhanded schemes. We will claim the supplies from the first and second floors, as those are the areas we will clear. Anything from the subsequent floors will be divided evenly among us. What do you think?" Wei Qin and his companions felt that this arrangement seemed somewhat unjust to Zhang Jianye's group. The first and second floors held little of value. The first floor was filled with counters and the second with clothing. Nonetheless, upon hearing Zhang Jianye's proposal, they agreed. Zhang Jianye, pleased with the resolution, clapped his hands and declared, "Then it's settled." While the first floor indeed lacked useful items, the second floor still possessed its merits for Zhang Jianye's group. They intended to reside in a secure base for the long term. They would undoubtedly require clothing and bedding. The more they could gather now, the better, as nobody knew when new supplies of clothing or blankets might become available. If this situation persisted, such essentials would soon become crucial resources. Given their ignorance of the base's circumstances, Wei Qin's group could hardly grasp the true value of these items. At worst, they could clear the third floor in the afternoon and remind their companions to take some clothes and blankets back with them. After a brief rest, Zhang Jianye stood up and urged, "Let us all put in a concerted effort to clear the third floor swiftly, aiming to finish early so we have ample time to transport more supplies back." Wei Qin felt a twinge of unease. Upon entering, he had caught a glimpse through the glass windows of the mall, noting that the displays on the second and third floors were filled with clothing and similar merchandise. Thus, he pondered, should they really be moving all of this? For a fleeting moment, he found himself questioning whether he had chosen the right companions. Nevertheless, in pursuit of sustenance, the third floor demanded thorough inspection. Thus, Wei Qin cast aside his doubts and signaled to his comrades to follow Zhang Jianye as they made their way outside. After finally clearing the third level of the shopping mall, Wei Qin and his companions, still in a state of bewilderment, gathered some blankets and clothing, trailing behind Zhang Jianye and the others back to their base in order to swiftly discard any burdens in the event of encountering zombies. They prepared for combat, merely clutching a few items in hand. However, as they continued on their path, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. One of Wei Qin's companions whispered, "Do you all feel something's off?" Another replied, "Why have we only encountered a handful of zombies along the way? It's strange that there are none on this street." The group exchanged glances, a shared instinctive suspicion arising that perhaps the base spoken of by Zhang Jianye and his companions was exceptionally formidable. This suspicion lingered until they arrived at the front of a 5-star hotel. Wei Qin and his 7 or 8 companions gazed at the conspicuously labeled safe base, their eyes nearly welling with regret. One of them, tremblingly pointing at the luxurious hotel, incredulously exclaimed, "Is this the base you speak of?" The very essence of the base, both in its location and name, reeked of unreliability. Zhang Jianye and his comrades, robust men, remained blissfully unaware of their companions' burgeoning regret, confidently nodding and cheerfully proclaiming, "Indeed, this is our base. Doesn't it look particularly special?" Li Yi mused to himself. It radiates an air of authority. It must be the most unique safe haven in Ice Sea City. Those zombies would surely steer clear of our base. It is undeniably strong. Zhang Jianye grinned as he elaborated, "The inhabitants of our base have already occupied half of the third floor. While we may not be many, each member cherishes our sanctuary." Instinctively, Wei Qin and his companions took a step back, caught in a limbo between retreating and pausing for a moment's rest. At that juncture, Yin Yi and his group approached, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a square face exuding authority. Upon spotting Zhang Jianye and Li Yi, Yin Si initiated the conversation. "Have you just returned to the base? We came to trade some goods. I must say, the journey to your base has been remarkably easy. It feels rather pleasant." Upon hearing this, Li Yi immediately turned to Wei Qin and the others, saying, "See? Even outsiders appreciate our base." Wei Qin and his group exchanged glances, pondering the peculiarities of the base. Despite its oddities, it still bore the mark of a dwindling population. However, witnessing Yin Yi and his team's apparent praise for the base, Wei Qin and his companions contemplated whether they should exercise a bit more patience and observe before making a decision. Just as this thought crossed their minds, a group of children, likely sensing the return of the adults in the base, rushed into the hotel lobby, eyes wide with curiosity as they gazed at the unfamiliar faces outside. The children understood that they could roam freely within the protective barrier but dared not step outside, for doing so would invite danger from lurking monsters. This scene caused the middle-aged man from Yin Yi's group to narrow his eyes. Fortunately, having been briefed on the base's circumstances, he quickly regained his composure. In contrast, Wei Qin and his companions were nearly overwhelmed. The presence of so many children within the base implied numerous resources and considerable strength. The middle-aged man from Yin Yi's group seemed particularly intrigued by the mission hall, exchanging pleasantries with Li Yi and Zhang Jianye before hastily making his way toward it. Before long, as Wei Qin and his companions deliberated whether to enter, they observed the 5 individuals who had just entered returning, laden with various supplies. Wei Qin paused, pointing at Yin Yi's group, and inquired, "What are they doing?" Li Yi scratched the back of his head, lacking enthusiasm, and replied, "They likely traded some materials using crystal cores at our base." He believed that the matters concerning the mission hall could not be concealed for long. Hence he spoke candidly. "Materials? You mean the base has an abundance of supplies?" Another companion from Wei Qin's group interjected. Zhang Jianye acknowledged this, albeit providing clarification. "However, they must be exchanged for crystal cores. Nothing is free." Considering the plethora of supplies within the mission hall, the remaining hesitations of Wei Qin and his companions dissipated entirely, and they followed Zhang Jianye into the hotel. Naturally, the events unfolding within the hotel could not escape Su Zhiyong's notice. He had initially intended to return but encountered a steel factory along the way. Deeming the materials suitable for fortifying the base, which delayed his return with Guan Kaiwei, as Wei Qin and his group entered the base, he refrained from providing any prompts through the system, preferring to assess the newcomers first before deciding whether to accept them. After Wei Qin's group assisted Zhang Jianye in transporting items back to the base several times, they began to grasp a general understanding of their new surroundings. Yet, disbelief lingered among them. How could mere chance encounters lead them to a sanctuary that seemed to have been constructed by extraterrestrial beings? Such serendipity felt akin to winning the lottery, not just a modest sum, but an astronomical fortune. The hotel's first floor boasted approximately 15 to 20 rooms, and due to their familiarity with Zhang Jianye, Wei Qin and his companions began to settle in on the 4th floor. It was at this moment that Su Zhiyong returned. Guan Kaiwei went to change her attire, granting Su Zhiyong some privacy when Zhang Jianye brought Wei Qin to visit him on the 2nd floor. Su Zhiyong, seated on the sofa, scrutinized Wei Qin and remarked, "A power user?" Having been briefed by Zhang Jianye beforehand, Wei Qin was well aware that the young man before him was a significant figure, the leader of the base. Realizing that Su Zhiyong could discern his abilities at first glance, despite Zhang Jianye and his companions being within his line of sight, Wei Qin was taken aback. Therefore, he did not conceal his identity. Responding earnestly, "I am a metal power user. Within our team, We also have an Earth Power user and a Strength Power user named Zhang Feng and Duke, respectively. Upon hearing Metal Power user, Su Zhiyong considered the unfinished structures on the top floor and raised an eyebrow. Addressing Wei Qin, how did you and your teammates come to know one another? Wei Qin replied candidly, I was previously an architectural designer. Some of my teammates were part of the construction crew, while others joined later. Observing this, Zhang Jianya interjected, base leader, they plan to head to the south of the city to fetch relatives. We intend to accompany them to bring our friends over, I see. Su Zhiyong nodded in understanding. Simultaneously, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in the ears of Wei Qin and his 7 or 8 companions. Welcome to Whatnot Safe Base. Do you wish to become an official resident of the safe base? The group stood in stunned silence. Upon inquiring among those nearby, they learned the situation and collectively affirmed their willingness in silence. The next moment, the electronic voice continued, malicious harm to others is strictly prohibited within the base. Once this series of announcements concluded, Wei Qin and his companions received congratulations from those around them. They were also met with Zhang Jianya's well wishes. Wei, from now on we are all part of the same base. We are like brothers, we must unite when facing the outside world. Still reeling from the experience, Wei Qin was unaware that this entire sequence was orchestrated by Su Zhiyong. Thus, he cautiously posed a question before Su Zhiyong. Don't you find this situation rather frightening? Shouldn't we be afraid of such occurrences? Had Zhang Jianya and the others not reacted so nonchalantly, Wei Qin and his companions would have been nearly startled into a frenzy. Su Zhiyong observed Wei Qin's response with a degree of understanding. Most had encountered the base in dire circumstances, thus viewing it as a salvation, without considering alternative implications. Once they calmed down, they felt no harm had befallen them. Instead, they had gained shelter, leading to a lack of concern. In contrast, Wei Qin and his compatriots possessed a certain level of self-protective capability and were not arriving from a state of desperation. Thus, their immediate instinct to fear when faced with such uncontrollable and eerie circumstances was entirely reasonable. Su Zhiyong's eyelashes fluttered, remaining silent. Instead, Zhang Jianya rolled his eyes dramatically, stating, I told you our base was established by extraterrestrials. That electronic voice is something we all heard when we first entered the base. Extraterrestrials? That surely implied a high-tech planet, equipped with advanced technologies that we could not yet comprehend. What was there to fear? Fear is merely born from a lack of understanding. As long as you harbor no ill intentions and abide by the rules, you have nothing to worry about. I've been residing in this space for some time, and everything has been just fine. Wei Qin. The way he spoke made it seem as if his current trepidation indicated some ulterior motive. Swallowing hard, Wei Qin, perhaps due to his unfamiliarity with the base, became the first to voice such concerns to Su Zhiyong. Base leader Su, what is your perspective on this? I wonder how one can truly understand what is happening. Do you have any insights on this matter? Then Wei Qin felt as if he had been scrutinized by the enigmatic and powerful director Su, who regarded him with an odd gaze, before hearing the other's unhurried voice. Zhang Jianya spoke the truth. Within our base, as long as one abides by the law and pays taxes punctually, everything serves as the greatest support for you and your family, providing protection. Upon hearing this, not only did Wei Qin sense something amiss, but even Zhang Jianya, who was typically oblivious, began to realize the oddity of the situation. This stalwart man, on rare occasions, displayed a keen attention to detail in such matters. He gazed at their base leader, internally questioning why he inadvertently echoed Li's reference to Su Zhiyong. Su, my esteemed leader, I presume you are quite familiar with our base. Su Zhiyong cast a penetrating glance at Zhang Jianya, exuding an aura of deception and feigned profundity as he replied, after all, one must be a man of merit to be appointed as the base leader. And of course, he would not divulge that this leader had been chosen by their own assembly, rather than some so-called extraterrestrial civilization. However, it had become a running theme within the base, with discussions revolving around aliens. This incessant chatter led Su Zhiyong to question whether the system in his mind was indeed a product of alien civilization. As if it could perceive Su Zhiyong's thoughts, the system emitted a cold electronic tone. This system is unique, everlasting, and eternal. The 3 question marks floating in Su Zhiyong's mind vividly expressed his dissatisfaction at the notion of the system being perceived as an alien artifact. Just as he was taken aback by the system's reaction, Zhang Jianya, with an expression of realization, remarked, Ah, I see. Regardless of where one is or what circle one inhabits, those in power always have more insight than us common folk. Su Zhiyong, for once, found himself at a loss for words. As Zhang Jianye escorted Wei Qin out of the room, Su Zhiyong hurriedly organized the construction materials he had collected. Although he hadn't found anyone skilled in construction, was it not providential that they had been delivered to him? Moreover, metal and earth abilities were undoubtedly the best for construction. Suddenly, Su Zhiyong paused for a moment, a question rising in his mind. Could the awakening of abilities be somewhat related to one's strengths? Guan Kaiwei's ability was akin to healing, which raised the question. Whether before or after the apocalypse, he had never discerned any healing traits in this woman. This sudden flash of insight eluded Guan Kaiwei, who remained oblivious as she collaborated with Wen Shanshan in the kitchen, concocting treats for the children under Xian Tong's care without the aid of an oven. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianye and Wei Qin returned to the fourth floor, where a throng of people quickly surrounded them, chattering excitedly. "Boss, they just became residents of our base. Captain, we just became residents of this base. Boss, they actually possess crystal cores, Captain. These crystal cores can be exchanged for supplies." Still reeling from the events on the fourth floor, Wei Qin was taken aback. Zhang Jianye, however, was less accommodating, shoving aside his own people with a few sharp gestures. "What are you all babbling about? A bunch of grown men acting like fools. They were merely fortunate to encounter zombies. In the future, we too shall face zombies that possess crystal cores." This time, it wasn't just Wei Qin who was speechless. Even the others accompanying him shared his bewilderment. They had no desire to encounter zombies. Thank you very much. After traversing the apocalypse for so long, this was their first encounter with individuals yearning to confront mutated zombies. Were it not for their prior knowledge of Zhang Jianye and his crew, they might have thought they had stumbled upon lunatics. Wei Qin realized he could not apply conventional reasoning to this base, or rather, to the people within his own base. He swallowed hard and asked with difficulty, "Brother Zhang, why do you wish to encounter mutated zombies? Are you all so deranged?" He had to exert immense effort to restrain himself from shouting the latter part of his question. Zhang Jianye regarded Wei Qin with a complex expression. "You wouldn't understand. When you know that mutated zombies can drop equipment or supplies, and that injuries from zombies lead to infection, wouldn't you want to encounter mutated zombies in this world where survival hinges on resources and strength? Moreover, I believe my companions are far from the weaklings we once were. They were no longer merely stronger. Their speed and agility had also improved, and they now possessed firearms. Given these circumstances, a group could easily besiege and eliminate a first-tier zombie. As for their newfound abilities, upon learning that others in the base experienced similar changes, the residents had come to realize that this was a boon granted by their base, Su Zhiyong, who discreetly contributed to their well-being by enriching the drinking water with elixirs, sighed contentedly. He felt fortunate that his subjects were easy to manage, able to mentally compensate for the numerous bugs that arose within the base, thus sparing him countless troubles. Su Zhiyong, while organizing the construction materials he had gathered on the panel, mused to himself, "It's a good thing no one knows these matters are linked to me. Otherwise, wouldn't the world bow at my feet, clamoring to become my subjects?" As a principled base leader, Su Zhiyong was resolutely averse to witnessing such occurrences. After all, it would be too troublesome. In truth, although Su Zhiyong had relinquished any ambitions of dominance, he had contemplated whether to unleash the powerful weaponry stored in the warehouse to eliminate zombies before they could gain a foothold. Setting aside the question of whether the heavy firepower could eradicate zombies across the globe, in such a scenario, the Earth's environment and radiation would likely render it uninhabitable for humanity. This apocalypse might be a trial meant to evolve humankind, fostering their strength to endure in the subsequent world. Forcing change might, conversely, lead to the extinction of those who had not evolved. This was also why Su Zhiyong refrained from intervening directly in the apocalypse, instead opting to provide humanity with a sanctuary where they could battle zombies while having a place to rest. Su Zhiyong observed the lively crowd on the fourth floor, stroking his chin, contemplating the potential of utilizing this free labor effectively, lest it go to waste. As my subject, how could they remain so feeble? It was time for the residents of the base to experience what true benefits felt like. Chapter 54. The arrival of the goddess of fortune. Just as Su Zhiyong's thought flitted through his mind, Li Yi, who was gathered with Zhang Jianye and Wei Qin on the fourth floor, suddenly adopted a serious expression, startling the surrounding men. They all inquired about the matter. Li raised a finger to his lips and hushed them. The jovial expressions on their faces vanished, including Wei Qin's, who had just learned about the base's medication for clearing the zombie virus. Under the watchful gaze of dozens of eyes, Li spoke in a hushed tone. Just now, I felt the goddess of fortune is about to descend upon us. A collective gasp arose among the group. What nonsense is this? While everyone was in high spirits, his sudden seriousness about such a matter caught them off guard. Were they not already blessed by the goddess of fortune simply by being at the base? The group erupted in protest, ready to take their frustrations out on Li. Seeing their lack of belief, Li shouted, Hey, you rascals, trust your grandpa just this once. I genuinely felt it. You can keep dreaming. What nonsense are you spouting? Damn it, you're really asking for it. Li's reaction provoked a desire among the others to smack him, but there was an exception within the base. Su Zhiyong, having just resolved to provide the residents with some benefits, noted Li's demeanor on the 4th floor. He was taken aback and decided to keep a closer watch on this young man. He appeared ordinary, yet his instincts were surprisingly sharp. Whether it was mere coincidence, a whimsical outburst, or something genuine remained to be seen. Unaware that someone in the world held a modicum of faith in him, Li, battered and bruised, crawled to the 2nd floor to evade further punishment. When Shanshan and Guan Kaiwei were taken aback by the sight of his disheveled state, they turned to observe Yi Qi, who was watching the spectacle with amusement. Under the scrutiny of his wife and the influential woman, Yi Qi suppressed his glee, clearing his throat to explain, It's just a joke among men. Nothing to worry about. When Shanshan regarded Li with disbelief, Is it really just a joke? Li grimaced in pain, indignantly claiming, They've been pinned up from battling zombies these past few days. And now they're taking it out on me. After continuously fighting zombies, maintaining intense focus, even Yi Qi, who had inadvertently struck Li too hard, wore an awkward yet polite smile, and no such thing. We would never bully anyone. It's all in good fun. When Shanshan and Guan Kaiwei exchanged glances, both deducing the situation and offering Li sympathetic looks. Suddenly, Guan Kaiwei recalled something and said to Li, Perhaps I can help treat you. However, whether it is of any use remains uncertain, as she has yet to treat anyone. As for Su Zhiyong, who frequently spends time with her, she has never witnessed that man sustain an injury. Upon hearing this, Li and Yi Qi, 2 robust gentlemen who often played games together before the apocalypse, simultaneously turned their gazes towards Guan Kaiwei and exclaimed in unison, Healer. Subsequently, Yi Qi clarified in response to Guan Kaiwei's bewildered expression. A healer is one who provides medical assistance and transfusions to teammates, essentially a fragile support role. Guan Kaiwei's lips quivered slightly. Before the apocalypse, as a celebrity, she had become estranged from many everyday topics of society, and gaming was an area she had never ventured into. If only she had endorsed a game, it would have been different. Yet despite her status as a popular star and her endorsements of various luxury brands, she had never represented a game. Silently, she observed the bruises on Li's face and suddenly found him somewhat more agreeable. Li felt a chill run through him, his rational mind reacting instinctively. Sister Wei, a person as formidable as you could never be a fragile support character. It's Yi Qi who's the real weakling. One finger from you could easily crush him. After uttering these words, Li sensed the coldness dissipate from his body. The next moment, he heard an ethereal voice beckoning him. Come here. Let me attempt to heal you. As Guan Kaiwei utilized her abilities to mend Li. Yi Qi received a withering glare from his wife when Shanshan. Bewildered for a moment, he wondered why his wife was glaring at him. A few seconds later, Li's pain vanished and the bruising disappeared. The group looked on in astonishment at Li's restored visage. This is the first time I've seen Sister Wei use her powers. Her abilities are truly remarkable, Li exclaimed, showering her with praise. At the same time, he felt a swell of pride, as if he could foresee a future where he would strut about, boasting of having secured a powerful ally. Su Zhiyong contemplated that since they had decided to enhance the abilities of all residents, it would be more appropriate to arrange the rooftop defense shield later. Perhaps, by that time, more suitable ability users would emerge to assist in constructing the base. With this thought, Su Zhiyong grew increasingly eager to bolster the residents' strengths. He promptly discarded the building materials in a corner of the warehouse and began organizing resources to enhance the residents' abilities. Once he had arranged the materials, a spark of inspiration struck Su Zhiyong. Since I can use ability users to construct the rooftop defenses, why not capture more residents? As long as their potential is and T2 lacking, with my financial resources, surely I can bring forth a few capable ability users? With this realization, Su Zhiyong felt he had previously wandered into a misconception. In this apocalypse, Who could tell which of the scattered individuals were from the construction industry? Thus, he could indeed employ ability users. As long as one awakened their abilities, they would possess a certain level of skill in utilizing them. Why, then, had he only just come to this conclusion? Thinking of the hidden resources scattered throughout the corners of IC City, Su Zhiyong felt a surge of excitement. He immediately bade farewell to Guan Kaiwei and left the base in pursuit of his quarry. Meanwhile, Zhang Yin appeared disheveled, accompanied by a group of individuals taking refuge in a warehouse. Damn it, I thought we would reach that base soon, but the school bus broke down, and without navigation, we can't find that damned place at all. One young man in Zhang Yan's group grumbled in frustration. Another youth consoled him. At least we're still alive. As long as we live, there is hope. Many have already lost their chance and are doomed to become monsters in this apocalypse. With this thought, the young man's eyes darkened, his heart filled with complexity. Sister Zhang Yin, since we can't find this cursed base, why not look for another place to settle down? Roaming around this city is far too perilous. Someone in the group suggested. Indeed, who knows if this base even exists? We've only heard whispers of it. Its authenticity is uncertain. If it were that good, why wouldn't those people stay there instead of wandering aimlessly? As these complaints echoed, more voices joined in agreement. Zhang Yin couldn't help but internally chuckle bitterly. Did she not understand this sentiment? Yet in this apocalypse, where could one find a safe haven? With their ragtag group. If they did not locate a reliable base soon, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the horde of zombies. Just as the debate among the group reached a crescendo, a jarring sound of nails scraping against iron suddenly pierced the air outside the warehouse. The unsettling noise instantly silenced the arguing group, and they all turned their gazes towards the iron door. The sound of nails scraping against the iron door did not diminish. Instead, it grew louder, creating an eerie atmosphere amidst the silence. Beside Zhang Yin, Wang Qin, gripped by fear, let out a shrill scream, drawing angry glares from the others. After spending several days together, some girls had realized that Wang Qin relished feigning weakness to provoke the protective instincts of men. Consequently, they were quite unreserved in their glares directed at her. Even the boys, in the throes of youthful fervor, wore displeased expressions. After all, in such a precarious situation, a scream could easily attract the attention of whatever creature was causing the strange noises outside. And the boys were not in a favorable position when it came to their own safety. Wang Qin, sensing the ire directed at her for her fearful outburst, felt anxious. She had survived thus far mainly through the assistance of others. To avoid losing her support, she quickly turned to Zhang Yin, her face a mask of terror, and said, "Sister Zhang Yin, you said this warehouse was safe, which is why everyone decided to take refuge here. But now, who knows what kind of creature is outside? There is to even an extra escape route here. If it's something terrifying, we all be left defenseless." The sound of nails scraping against the iron door grew increasingly frantic, the cacophony instilling both fear and irritation. Although the group remained silent, a portion of them cast dissatisfied glances at Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin regarded Wang Qin with a heavy gaze, her voice icy as she replied. Entering this warehouse was a collective decision. I merely suggested it. Don't place all the blame on me. You were the first to stand up and advocate for us to take refuge here when we saw the supplies inside. Furthermore, we don't know what lies beyond the iron door. You're only inciting fear. I don't expect you to contribute during zombie encounters, but please don't always be a hindrance to us. You abandoned your good friend AIE and now wish to stir up trouble. Wang Qin, you truly are a piece of work. Zhang Yan's words resonated with the other girls. They shot Wang Qin looks filled with anger and disdain. Sister Zhang Yin is right. Staying in this warehouse was a unanimous decision. What's the big deal? They're just zombies. We can charge out and face them. It's not like we've never fought before. The boys echoed their sentiments. Exactly. At worst, we'll all be heroes in 18 years. Someone hesitated. Who knows if in 18 years this world will still be overrun by zombies? You truly think you can just be reborn in such a world? The collective response was a mix of laughter and exasperation, breaking the tense atmosphere that had built up. Zhang Yin surveyed the group, calmly analyzing. This iron door is quite heavy. Whatever is outside is merely scraping against it. Though the sound is jarring, we just need to endure. I suspect whatever is outside cannot breach this door for now. This warehouse, stocked with food, bottled water, and various goods, appeared to be a large supermarket storage area, and the supplies were abundant. Yet, Zhang Yin wondered why the owner had opted for such a thick iron door, far surpassing the standard warehouse doors, which was precisely why they had sought refuge here. However, with the group's eyes upon her, Zhang Yin furrowed her brow and remarked, "Given that this is a warehouse, it suggests that the marketplace is not far away. Typically, warehouses are situated close to the selling area, so we must be mentally prepared. This implies that there may be a large shopping center nearby, which means a high foot traffic in the present day. A high influx of people signifies the presence of a zombie den, which stirs a sense of unease among the crowd. They persist amidst the cacophonous sounds that pierce the air. An hour passes, then another, and soon a third. Just as the throng begins to grow numb to the noise, an increasing number feel reassured that the outside threats cannot breach their sanctuary and begin to relax. Suddenly, a diminutive girl, frail and pale, rises amidst the crowd. Her movement catches the attention of those seated nearby, but they merely glance her way before returning to their previous concerns. The girl stands close to the iron gate and makes her way through the crowd towards it. Although some notice her actions, no one contemplates them further. After all, during the incessant clamor from outside, many have already pressed against the gate's crevices, attempting to glimpse what lies beyond. In truth, the gaps in the iron gate are tightly sealed, rendering any view impossible. Thus, when the girl reaches for the latch, a few who had been idly watching her sense something amiss. The next moment, a creaking sound resonates, startling everyone. As realization dawns, shock ripples through the crowd. "No!" Someone screams in despair. Amidst the chaos, the girl who had flung open the door is suddenly hurled into the air like a rag doll. In the ensuing moment, monstrous, decaying cats and dogs emerge, each larger than their pre-apocalyptic selves by a factor of 2. Zhang Yan's pupils constrict, her previously composed demeanor betraying cracks of fear. She bellows at the paralyzed crowd, urging them not to freeze but to swiftly eliminate the undead creatures before them. If these beasts remain unvanquished, it is they who will meet their demise. Wang Qin, overwhelmed with despair, cries out, "Why have these cats and dogs also become zombies?" Chapter 56. The assault of zombie animals. No one pays heed to Wang Qin's frantic inquiry. Gripping their weapons tightly, they eye the horde of undead animals with trepidation, their hands trembling slightly. If there were but one, they might muster the courage to fight. Point 2 might be manageable, but 5. The collective thoughts of the assembly, including the ever-composed Zhang Yin, echo the same sentiment. Zombies, after all, are impervious to injury unless their heads are severed or crushed. Conversely, they cannot afford to be scratched, for a mere scratch could lead to infection and transformation into a new undead. During their battles over the past few days, numerous teachers and students have already succumbed to this fate. Thus, as they gaze at the 5 zombie beasts before them, their hearts plunge into despair. Silence! Zhang Yan's face turns ashen as she reprimands them, then bellows, "Everyone, charge together. If we retreat now, we will truly be doomed. We must fight for our survival. Damn it, let us fight." A horde of faces contorted in rage surges toward the 5 undead creatures. Zhang Yin quickly instructs, "Let us split into groups of 10 to tackle each beast. Avoid turning this into chaos." Hearing her command, the crowd halts momentarily, instinctively dividing into smaller factions, each group rushing toward a separate zombie. The once spacious warehouse entrance becomes congested with the 5 undead animals and the advancing crowd. Zhang Yin, leading the charge, drags the first zombie dog away from the entrance. Yet, as her gaze sweeps outside and she hears the approaching undead, a sense of despair washes over her. With the arrival of the zombie animals and the slowly encroaching horde, it seems they may meet their end here today. However, the zombie animals, though hindered by the virus, move with a swiftness that far exceeds that of the typical zombies. A claw from a zombie dog swipes through the air, toppling Zhang Yin and several companions. Rising from the ground, Zhang Yin quickly warns the others, "These creatures are slower. We must evade their attacks rather than engage directly." Just then, a piercing scream echoes, "Ah, watch out." One person is clawed across the face by a zombie cat. In the heat of battle, there is no time for further warnings. Their only response is a hurried shout of caution. The injured individual, rather than retaliating against the zombie cat, raises their iron rod toward the cornered Wang Qin, shouting in fury, "Before I die, I will take you down, you wretched woman. You pushed me into the fray while hiding away." This man's voice brims with hatred and rage, attacking Wang Qin without regard. The others, already engaged in their desperate struggle against the zombies, feel a chill run through them. Even without time to glance at Wang Qin, a sense of vigilance arises within them. Ah! Another scream pierces the air. Compared to the zombies, these undead animals are evidently far more formidable. The number of injured continues to rise. In less than 10 minutes, 4 or 5 have already fallen victim to the zombie beasts. They are all too aware of the consequences of being scratched by these creatures. A sense of courage begins to wane, and some contemplate retreat. If only they could turn and flee now, but the speed of the undead would make them easy prey. In that moment, both sides find themselves locked in a stalemate. Until the sound of approaching zombies draws nearer, the battle swiftly turns chaotic as some find themselves caught between the dual onslaught of zombies and undead animals. Wang Wei evades an attack from a zombie behind him, yet is unable to dodge the claw of an oncoming zombie cat. Knowing he will take the blow head-on, he closes his eyes in despair. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The anticipated pain fails to materialize. Leaving him perplexed, he opens his eyes to witness the zombie cat suspended in mid-air. In the next instant, flames engulf the creature. His pupils dilate in shock. Is this a zombie animal with fire abilities? This revelation deepens the weight of his previously lifted spirits. Before he can process this, the engulfed zombie cat emits a heart-wrenching shriek. Wang Wei instinctively swings his axe at the zombie behind him, his gaze fixated on the vanishing form of the zombie cat. Indeed, it disappears entirely, leaving only a layer of ash upon the ground. All who witness this phenomenon tremble, though their struggle against the undead animals remains unyielding. As they continue to fight, they notice the opposing zombie cats and zombies gradually dissipating, ultimately transforming into ash. The crowd stands frozen, bewildered, as if a trio of question marks has materialized above their heads. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Zhang Yin, who had remained the most lucid among them, soon spots a peculiar young man standing a short distance away. The reason for her intrigue lies in the remarkable cleanliness of the young man. An incongruity amidst the disarray of the apocalypse. Had she encountered him prior to the end of the world, she would have merely deemed him fastidious. However, in this dire context, his pristine appearance is jarring. Who are you? Zhang Yin croaks. Her voice snaps the others back to reality, and they turn to discern the unusually immaculate figure nearby. Some gaze at him with curiosity, others with suspicion, while a few furrow their brows in contemplation. Meanwhile, those who have been scratched by zombies sit despondently on the ground. Amidst the chaos, Wang Qin, desperate to escape her pursuers, sees a glimmer of hope in the young man. She pivots and races towards him. Regardless of his identity, she must seize this opportunity to call for help, lest Zhang Yin and her group decide to eliminate her first. Thus, as she flees, she cries out pitifully, "Save me, please!" Chapter 57. What is the reward? Luo Xiaojun glares at Wang Qin in fury, thinking that if this woman had not been so intent on running to others, he would have long since ended her life without hesitation. Save you? Su Zhiyong raises an eyebrow, inquiring, "What will you offer in return?" What? Wang Qin was momentarily taken aback, astonished that the young man, upon seeing her delicate beauty, would actually demand a reward. She scrutinized him discreetly, catching sight of his rather handsome visage, and felt a stir in her heart as she tearfully implored, "If you save me, I am willing to give you anything." Su Zhiyong regarded her with a smirk, his tone dripping with sarcasm as he retorted, "What, my life?" He had been present for some time, observing the mannerisms of these individuals, for anyone admitted into the base ought to possess a modicum of decency. It could be said that he was the one who had witnessed Wang Qin's actions most clearly. Had it not been for the imminent threat to life, Su Zhiyong would not have contemplated intervening. As for being scratched by a zombie, that was of little concern to him. With the essence at hand, he could eradicate the zombie virus directly and even enhance one's constitution in the process. My life? Wang Qin halted, gazing at the young man who stood so close, a sudden chill coursing through her. She managed to muster a feeble smile and said, "Oh, dear sir, you truly have a sense of humor." Su Zhiyong's gaze fell upon her soiled attire, and with an unceremonious expression, he bluntly remarked, "Madam, I am my mother's only child. Please do not misidentify kin, madam." Boom. Wang Qin felt as if struck by lightning. Incredulity etched across her face as she stared at the young man, her expression cracking slightly. She had only just come of age. Yet here was a man who appeared to have experienced the harshness of life addressing her as madam. Was it possible that the trials of the apocalypse over the past 10 days had aged her significantly? Had she known she would be fleeing for her life, she would have taken the time to maintain her appearance. Ha ha! Luo Xiaojun erupted into laughter, though it was tinged with a bittersweet undertone. He stepped behind Wang Qin, cursing, "Heavenly sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted miseries are inexcusable. When you heartlessly pushed me out to be a shield. Did you consider the concept of retribution?" He then raised an iron rod and swung it violently towards Wang Qin's head. Ah! Wang Qin shrieked as she dodged. Su Zhiyong observed the man's frenzied demeanor. His eyes bloodshot, as if he intended to bludgeon Wang Qin to death. He calmly interjected, "Calm down, my friend. It was merely a scratch from a zombie. There is still hope before full transformation occurs. It hasn't even been an hour. That is far from enough time for zombification." What? The injured individuals, including Luo Xiaojun, stared at Su Zhiyong in disbelief. Surely, what they had just heard could not be an illusion. They instinctively glanced at one another, and upon realizing their companions were seeking the same reassurance, they began to believe it was not a figment of imagination. Zhang Yin, along with those uninjured, found their breaths becoming erratic, all fixating intently on Su Zhiyong. "Drink this, and not only will you be saved, but your physique will also be enhanced." Su Zhiyong surveyed the number of injured individuals and tossed a dozen vials of ordinary essence towards them. The injured party caught the small bottles instinctively, yet a sense of absurdity began to rise within them. Who could possibly throw objects in multiple directions simultaneously and land them precisely before each individual? Their gazes towards Su Zhiyong shifted significantly. They even speculated whether he might be an unusually gifted ability user. Yet, this level of precise control was rather terrifying. However, Luo Xiaojun, gripping the vial in his hand, hesitated and asked, "Hey, does this really work?" Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, his demeanor unflappable as he replied, "You'll find out for yourself." Who could ascertain if there was poison? They were not well acquainted. It would be entirely reasonable for a deranged individual to harbor malicious intent. Each of them harbored doubts, yet these uncertainties dissipated upon looking at the wounds inflicted by the zombies. Luo Xiaojun couldn't help but chuckle. After all, they were all injured by zombies. Was there really a need for ulterior motives? With this thought, Luo Xiaojun turned to Zhang Yin and the others. "Sister Yin, I'll try this medicine first. If anything goes awry, I entrust you to deal with that woman, Wang Qin, even if I descend into hell. I want to witness her following behind. If you all cannot take action, then just expel her. Is that all right, Sister Yin?" Luo Xiaojun fixed his earnest gaze upon Zhang Yin, having shed all reservations. His sole desire was to ensure that Wang Qin, the woman who had wronged him, would meet her end alongside him. Su Zhiyong observed Luo Xiaojun's expression as if he were bidding farewell, and he remained silent. Actions speak louder than words. Once he had consumed it, he would undoubtedly ascertain its efficacy. However, even if this essence were merely of ordinary quality, it was not something one could take freely. "All right." Zhang Yin cautiously nodded, furrowing her brow as she stated, "I will ensure she is expelled from the group." Everyone present understood the implications of a woman under 20, without abilities, surviving alone in the apocalypse. The consequences could be more terrifying than death itself. "Thank you, Sister Yin, for your care during this time." Luo Xiaojun glanced at the vial in his hand, took a deep breath, and then turned to the others, adding, "And thank you all for your care as well." This scene caused Su Zhiyong's lips to twitch slightly. "My good brother, is this really necessary?" Su Zhiyong then watched as this individual, as if delivering a final testament, summoned his courage and downed the essence in one gulp. Su Zhiyong thought to himself, "There is truly no need for such theatrics." As soon as Luo Xiaojun finished drinking, everyone rushed forward. "How do you feel? Any unusual sensations?" They clamored with questions, although they were skeptical that anyone could possess a remedy for zombie venom. In a world where the apocalypse had suddenly arisen, what was truly impossible? If a ghost were to float before them, they would likely believe it was plausible. All eyes were on Luo Xiaojun. A mix of disbelief and hope reflected in their gazes. Luo Xiaojun concentrated on his body, smacked his lips, and remarked, "It has a slightly sweet taste." The crowd was left speechless. What an absurd answer. Was that what they needed to hear? Fortunately, Luo Xiaojun, aware of their anxiety, quickly added, "There's nothing wrong, aside from the fact that it tastes a bit sweet, Su Zhiyong." unable to contain himself, interjected, "What could you possibly feel after just drinking it? It's not poison that would cause you to vomit blood and perish immediately." Everyone considered this, and while the analogy was somewhat unsettling, it made sense. With Luo Xiaojun having consumed the essence without any immediate reaction, their attention shifted back to Su Zhiyong. Wang Qin stood quietly to the side, maintaining a distance from both Zhang Yan's group and Su Zhiyong. She cast a glance at the others, concealing the resentment simmering beneath the surface. "Is it you?" Zhang Yan looked at Su Zhiyong, hesitantly inquiring. Chapter 58. What do you mean, is it you? Su Zhiyong was taken aback, a question mark hovering over his head. What did she mean by "is it you"? Perhaps sensing his confusion, Zhang Yan bit her lip and continued, "The zombies and the creatures reduced to ashes by fire. Your handiwork, correct? Did you save us?" Su Zhiyong shrugged, helplessly responding, "Isn't that rather obvious?" He had no intention of being a selfless hero, and thus he acknowledged his remarkable achievements. Despite having suspected as much, when Su Zhiyong confirmed it, Zhang Yan and her companions were momentarily taken aback. After a couple of seconds, they finally processed the information and began expressing their gratitude to Su Zhiyong. "Thank you for your assistance. If you ever need anything from us, do not hesitate to ask." "Yes, thank you, big brother. While we may not possess much ability, as long as we are alive, there are some things we can certainly help with." Those who had remained silent nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with gratitude as they gazed at the young man before them. Had it not been for him, they would have perished here. Although his arrival was somewhat peculiar, given his immense strength, it was understandable. "Oh, not express your gratitude too soon," Su Zhiyong remarked with a faint smile, "for I am not offering my assistance for free." The crowd fell silent, their gratitude crystallizing in their throats as their expressions shifted to one of complexity. Though this did not diminish their appreciation, such a statement rendered their gratitude somewhat frozen. Zhang Yan, being steadier than the youths around her, merely blinked in surprise before quickly stating, "Regardless, had it not been for your intervention, our survival would have been uncertain. If you require anything, feel free to inform us. We will do our utmost to assist." Zhang Yan refrained from making any absolute commitments. While they were sincere in their desire to repay him, she was not inclined to accept unreasonable or malicious demands simply because he had aided them. "I require many workers to help repair the base, and you all appear quite strong, perfect for labor at my base." The group was left dumbfounded. What had they just heard? Whether it was Zhang Yan, Wang Wei, who had been saved at the last moment, or Luo Xiaojun, who had just consumed the essence, all turned to Su Zhiyong with expressions that were utterly beyond words. Zhang Yan struggled to maintain her composure. Asking, "Are you serious?" Su Zhiyong clicked his tongue, expressing his bewilderment. "Do I seem like I am joking?" No, you are not speaking. We merely heard a joke." This group consists either of students or teachers, occasionally mixed with a few individuals who happen to be near the school before the apocalypse. There is not a single person among them who resembles a worker. How could one assume that saving them would equate to becoming workers? Are you all intending to shirk your responsibilities? Su Zhiyong narrowed his eyes, observing the unfriendly expressions on the faces around him. The crowd hurriedly responded, "We are willing, we are willing." Zhang Yan paused for a moment, feeling the weight of her own apprehension, and pressed on, "May I ask, where is this base located?" "All right, everyone, no need to dawdle. The remaining few should take the medicine. It's getting late, and the sooner we return, the sooner we can eat," Su Zhiyong remarked. Glancing at his watch and realizing that time was indeed pressing, the group exchanged glances, hesitated for a few seconds, and ultimately decided to swallow the medicine in their hands. After all, if they did not take it, they might soon find themselves among the ranks of the undead. What difference would it make whether they took the medicine or not? Moreover, they could not shake the feeling that, perhaps due to psychological reasons, Luo Xiaojun seemed to appear somewhat better after taking the medicine. This was precisely why, after some contemplation, they chose to ingest the mysterious medication. A group of people followed the young man who had unexpectedly appeared in their midst. Journeying towards the base he had mentioned, as they walked, they felt somewhat disoriented. Strangely, it seemed that throughout their journey, they encountered very few zombies. Those they did meet were reduced to ashes in the flames before they had the chance to act. Eventually, they arrived at a 5-star hotel, where a conspicuous sign hung overhead. The vibrant red, a shade of Chinese crimson, was particularly eye-catching. "What sort of safety base is this?" The name of the base inevitably reminded them of whispers regarding a peculiar base established at a hotel in the city center. Looking at their current location and then at the name, could this be the strange base spoken of by those teams they encountered along the way? Was this the very destination they had sought for countless days? The group halted at the entrance of the hotel, exchanging uncertain glances. "Oh, has the boss brought back newcomers?" Lee exclaimed from the second floor, peering down at the group with a cheeky smile. Before swiftly descending the stairs, Lie greeted everyone with warmth, saying, "Come in, everyone. As soon as you step into this hotel, we are all brothers and sisters." Their arrival not only caught Li's attention but also piqued the interest of others within the base. Those with free time rushed to the lobby to scrutinize the group Su Zhiyong had brought back. Even AIE was pulled down by Xian Tong, AT first. AIE merely glanced over, feeling little interest in the newcomers. However, as she scanned the crowd, she vaguely recognized some familiar faces. Soon, she spotted someone timidly peeking out from behind the crowd. That face, even obscured, was recognizable to her by its familiar posture and mannerisms. AIE, Xian Tong waved her hand in front of AIE's eyes, asking, "What are you daydreaming about?" AIE lowered her gaze, concealing her complex emotions, and replied, "I see someone I know." "Someone you know? Who is it?" The onlookers at the base turned their attention to AIE upon hearing her words. AIE smiled softly and pointed outside, saying, "That person there, at the onset of the apocalypse. I hid in the school with him, is that so?" Others did not ponder too deeply, chiming in, "Well, it seems you two are quite fated, haha. Indeed, who would have thought that after getting separated, you could reunite? It's mainly because our base is so appealing. Looks like today has turned into AIES reunion bonanza." Laughter and chatter filled the air, though everyone's attention remained focused on the newly arrived group, particularly as they cautiously approached the base, only to collectively freeze at the hotel entrance. Without needing to inquire, Li and the others understood what was happening. They recalled their own initial bewilderment in a similar situation. Surely, they had heard that mechanical electronic voice, as expected. Zhang Yin, representing the group, instinctively turned to Su Zhiyong upon hearing the eerie electronic voice in her mind and asked, "What is going on?" "You all agreed. And I went through great lengths to bring you back. Naturally, I wish for you to become members of my base and contribute to its growth," Su Zhiyong replied with a faint smile. Arms crossed, patiently awaiting their reactions. Chapter 59. Coercing the innocent. As Zhang Yin and her companions hesitated, Li and the others began to quietly discuss matters in the hotel lobby. "I can't shake the feeling that Su Zhiyong's words are somewhat off." Yichi whispered. Li agreed. "It sounds almost like coercing the innocent." Others murmured in agreement. Although it appeared straightforward on the surface, the wording seemed rather unrefined for a base that wasn't that dire. The group cast disdainful glances at Li before redirecting their focus to Zhang Yan's group. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yan and her companions ultimately chose to become residents of the base. Despite the pervasive aura of strangeness that clung to the place, the individuals within appeared healthy, clean, and vibrant, indicating that the base might indeed be a decent refuge. Most importantly, the glimmer of hope shone in their eyes. Hope. In this brutal apocalypse, even Zhang Yin herself struggled to cling to life, driven solely by her survival instincts. Yet when it came to contemplating a hopeful future, she found none. The world had collapsed. What hope could there possibly be? Yet now, in the eyes of those residing in this base, she glimpsed a flicker of hope. After Zhang Yin and her companions chose to become residents, an electronic voice echoed in their ears, announcing restrictions on certain behaviors. The regulations, prohibiting malicious murder and harm, were just a few phrases, yet they eased the tension in Zhang Yin and her companions' hearts. The base with such regulations couldn't be too dark, could it? As for the electronic voice, they speculated it was a high-tech device. After all, as ordinary citizens of Huaxia, many advanced technologies were unfamiliar to them. The reactions of Zhang Yin's group did not go unnoticed by those who had arrived at Su Zhiyong's base earlier. They could not help but think how foolishly naive this new group appeared, reminiscent of their own ignorance in the past. Thus, when Zhang Yin and her companions stepped into the hotel lobby, Li and the others had already begun to seamlessly integrate with them. In their minds, these newcomers were akin to acquaintances of AIE, making them practically familiar faces in this apocalyptic world. Encountering one another was a rare stroke of fate. "Brothers, it's common to feel this way when you first arrive. Things will improve with time," they reassured. Right now, you might feel ignorant, but in due time, you will realize that reality is not as you perceive it. After staying for a couple of days, you will uncover many things that remain mysterious. Just like Zhang Jianya, who had brought back 7 or 8 individuals after clearing out them all. They had thoroughly explored the task hall and would have purchased items there long ago had it not been for the lack of crystal cores. Now that they had arrived at the base, they were free to find their own accommodations, and tomorrow they would begin construction on the rooftop. Su Zhiyong speculated that these newcomers had been on high alert throughout their journey, focused solely on evading zombies. Arriving here, they would soon be met with the base's peculiarities. It was likely they had yet to notice any changes in their own bodies that, of course, this was also due to the gentle nature of the spiritual liquid. If they were not attentive to their own sensations, they would hardly feel anything. However, those among Zhang Yan's group who were injured were too preoccupied with worries about becoming zombies, anxiously checking for fevers. According to their observations, individuals undergoing zombification often exhibited feverish symptoms. The next day, even the most oblivious among them would notice the changes in their bodies. As Su Zhiyong departed the hall, Li Yi, Yi Qi, and others eagerly began to introduce the newcomers to the task hall of their base, their demeanor tinged with a hint of pride. Ai remained rooted in place, her gaze occasionally drifting towards the spot where Wang Qin had recently appeared. Luo Xiaojun and Wang Wei approached Zhang Yin, whispering, "Sister Yin, that woman has been following us." Unsurprisingly, Luo Xiaojun harbored a deep desire to eliminate Wang Qin, who had been a source of discord within their group. However, with Su Zhiyong present, they refrained from taking action against her for the time being. Wang Wei scoffed, "We underestimated her audacity. Who would have thought she could be so shameless? Did she truly believe that no one would seek accountability for what transpired in the warehouse? And she still dares to trail us." Zhang Yin hesitated, contemplating whether her prolonged existence in the apocalypse had dulled her perception of life and death. Yet now, when faced with the prospect of dealing with Wang Qin, she found herself faltering. After all, she was still a living being, not a zombie. Suddenly, Zhang Yan's gaze sharpened, and she whispered, "Look over there. Isn't that the girl who protected Wang Qin in the school cafeteria?" The two followed Zhang Yan's gaze and, after a moment of scrutiny, exclaimed in astonishment, "I thought she had perished in the jaws of a zombie. I can't believe we encountered her here." Wang Wei recalled the conversations among the women in the vehicle and murmured, "So Wang Qin truly did that to her?" Zhang Yin nodded. "We'll find out soon enough. There's no rush regarding our matters. Given a little more time, it would allow her to prepare adequately." After Zhang Yin uttered these words, Luo Xiaojun and the others saw Ai and Wang Qin making their way to their hiding spot. It was hardly surprising to find Wang Qin, as her concealment was not particularly clever. Ai observed the individual before her, who appeared disheveled and somewhat dirty. Under the circumstances, having endured so many days in the apocalypse without the opportunity to wash or change, such a state was quite understandable. They had been providing the injured in Zhang Yan's group with the healing liquid, and Su Zhiyong was not stingy with those like Li Yi, who had long been residents of his base. After all, no matter how one looked at it, they could not compare to himself, who consumed the highest quality healing liquid as a daily beverage. Were it not for the fact that only a small quantity was effective each day, he would have relished the opportunity to drink the healing liquid as casually as one would milk. Thus, that evening, Su Zhiyong gathered all the early arrivals, Li Yi, Yi Qi, Zhang Jianya, Xian Tong, Ai, and even the 13 children from Xian Tong's kindergarten, along with Li Runan's 3-year-old daughter. He nonchalantly tossed out a multitude of healing liquids according to the number of individuals present, offering no explanation, simply stating that although their base had a small population, the benefits afforded to its residents would not be lacking. Each individual received a vial of the healing liquid, and whether they would awaken supernatural abilities, and what kind they might awaken, depended solely on their own potential. What? A collective look of bewilderment washed over the group as they stared at Su Zhiyong. Except for the very young children, everyone else regarded Su with a hint of confusion. Wang Meng slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Am I dreaming before I even sleep?" Li Yi was perhaps the only one with a faint inkling of what was occurring. Although he too was bewildered, his confusion stemmed from the unexpected generosity of Su Zhiyong. His gaze fell upon the small vial within arm's reach, and he felt a surge of excitement in the midst of the group's confusion. Li Yi swiftly seized his vial of healing liquid and downed it in one gulp. Chapter 60. Plunged into various cries of distress. Damn. Yi Qi and the others had not anticipated that Li Yi would be so cunning, taking the initiative while they were still processing the situation. Li Yi was clever, and Yi Qi, who frequently interacted with the couple Su Zhiyong and Guan Kaiwei, was no fool either. The two of them moved toward the healing liquid in tandem with Li Yi. Witnessing their reactions, Xi and Tong was not one to be left behind and made her move toward the healing liquid as well. This set off a chain reaction. Seeing others take action, the remaining individuals scrambled to secure their own vials. However, unlike Xi and Tong and the others who drank immediately, Zhang Jianye and his companions merely held onto their vials, refraining from hasty consumption. Ultimately, only one vial remained at the spot where Su Zhiyong had dispersed the healing liquids. Even the group of children managed to obtain their share under the adults' guidance. Others remained puzzled as to whether they had missed out or if Su Zhiyong had simply procured an extra vial. Su Zhiyong's gaze then settled on AI, while Guan Kaiwei, standing beside him, also turned her attention to AI. Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow and calmly inquired, "Why aren't you taking one?" AI hesitated, responding, "I've already consumed one and awakened a water ability. Would it still be useful if I drank another? Such a miraculous elixir should not be wasted." What the heck? A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they processed her words. Did they hear correctly? This liquid could indeed awaken supernatural abilities. Most astonishing of all was that AI's powers had been awakened by this very substance. Su Zhiyong paid no heed to their astonished expressions. He merely nodded and replied, "It has its uses. Perhaps your aptitude is exceptional, and you could awaken a second ability." What? What did they just hear? This elixir was that extraordinary? In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn entirely to the small vial in their hands. As the quiet space was filled with the sound of eager swallowing, Su Zhiyong. He had not anticipated that the people in his base would be so amusing. Not bothering with them further, he took Guan Kaiwei back to their room. Once Su Zhiyong departed, Li Yi and the others erupted into joyous laughter. Damn, I thought I was just cannon fodder in this apocalypse. But who would have guessed that encountering a big shot would afford me the opportunity to awaken supernatural abilities? Li Yi was so excited that his hands trembled. Were it not for his youth, he might have feared a heart attack. Amidst their chatter, a voice rang out from the crowd in ecstatic disbelief. "I think I've awakened a water ability." The speaker was one of Zhang Jianye's group. Typically a boisterous man, he now held up a finger with utmost care, water droplets trickling down from its tip. Had this been before, he would have considered such an action effeminate. Now, however, he wished to showcase this finger to the heavens. Why the heavens? He had finally awakened a supernatural ability, even if it was merely a low-tier water ability. At the very least, he would no longer have to worry about finding clean drinking water in the apocalypse and dying of thirst. As soon as the man spoke, a chorus of howls erupted from the 5th floor, where Zhang Yan's group resided. Just as Li Yi and his companions were drawn in curiosity by the commotion, they heard a youthful voice from above exclaim, "I've awakened a supernatural ability." What luck! Li Yi and the others were momentarily stunned. Those on the 5th floor had only just arrived with Su Zhiyong and were already experiencing awakenings. They couldn't help but wonder if the 5th floor residents were some sort of prodigies sought out by their base leader. Su Zhiyong, observing this scene, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Should he clarify this delightful misunderstanding? Throughout the base, aside from the injured individuals in Zhang Yan's group who had awakened due to the healing liquid, the most surprised were Wei Qing and the others who had returned from the mall with Zhang Jianye. Wei Qing, already possessing abilities, did not awaken a new one upon drinking the liquid. But he felt a surge of strength. Damn, what kind of miraculous elixir was this? Wei Qing could feel his physical abilities becoming more robust, confirming that he had indeed leveled up. That night, Su Zhiyong's base was engulfed in various howls of joy. Were it not for the protective barrier that confused the zombies and kept them at bay, Su Zhiyong feared that the cacophony would attract a horde of zombies at dawn. Because Brother Jianye and the others are planning to return home to fetch their families, that you are concerned about their ability to protect themselves, hence providing them with the healing liquid tonight? Guan Kaiwei lay nestled in Su Zhiyong's embrace, her eyes bright with curiosity. She found him amusing. He always presented a facade of cold detachment, yet he awkwardly extended help to others. In her view, were she in his position, she would undoubtedly guard the healing liquid fiercely, for exposing it could lead to a storm of trouble. Despite Su Zhiyong's greater strength, even a tiger has its moments of vulnerability. Yet, This man had chosen to distribute the healing liquid just as Zhang Jianye prepared to depart with Wei Qing. Su Zhiyong smirked, his expression indifferent, and replied calmly, "You think too much. I merely intend to awaken a few more individuals suited for infrastructure development." In the face of the apocalypse, whether it be animals, humans, or plants, all either enhanced or were eliminated. Yet one cannot deny that individual strength was on the rise. The structures built prior to the apocalypse could no longer withstand the assaults from mutated beings. Therefore, to enhance the safety of their living quarters, it was imperative to utilize supernatural abilities for infrastructure development. Guan Kaiwei was somewhat taken aback by this statement, asking, "But didn't you just gather a vast amount of building materials a few days ago?" Relying solely on supernatural abilities seems overly ambitious, especially considering the limited number of people in the base, let alone those who possess abilities suited for construction. Su Zhiyong stroked Guan Kaiwei's silky hair, explaining, although the challenge may be significant, if flying creatures mutate, their claws could easily pierce through walls, and even a slight peck could breach the structure. If they were to surge in numbers, lacking robust defenses would render them vulnerable to the onslaught of these aerial beings. Su Zhiyong concluded solemnly, "Thus, even if it takes time, we must cultivate enough individuals adept at infrastructure development." Guan Kaiwei. Although this statement seemed reasonable overall, she felt something was amiss. Had she been deluding herself all along? She lowered her gaze, replaying Su Zhiyong's words in her mind for several moments, and realized she was nearly swayed by him. However, since the man wished to maintain his faade, she, as a woman, should play along. Guan Kaiwei smiled, her tone tinged with affection. "As long as you are happy." Su Zhiyong. That response sent a chill down his spine. The following morning, Zhang Jianye and Wei Qing's groups joined forces to head southward. These two groups had managed to clear out the 4th floor of the mall the previous day, bringing back a considerable amount of food. Thus, they set out from the base under relatively abundant conditions. Chapter 61. The kingdom seized amidst danger. Before departing, Zhang Jianye's group was understandably concerned about the belongings they had secured for their homes. Although he had not spent a single penny, all of it had been acquired through risks taken amidst the jaws of zombies. "You are all my brothers and sisters. After I leave, you must help us protect our home." With tears in his eyes, Zhang Jianye entrusted his house to Li Yi and the others for safekeeping. Wang Mang scratched his head in confusion, saying, "Boss, our base doesn't he have any bad elements to worry about? What is there to be so concerned about?" He was not mistaken. The last time those intruders sneaked into their room, their corpses had already been transformed into fodder for the zombies outside. Furthermore, some who were set free might very well have perished at the hands of those same zombies lurking outside. Ahem, of course, it is also possible that information regarding their base was leaked from the few survivors who descended from the 7th floor back then. Thus, Wang Mang arrived at a conclusion in his heart, albeit one that someone else in the team had voiced before him. Was the leader afraid of not returning? Zhang Jianye's fierce eyes widened as he gritted his teeth and directed his ire at Li Feng. "Do you understand nothing? Was he afraid?" No, he was bequeathing his possessions, urging these individuals to safeguard the future survival base for his family. "Afraid of what? I have never known fear." With a defiant toss of his head, Zhang Jianye strode out of the hotel, his steps resonating with vigor and bravery. "Old Zhang, bring your family back soon." I heard from the base leader that the weather in the apocalypse may change drastically. "Do your best to return before winter sets in." Yes, for heaven's sake, do not linger outside for too long." Zhang Jianye and his companions quickened their pace. They feared that if they did not leave soon, their reluctance would weigh even heavier in their hearts. After all, their loved ones and relatives resided in the south, a place of responsibility, a destination they must inevitably reach. Although Wei Qing and his companions felt a twinge of emotion, their sorrow was not as profound as that of Zhang Jianye and his group. However, compared to their reluctance, Wei Qing and others felt an even greater sense of longing. Zhang Jianye and his group had been brought to the base shortly after the apocalypse began, while Wei Qing and his companions had endured far more hardships before arriving at the base. They cherished the base far more than Zhang Jianye and Li Yi, fully aware of its invaluable nature. Upon their arrival at the base, Wei Qing discovered that the base leader possessed an air of mystery. He was astonished to find that even peculiar substances like zombie antidotes and ability-awakening potions existed. Moreover, this time they ventured far afield. The leader had equipped each of them with ample means of survival and offensive capabilities. Meanwhile, the enigmatic base leader, Su Zhiyong, stood by the 2nd floor window. Guan Kaiwei accompanied him. gazing in the direction of Wei Qing and the others as she softly inquired, "Are we truly allowing them to depart like this?" In a blind spot of Guan Siwei's line of sight, Su Zhiyong, with a pained expression, clutched his waist. To ensure these individuals returned alive, he recalled how he had nearly sold his own undergarments to the system, rendering him speechless. Thus, Su Zhiyong stared out the window, his demeanor indifferent as he remarked, "If they cannot return, what is the point? If it serves no purpose, then there is no need for them to come back." Su Zhiyong would swear that his words were sincere. After preparing so much for these individuals, if they could not survive the early days of the apocalypse, what difference was there between them and uselessness? Before Guan Kaiwei could ponder Su Zhiyong's statement, she witnessed him turning around to retrieve a gong. She looked at the iron gong, her mind instantly flooded with questions. The next moment, she saw the man exiting the room, heading straight for the lobby. The lobby of the five-star hotel was relatively spacious, with numerous seating arrangements and various scenic displays. It could easily accommodate the current inhabitants of the base. Su Zhiyong arrived at the lobby. Standing beneath the task hall, his cold demeanor immediately attracted the attention of several children playing in the lobby. The children craned their necks, peering with curiosity. Bang! A sharp sound reverberated through the ears of everyone in the base. Regardless of what they had been engaged in, everyone was startled by the noise. Some exchanged incredulous glances with their companions, who returned the same bewildered expression. The crowd found the noise inexplicable, discussing among themselves why such a sound had emerged in the base. Who was so deranged as to strike a gong in the base? If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought I misheard. Who brings a gong here? Must be relying on the safety of our base to act so recklessly. Who knows who has lost their mind? These murmurs reached Su Zhiyong's ears as he pulled up the system panel. Instantly, a scene appeared before him that only he could perceive. It depicted those who were mocking the gong's sound. Su Zhiyong's eyes narrowed slightly. Bang! Two more resounding strikes echoed, louder than the initial sound. The crowd paused once more, then began to move toward the source of the sound, engaging in animated discussions. Who could that be? It seems to be coming from the lobby. Perhaps newcomers have arrived. Let us go check it out. It sounds like they want us to come over. That makes sense. I remember the gong is often used to gather a crowd. As most of the base's residents gathered, they were stunned to see Su Zhiyong standing in the lobby. Their eyes nearly bulged out. Some silently slapped themselves in the face, wondering if the base leader had heard their remarks. If he did catch wind of their jibes, would he be inclined to crush them? After all, recalling their earlier comments, they felt a pang of regret. However, some realized that their mysterious base leader had something to convey. Thus, anxious not to let their friends miss out, they hurried to gather those who had yet to arrive in no time. The residents of the base filled the lobby, their eyes sparkling as they gazed at Su Zhiyong. Unaware that he was universally regarded as the enigmatic base leader, Su Zhiyong raised his hand and struck the gong again. The crowd's attention intensified on him. Su Zhiyong thought to himself, I must admit, this device proves quite effective. Reflecting on the moment he had hesitated between using the loudspeaker and the gong on the second floor, he ultimately settled on the latter. Had he chosen the loudspeaker, the scene would have unfolded quite differently. He would have been holding the loudspeaker, shouting without any dignity, attention all members, quickly assemble in the lobby, quickly assemble in the lobby. The vivid imagery sent a shiver down his spine. He shook his head to dispel such thoughts and addressed the crowd. From today onward, everyone will engage in base maintenance in the morning and have free time in the afternoon. As residents of the base, since you enjoy its benefits, you must also shoulder its responsibilities. Your current situation can be summed up in one word: impoverished. The crowd exchanged glances, realizing that their leader had spoken the truth. Indeed, they were impoverished. If they were not, the weapons in the task hall would have long since been in their possession. The gourmet meals would also have graced their tables, and they would not be left gnawing on meager rations. In fact, before Zhang Jianye and the others departed, they had even planted some leftover sweet potatoes and potatoes on the balcony of their hotel room, using soil from the ornamental plants that had once adorned the hotel corridor. Li Yi, with tears in his eyes, extended his hand and said, Base leader, we do not wish to be impoverished, but who can we blame for squandering your generosity? Here we are, apart from being a bit stronger. Still just ordinary individuals. This is why I wish to hunt zombies with abilities, but it seems I am merely delivering meals to them. Speaking of this made Li Yi feel a pang of sorrow and despair. He was among the first to recognize the base leader's remarkable capabilities. Yet, what good did it do him? He never anticipated being so inept while nearly all his peers from the same batch had awakened their abilities. Even several children from Xintong's class had awakened theirs. Even a strength-based ability would suffice. Who knew he would awaken nothing? Damn it. The more Li Yi thought, the more he felt like crying. He looked at Su Zhiyong with a gaze full of grievance. Akin to a famished glutton after 10 days without food, Su Zhiyong felt the weight of Li Yi's gaze pressing down on him. Once a spirited young man brimming with enthusiasm and hope, he now bore an air of melancholy and desolation after just one night. Su Zhiyong cleared his throat and stated solemnly, "Thus, to ease your burdens, during your contributions to the base, no taxes or fees will be levied. The construction of the base relies on you all. Regardless of whether you possess metal, lightning, spatial, earth, fire abilities, or others, each person must contribute to the base. I require you to reinforce our base using your abilities, capable of withstanding the assaults of flying zombies and other creatures. Although the base has a protective shield, its coverage is limited. The shield protects a few floors on the ground level, mitigating the likelihood of ground zombies attacking the higher floors and ensuring their safety. However, you must believe that zombies will continue to evolve. When they can scale walls and fly, will the high-rises still be safe? Remember, there are other tall buildings in the vicinity besides this hotel. Additionally, both plants and animals are undergoing changes. If birds begin to attack from above, can we protect ourselves? Therefore, the construction of the base is imperative. We must unite and collaborate in building the base to forge a brighter tomorrow together." Su Zhiyong, in a moment of careless speech, inadvertently borrowed some well-known phrases from the television broadcasts of the pre-apocalypse era. When he finally realized the implications of his last utterance, the composed expression on his face nearly fractured. Thunderous applause erupted around him. Fortunately, they were all compatriots from Huaxia, accustomed to the formalities of opening ceremonies and leadership speeches during their schooling and later in their professional lives. Almost instinctively, upon hearing their base leader's final statement, everyone began to clap vigorously as the applause continued. A sense of awkwardness began to creep in, leading to an atmosphere that was both lively and subtly uncomfortable. Setting aside the fleeting discomfort of their earlier clapping, the crowd eagerly engaged in the enthusiastic development of the base using their extraordinary abilities. Those with metal abilities excelled in fortification, while those with earth abilities efficiently created arable land. Fortunately, the rooftop had already been tidied up by Wen Shanshan and her team. The group began to cultivate a substantial vegetable garden on the rooftop, planting sweet potatoes, and other crops for convenience. Thus, earth ability users were tasked with creating large plots of land in the corners outside the base, while those with strength abilities transported the soil to the rooftop, and wood ability users focused on planting and nurturing the crops. Each person played their role, working in harmony and honing their newly awakened powers. Except for the few mutated ability users who were conspicuously excluded from the group. They were few in number, only 6, yet the entire burden of constructing the base fell upon their shoulders, leaving them utterly exhausted at the end of each day. After a week of tireless effort, the base had undergone a remarkable transformation. Luo Xiaojun, touching the rooftop protected by a golden mesh, shed a tear of relief. Both he and Wang Wei had the fortune and misfortune of awakening metal abilities. The past week had been grueling, nearly pushing them to their limits. "Brothers, how do we feel now?" Luo Xiaojun clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention and boasted, "Look at the rooftop enveloped in this metallic netting. Doesn't it inspire a sense of security?" Standing at the edge of the rooftop, Wang Wei patted the metallic net created by their metal abilities and remarked, "See, even if a child were to jump around up here, they wouldn't fall off the edge. This net, as thick as a man's finger, is impressive." Luo Xiaojun pretended to ponder. Moreover, this mesh not only defends against avian attacks, but also allows sunlight to filter through. The busy crowd cast a glance at the boastful duo, then calmly shifted their focus elsewhere. "Are we proud of the vast safe land we've cultivated for the base?" inquired an earth ability user. "Look at these vibrant green vegetables. Even the sweet potato vines need their tips pinched to avoid becoming overgrown. Are we proud?" Another added point. One voice piped up, gazing at the net overhead. "That net only keeps out larger birds. What if we encounter small flying creatures like bees?" The metal ability users collectively exclaimed, "How did we overlook bees and locusts?" Thus, The diligent workers who had painstakingly crafted the rooftop protective net were now faced with the harsh reality that their efforts might not suffice. Their moment of pride swiftly crushed. A group quickly gathered to devise a strategy. They couldn't seal everything entirely. The base needed to cultivate plants. The mesh couldn't be too fine, or it wouldn't withstand attacks from mutated birds. What to do? They were at a loss. Let us take a moment to think this through. For now, let us use our abilities to install secure windows in the upper floors that are outside the protective barrier. Someone suggested that, as everyone was engaged in the construction of the base, those who had consumed the spiritual liquid but had not yet awakened were tasked with preparing meals. The base cafeteria, located on the 8th floor of what had originally been a 5-star hotel, served as the dining area. Food was provided by Su Zhiyong, featuring hot dishes that were already enticing enough, not to mention the variety of meat and vegetables offered. Consequently, Luo Xiaojun, Wang Wei, and their group, exhausted from their labor, hurried to the cafeteria for lunch. It would be absurd not to be enthusiastic about a meal, especially in such dire circumstances. Just look at the sumptuous spread, Wang Wei exclaimed, his mouth full of meatballs, radiating joy as a true gourmand. He had not succumbed to despair despite the world's cruelty. Instead, he had shed tears countless times in the dark for the absence of culinary delights. Chapter 63. Can't you achieve anything? Luo Xiaojun glanced disdainfully at Wang Wei, saying, after a week of this, can't you show a little progress? And what would you know about progress? What are you eating? Wang Wei scoffed, his eating pace unchanged. Hey, you little rascal, if we were back in school, you'd have to call me senior as a sign of respect for your elders. Luo Xiaojun tousled his hair, retorting, in our country, those who disrespect their elders might just find themselves struck by lightning. Pfft, elders? Only H country does such nonsensical things. If you're so bold, let the lightning strike me. In our great Huaxia, we let our fists do the talking. Wang Wei continued, his eating pace unaffected. Suddenly, he paused, his eyes lighting up like a 1,000-watt bulb in the dead of night, making it impossible to overlook. What is happening? Luo Xiaojun gasped, startled by Wang Wei's sudden change. Brother, I've found a solution, Wang Wei exclaimed, setting down his chopsticks, giving his hands a quick wipe, and then ruffling his hair. I knew it. I'm a genius. Without me, this apocalypse would be at a loss. He then picked up his bowl and turned to leave. What the heck? Luo Xiaojun's eyes widened in disbelief. What is this guy up to? He glanced at the table laden with food and quickly abandoned the already departing Wang Wei. Hastily devouring the dishes, by the time Luo Xiaojun and his companions arrived back at the rooftop, they found the lightning ability users, though equally endowed with powers, munching on small biscuits due to their lack of contribution to the base's construction. Luo Xiaojun scratched his head. Weren't you supposed to be out there looking for zombies with peanuts? Peanuts being their playful term for the crystalline cores within first-tier zombies. They pondered whether the lightning ability users had come to admire the accomplishments of the metal ability users. They spotted Wang Wei excitedly bringing along a water ability user. Brother, we got a water user here. Let us quickly see if this works. Wang Wei was thrilled, knowing that if his plan succeeded, the base leader would surely reward him with numerous points. No one knew how many crystal cores their enigmatic leader possessed, but it was well known that the first person to make a significant contribution to the base would receive a crystal core worth 300 points in front of everyone at the task hall. The mysterious leader had even presented everyone with a sleek black device resembling a watch, a high-tech product that allowed for point transfers, balance inquiries, and online shopping, albeit only from the task hall. As those with 0 points looked on in envy at the fellow who had earned 300 points for capturing a pair of untouched pigs, they resolutely refused to admit that their mockery stemmed from jealousy. Wang Wei found it absurd that he too would now have his moment. This is going to enhance the base's defenses. Surely that's more impressive than 2 pigs. The group exchanged glances, bewildered by Wang Wei's enthusiasm and the water ability user. Aie, who was the most powerful water user in the base due to her prolonged awakening. Wang Wei called her over for assurance. On their way, Aie had already heard of Wang Wei's idea. Taking a deep breath, she exchanged knowing glances with several lightning ability users, and they all nodded in agreement. The crowd watched as Aie pointed toward the overhead metal net, and a stream of water began to flow along it. Following suit, the lightning users directed arcs of electricity up the net, intertwining water and electricity in a spectacular display. The scene was electrifying, as the arcs of blue light danced overhead like a vast lightning pool. Even Wang Wei, the orchestrator of it all, gasped in awe. This is incredible. What a breakthrough. We VE hit the jackpot. Luo Xiaojun, accustomed to Wang Wei's company, instinctively wrapped his arms around him. Brother, do you prefer men or women? I can be either. Please take care of me. Luo Xiaojun felt a surge of excitement, contemplating just how many points this feat would yield. His gaze at Wang Wei transformed into one filled with dollar signs. Let us go. Wang Wei, brimming with confidence, forcefully pushed aside Luo Xiaojun. The latter, tenaciously clinging on, lamented with heartfelt desperation, Brother, I am easily satisfied. All I need is a bottle of cola bought with points and a barbecue feast. And I will be perfectly content. With that, Wang Wei straightened his back and callously shoved away his brother, who had been muttering just moments ago. He addressed the group, declaring, in this manner, whether bees or locusts come in droves. It is a trivial matter. All we need to do is summon our water and lightning elementals. One of the lightning elementals stroked his chin and suddenly remarked, So, if we venture out to combat zombies in the future, pairing a lightning user with a water user not only conserves our powers but also doubles our offensive capabilities. Incredible. Single target attacks can become area attacks and vice versa. Remarkable. The others gazed enviously at the lightning elemental. Another voice chimed in. From our research, the earth element boasts the strongest defense. If we were to pair it with an earth user, we would essentially have a mobile fortress. Brothers, the group of individuals began to indulge in their optimistic visions for the future, their lips curling into foolish smiles. This scene did not escape the notice of Su Zhiyong. Although these individuals were outside the protective barrier of the base, as a fifth-tier elemental user, Su Zhiyong could clearly hear the events unfolding above. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and mused, since this group of young people is so elated, why not elevate their spirits further? He truly was a considerate leader of the base. Thus, from the rooftop, a clear and mechanical electronic voice resonated in everyone's ears. Ding! 500 points have been credited. This announcement, unimpeded, reached every individual present. Instinctively, they glanced at their unassuming black watches. The conspicuous zero displayed seemed to mock their Na'vi aspirations. However, Wang Wei erupted into a jubilant laughter, passionately kissing his high-tech watch that displayed 500 points. Cough, cough. A few coughs interrupted Wang Wei, and he turned to see the lightning elemental giving him a thumbs up and rubbing his fingers together, reminding him a tenth. Beside the lightning user, AIE wore a knowing smile, her gaze fixed on Wang Wei, saying nothing. Chapter 64. The price is negotiable. Wang Wei exclaimed. Oh dear, this is hardly a tenth. This is his heart, his liver, his lungs. If he had both water and lightning abilities, there's no way I would allow these two to casually take such a substantial share. Suddenly, Wang Wei felt that he had set the price too high. Clutching his chest in pain, he lamented, the idea was mine. You merely lifted a finger. Look, dear siblings, can we negotiate this price? In business, it's crucial to cultivate long-term relationships. If we settle this time, I will definitely seek you out again in the future. Otherwise, perhaps you might reconsider. AIE pressed her lips together, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, just as a hand reached out before her. Wang Wei, wearing an expression of concern, interjected, Sister AIE, this will significantly impact our cooperation for a long time. Shouldn't you take a moment to consider this seriously? You are too astute to engage in a one-off deal. How had he been so reckless as to propose such a high price? Giving away a tenth means each would receive 50 points, and in the blink of an eye, he would be down by 100 points. Wang Wei wished he could slap himself for his reckless words. The lightning elemental grinned broadly and remarked, Boys, do you see? Wang Wei has vividly illustrated what it means to feel a pain so deep it takes your breath away. Wang Wei shot him a furious glare. Unperturbed, the lightning elemental chuckled, reinforcing his demand. A tenth? AIE chimed in, Hurry up, I've got points to spend in the task called. Don't be stingy. You've just received 500 points. Why fuss over this trivial amount? The onlookers burst into laughter, their jealousy nearly suffocating them, but witnessing Wang Wei's plight brought them a sense of relief. Human nature is indeed complex. Wang Wei glared and retorted, What are you all clamoring about? Do you think I would covet this measly 100 points? Oh my, a full 100 points. Trembling, Wang Wei transferred 50 points to the lightning elemental and another 50 to AIE, muttering with you two. How can I ever dare to collaborate with you long-term again? Ding. 50 points have been credited. The sound from the black watch brought a satisfied expression to the lightning elemental's face. AIE. Having set her device to silent mode, checked her balance after the points were credited. Seeing her balance rise from 0 to 50, her smile blossomed instantly. Suddenly, someone at the rooftop's edge spotted a shadowy figure lurking below. Softly exclaiming, "Wang Wei!" This caught the attention of him and Luo Xiaojun. "What is happening? What is down there?" A group of onlookers pressed against the golden mesh, peering down at the alley beneath the opposite building. "Look, there is someone," one person pointed out. Wang Qin. Wang Wei and Luo Xiaojun immediately recognized the figure. Wang Wei sneered, "This woman is still clinging to hope, lingering around our base, thinking the base leader will take her in?" Luo Xiaojun remarked, "I thought she would leave to find other survivors the day we entered the base. I never imagined she would dare to stay near us alone." AIE appeared somewhat dazed. And upon hearing their comments, she explained, "The area around our base has been cleared by the base leader. There are hardly any zombies left. The zombies in the nearby community have also been locked out by others from the base. So if they manage to escape, they would likely only be first tier. So AIE implies that as long as Wang Qin doesn't recklessly enter the community, her safety is relatively assured." AIE. With a complex expression nodded, "Some members of our base occasionally practice against zombies when they appear. As long as no one attracts more zombies from elsewhere, it's generally quite safe." How fortunate for that woman. Luo Xiaojun scoffed, "I want to see how long her luck can hold out. The speed at which zombies are evolving is accelerating, and with mutations among plant and animal types, it's only a matter of time before she faces danger if she remains outside the base." Wang Wei nodded in agreement. "Exactly. When that time comes, we'll see where she can hide. Our base will never allow someone like her to enter." After Wang Wei and Luo Xiaojun spoke, they hesitantly glanced at the others in the base, asking, "Do you all agree?" The base leader was opposed at the time. Will he change his mind later? A gust of warm wind swept across the rooftop, leaving an eerie silence. Luo Xiaojun and Wang Wei exchanged glances. AIE looked at the others, brushing aside her brewing feelings, and smiled. "You should direct that question to the base leader. Who would dare make decisions on his behalf?" Wang Wei shrugged. "All right, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold a grudge against that woman. Let us go, our comrades in the metal system. Let us head down and reinforce the other floors. Enough of the idle chatter. Everyone, let us get busy." Luo Xiaojun eagerly echoed Wang Wei's words, and as the group finished fortifying the rooftop, they began their tasks floor by floor. In an instant, the rooftop was left with other elemental users exchanging glances. "Ah, youth today is so carefree," they sighed, murmuring about Wang Wei's extraordinary luck. 500 points. Even after giving away 100 points, he still had 400 left, a thought that made them envious. The wood elemental gazed at the sweet potatoes they had cultivated and suddenly spoke up. "Do you think we should brainstorm more methods for our crops? If there's a breakthrough, wouldn't we also reap a bounty of points?" Upon hearing this, everyone's interest was piqued. The group began to discuss the sweet potatoes they had planted, noting that the primary issues were their small size, low yield, and lack of sweetness. This was partly due to their ability as wood elementals to stimulate plant growth, yet they needed to ensure the soil had sufficient nutrients to support it. Indeed, our land hasn't seen fertilizer in ages. Without fertilization, after cultivating several batches of sweet potatoes, the soil's fertility diminishes, leading to increasingly inferior produce. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. Someone trembled as they spoke. "Given the current situation, where can we even find fertilizer? Are we to revert to primitive fertilization methods?" Upon hearing this, the group realized why this person had been speaking so hesitantly. They silently reflected, a shiver running through them, suddenly waking up to the gravity of the situation. Another person sighed. "Our sweet potatoes and potatoes are getting smaller with each planting, and the yield per plant is dwindling. If it comes to it, it's worth a shot." All the wood elementals exchanged glances, uncertain. They couldn't help but wonder about the students Zhang Yin had brought along. Most of the wood elementals were girls. Chapter 65. How many can actually cultivate? Furthermore, they were all studying in IC City. How many could actually cultivate? That aside, while they theoretically understood what fertilizers are used in rural areas, they were utterly clueless about the specific methods. Only knowing that the main ingredient came from what everyone excreted daily. A wave of bitterness washed over the wood elementals as they looked at the land before them. tears of regret welling up in their hearts. What have I done to deserve this? If all else fails, shall we seek out an experienced old farmer? I believe this approach is quite viable. It embodies the essence of scientific cultivation. Otherwise, relying solely on our supernatural abilities may yield lush, verdant leaves, yet if they do not bear fruit, they are ultimately of little use. We have any seasoned farmers at our base. Brother Zhang Jianya's team includes individuals from rural backgrounds, and alongside him is Brother Wei Qing, who has companions in his team that have previously cultivated crops back in their hometown. However, they have all departed, rendering such discussions moot. A group of individuals gazed at the expanse of land on the rooftop. Feeling disheartened, just as AI was about to descend the stairs, she overheard the students engaged in conversation and suggested, "Actually, you could request assistance from the base manager. He is a very kind-hearted individual. If you don't believe me, you can ask those who have been here for a while." AI gestured towards the other wood element supernatural beings who had been at the base for some time, some from her team and others from different teams. Unfortunately, amidst the students' animated chatter, they had not taken her words seriously. However, upon reflecting on AI's reminder, they recalled the base manager's consistent kindness towards them, and they all nodded in agreement. Indeed, the base manager is a good person. Yes, indeed, the base manager is exceptionally kind. He will surely lend a hand. On the second floor, sipping on a divine elixir, Su Zhiyong, who was reluctantly maintaining a facade of geniality, thought to himself, "These little rascals at the base will inevitably be led astray by the old hands around here. If there were even a single strand of hair on him that resembled a good person, he would turn these youngsters upside down." After silently mocking for less than 5 minutes, a group of wood element supernatural beings appeared at his door, their expressions eager as the base manager inside. He should be. Let's knock and find out. Following a couple of murmured words, they began knocking on the door. Su Zhiyong, seated on the sofa, savored his red wine in silence. "Want an old farmer? Go find one yourself." System. Host. Actively complete system tasks. Fine wine, beautiful people, and exquisite food await you. Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow. "I suspect you are insinuating that I am lazy and unambitious." Of course, Su Zhiyong did not wait for a response from the system. Instead, he heard the door opening. The key to this room was solely in his possession, with only Guan Kaiwei having access. As expected, the next moment, the hotel doors swung open, revealing a graceful woman standing at the threshold. Guan Kaiwei, upon seeing him on the sofa, exclaimed in surprise, "You're inside. I heard someone knocking while I was over at Shanshan's place and thought you had stepped out." Had there not been a hint of amusement in her eyes, Su Zhiyong might have believed her. Guan Kaiwei waved to the group of students in the corridor, saying, "Children, it seems your base manager has just awakened from his slumber. If you have matters to discuss, now is the time." The group of students rushed into the room, standing obediently before the sofa, gazing expectantly at Su Zhiyong. One of them spoke softly, "Base manager, could you help us find an old farmer to assist us? We lack any planting experience, and therefore, we need someone with considerable expertise to guide us." Another student chimed in, "We can handle finding fertilizers ourselves. We know the base manager is quite busy and wouldn't want to bother you with trivial matters." Yes, finding fertilizers is such a mundane task. Leave that to us ordinary folk, Su Zhiyong." A multitude of question marks floated in his mind. So seeking an old farmer is not mundane? No, he was almost led astray by these students. Finding fertilizers and seeking an old farmer have no bearing on what is considered mundane. Just as he was about to refuse, he was met with a pair of sparkling, hopeful eyes, and his words caught in his throat. Guan Kaiwei stifled her laughter and addressed the lively students. "Shouldn't you all thank your base manager?" The students, who had been awaiting a response, widened their eyes in realization and promptly began showering Su Zhiyong with compliments. "Thank you so much, base manager. We always knew you were the best. A person as wonderful as the base manager deserves our gratitude. If I were a man, I would definitely be best friends with the base manager." Su Zhiyong could no longer tolerate the peculiar remarks and waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right, I understand." Once the students departed, Su Zhiyong leaned back, sighing deeply as he rubbed his forehead. When did these residents begin to stray so far? Even the woman beside him had been influenced. It was utterly bewildering. Resigned to his fate, Su Zhiyong stood and said to Guan Kaiwei, "Keep an eye on the base. There are more people now than before." "I am stepping out for a bit. Aren't you leaving tomorrow?" Guan Kaiwei glanced at the sky outside, feeling a twinge of concern. It doesn't matter when I leave. I can go at any time. Su Zhiyong activated his concealment ability and set off in a random direction. When Shanshan approached Guan Kaiwei, watching Su Zhiyong disappear into the streets. Did the base manager agree to help those kids? Yes, Guan Kaiwei replied with a smile. He often sees himself as rather aloof, but in certain respects, I believe he can be considered kind-hearted. After all, before the apocalypse, as a celebrity in the entertainment industry, the treachery I encountered was no less than that of the post-apocalyptic world. She hoped the base manager would return soon. Although she knew their base was quite safe, for some reason, she felt an immense sense of security whenever he was around. Sister Shanshan is right. I feel the same way. Alas, it's a pity he left. I just heard about the wood element supernatural beings and wanted to accompany him. Lie craned his neck, peering around the hotel entrance. Not spotting anyone, he resigned himself to the situation. Forget it. You'd just be a burden. Without you, the base manager could return sooner. When Shanshan rolled her eyes and linked arms with Guan Kaiwei as they ascended the stairs, leaving Li Yi alone in the lobby, lamenting the chill of the wind. The research base. Team He and a group of individuals stared at the pile of items on the table. The atmosphere thick with silence. After a moment, Team He spoke up. As you can see, whatever that thing is at the base, let's just call it Su Zhiyong's base. We have confirmed that the items we exchanged there are genuine. This so-called task haul must be reported as a major incident to the Guo family. This is not merely a personal matter or a team issue. It pertains to something that affects the entire world, and only the state can handle it effectively. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. Yinny remarked, Team He, the magnetic field in IC City has been increasingly unstable, and we can no longer establish contact with the Guo family. Chapter 66. Special Operations Team He's expression turned grave as he stated, therefore, I need to withdraw a special operations team from our base. This team will be responsible for locating the Guo family squad and establishing contact, while ensuring ongoing communication. Until the experts resolve the magnetic field issues, our electronic communication methods will remain disrupted, forcing us to rely on the most primitive means of contact. Yancy hesitated, saying, but, Team He, even if we form a special operations team, who exactly should we be searching for? The higher-ups are currently fragmented. Who can truly represent the Guo family? Team He replied solemnly, do not focus solely on the prominent families of the first tier. We are accountable only to the Guo family, and thus we need only answer to the leader. Yinny pondered, the leader has always maintained a low profile, and our base has never directly contacted him. Even if our special operations team is fortunate enough to traverse mountains and reach Kyoto, how will we gain the leader's trust? How can we assure him that we are not being used? He met Team He's gaze directly, suggesting, therefore, I propose we remain still for the time being, focusing on strengthening ourselves until communication is restored, and then we can reveal ourselves when the Guo family is in need. Yin Er nodded in agreement, I see your point. Given the current circumstances, not only are the zombies mutating, but both plants and animals are undergoing transformations as well. TO journey from IC City to Kyoto. I believe it would be more fitting to call it a suicide squad rather than a special operations team. If even one person survives to reach Kyoto, it would be a miracle. Back in the conference room, the highest combatants of the base deliberated on how to establish contact with the Guo family team, weighing the risks of making contact at this moment. Meanwhile, outside the research institute, a group of researchers and logistics personnel gathered. Among them, a short, unattractive man chuckled and addressed his colleagues, you lot don't understand a thing. Luckily, I got lucky last time and snagged a big meat bun. The taste was simply divine. I swear, even in peaceful times, one wouldn't easily find such a delight. The man, known as Xiao Gui, reminisced about the experience, swallowing hard at the memory. His words drew nods of agreement from several nearby. I thought Team He would bring back more food, but what he returned with was inedible. My stomach was ready to feast, and yet I was left disappointed. What a shame. That delicious meat bun was undoubtedly my greatest love in life. The vivid descriptions from the group not only tempted those who had never tasted it before, but even caused them to salivate as they recalled the bun's flavor. Ahem, everyone, I apologize. I'll be on leave starting tomorrow. On such a bright day, I shall embark on a culinary adventure that spans half the city. The young boy spread his arms wide and, with a heartfelt ah, uttered a single syllable, only to be met with the derisive remark of idiot. Coughing slightly, he was instantly choked by his own saliva and turned to glare at the source of the voice. locking eyes with Yin Si, who had stealthily slipped out of the conference room. Yin Si raised an eyebrow and said, "What's the matter?" Still unconvinced. "Do you think this is the pre-apocalyptic era, where you can just take a break and go wherever you please? Have you looked at yourself? With that meager physique, do you think you can safely reach Su Zhiyong's base? Even if you make it there, do you really think that hefty meat bun can be exchanged for a crystal core?" After a few pointed jabs, Yin Si finally felt a sense of relief. He recalled how most of the buns they had brought back during their last escort mission had ended up in the mouths of these few individuals. If it weren't for the fear of dirtiness, he would have considered retrieving them from their bellies. The young boy grumbled, "Damn it, I forgot about the crystal core." He had meticulously planned how to proceed, only to be thwarted by the absence of a core. The thought made him retreat into himself that, of course, regarding the crystal core, it wasn't that there were none. Yin Si's tone shifted, and with a sly chuckle, he produced a low-tier crystal core from his pocket, tossing it lightly in his hand. "What do you want?" The young boy's eyes lit up, and he hastily inquired. Yin Si cleared his throat and beckoned him closer, whispering, "Tell the boss that you intend to go out and study the recent changes in the plants and animals of IC City." The young boy, puzzled, replied, "Didn't the boss say you were supposed to bring back samples?" Yin Si suppressed the urge to slap him and patiently explained, "You should say that only through field observation can one obtain direct data. Relying solely on the samples brought back can lead to many misjudgments." After a moment of contemplation, the young boy couldn't help but nod, saying, "Yin Si, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. The geographical location, soil, environment, and so forth all influence the plants in a mere half-minute." The young boy had rattled off a plethora of data that necessitated field investigation. Fearing he might forget the main point, Yin Si whispered, "When the boss sends someone to protect you, don't forget to choose me." He raised his fist, asserting, "While I may not be the strongest in our base, I am certainly among the top. Is this even a matter of choice? This concerns significant research. Let us not joke around. Be serious." The young boy's expression turned solemn, as if he were always prepared to dedicate himself to the Guo family. As soon as Yinny emerged, the young boy donned a serious and rigorous expression and walked toward the conference room. Yin Si's heart raced, pounding incessantly. He took a deep breath, observing the young boy's earnest demeanor. Had it not been for the gluttonous image from earlier, he might have genuinely believed this was a selfless endeavor for research. Risking personal safety to collect first-hand data, Yin Si stroked his chin, recalling the delectable provisions in the task hall. He wiped the corner of his mouth, silently grateful that during his recent excursions to collect plant samples, he had managed to gather a substantial amount of mutated flora. Otherwise, how would he procure the crystal cores to buy food? Of course, it was also fortunate that he had cleverly hidden away a few cores from Yin Yi. Otherwise, his pockets would be emptier than his face. "What are you causing a ruckus about out there?" Just as Yin Si was fantasizing about purchasing large meat buns with the crystal cores, Yin Yi, accompanied by Yin Er and Yin San, approached him. He instinctively straightened his back and shook his head. "Nothing. I just had a bit of an itch to smoke, but didn't he have any cigarettes?" Yin Yi scrutinized Yin Si with a penetrating gaze before turning to leave. Once Yin Yi had departed, Yin Er patted Yin Si sympathetically on the shoulder. "Brother, did you think your voice was particularly low just now?" After saying this, Yin Er and Yin San left, leaving Yin Si feeling desolate and disheartened. Moments later, the young boy opened the conference room door, his face devoid of expression as he said to Yin Si, "Captain, he wants you to come in." Yin Si's heart sank. Damn it, was it possible that even Captain he heard that? But recalling that Captain he had yet to awaken any abilities, Yin Si dismissed the terrifying thought from his mind. As long as the boss didn't expose him in front of Captain he still had some wiggle room. Indeed, just now, the young boy raised the point that he wanted first-hand data. It is true that research cannot be conducted in isolation. Therefore, you will take several teammates to protect Yin Si. Of course, your primary mission is to go to the seed center and bring back as many varieties of seeds as possible. Chapter 67. How is it on the Kyoto side? Yes, Captain Yin Si thought to himself that as long as he could go out, he would have the chance to indulge in good food. "You two head out first. I'll arrange teammates for you." Captain waved his hand, allowing the two to exit before he sat alone in the conference room, lost in thought, with various voices emerging from their base. What was the situation like in Kyoto? It would likely be as Yin Yi had suggested. He loved his country, that was beyond doubt. Yet, he was even less willing to send his people to be used by those who waved the Guo family banner for internal strife. Sometimes, the apocalypse is not terrifying. What is truly frightening is when, in such a situation, an organization still harbors multiple voices. Everyone believes they have a chance to vie for something, in this world, where humanity is nearly extinct. What is there left to compete for? Captain, he gathered his scattered thoughts. For the sake of the safety of the people in the base, he often had to consider the opinions of others. Meanwhile, Yancy returned to the resting area of their small team, where Yin Er approached and nudged his friend with his shoulder. What were you and the young boy conspiring about? Yancy glared. Do you even know how to speak? What do you mean by conspiring? We're using our intellect. It's clearly for the sake of the base, sacrificing ourselves to go out and gather first-hand information, while also seeking to recover some fruits and vegetable seeds. Man is iron and rice is steel. If you skip a meal, you feel restless. The importance of seeds cannot be overstated. Only the young boy and I can effectively accomplish these two tasks. Oh, I see now. I understand. I'll go find the boss. Damn it, you beast, stop right there. Upon hearing Yin Er mention going to find Yin Si immediately panicked. Their boss was such a serious person. If he heard about this, he would undoubtedly apprehend him immediately. Yin San, with a broad smile, positioned himself in front of Yin Si, saying, "What's the matter? Planning a rebellion? Stay put." Yin Si felt utterly hopeless, as if he were witnessing the tantalizing large meat buns gradually drifting away from him. He surrendered to despair, saying with a weary expression, "Once, I was a good lad, devoted to my country and people. When did I become like this?" Anyone would crave a hearty meal in this apocalypse. Where oil, salt, resources, and hope are scarce, he couldn't care less, but his stomach was growling in protest. This insatiable hunger was beyond his control, just as Yin Si was on the verge of tears from his despair. Yin Yi emerged, accompanied by Yin Er. Such matters should not trouble Captain He. Since we are short on personnel, I'll handle the arrangements myself. Upon hearing this, Yin Si initially breathed a sigh of relief, as it meant he and the young boy would still be able to go out. But after a second, he realized something felt off. Yin Si glanced at his boss's expressionless face and suspected he might be overthinking it. A person as ascetic as their boss could hardly be concerned about such trivialities. Half an hour later, the group exited the research base. Yin Si observed Yin E leading the way, and in his mind, a concept known as worldview began to subtly collapse. I remember when we last ventured out. It was quite desolate, with a disordered street. Now, it seems so lush. The young boy gazed at the verdant icy city. Filled with wonder, Yin Si cast a languid glance at the young boy and remarked, "The term lush is indeed quite apartment. Where are we headed now?" The young boy inquired softly. "Tio, the city center," Yin Si declared decisively. "Ah, did Captain Yin tell you that?" The young boy was taken aback, wondering if he was the only one unaware of their destination, merely focused on the journey ahead. This path was a shortcut to the city center. Even without being told, he would have known. A smug smile spread across Yin Si's face. As the young boy contemplated the mission for their outing, he looked at Yin Si with a complicated expression. "Where do you get such confidence from?" 3 hours later, the young boy gazed at the five-star hotel adorned with a banner proclaiming it a safe base and, without uttering a word, gave Yin Si a thumbs up. He realized he had been mistaken. He should not have been so self-assured. The members of the Yin family team communicated through a bond of understanding. They were not mere talkers, unlike himself, a common individual. On this outing, the team consisted of Yin Si, the young boy, and several bodyguards from the base, of course. While these individuals had once been able to serve as bodyguards in the pre-apocalyptic world, their effectiveness had diminished against those with abilities. The presence of these bodyguards was primarily to assist with transportation. After all, in this perilous society, members of the Yin family team needed to maintain a state of readiness for combat. When the time came, they would be burdened with large packages, which would directly affect their combat capabilities. "I have arrived at the task hall." The young boy, excited at the sight of the five-star hotel, nearly spun into a whirlwind, racing toward the hotel entrance. Standing before the task hall panel, the young boy retrieved a crystal core, tossing it inside while simultaneously operating the mechanism. "What sort of advanced technology is this? I love it. It's so cool, impressive, truly remarkable." Unlike Yin E and He Dui, who hurriedly purchased items from the task hall in their eagerness to verify its authenticity, Xiao Guwei, as a researcher, embodied a spirit of exploration. He was not in a rush. Instead, he leisurely flipped through the pages, examining the supplies listed. The personnel of the base came and went, noticing Yin Yi and his companions. However, since Yin Yi and his group were familiar faces, some observed them with curiosity, while others remained indifferent, preoccupied with their own tasks. After several minutes, Xiao Guwei glanced at the task hall panel, his body shuddering slightly, his face a mask of disbelief. Is this real? It can't be a hoax, can it? He swallowed hard. The words zombie virus antidote, points, 500, accompanied by a colorful image that resembled an extraordinary beauty, were utterly captivating. What a joke! A zombie virus antidote? With a stoic expression, Xiao Guwei shifted his gaze downward. Ability awakening liquid, points, 500. Xiao Guwei refreshed the page, but those 2 rows of items remained unchanged, boldly displayed on the panel. At that moment, Su Zhiyong was still darting around the city, searching for a laborer who looked like a typical old farmer, completely unaware of the psychological impact that the awakening liquid and the antidote, items he had put up to motivate the residents of the base, were having on the members of the research base. Xiao Guwei stared at the task hall panel for a long time without moving, drawing the attention of others. What's wrong? Yanxi asked, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Guwei, who seemed as if he had been struck by a spell. Before following Xiao Guwei's gaze. What the hell? Yanxi gasped, turning to slap himself across the face. With a sharp sound, a red fingerprint appeared on his cheek, and the pain confirmed to him that he was not hallucinating. What happened? What is going on? Old C, what are you doing? Goodness, are you self-harming? Chapter 68. There is no place more tangible than the base. While the group exchanged banter, they instinctively followed Xiao Guwei's gaze, curious about what he had seen. When they did, their knees nearly buckled, and they almost knelt before the task panel, exclaiming in a "Is this for real?" Doubts filled their minds. Even Yanni was astonished. Is this genuine? At that moment, Xian Tong, who had been moving soil to earn points, noticed the bewildered expressions of the group and set down the 2 baskets of earth she was carrying to approach the task panel. After a brief glance, she understood the situation. You're asking about this? We at the base have used it, so it must be real. She paused and added, our base never engages in deception. After all, IVE managed to survive with 13 children aged 5 or 6. Is there a place more real than our base? If the base were a scam, the leader wouldn't take such good care of us. Hearing the voice from behind, Yin Yi and his group turned to see the young woman who had spoken. She was in her 20s, her eyes devoid of the numbness seen in many outsiders. Instead radiating hope and vigor. At a glance, they knew she was from Su Zhiyong's base, as only those from that base would possess such a spirited demeanor. Yanni looked at the woman and inquired, regarding the antidote and awakening liquid displayed here, can we exchange them for other items? For instance, food, which is equally vital in this apocalypse? Our current reserve of crystal nuclei is insufficient. In truth, if they pooled all the crystal nuclei at the research base, they could gather enough for 500 points. However, knowing that crystal nuclei had other uses, Yanni wished to explore the possibility of trading for the antidote and awakening liquid using something else. Huh? Xian Tong was momentarily taken aback, pointing upstairs. Our leader Isn't here. You'll have to ask Sister Guan about this. Sister Guan? Xiao Guwei repeated instinctively. Yes, Xian Tong nodded, assuming they were unaware of Guan Kaiwei's existence. The leader often doesn't manage the base affairs. It's usually Sister Guan who oversees things. Could you kindly introduce us to her? Yanni smiled at Xian Tong. Please wait a moment. I'll convey your message, Xian Tong replied. Given the gravity of the situation, she didn't make any decisions on her own. She picked up the 2 baskets of earth again and ascended the stairs, deliberately passing by the 2nd floor to relay the message to Guan Kaiwei. When Guan Kaiwei arrived in the hall, she saw Yin Yi and his group, approaching them with a subtle smile. She inquired, I hear you all have matters to discuss with me? Yin looked at the elegantly featured woman, his tone serious. Ms. Guan, we are interested in purchasing the antidote and awakening liquid from your base. But we currently lack sufficient crystal nuclei. Therefore, we wish to explore alternative means of exchange. What do you think? I see, Guan Kaiwei replied, her expression remaining warm. Please, have a seat. She led them to the seating area in the hall, where they all sat down before continuing. What can your base offer that would be of interest to us? This base held an air of mystery. Each team that came was disciplined, clearly a group formed long before the apocalypse, not a power that had emerged post-catastrophe. Hence, Guan Kaiwei and Su Zhiyong had speculated that this base might either be a personal power from before the apocalypse or somehow connected to the Guo family, regardless of which, it was likely they could offer something they needed. Yanni scrutinized Guan Kaiwei, initially believing that this matter would require Su Zhiyong's decision, and he had mentally prepared to wait. To his surprise, the decision rested with this woman before him, prompting him to reassess her capabilities. Perhaps her value extended beyond her striking appearance. Medicines, Yin Yi declared, presenting his bargaining chip. He opted not to indiscriminately reveal all that the base possessed, but rather selectively mention certain items. Medicines? Guan Kaiwei raised an eyebrow, glancing at Yin Yi. That works. She hadn't anticipated that these individuals would be so observant. The base had no shortage of awakening liquid and antidotes. And in reality, the so-called antidote was merely diluted awakening liquid. Agreeing to sell for 500 points was merely a precaution to ensure these individuals did not grow overly complacent while battling zombies, which could prove fatal. After all, while the liquid could enhance resistance to the virus, it could not revive the dead. After some discussion, Yanni decided to exchange for 2 vials of awakening liquid and 5 antidotes. Guan Kaiwei did not provide them with a large quantity at once. Given that the antidote was diluted awakening liquid, 5 vials amounted to merely 1 bottle of awakening liquid. Essentially, she capped the exchange at 3 bottles of awakening liquid, a number sufficient for their research needs while also ensuring her side did not part with too much, considering the limited supply of awakening liquid. Having settled the most crucial matters, Yin Yi prepared to return to gather a batch of medicines. Xiao Gui quickly interjected, Captain Yin, I'll stay here. My combat abilities are insufficient and would only slow you down. He would never admit that he wished to remain behind to savor the culinary delights. After all, without the antidote and awakening liquid in hand, accompanying them back would serve no purpose. Perhaps staying here would allow him to delve deeper into understanding this peculiar base. Yin Si immediately chimed in. Xiao Gui is as defenseless as a chick. Even a 3-year-old could take him down. It's not particularly safe for him here either, boss. I request to provide close protection for Xiao Gui. The two exchanged knowing glances, nearly giving one another a thumbs up. Was this an instance of a telepathic connection born from their shared love of food? Xiao Gui silently agreed. It must have been. Yin Yi, without needing to glance at the two, was already aware of their hidden motives. However, he discreetly cast a glance at Guan Kaiwei, pondering their repeated visits without spending much time at the base, which led to further contemplation. Thus, under the expectant gazes of Yin Si and Xiao Gui, Yin Yi slowly nodded. You two can stay here. This way, we can return swiftly. With that, Yin Yi turned to Guan Kaiwei and remarked, I am afraid we might be imposing on you, Ms. Guan. Guan Kaiwei smiled politely. No need for formalities, Captain Yin. Yin Yi wasted no time in lingering, having achieved his objective, and promptly departed with his team toward the base. As for the seeds that he mentioned, the difference between leaving a day earlier or later was negligible. The more pressing concern at present was the antidote and awakening liquid. Guan Kaiwei then called upon Zhang Yan, who was passing by, to accompany Xiao Gui and the others while she ascended the stairs to focus on honing her abilities. During this period, the base had discovered that exhausting one's abilities and then meditating to recover could accelerate their enhancement. Therefore, even without going out to battle zombies, Guan Kaiwei did not squander her time. Xiao Gui recalled the introduction Guan Kaiwei had given earlier and smiled innocently at Zhang Yan. Sister Zhang, are there any interesting places in this base? He aimed to gather information about the base indirectly. As soon as Xiao Gui posed the question, he turned to see an expression of exasperation on Yin Si's face. Chapter 69. Did I say something wrong? This left Xiao Gui momentarily stunned, pondering whether he had misspoken. Yin Si nearly covered his face with his hands. Indeed, those engrossed in research within the laboratory rarely possessed high emotional intelligence. If this had been before the apocalypse, such a question might not have raised eyebrows. The issue was that in this post-apocalyptic world, when everyone was struggling to survive, asking if there were any fun places in the base was rather out of touch. Do not mention the individuals from Su Zhiyong's base. Even Yin Si is eager to catch a glimpse of the little one's thoughts, to fathom the musings of this peculiar character. Humans are inherently creatures of habit. The little one primarily resides in the underground base, and even when venturing outside, he is always under the protection of others. The most striking impression of the apocalyptic world is the countless lives lost and the multitude of monsters that have emerged. Furthermore, the food available has grown increasingly bland and monotonous. In truth, he harbors no substantial thoughts beyond this. In summary, he is merely someone who occasionally emerges from the base to observe the apocalypse, yet lacks the survival experience that others possess. Zhang Yin, though finding the little one's remarks rather speechless, considered for a moment before stating, "Recently, our top floor has been quite lively, although the elevator is out of service. So we must climb the stairs to reach it," the little one, recalling the scene he witnessed upon entering, exclaimed in disbelief, "Such a tall building, and you can still breathe after climbing it?" Zhang Yin, leading the group upstairs, cast a curious glance at the little one and remarked, "We are all ability users. Scaling this height is a piece of cake for us." All ability users? The little one stiffened, his pale complexion reminiscent of a white goose dangling by its neck. "Indeed, all ability users," Zhang Yin responded with a nonchalant expression, as if it were a matter of course. Yet, from a vantage point unseen by the little one, a glimmer of amusement danced in her eyes. This newcomer from the outside world is truly quite naive. Although Yanxi may appear simple-minded and his speech may also seem unrefined, the members of the Yin clan have traversed countless perilous encounters and emerged unscathed. How could they possibly be truly foolish? Yet, at this moment, with his lips tightly pressed together, Yanxi silently observed the little one, utterly devoid of the energy to speak. What sin had he committed to end up with such a teammate? With such a person, how could any research be conducted? Thankfully, they weren't studying living beings. Otherwise, they might end up losing their trousers entirely. The little one gasped for breath, staring at the rooftop, his eyes wide with astonishment. His gaze lingered on the earth, hesitating as he pondered, "Won't this cultivate a batch of mutated entities? It's merely planting. How could it mutate?" questioned several wood-type ability users, their expressions reflecting a bewilderment that surpassed that of the little one. Given that the plants outside have undergone changes, it stands to reason that what you cultivate may be similar. This is already our several batches of planting, and we have yet to witness any mutations. The group of wood-type ability users exchanged puzzled glances, regarding the little one as though he were speaking nonsense. The little one felt a twinge of confusion arise within him. How could this be? Through their research, they had discovered that those mutated plants contained a peculiar substance. They had examined various samples of mutated flora and found that each specimen shared this same component. Just as the little one wrestled with his thoughts, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The raindrops tinged with a faint red hue, reminiscent of the rain that had fallen a few days prior. The fine droplets pelted the little one's face, prompting him to reach out and touch them. Suddenly, he realized and exclaimed, "You can't let what you cultivate get rained on, or it will mutate." He barely had time to explain to them. The little one initially thought his words would provoke skepticism among the group, especially since he had just made statements that invited doubt without having clarified them. To his surprise, they reacted even more quickly than he did. Rushing to the side to press a button, in no time, a golden barrier gradually enveloped the rooftop, shrouding it in darkness. Shortly thereafter, he heard the sounds of rummaging. When the noise subsided, several beams of flashlight illuminated the rooftop. The little one felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, utterly astounded by the peculiarities of this base. His questions deepened. What kind of base is this? The wood-type ability users had no time for such musings. Due to the rain, the rooftop was sealed off, preventing any further operations. A group of individuals hurriedly descended the stairs. Zhang Yin led the little one and Yanxi in tandem with the larger group. As time passed, the sky grew darker. Following the instructions given by Guan Kaiwei, Zhang Yin wasted no time guiding Yanxi and the little one directly to the base's cafeteria. Before they even entered the cafeteria, the little one and Yanxi were already enticed by the aroma of the dishes. The familiar scent of food, which might have seemed unremarkable prior to the apocalypse, now overwhelmed them with its allure. Unquestionably, they swallowed hard in unison. The saliva that gathered in their mouths was beyond their control. This was not a matter of willpower. It was a primal physiological response. Had they never tasted such delights before? The mere scent would not have stirred such vivid thoughts. Yet, as Chinese individuals, who among them had not savored fragrant rice, who had not relished the taste of stir-fried meats, was this a feast prepared specifically for them? Zhang Yin, this is far too extravagant. We feel rather embarrassed, the little one said, swallowing again, his expression one of astonishment. Zhang Yin looked at the two with a steady gaze and replied, there is no need to feel embarrassed. The little one and Yin Si's words were merely common pleasantries among the Chinese, and they initially did not comprehend Zhang Yan's response. However, the moment they stepped through the doors of the cafeteria, they were greeted by a scene reminiscent of a hotel restaurant. The dining area had been tidied up and now bore a resemblance to a school cafeteria, with 3 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes, and a soup, all neatly arranged on the serving table, accompanied by a stack of serving trays. As mealtime approached, the once quiet cafeteria buzzed with lively chatter, while the little one and Yin Si stared in astonishment at the lavish spread before them. A group of people entered the cafeteria, laughing and chatting amongst themselves. Some greeted the little one and Yin Si amicably, while others went straight to collect their trays and serve themselves. Amidst this cheerful atmosphere, Zhang Yin suppressed her laughter and said to the two still in a daze, "Let's go get our food first. Otherwise, those meat dishes will be gone before we get to them, Dotto. Right?" The little one and Yin Si, still somewhat disoriented, instinctively followed Zhang Yin, grabbing trays to serve themselves. As they sat down at the dining table with their meals, they remained in a state of disbelief. The little one eagerly took a bite of the stir-fried meat, his gaze wandering among the individuals from Su Zhiyong's base. So, these people are accustomed to such luxurious meals. Suddenly, he felt a strong desire to switch teams. This revelation struck him harder than the realization that so many people on the rooftop were ability users. The former merely suggested that the awakening liquid in this base was likely genuine, accounting for the abundance of ability users. The latter nearly brought him to tears of envy. What kind of divine cuisine is this? The research team he belonged to had never experienced such treatment. It wasn't that they ate poorly, but the variety of dishes was far from this. After all, many vegetables had gone bad in the wake of the apocalypse. Chapter 70. Unwilling to trade for beauties before the allure of the feast, Yin Si and the little one unhesitatingly cast aside their fleeting thoughts, focusing solely on their meals. Having endured the deprivation of resources in the apocalypse, they would not trade their meal for even the most beautiful of companions. After finishing their meal, both men rubbed their full stomachs, finally able to contemplate other matters. "Zhang Yin, why are the dishes in your base so abundant?" Yin Si thought he was asking this question to gather information about Su Zhiyong's base, with no ulterior motives. The little one looked at Zhang Yin with wide eyes, filled with anticipation. Zhang Yin replied, "This is likely due to having a wealthy base leader. Of course, our base's wood-type ability users can now use their powers to begin cultivating vegetables. Although they are still quite weak since their awakening, it does help alleviate some of the pressure on our base leader." As she spoke, Zhang Yin momentarily drifted into thought about the pressure their base leader must feel, surrounded by so many hungry individuals. Yin Si and the little one exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a profound sense of sorrow. The little one muttered, "Is it too late to switch base leaders? That would likely lead to a fate worse than death. To fall from grace over mere food. How could you betray the Guo family's nurturing of you?" Yin Si shot a frustrated glare at the little one, thinking, who wouldn't want to change the base leader? But was that even a possibility? Since it wasn't, voicing such thoughts would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Thankfully, he was wise enough to discreetly convey his deep affection for the research base, hoping that in the future, he might hear some news that would allow him to visit more frequently. Meanwhile, as they busied themselves with business dealings alongside Guan Kaiwei at the research base, Su Zhiyong found himself seated in a photo studio, plagued by a headache. This place offered no food or drink and had little foot traffic. It was relatively clean, making it a decent spot to hide from the rain. Watching the gentle drizzle outside, his left ear twitched as he turned to glance at the murky end of the street. Just as Su Zhiyong focused his gaze there, a group of 10 individuals stumbled toward him. "Has that ghastly creature come after us?" he pondered. Not sensing any commotion, he wondered if the sound of the rain had dulled his hearing. After the rain began, he felt as though the sensation of being hunted had faded. Now, it was entirely absent. Could it be that they had finally escaped that wretched thing? "Have you noticed? We haven't seen any zombies along the way." It seemed that as the rain fell, the zombies wandering outside gradually diminished. Was there something amiss with this rain? Sounds echoed from the end of the street into Su Zhiyong's ears. He listened intently and discerned that the manner of speaking among these individuals suggested they were unlikely to be seasoned farmers. In such a vast and chaotic city as IC City, especially after the apocalypse, people tended to avoid one another. Su Zhiyong believed that finding someone with agricultural expertise might require a stroke of luck. The voices grew increasingly closer. Reclining in his chair, Su Zhiyong gazed absently at the rain outside. With no one of his desired caliber in sight, he ceased to concern himself with the group passing by in that direction. A dozen individuals walked along the street, their expressions anxious as the crimson rain fell from the sky point. One among them voiced his concern, pondering whether they might catch a cold. Suddenly, one of them, eyes widening, fixated on the person sitting conspicuously in the photography studio. Another inhaled sharply and murmured, "Could it be a mutated zombie?" Mutated zombies, much like those with special abilities, had awakened to a form of power. The varieties of these abilities were numerous, and no one knew their exact count. In these dire times, even a normal person would be cautious while seeking shelter from the rain in a photography studio. At the very least, they would exercise vigilance. Unlike the individual inside, who appeared utterly unconcerned, prompting the group to share a collective thought upon noticing Su Zhiyong. "Should we take a detour? It seems the zombie hasn't noticed us yet." One suggested. "Wait," another interjected, "I don't think he's a zombie. Although he is facing away from us, his clothes seem quite clean. Zombies shouldn't maintain such cleanliness, right?" In an attempt to persuade others to agree with his viewpoint, he added softly, "After all, it's been nearly half a month since the apocalypse began. If he were a zombie, he would have surely become filthy by now, and if he were bitten and turned, he would undoubtedly show signs of disarray. Look at that shirt of his. It could easily have been ironed." Tao Xiaodong, a dapper young man who had taken pride in his appearance even before the end of the world, felt a pang of sadness as he spoke. After glancing down at his own foul-smelling attire, he mentally wept, feeling as pitiful as a 200-pound behemoth. A special abilities user decisively stated, "It seems so. You all stay here. We'll go check it out." After a brief discussion, 3 special abilities users, including Tao Xiaodong, approached the photography studio. As they drew nearer, standing at the entrance, Su Zhiyong turned to look at them. Startled, the 3 felt their hearts skip a beat and immediately froze in place. Tao Xiaodong cautiously asked, "Excuse me, brother, aren't you worried about the danger of lingering here?" He refrained from asking the foolish question of whether the individual was human or zombie. As long as he received a response to his current inquiry, it would suffice to reveal the truth. Su Zhiyong had already overheard their conversation and recognized their suspicion regarding his nature. Lazily bending one leg, he replied nonchalantly, "If you have the time to play tricks with me, you might as well hurry and seek shelter from the rain with your companions. Even zombies are avoiding this downpour," suggesting it's likely problematic. Of course, until the very end, no one could ascertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Su Zhiyong pondered for a moment before adding, "I'm not a zombie." A sigh of relief escaped Dai Ningda beside Tao Xiaodong. He didn't fear humans. It was zombies that terrified him. If this person were indeed a zombie, clean and tidy as he appeared, he could potentially be quite formidable, much like those depicted in television dramas. Given their current exhausted state, encountering a high-level zombie would be akin to courting death. However, Tao Xiaodong's focus lay elsewhere. He inquired, "Brother, do you mean that zombies are hiding from the rain?" The notion that mindless creatures, driven solely by hunger, would seek refuge from the rain struck Tao Xiaodong as utterly absurd. Yet, he simultaneously grasped the gravity of the situation. In terms of physical resilience, they, as living beings, stood no chance against zombies, who feared nothing but death. Dai Ningda came to a similar realization, and the 3 hastily returned to their group, urging them towards the photography studio. Just as Tao Xiaodong was about to lead his companions inside, Su Zhiyong pointed to the opposite side and advised, "I suggest you go across the street." Upon hearing this, some individuals shot Su Zhiyong angry glares. They thought it unreasonable to be redirected after having arrived at the entrance. Su Zhiyong glanced at them and remarked, "I couldn't care less. I'm merely concerned that you might regret it." Tao Xiaodong, flabbergasted, thought he must have misheard, for the atmosphere surrounding the individual in the photography studio seemed off. Exchanging wary glances with Dai Ningda, they opted not to provoke a confrontation and directly led their group across the street to another storefront for shelter. The interior was filthy and chaotic, littered with severed limbs as they stepped inside. A putrid stench assaulted their senses. Tao Xiaodong furrowed his brow and instructed, "Everyone, let South tidy this place up. We don't know how long this rain will last. We should prepare to stay the night." The rain intensified, and darkness grad. Isn't it the case that the individual from the photography studio is suspected of possessing spatial abilities? Li Qing remarked. Isn't it obvious that this person is associated with the space element? Why the uncertainty? a dual-element ability wielder. In our northern base, the only one is the base leader. Such individuals are truly favored by the heavens. Tao Xiaodong felt a pang of envy. Su Zhiyong's dual abilities sparked a fervent discussion among Tao Xiaodong and his companions. In the midst of their conversation, an unexpected wave of spicy aroma wafted through the air. The familiar scent abruptly silenced everyone, their smiles fading, as they stiffly turned their gazes towards the photography studio. Gulp! The stillness was pierced by the sound of someone swallowing. Tao Xiaodong exclaimed, "Hot pot!" As the group snapped back to reality, they indeed saw the individual from the photography studio tossing in bags of hot pot base. Dai Ningda exclaimed, "Is this the apocalypse? Is this a picnic?" The crowd responded in unison, "What on earth? What kind of miraculous being is this?" "Oh, I get it." Dai Ningda fixed a mysterious gaze on the person across the street. Everyone turned to him, faces adorned with question marks. Dai Ningda explained, "This is someone with connections." Others responded with confusion. Dai Ningda added, "The evidence is compelling. The person from the photography studio is a relative of zombies. Otherwise, who would dare to act so brazenly?" Li Qing sighed, "It could also be a fool." Dai Ningda countered, "Look at their skilled handling. It's clear they've done this before. If they were really foolish, they would have perished in a zombie's jaws long ago, so they must be connected." The group pondered. Finding some merit in his argument, Tao Xiaodong, with a serious demeanor, interjected, "Enough with the banter. Remain vigilant. If anything seems off, we must make a swift exit. Their actions will inevitably attract zombies." Dai Ningda swallowed hard and murmured, "Do zombies have such a keen sense of smell? The aroma is more likely to attract people or mutated animals." Chapter 72. Foraging for vegetables. Tao Xiaodong frowned at Dai Ningda. "Oh no." The death glare. Dai Ningda rolled his eyes internally, but suddenly his gaze froze, pointing excitedly. He is foraging. Foraging?" The group looked on in confusion. Inside the photography studio, Su Zhiyong was lowering bowls of prepped meat into the hot pot: beef, shrimp dumplings, quail eggs, tripe. The common hot pot ingredients before the apocalypse were now submerging in the pot, captivating the attention of Tao Xiaodong and his companions. Su Zhiyong had grown accustomed to the envious stares directed at him since the apocalypse. He simply thought the fire was simmering a bit slowly, but he occasionally used his Tai True Fire to speed things up. If not for the concern that the fire might melt the pot, he would have wished for the water to boil instantly. While waiting for the food to cook, Su Zhiyong pondered and decided to open the task panel. Main system task: expand the safety base's notoriety and influence. 1,000 people. Status: unfinished. Subtask 1. Kill 10 second-tier zombies. Status: unfinished. Subtask 2. Have 100 residents. Status: completed. He opened the safety base panel. Name: what on earth? Safety base level: level 1. Current resident count: 143. Rules: no malicious killing or attacks within the safety base's protective shield. Otherwise, a punishment mechanism will be triggered. The host has absolute control over the safety base. Safety shield: 1030M unlocked. Task hall to unlock: warehouse, farm, ranch. Level 2 upgrade conditions: resident count reaches 100. Upgrade the hall. Status: upgrade available. Su Zhiyong noticed the upgradable task hall, stating, "I hadn't realized this could be upgraded." He wondered what an upgraded task hall would look like, contemplated for a second, and clicked to upgrade. Instantly, the task hall panel information transformed. Name: what on earth? Safety base level: level 1. Current resident count: 143. Rules: no malicious killing or attacks within the safety base's protective shield. Otherwise, a punishment mechanism will be triggered. The host has absolute control over the safety base. Safety shield: 1030M unlocked. Task hall, level 2, to unlock. Warehouse, farm, ranch. Level 1 warehouse opening condition: gather 10 types of mutated biological samples. What are mutated biological samples? Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow, the aroma wafting in, and as he contemplated, he took out bowls and chopsticks from the system space, immediately ready to eat for that so-called warehouse. By its name, Su Zhiyong estimated it was meant for storage. Whether it opened or not didn't significantly impact him, considering he had the system space. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sounds of swallowing echoed continuously. Across the street, Tao Xiaodong and the others rubbed their bellies, eyes gleaming with desire. Dai Ningda remarked, "Honestly, if the other party weren't so bizarre, I might consider resorting to robbery for a meal, and I wouldn't even feel guilty about it." In the pre-apocalypse world, even he would have deemed such an act impossible. Now, after more than 10 days of apocalypse, Dai Ningda felt his moral compass subtly fracturing. Gulp. Another member of the group said, "It's precisely because they're so strange that I too feel tempted to our it's been ages since I've had a proper meal, let alone hot pot." Tao Xiaodong, noticing everyone's attention drawn to the photography studio, frowned. "Our longevity is not due to our overwhelming strength, but rather our unity and caution. Do not risk your lives for mere food." Had these words been spoken before the apocalypse, everyone would have laughed. Yet in this new world, food equates to life and is currently the only hard currency available. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Dai Ningda stood up in irritation, pulled out an iron lunchbox from his backpack, and headed toward the photography studio. Tao Xiaodong's expression darkened instantly. "Xiao Dai, what are you planning to do?" He detested anyone whose recklessness could bring disaster upon the team, so his tone was quite serious. Dai Ningda paused, scratched his cheek, and chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just going to ask for some hot pot broth to soak my dry buns." His dry buns were provisions prepared by his family before he left the base. The others exchanged glances, involuntarily observing Dai Ningda's usually proud demeanor, and murmured, "No matter how formidable one is, they can still be humbled by a hot pot." However, Dai Ningda's words sparked a new idea among the group, and they watched his retreating figure, feeling restless. If they couldn't partake in the hot pot, could they not at least savor the broth? The two establishments were not far apart, and with Su Zhiyong's strength, he could easily hear everything happening across the street. Therefore, when Dai Ningda approached him, Su Zhiyong remained unfazed, casually continuing to fish out ingredients for the hot pot. The pot bubbled over the fire, the rich red broth crackling. The spicy aroma relentlessly invaded Dai Ningda's nostrils. He swallowed hard and mustered the courage to speak. "Brother, do you still need the broth after finishing your hot pot?" Su Zhiyong, surprised, assumed he intended to make a request immediately. He was taken aback that someone who appeared quite formidable was speaking so politely in front of him. Seeing that Su Zhiyong continued to eat without responding, Dai Ningda awkwardly added, "Or, if you need anything, I could offer you a trade." Just as Dai Ningda, a southerner, was on the verge of internally lamenting over missing out on a hot pot meal, he finally heard the owner of the hot pot speak, and "Oh need. If you want to eat, just sit down." Su Zhiyong glanced at the pot, which still had plenty of food left. There was no point in saving leftovers. He certainly wouldn't store unfinished hot pot in the system space. Dai Ningda stood there in shock, still processing Su Zhiyong's words. 5 seconds later, he finally registered the implication, incredulously asking, "Really? If you don't want to eat, you can leave." Su Zhiyong replied nonchalantly, "No. No." Dai Ningda was almost ecstatic, immediately pulling out his iron lunchbox, typically used for instant noodles, and began to eat heartily. The remaining members of Tao Xiaodong's group were left astounded. One of them swallowed hard and voiced what they were all thinking. "Am I watching myself devour food like that? Is it too late for me to join?" Just as this person spoke, they felt the gaze from the photography studio land on them, sending a shiver down their spine. "Did the person from the photography studio just look at us?" they cautiously inquired, doubting their own perception. How could that person possibly be looking at them? Chapter 73. Such oddities as this individual reached the threshold, they hesitated in their steps. Could they really be looking at me? Their suspicion grew stronger, shifting from surprise to unease. What a joke. How could a mere ordinary person not feel anxious under such scrutiny? As this person voiced their doubts, the others, half-jokingly, began to glance over. "Though you think you're a beauty, that anyone would look at you. He might feel uniquely distinct, haha. Perhaps it is due to your incessant prattling that he wishes to discern who possesses such audacity." The very next moment, the atmosphere tensed, and everyone stood rigidly, transfixed by the sight of a pair of chopsticks darting towards them from the photo studio. A terrified scream erupted from the individual standing at the entrance. He watched helplessly as the chopsticks drew ever closer, their size enlarging within the confines of his pupils. The others were equally immobilized by the spectacle. The speed was so swift that they had no opportunity to react in the blink of an eye. As the onlookers feared for their companion's safety, a harrowing cry resounded. The sudden sound beside them sent shivers down their spines. What was that? The crowd stared in shock and bewilderment at the ground. Just outside the storefront, a creature the size of a teacup lay on the ground, a mere step away from their teammate at the entrance. Was that a dog? Others expressed their confusion. Are dogs really that small? It's barely the size of a palm. One might easily overlook it. Dai Ningda remained oblivious from the moment the incident occurred until its conclusion. He first witnessed the peculiar individual hurl something in the direction of his teammate, followed by a scream, while his companion stood frozen in place, and a tiny creature fell at his feet. It resembled the kind of small pet dog one might have deliberately bred before the apocalypse. Regardless of what it was, its sudden appearance had gone unnoticed by anyone. If not for the individual opposite them, someone might have been harmed. His teammate, with a louder voice, did not lower his tone intentionally. Hearing the commotion from his companion's side, Dai Ningda felt compelled to express his gratitude to Su Zhiyong. Thank you for your timely assistance. Had it not been for your keen eyes, we would surely have reacted only after an incident had occurred. Tao Xiaodong had already approached and bowed slightly to Su Zhiyong, expressing his thanks. Others in the storefront also raised their voices in sincere gratitude. No worries, merely a speed-type evolved dog, coupled with its small size. It is quite natural that we did not react in time to its stealthy attack. As Su Zhiyong spoke, he extended his hand towards the direction of the dog lying on the ground. The creature seemed to respond to the gesture, appearing before him. Just as the dog was about to make contact with his hand, he retracted his abilities. The small body of the dog collapsed onto the ground. Su Zhiyong swiftly incinerated the pet dog's corpse, collecting the crystalline nucleus within its brain into the system's space. Although it was an evolved creature, it posed no toxicity to in fact, consuming it could even be beneficial for human health. However, Su Zhiyong had no intention of eating this small dog. After all, it had been a pet before the apocalypse, even if it had undergone evolution. He simply could not bring himself to consume it. The onlookers were utterly impressed by Su Zhiyong's actions. Once Tao Xiaodong and Dai Ningda, carrying a bowl of hot pot ingredients, returned to their teammates, they lowered their voices and began to whisper. Wow, no wonder he dares to be so ostentatious. Exterminating evolved creatures in the blink of an eye. His strength is formidable. It is unimaginable that a human could possess such terrifying power. With such strength, I believe it's best if we refrain from discussing it too much. One never knows who might be listening. The air suddenly fell silent for a second as everyone exchanged glances, as if nothing had transpired. Someone jealously remarked, "Look at Dai Ningda, feasting and sweating profusely. That's just too much. He should hand over the food in his hands, so we can all share this spicy predicament. I find that reasonable, but dear siblings, how can we bear to let Dai Ningda suffer alone?" The crowd chimed in. Regardless of how powerful that individual in the photo studio may be, let's first enjoy this visible feast before us. Su Zhiyong's lips twitched. He realized that, following this incident, the group he had expected to become more cautious was now instead preoccupied with competing for food. He wondered what was going on in their minds. The crowd thought, "We have someone capable of assisting us nearby." Their spirits were lifted and excitement brewed. If Su Zhiyong were to know their thoughts, he might even cheer them on. After finishing the hot pot, Su Zhiyong tidied up, glancing at the sky to estimate when the persistent drizzle might cease. The rain was not heavy, but it showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. He sighed internally, knowing he could only wait idly. After all, he wanted neither to be drenched nor to wield an umbrella. Were it a typical rain, he could use his abilities to create a rain shield. However, this rain was beyond his abilities to shield against it. Seemed that humanity's powers had yet to reach a level where they could afford to waste their abilities on such trivial matters as a rain shield. Otherwise, this situation would quickly become apparent to everyone, and they would regard the rain with greater trepidation. In the middle of the night, the teammates on duty noticed something amiss with several individuals who had fallen asleep. They hurriedly roused Tao Xiaodong and Dai Ningda. Something's wrong. Upon hearing the duty officer's words, Tao Xiaodong and Dai Ningda instantly shook off their drowsiness and sprang into action. After a thorough examination, Tao Xiaodong's expression turned somber as he remarked, "These individuals have elevated body temperatures, as if they are running a fever." With all the commotion, those who could awaken had already done so, except for the 7 or 8 still lying on the ground. "We are not evolved beings. We are all robust individuals. A little rain should not weaken us like this," remarked Dai Ningda in confusion. Someone spoke up. "Could it be the rain?" Li Qing glanced at the individuals on the ground, a troubling suspicion forming in her mind. "Do you see their condition? It resembles the onset of a zombie infection, doesn't it?" The group's hearts raced, their breath hitching. They instinctively directed their gazes towards those lying on the ground. After a prolonged silence, Tao Xiaodong finally spoke hoarsely. Yet they have not been scratched by any zombies. Just observing their state, the more they looked, the more it resembled that of an infection, chilling them to the bone. Perhaps it is indeed the rain's doing. Perhaps it carries a virus. This was the first thought that crossed their minds. Though they dared not acknowledge it, they instinctively sought to avoid such a notion. While others could evade the thought, Tao Xiaodong, as the leader of the group, had to force himself to contemplate the consequences. His voice trembled slightly, laden with tension as he instructed, Dai Ningda, go gather supplies. First, tie them up, and then we'll take good care of them. In the apocalypse, if one remains conscious, no one wishes to be bound. For they are always prepared to flee, even evolved beings. Being tied up creates an inherent sense of vulnerability, as if danger could strike at any moment. Chapter 74, A Gamble Unaffordable. Yes, Captain. Yet Dai Ningda hesitated before voicing this statement, leading everyone into action. After all, many others were present. They could not afford to take chances. They had no choice but to temporarily bind those burning with fever on the ground. How much medicine do we have left that can treat fevers? Tao Xiaodong looked towards Li Qing, who was responsible for safeguarding this aspect of their supplies. There is a box of anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing medicine. It should suffice for them, though we do not know if it will be effective. Let us try giving it to them with bottled water first. Li Qing called 2 individuals to assist in administering the medicine to their feverish teammates, then covered them with the thin blankets they had. They could only attempt physical cooling to see if it would induce sweating. Hearing Li Qing's words, everyone felt a whirlwind of emotions. They couldn't help but ponder. If this fever truly results from the blood rain outside, will the medicine and physical cooling even work? In truth, it did not. Time would reveal that their companions had begun to tremble. Su Zhiyong sensed the increasingly sorrowful atmosphere and opened his eyes. Approaching. Would you mind switching to another base? A group of individuals watched in a daze as the prominent figure from the photo studio approached, their minds still clouded by sadness. It was only when they heard him speak that they were rendered speechless. Genuinely perplexed by his intentions, Tao Xiaodong's pupils dilated in disbelief at the sight of this influential figure casually approaching to recruit them amidst such dire circumstances. Yes, Tao Xiaodong quickly realized that this person was also from another base, now attempting to recruit their group. Such a down-to-earth action made Tao Xiaodong's lips twitch involuntarily. The lofty perception he had constructed of Su Zhiyong shattered into fragments. Su Zhiyong raised an eyebrow. Join my base, and I can assist in treating those on the ground. Later, they can gradually repay the treatment costs. He truly is a benevolent leader. After all, not everyone is willing to accept debts. You can save them? Tao Xiaodong and the others were taken aback, their mouths agape as they stared at Su Zhiyong. Su Zhiyong smirked. It's a small matter. Our base has medicine that can treat them. And not only that, we also possess drugs that can awaken abilities. Tao Xiaodong and his companions fell silent. Why did it sound so implausible? Just a moment ago, they regarded him as a prominent figure. But now they observed the glimmer of a pyramid scheme emanating from him. Dai Ningda voiced a soul-searching question. Why would such a capable individual resort to swindling? The group silently pondered. Reaching a consensus, this influential figure was willing to resort to any means to recruit members for his base. Clearly, with his strength, he could easily conquer some individuals to join. Why resort to mere persuasion? Observing the assistance rendered by the other party, even though they were currently in a foul mood due to their teammate's predicament, Tao Xiaodong refrained from expressing any anger. Instead, he gazed at Su Zhiyong with a somewhat complicated expression and remarked, "In truth, you need not have taken such measures. Perhaps if you were honest, others might be inclined to assist." Su Zhiyong, perplexed, thought to himself, how could it be that these individuals not only lacked faith, but had also wandered into a realm of skepticism from which they could not be retrieved? Nevertheless, he decided to first attend to one of their injured comrades. Among the group, one young woman appeared most prone to succumbing to zombification, so he resolved to treat her first. Su Zhiyong pointed to a young woman bound on the ground. Clad in athletic wear, her robust physique indicating years of rigorous training, he produced a vial of diluted elixir, the antidote available in the base's mission hall, and forcefully poured it into her mouth. The onlookers murmured, "The esteemed one seems more like a charlatan now." Were it not for Su Zhiyong having previously rescued them, and the liquid resembling mere water, they would have certainly objected to his actions. However, at that moment, Tao Xiaodong, feeling a headache coming on, stepped forward and said, "Esteemed one, we are fine here. Please return to rest in these perilous times. A moment's rest could fortify your spirit against the dangers ahead." Stripping away the pleasantries, Su Zhiyong interpreted this as, "Esteemed one, if you do not rest, we still need to, for tomorrow presents even graver challenges. Please do not torment us further." It had been a long time since anyone had doubted him. Su Zhiyong, intrigued, touched his own nose and chuckled. "In 10 minutes, your teammate shall awaken." He observed that this group still retained some semblance of humanity, which sparked his interest in recruiting them. After all, with the current population task completed, the next phase would demand even greater numbers, the crowd thought. It's quite absurd. Yet they clung to a glimmer of hope, wishing for their increasingly deteriorating companion to awaken normally. This hope felt almost like a luxury. 10 minutes, though seemingly brief, stretched out excruciatingly in this context. The flush on her face subsided. No more trembling, no more trembling. Is she still warm? The group kept their eyes on the female teammate who had been administered the antidote. Soon noticing a change in her condition, Li Qing stepped forward, gently touching her cheek and forehead. Her hand trembled uncontrollably, and when she felt a slightly warm temperature, tears of joy nearly sprang forth. "The fever has broken. It has broken." Li Qing, in disbelief, turned to Su Zhiyong, her heart racing as the question that had been swirling in her mind escaped her lips. "Is the awakening liquid and antidote you mentioned real?" "Indeed," Su Zhiyong affirmed with a smile. The others turned their eager gazes toward him, each equally eager for confirmation. If what the esteemed one had just said was not merely a ploy akin to a pyramid scheme to recruit for his own base, but indeed the truth. What could this imply? A wave of fervor surged through the group, their eyes fixated on Su Zhiyong. "Absolutely," Su Zhiyong asserted with conviction, though he felt somewhat disheartened, wondering if he now exuded an aura of a charlatan. "Esteemed one, where is your base?" "We intend to return and bring our families to your base immediately." Yes, we shall go at once. No matter the distance, I can accompany you right now." With a resounding clamor, the group buzzed with excitement, their minds racing with thoughts of following Su Zhiyong to his base. Yet they did not forget to check on their still unconscious companions. "Esteemed one, our comrades lying on the ground are also willing to go." "Exceedingly willing to go." Yes, and our comrades on the ground. If only you could save them." Su Zhiyong produced several bottles of the antidote and handed them to Tao Xiaodong, instructing quickly, "Have your remaining teammates take this." He then addressed those standing. "I still need to find experienced farmers. For now, I cannot take you to the base." "Farmers?" The first young woman to awaken after receiving the antidote, Kanna, stirred in confusion upon hearing Su Zhiyong's words from across the room. "Kanna, you're awake?" The group, upon hearing her voice, rushed over with delight. "How do you feel? Are you still unwell? After you fainted, you exhibited symptoms of zombification, and the esteemed one administered the antidote." Li Qing explained to the bewildered Kanna amidst the commotion. Others nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Yes, Kanna, the esteemed 1S base not only has antidotes for the zombie virus, but also awakening liquids. He wants us to relocate to his base. We shall no longer fear being harmed by zombies. And we have the chance to awaken our abilities." The more they spoke, the quieter their voices became, as they noticed Kanna's expression growing peculiar. She seemed hesitant, confused, and utterly shocked, a complex amalgamation of emotions. Even Dai Ningda could not help but murmur, "Kanna, do you feel unwell?" The fervor of the crowd instantly cooled, their gazes filled with trepidation as they observed Kanna. The uncertainty was palpable, leaving them restless. Who would wish to discover that the promise of an antidote and awakening abilities was simply a ruse? Fortunately, in the next moment, Kanna shook her head in denial. "But what is it?" Tao Xiaodong interjected. The group, both curious and anxious, awaited Kanna's response. Su Zhiyong cast a discerning glance at Kanna, understanding her dilemma. Kanna hesitantly confessed, "I think I might have abilities." She looked around, seeking validation from the others. The crowd's emotions were a tumultuous mix. Dai Ningda furrowed his brow and said, "Kanna, is this something you should know best? Could it be that your mind is still muddled from waking?" Kanna was widely recognized as merely an ordinary person with decent agility, a fact well known within the team. Thus, the moment Dai Ningda spoke, others nodded in agreement, contemplating. Surely, she must be disoriented. Otherwise, how could she entertain such fanciful notions? Just as this thought crossed their minds, they witnessed Kanna extend a finger. The crowd, puzzled by her actions, gasped as a small flame flickered to life at the tip of her finger. The group exclaimed in astonishment. "What is happening?" Tao Xiaodong gasped, realizing she had manifested fire-based abilities. The onlookers stared at Kanna in disbelief. Su Zhiyong remarked, "After being injured by a zombie and consuming the antidote, there is a minuscule chance of awakening abilities. It seems Kanna possesses remarkable potential." Reflecting on his own previous experiences, Su Zhiyong felt a pang of envy, acutely aware of his own lack of aptitude. Indeed, the weight of disappointment was ever-present. As Su Zhiyong sighed, he locked eyes with Kanna, who stood at the center of the gathering, her gaze piercing. Not comprehending her intent, Su Zhiyong wondered why she was staring at him so intently. Kanna, now devoid of her earlier confusion, urgently asked, "Esteemed one, are you truly searching for farmers with planting experience?" "Yes," Su Zhiyong replied, his eyes narrowing, sensing he might have found a lead. "May I confirm that your quest for farmers is indeed for the purpose of cultivation?" Kanna's heart raced, her eyes fixed unwaveringly upon him. It was an obvious conclusion. Su Zhiyong chuckled. "My base is in need of such talent." "Talent?" A hint of absurdity flickered in the minds of the onlookers. Yet in this apocalyptic world, expertise in agriculture might just be considered a valuable asset. Is that not so? They silently questioned themselves. Regardless of others' perceptions, Kanna declared excitedly, "Esteemed one, my grandfather is a farmer. He has cultivated the land his entire life. He is currently at the base where I reside." As the gentle, blood-tinged drizzle subsided, a team emerged near the northern base of the city. Unlike the disheveled and weary return teams from the northern base, this group radiated vitality, with few members appearing injured. Observers unfamiliar with this team speculated about their strength. Meanwhile, those within the group were in high spirits, chattering animatedly. This morning, when Captain Tao sought the esteemed one, a vine suddenly sprang forth from the photography studio. I suspect it was a second-tier anomalous plant. The esteemed one merely moved his hand, and that anomalous plant was dispatched. I wanted to exclaim that while the esteemed one is present, I dared not speak, waiting until we returned to the base to share my thoughts. We ought to hasten our return, gather our families and belongings. We cannot keep the esteemed one waiting too long. Indeed, although we were granted 2 hours, we still need to pack and persuade our families. Time may not suffice. Thus, a group of individuals unconsciously accelerated towards the base. Outside the base, Su Zhiyong sat cross-legged on a large rock. He was not far from the base and had originally intended to accompany them inside to have a look. However, considering the possibility of appearing at the entrance of another's base to poach their members, and brazenly entering, would be excessively provocative. To avoid any awkwardness, Su Zhiyong opted to wait outside. He observed the comings and goings at the entrance, reminiscent of watching rows of carrots being harvested in someone else's field. Su Zhiyong pondered, if someone were to poach from his base, it would be akin to plucking carrots from his own bowl, snatching away his sustenance. With this thought, he felt even more uncomfortable gazing at the base ahead. Were it not for the inadequate self-defense capabilities of these individuals, he would not have chosen to linger at the entrance of another's base. A passerby, noticing Su Zhiyong seated on the rock, kindly reminded him, "It's quite dangerous for a young man like you to sit outside. Why not go inside?" Observing the rosy complexion and immaculate appearance of Su Zhiyong, it was evident he had been well protected and had not endured the harsh realities of the apocalypse. The passerby couldn't help but think that if a zombie were to appear now, would this young man not crumble in fear? Hearing this, Su Zhiyong smiled faintly, replying, "It's all right that it's cool here, just enjoying the breeze." The passerby, perplexed, thought he must have encountered someone rather peculiar. Nevertheless, he continued, "Although this area appears safe with patrols, there are still occasional zombies that slip through. You should head back quickly." After saying this, the passerby paid little mind to whether Su Zhiyong responded and continued on towards the base. Muttering under his breath, "I wonder whose son this is, so carefree." Su Zhiyong sighed internally. It was hot. Yet this stone was shaded and breezy. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? Had his face become so untrustworthy? A fleeting sense of melancholy washed over him. He propped his chin on his hand, estimating that the base housed at least several thousand people. He was taken aback. It had been only about half a month since the apocalypse began, yet the northern city base had amassed such a crowd. glancing at others and then at his own base's residents. Su Zhiyong felt a pang of envy. He consoled himself, thinking, it's mainly because I am selective. It's not that no one wants to come. He made an effort to ignore the fact that he had essentially turned away only the group that had caused trouble on the rooftop. Chapter 76. A matter of fate. Just as Su Zhiyong was comforting himself, 3 young girls, each possessing their own charm, strolled towards the northern city base. Wei visited so many places in Icy City. Yet Wei never encountered him, one girl mumbled, completely shedding her aloof demeanor in front of others, her delicate nose scrunching adorably. This sort of thing relies on fate. He is so formidable, surely nothing will happen to him. Icy City is not that large. As long as he hasn't left, we will eventually meet. Another girl chimed in. Exactly, I think so too, the 3 girls murmured among themselves, as they approached the base entrance. One of them suddenly halted. The others instinctively leaned in to listen. What is wrong? You guys, look, isn't that? The excited voice, tinged with familiarity, caught Su Zhiyong's attention, prompting him to glance in that direction. To his surprise, he recognized Luo Xiaoya, Zhang Kai, and Han Yinyan. Zhang Kai and the others had already identified the man seated cross-legged on the large rock. The trio of young women flitted towards Su Zhiyong, their joy akin to that of birds taking flight. Sugu, what are you doing here? We've been at the northern city base for so long and haven't crossed paths at all. Where do you live in the base? We'll come to see you often. They were elated, not expecting that the person they had been eager to meet resided in the same base. It seemed their previous luck had simply been poor, having not encountered him even once during this time. Su Zhiyong smiled faintly, thinking to himself how awkward this was. His presence here could easily lead to misunderstandings about him being a member of the northern city base. Maintaining a composed facade, he greeted them calmly. It's been a while. Zhang Kai nodded, her eyes slightly reddened. Indeed, Sugu, it has truly been a long time. If it weren't for your assistance, we young girls would have been unable to protect our families. Let alone ourselves. Yes, thanks to Sugu's help back then, Han Yinyan affirmed vigorously. Without any abilities, she had been utterly incapable of reaching her family, and might have faced a tragic fate like some other women. Luo Xiaoya, feeling a bit shy, asked, Sugu, would you like to come to our house for a meal? My home is right next to Zhang Kai and Yinyan's. Su Zhiyong rubbed his forehead. Feeling compelled to clarify, no, I don't live in the northern city base. I have some matters to attend to for now. So let us postpone the meal for another time. Sugu, doesn't he live in the northern city base? Then where do you live? We should move to the base where Sugu resides. Zhang Kai gazed at Su Zhiyong eagerly. Her mother had perished at the onset of this catastrophe, and without Su Zhiyong, she would have fared no better. Her, living in the same place as Su Zhiyong would evoke a long-lost sense of security. Ever since parting ways with Su Zhiyong, every single day felt devoid of safety. Even with the presence of Luo Xiaoya and Han Yinyan, both rare second-tier ability users, in this ravaged country, she felt no sense of belonging whatsoever. Moved to his base. Su Zhiyong's eyes flickered as he entered a state of contemplation. If you wish to relocate to the city center, do so quickly. I happen to be here to bring people along. It would be beneficial to have more ability users at my base. In this current world, being weak was a sin. That quickly? Luo Xiaoya exclaimed in surprise. The 3 girls exchanged glances, almost in unison, making a decision. They didn't even have time to reminisce with Su Zhiyong. Sugu, wait for us. We'll be back to pack up ASAP. The northern city base. A young man hurried towards the administrative hall of the base leader. Hey, Lao Shi, why are you in such a rush? I need to find the base leader for something. Can't chat now, Lao Shi replied hastily, not slowing his pace as he dashed towards the leader's office. What is going on? Sensing something was amiss, the other followed suit. Base leader. Lao Shi burst into the room. There's been an incident. What incident? The northern city base leader, who was polishing his collection of firearms, looked at Lao Shi with a stern expression. No matter what happens, don't panic. No, base leader, Lao Shi urged. Weren't you the one who told me to keep an eye on those 3 flowers? I had my men stationed nearby, and today those 3 girls are packing to move. Moving? The base leader queried, puzzled. Where are they moving to? He sensed something was off. If they were just relocating within the base, Lao Shi wouldn't be this frantic. A sense of foreboding began to creep into the leader's mind. If they were planning to leave, it would be a significant blow to their base, which only had 6 or 7 second-tier ability users. Lao Shi, filled with concern, said, Base leader, We can't let them go. We must find a way to keep them here. Moreover, in this apocalypse, their departure would not only weaken the base's strength, but also jeopardize its safety. Let us go. The base leader, his expression grave, led the way towards the residence of their three prized flowers. As they made their way, residents of the northern city base observed the scene and whispered among themselves. The base leader doesn't look too happy. Something must have happened. While they chatted, someone interjected, "Have you heard? Tao Xiaodong and his group are planning to move. Our northern city base is quite large in Ice Sea City, and the base leader is fair. Where do they think they're going?" Hearing the conversation among the three, many gathered around. An elderly woman who lived near Zhang Kai and her friends said, "This is something. My son went out today to do base tasks, clearing zombies nearby, and he saw our three flowers rushing back home. Curious, he followed and found these three young ladies packing their things, planning to move." What? The onlookers were astonished. Some speculated, are both groups planning to move today? They must be going to the same place. Having heard that these two groups had no known connection, they wondered how closely they had become acquainted. Shall we follow and take a look? This old lady lives nearby. She can lead us if it's true. They must have found a safer place to live in the apocalypse. Nothing was more crucial than securing safe shelter, food, and water. Hearing this, a crowd quickly formed, heading towards the residence of Zhang Kai and her friends. Compared to Tao Xiaodong, they were far more concerned about Zhang Kai's group. After all, almost everyone in the northern city base knew of these three young, beautiful second-tier ability users. Chapter 77. Why the sudden move? Although it serves as a base, the area of the northern base is comparable to that of a university in the pre-apocalyptic world. Shortly after, the base leaders arrived at the residence of Zhang Kai and her companions. Han Yinyan's elder sister was the first to spot the arrival of the base leaders and hurriedly informed the others. "Sister, please assist Dad and the others in packing. I will go with Zhang Kai to receive the base leaders," Han Yinyan instructed, before turning to seek out Zhang Kai and Luo Xiaoya. She pondered the reasons behind the base leaders' visit. "Base leaders, please have a seat." Zhang Kai's mother had turned into a zombie, and her father had unfortunately been bitten. She returned home only to fetch her surviving aunt, resulting in a diminished household. Hence, they welcomed the two base leaders into their home. What could the base leaders possibly want with the three sisters? Luo Xiaoya stood silently behind Zhang Kai, her words unspoken. The base leaders were captivated by the three young women, oblivious to the fact that Tao Xiaodong's team had already begun to lead their group outside the base. "I have heard that the three of you intend to relocate. Is that indeed true?" The base leader inquired, his expression impassive, his dark eyes fixed upon them. Zhang Kai smiled sheepishly and replied, "To be honest, we were in such a rush that we forgot to inform you in advance. Since you happened to pass by, we thought it appropriate to bid you farewell." The base leader's countenance darkened, his mood becoming grave, yet he maintained a gentle demeanor as he remarked, "Oh, may I ask why you have decided to move so suddenly, when you have been living comfortably in the northern base?" Zhang Kai beamed with joy as she responded, "We were fortunate during our recent outing and managed to locate someone we had been searching for." The base leader had heard of the trio's frequent efforts to find others during their expeditions. Given the multitude of lives lost in the apocalypse, it was uncertain whether anyone they sought could still be alive. To his surprise, they had indeed found someone. "That is truly a reason to congratulate you three. In such dire circumstances, to reunite is a rare blessing. In light of this, why not bring your acquaintance to the base? Allow me to host a meal for you all. Furthermore, as you have contributed significantly to our base, I shall allocate a separate house for your friend within the center. What do you think? Do you have any other requests?"